Introduction. In this rebirth, I shall sow chaos from this day forth, unrelenting until death. I shall possess no principles, no morals, and no boundaries. I will eschew camaraderie and honor, preying upon the unsuspecting and wreaking havoc across the seven kingdoms. I am the legend that lurks in the shadows, the malevolent chill of the long night, the despair at the break of dawn, and the traitorous comrade. I will bring chaos and fear to the seven great realms, defiant and unrepentant. Chapter 1. My demise upon arrival. Lin Xue was born on a snowy day, a name bestowed upon him by his mother, poetic in nature, coincidentally shared with a renowned supporting actor from Hong Kong. However, he lacked the actor's robust physique, instead possessing a frail and sickly constitution. Due to a congenital heart condition, Lin Xue was ill-suited for physical exertion, opting instead for a life of seclusion, accompanied by books, films, and animated series. Occasionally, he envied those who could frolic freely, but he quickly reminded himself, no, he desired nothing more than the comfort of home. His fondness for dogs was thwarted by his health, rendering him unable to take them for walks, thus relinquishing that joy. This sense of solitude burgeoned, akin to a terminal illness, during his first experience of romance at university. With fair skin, a slender build, and decent features, bolstered by an intellectual aura, he swiftly entered a romantic relationship. However, 3 months later, the relationship ended. The emotional turmoil almost brought him to the brink of death. Let us part ways before we become too entangled, the girl stated with a modern decisiveness, turning away with an abruptness akin to her confession of love. Walking the streets, Lin Xue felt dejected. Was his health to rob him of the right to love? He longed to live life to the fullest like others, yet had scarcely indulged in fast food due to his heart's inability to withstand such caloric intake. Unlucky circumstances conspired against him crossing the street. His heart tightened suddenly, the world spinning as he felt himself about to collapse. Just as a car approached, its horn blaring, the white headlights engulfed his vision. All that remained was white. The distant wail of police and ambulance sirens grew nearer, the red and blue lights flashing brilliantly, accompanied by the cacophony of sliding doors, screams, and the murmurs of onlookers. His heart continued to slow its rhythm. When next he opened his eyes, he did not find himself in a hospital bed, but under a breathtakingly blue sky, snowflakes drifting onto his face. But why did his face feel so painfully hot? Wait, who was straddling him? Another punch. His mind buzzed, and the azure sky blurred before him. 3 questions echoed relentlessly in Lin Xue's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A woman approached with an air of indifference, commanding, take him to the doghouse and confine him with his dog. Her voice possessed an indescribable nobility, laced with disdain, loathing, and a hint of fear. Then 2 men, gruff in demeanor, responded, as you wish, Lady Sansa. Sansa? The stunning beauty crafted by the pen of the notorious Ma Laopang? No, this is too surreal. As Lin Xue stood bewildered, 2 armored men lifted him away. Through swollen eyelids, he glimpsed a cascade of red hair adorning a graceful figure. Though his vision was obscured, she appeared to be gazing at him, her pale skin stark against her dark cloak and fiery hair. She spoke. Jon, do we need more people to watch him? Her tone was soft and elegant, tinged with deep trepidation. A young man replied, cold yet gentle with her. Do not fear, we are in Winterfell. Home at last. Ramsay will not escape. I will ensure he is watched. This is a battle of bastards. Lin Xue lamented inwardly. What kind of vehicle could propel him across dimensions? And why has he assumed the role of a villain upon his arrival? A Song of Ice and Fire, an HBO epic. He had watched but 2 episodes, skipping through due to the excessive violence that his heart could not bear. Why, upon his arrival, did he become a grand antagonist? Wait, the consciousness belonging to Ramsay Snow surged within him, sparking an internal conflict. You are merely my bastard, Ramsay Bolton remarked coldly, a father who felt more like a stranger. You little wretch. A nameless servant of House Bolton had spat before his demise. This is a gift from your father. A servant named Reek, his mother had said, her gaze filled with horror, loathing herself more than the servant's natural stench. Ramsay, I am not afraid of you, we can play together. A girl named Miranda approached, casually smiling as she emerged from the doghouse. The other children fled in terror, yet she drew near. Please, kill me and my suffering, the tormented Theon begged for death, knowing it to be true mercy. Is this to be his life, filled with hatred, fear, and disdain? I would prefer to be an only child. A blade pierced Roose Bolton's chest, twisting to rend his insides, hastening his demise. Those around deemed him cruel, terrifying, yet none could fathom how long he had fought for the acknowledgement of his identity as a son. His father, who had never accepted him, had married a pig for wealth, and now sought to replace him with her offspring, who needed only to exist to claim all that he desired. Life is inherently unequal. His existence had known neither warmth nor trust. Jon Snow's fists bore no pain compared to the reality of his existence. As another bastard of the North, he possessed everything. Ned Stark as a father, the title of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and a countenance that appealed to women. Valum Morgulus. All mortals meet their end, yet he was granted an extra lease on life. He wished to laugh. The inequities of this world were far more profound than this. Confined within the doghouse, he listened as his only loyal companion cried out in hunger. Sansa's footsteps approached the doghouse, prompting Ramsay to smile involuntarily. "My lady, have you come to visit me?" Having successfully elicited Sansa's disgust, the Lady of Winterfell spoke again with grace. "Your family, name, and all your vile deeds will fade into obscurity." Ramsay smirked carelessly, yet Lin Xue felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps it is due to the shared existence of a single body that the profound emotions of this irredeemable young man resonate deeply within. He is, after all, still quite young, having reached the precipice of life far too early. Anyone would feel a sense of injustice in such a fate, yet Ramsay merely feels a release. He is no longer caught between the conflicting legacies of the Snow and Bolton surnames, nor does he need to exhaust himself seeking validation in this chaotic world. When the hounds encircled him, a wave of terror washed over him. The end of life loomed before him. He understood that this unjust existence offered the best form of liberation, yet still, he felt a sense of bitterness. His once loyal companions, driven by insatiable hunger and the lure of blood, had torn his body apart. The pain of flesh persisted for a few fleeting minutes before all sensation faded into numbness. The sole remaining eye of his mutilated visage beheld the dogs licking the blood from their jaws before they lunged at him once more. His vision turned crimson, and then as I was devoured. The azure sky, the scarlet blood now, only an endless void of darkness remained. Chapter 2. Snow. In the boundless darkness, Ramsay or Lin Xue wandered aimlessly, his bewildered soul merging with another, traversing the infinite night. The two spirits had devolved into a nebulous essence, their consciousness feeble, unable to communicate. Reluctantly, Lin Xue felt the two souls begin to intertwine. He had witnessed the tales of Westeros and was all too aware of Ramsay's character cold-hearted patricide, insidiously cruel Bolton, a figure laden with an array of nefarious descriptors. Even the fleeting glimpses of his tumultuous life could not alter the fact that Ramsay's soul had become irrevocably twisted. Crucially, Lin Xue possessed an instinctive aversion to such a merger. Yet, he was merely an ethereal being of exceedingly tenuous consciousness. Everything lay beyond his control. Gradually, two faint sounds emerged from the darkness, barely audible. Light and color began to materialize within the void. The ultimate blue and redus blue and fired. The pale blue ice encased the flickering red flame, which, already feeble, appeared to wane further. The long night is fraught with peril. A voice sighed deeply, gently waving its sleeve. The souls of Lin Xue and Ramsay were extracted from gloom. The wheel of fate turns one last time. Suddenly, the flame within the ice blazed magnificently, piercing through the frost and resuming its fierce struggle. "Ned, this is my child. Promise me, you will care for him." A woman with long black curls lay upon the bed, beseeching a man whose visage bore a striking resemblance to her own. He must not know his true identity. He will kill him. The woman appeared weary, the arduous labor having drained her once stunning beauty now. She seemed a mere shadow of exhaustion, as if life was nearing its end. "I beg you." Ned Stark furrowed his brow, lifting the infant cradled in his arms. He could not refuse his sister's plea. He will grow up in Winterfell, and no one shall know who his mother is. I can only grant him the surname Snow. Perhaps he shall never know that his father is Rhaegar Targaryen, and his mother is you, Lyanna. Lyanna nodded wearily. As long as he can survive. The child in Ned's arms was unnaturally quiet, stirring a sense of unease within him. He looked down to find the infant's dark, curly hair unmistakably Stark, complemented by a pair of pitch-black eyes. "His veins carry Stark blood," Ned remarked, wrapping the child in his cloak. Lyanna inhaled deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "Ned, I must go meet him. May the seven bless our reunion in heaven. Her delicate neck turned slightly, and in that moment, she became still. Lyanna Stark had passed away. It was the height of summer, yet she appeared as if merely asleep, tranquil and serene. Ned Stark's expression turned solemn as he cradled the child. From this day forward, you shall be known as Jon Snow. For the sake of the seven, Robert will surely slay you. He is now king of the seven kingdoms, and I fear I cannot grant you your rightful name. He held the silent child closely, an odd sensation stirring within him. The newborn did not cry, rather. He remained eerily quiet. Perhaps he understood that his mother had departed this world forever, for even in his sorrow, only 2 tear tracks marked his tender skin, his dark eyes reflecting a profound sadness that belied his infancy. Ned frowned, wanting to say something, but only managing a sigh before departing with the child. He remained oblivious to the fact that within this child resided another soul. Lin Xue marveled internally. Have I been reborn? His vocal cords, still immature, could only produce incoherent babbling. Who made me reborn? To transmigrate only to perish immediately would have sufficed. Why am I reborn? Yet compared to inhabiting Ramsay Bolton's body, being Jon Snow seems preferable. This is a legitimate protagonist. However, simultaneously, a chill of resentment and disdain emanated from the depths of his being-gone awareness inherent to Ramsay. 2 Snows, could this be a twist of fate? Wait, not only did he transmigrate, not only was he reborn, but he also had to share this body with that little skimpealer. Would he be condemned to exist as a hentai symbiote in the future? He is the one who killed his father, defiled 3 fools, and castrated Theon. The epitome of a villain, indeed. The great emperor and the little skimpealer. 2 individuals he most wished to avoid in Westeros. Would he now have to empathize with Ramsay's malevolence? No, he dare not contemplate it. Lin Xue could feel his heart racing uncontrollably. It seemed Ramsay had no intention of contending with him, merely offering a detached, cold laugh before his consciousness faded once more into the ether. In Ned Stark's embrace, Lin Xue gazed up at the vast, profound sky. Being in an infant's body, he soon succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber. He drifted in and out of sleep until he finally awakened to the gates of Winterfell opening wide, reaching out to grasp the fabric of Ned Stark's cloak, where the hand of the king insignia was proudly displayed. When Lin Xue awoke, he realized it was no mere dream he remained in this world. Thus, he resolved that from this moment forth, he would survive as Jon Snow in a world fraught with peril. He was determined that the tragedies of the original narrative would not unfold unchecked. In the unseen currents of fate, he felt that by altering destiny, perhaps life could return to its rightful path. Ned was, in truth, a compassionate man. Although his countenance bore a grave expression, he could not help but smile as he extended a finger, allowing the child in his arms to grasp it. A profound affection welled within him. He was not one to display emotion easily as the leader of the North. Ned Stark appeared stoic, at least on the surface. Yet this child was different, was the last remnant of his sister Lyanna, her only surviving bloodline. He cherished this child, until she beheld Catelyn's expression. Catelyn Tully, now bearing the Stark name, had given birth to a son, Robb Stark. Robb's hair color more closely resembled the Tully lineage, a vibrant and elegant shade of red. He was merely a year or 2 older than Jon, still cradled in Catelyn's arms, while her belly swelled, unmistakably pregnant and seemingly on the verge of labor. Maester Luwin speculated it to be a girl, remarking, "I believe she shall grow to be as graceful and beautiful as her mother." Catelyn had named her soon-to-be-born daughter Sansa, but before she could share this joyous news with Ned, all her smiles transformed into confusion and suspicion, freezing at the corners of her mouth as she observed the affection radiating from Ned Stark, directed towards the dark-haired infant in his embrace. "Ned, whose child is this?" Ned Stark's expression turned grave after a moment's contemplation. He murmured, "He bears the surname Snow." Snow, the common surname for bastards in the North. For an instant, Lyanna sensed a fleeting wave of sorrow and anger from within Ramsay. Yet it was but a moment. The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Ned lowered his gaze. "Catelyn, I'm truly sorry." Chapter 3. Arriving at Winterfell in the midst of a crowd, with only the infant in his arms aware of the depth of Eddard Stark's desire to clarify his intentions, the situation descended into chaos. Even the sagacious Maester Luwin found himself at a loss for words. Eddard Stark returned, cradling a child with hair identical to his own. The boy's name was Jon Snow, a bastard. The whispers of the servants were faint, yet they pierced through the final nerve of Catelyn. It took her several moments to regain her composure and articulate her thoughts. Catelyn Tully shook her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. "No, Eddard," she exclaimed, turning with a deep breath, her despair palpable. Eddard pursued her. Maester Luwin stepped forward, extending his hand. "My lord, pursuing your lady in this manner may be counterproductive. Perhaps it would be best to entrust the child to me. I shall feed him. It is a boy, is it not? Or is it a girl?" Eddard hesitated, then confirmed, "It is a boy." He handed the child to Luwin and hastened after Catelyn. Jon felt a chill as he fell into the arms of the somewhat austere, yet warmly compassionate maester. "You should not have come to Winterfell, yet the child is innocent," he murmured, cradling the infant as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, this child possessed a memory. From that moment forth, the soul residing within Jon began to etch the kindness and benevolence of this venerable elder into its essence. The godswood was lush, its crimson leaves nearly obscuring the sun. Catelyn stood beneath the trees, her shoulders heaving violently. "Catelyn," Eddard called, attempting to explain. "Listen to me." "Oh, my husband, what do you wish to say?" Catelyn, in the prime of her beauty, exuded a maternal radiance enhanced by her pregnancy, yet her visage was now marred by tears. "That child, is his mother not beautiful? So beautiful that you could not resist?" A trace of sarcasm flickered in her eyes, a rare expression for the typically composed Lady Stark. Eddard felt a chill in his heart. He sought to speak, even contemplating revealing the child's true identity. However, a thoughtless remark from Catelyn steadied him. "I should not have allowed you to follow Robert into battle. War causes one to forget the wife and children far away at home. I thought you would never betray me." At the mention of Robert's name, Eddard paused slightly, aware that certain truths must remain unspoken. Recalling Robert's audacious nature, charging into King's Landing on horseback with axe in hand, he recognized his unparalleled bravado. Now, he sat upon the Iron Throne, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. Eddard sighed inwardly. Had Catelyn known that the child was Lyanna's, perhaps her affection would surpass that for Robb. Yet, once this identity became known to another, it was only a matter of time before Robert would wield his battle axe, slaughtering his way from King's Landing to Winterfell, and then confront Eddard. "Hand over that child to me, Ned, or I shall twist your head off." They were once brothers, now they stood as ruler and subject. After the Great War, he wished to see no more casualties. "Catelyn, my heart has never betrayed you. That is an undeniable truth. Then, you may send him away. His mother could receive a substantial sum of money. Forgive me, but the child's mother is deceased. He must grow up in Winterfell." Ned's tone was equally unwavering as he fixed a steadfast gaze upon Catelyn. This look, familiar to her as his wife of many years, caused her nails to dig into her palms, sharp pangs of pain coursing through her. The matter was beyond negotiation. Ned Stark was the leader of the North, his stubbornness as unyielding as the impregnable wall. The fetus within her stirred gently, prompting Catelyn to take a deep breath. "Ned, allow me some solitude. I do not wish for you to remember me in my envious and unseemly state. I need to linger in the godswood for a while. May the gods forgive my jealous heart." For the Tully family, devoted to the Seven, the heart tree, symbolizing the old gods, was evidently not her spiritual refuge. It was merely a fade. She did not wish to see Ned, not for the time being. After a brief hesitation, Ned Stark finally released her hand. "I am sorry, Catelyn." His apology was for the untruths he could not voice, yet Catelyn misconstrued its meaning. A year apart, returning with a bast child, and insisting on raising him in Winterfell, such an apology could hardly be forgiven. She gazed at Ned's retreating figure, clutching her abdomen, a visage of sorrow. That day, Lady Catelyn remained in the godswood for a full half-day, from noon until midnight. Ned Stark stood vigil outside the woods, waiting for his wife. Meanwhile, the servants speculated whether the child brought back by Lord Stark could indeed grow up in Winterfell. In the households of ordinary fishermen or blacksmiths, a woman held little sway, and the fate of a bastard could be determined by a man's indifference. However, Ned Stark treated Catelyn with utmost respect, and as she hailed from the noble Tully family, her wishes held great weight. If she were unwilling, the child would likely not remain in Winterfell. Across the Seven Kingdoms, how many women could tolerate their husbands bringing home a child born of another woman in silence? Thus, few dared to approach this mysterious infant, save for Ser Roderick. He cradled the placid child, feeding him goat's milk with a heart full of compassion. "Lady Catelyn must be in great turmoil, but I believe you will stay." When Catelyn finally emerged once more, it was deep into the night. Ned Stark had not even changed out of his armor, remaining steadfastly at the forest's edge. Upon seeing Catelyn, he draped his cloak over her shoulders. Though it was summer, the nights turned cold. Ned grasped Catelyn's hand tightly, as if holding the most precious thing in the world. He is a man of remarkable clumsiness in speech, yet possesses the warmest hands in the world. A dull ache pierced Catelyn's heart as she inhaled deeply and slowly uttered, "Take me to see the child." Jon Snow was presented to Catelyn. He was an extraordinarily beautiful infant. His features had yet to fully develop, but it was evident that he would grow into a heartthrob of unparalleled charm. Ned was not handsome, at least not in comparison to his brother Brandon. Fortunately, Robb had inherited their mother's genes. This child bore the dark curls of House Stark. Along with perfect features, what a captivating beauty his mother must be. For a fleeting moment, a profound hatred and murderous intent flickered in her eyes. But it was merely a moment. Catelyn closed her eyes and took a deep breath. He would grow up in Winterfell, but I can never allow him to bear the Stark name. Having said that, she turned and walked away, not daring to glance back. In the arms of Maester Luwin, the infant shuddered, feeling fortunate for his survival and grateful that Catelyn was a woman of mercy. Otherwise, in another household, he might have been cast out to feed the wolves. Sighing with relief, he was cradled by Maester Luwin into the warmest and quietest corner of Winterfell's castle. From this day forth, he would be known as Jon Snow. Chapter 4. Fullbow. The longest summer in the Seven Kingdoms seemed to be drawing to a close. The wind of this day carried a slight chill. Winterfell, positioned at the northernmost part of the realm, was particularly sensitive to such coolness. Ned Stark's hair and beard had begun to gray, yet his back remained straight and unyielding, akin to an insurmountable mountain. In the blink of an eye, more than a decade had passed. Shortly after Jon was brought back to Winterfell, a royal decree arrived from King's Landing, bestowing upon him the title of Duke of Winterfell. Historically, House Stark had served as the guardians of the North, and this ducal title held little substantial significance. It was merely an additional layer of regal glory. Symbolizing the king's favor and signifying a greater truth, the Seven Kingdoms had changed hands. The banner of the true dragon had been supplanted by that of the stag. Henceforth, the realm belonged to House Baratheon. Ned regarded this with indifference. Whether as the guardian of the North or the Duke of Winterfell, it was merely an empty title. At this moment, he was simply a father, intently observing the two young boys aiming for the bullseye in the archery range. Robb Stark had a head of red curls, much like his sister Sansa. Without a doubt, they had inherited the Tullys' auburn hair and their mother-esque beauty. Sansa lived up to her name, her demeanor gentle and poised, embodying the essence of a true lady, while Robb, spirited and vigorous, carried within him the resolute spirit characteristic of House Stark. Beside Robb stood another boy of similar age, smiling brightly. He was Theon Greyjoy, a ward from the Iron Islands, who had lived in Winterfell for many years as a hostage, sharing both meals and quarters with Robb, and the two shared a strong bond. Apart from not bearing the Stark surname, he bore no distinction from Robb. Even Catelyn treated him kindly, referring to him as a hostage, yet he resembled an adopted son. If Robb was akin to the rising sun, then Theon was more like a crescent moon on the horizon, somewhat melancholic, with a hint of elusive mockery at the corners of his eyes. Yet this derision was not directed towards anyone adorned with the Stark name. The two youths aimed at the target with synchronized precision, drawing their bows taut. The arrows hovered on the string, ready to be unleashed. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air resonated in the wind. Robb's arrow struck true at the center, while Theon's arrow grazed the edge of the bullseye. For a 14-year-old, Theon's marksmanship was already commendable. Was Robb merely slightly superior? Though still just a boy of 13 or 14, he exuded confidence and grace. Ned smiled knowingly, nodding slightly. Robb was his pride, as well as Catelyn's. A small child approached Ned with a plaintive voice. "I wish to shoot arrows too. Can you teach me, father?" 2 years after Catelyn bore her daughter Sansa, she gave birth to another girl, Arya, who also possessed a cascade of dark hair, inheriting the Stark lineage. Perhaps it was the thought of an unwelcome child that led Catelyn to name her unborn child Bran during her 4th pregnancy, a name she bestowed upon this small boy before her. Bran's full name was Brandon, a title originally belonging to Catelyn's former betrothed, Ned's elder brother Brandon. Although Catelyn claimed it was to honor the ancestors of House Stark, the builder Brandon, Ned merely smiled gently and held a special affection for Bran. Subsequently, Catelyn bore Ned another son, Rickon, and as the Duchess of Winterfell, she embodied grace and renowned beauty, receiving Ned's boundless love, becoming the happiest and most esteemed lady in the North. Her only current concern was Arya's wild demeanor, while Bran, with his exquisitely delicate features, delighted in climbing everything in sight, from the dead trees of Winterfell to high walls, leaving traces of his nimble form everywhere. "Brandon, I have told you many times. You must wait until you are older," she said with utmost calmness and seriousness, disregarding the fervent desire to practice archery evident in her son's eyes. She reserved his full name for moments of admonition, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Yet, Bran glanced at his father, who indeed affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "Boys are always so mischievous. I was just like him at that age." Catelyn, having given birth to 5 children, still retained her slender figure and beauty. Frowning slightly in reproach, "Ned, how can you indulge Bran?" Nevertheless, standing beside Ned, her smile revealed a sense of contentment. Until, at the edge of her vision, a youth clad in black with dark hair appeared at the archery range, causing her smile to fade before reaching her eyes. The youth, in contrast to Robb, bore a somewhat paler complexion, with thick, curly black hair framing a countenance that appeared rather somber, lending him an air of maturity beyond his years. His silence echoed that of Ned, and his dark curls mirrored Ned's as well. Aside from his pallor and delicate features, perhaps inherited from his unknown mother, his appearance was unmistakably marked by the Stark lineage. How did he arrive here? A pang of unease pierced Catelyn's heart, darkening her expression significantly. Ned frowned. It was high time for him to engage in some physical activity. If he remained idle any longer, he might well turn into a bookworm like Maester Luwin, for Winterfell had no books left for him to explore. Catelyn took Bran's hand and said, "There is nothing wrong with reading more, Bran. I shall take you to Maester Luwin. It's time for you to delve into your studies." She turned to leave. Ned, momentarily at a loss, watched as his wife departed, letting out a barely audible sigh before shifting his gaze to the 2 boys. Robb remained, greeting the dark-haired youth with a bright smile. "Jon, come here." Jon Snow accepted the bow and arrows. After spending over a decade in Winterfell poring over books, he had yet to devise a means of returning to his original world. However, his frail body from the past paled in comparison to his current robust and well-proportioned form. Though the initial years of seeing his reflection felt strangely foreign, he had since grown accustomed to this healthy physique. Yet, driven by an inexplicable sentiment, he seldom ventured outdoors. Whenever Catelyn caught sight of him, a wave of sadness and anger washed over her. After all, he had once been a mentally sound adult, inherently kind-hearted. Consequently, from the moment he learned to crawl and stand, he endeavored to minimize his presence, not wishing to disturb Catelyn's mood. In his previous life, Lin Xue had watched his fair share of domestic palace dramas. Catelyn's restraint in not poisoning herself, drowning in a well, or being crushed by stones was truly a sign of mercy. He would never dream of causing trouble. Yet, as night fell, he often slipped away alone to run and jump freely. As for the essence of the little skin peeler, it seemed to gradually fade away. Perhaps unable to endure the warmth and integrity that permeated Winterfell, or perhaps unable to tolerate being reborn as the very Jon Snow who had caused his demise. Regardless of the reason, his consciousness had not resurfaced. It was only upon witnessing Robb shooting arrows at the target range that he felt an indescribable yearning arise within him, drawing him unconsciously toward the archery field. "We can compete. I'll teach you," Robb said with a smile, handing him a bow. Their bond was akin to that of brothers, transcending any considerations of lineage. Perhaps even blood brothers might not share such a connection. Jon nodded slightly, realizing that perhaps the essence of the little skin peeler longed for the bow. He had once excelled at archery, while he may not have been a flawless marksman. Archery and hounds were the 2 greatest passions of his life. Drawing the bowstring taut, he adjusted his stance and aimed. He caught a glimpse of Ned standing on the 2nd floor, gazing at him, while Catelyn appeared to have settled Bran and returned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he hesitated for a moment before releasing the arrow, which struck the fence beside the target that had just been the bullseye for Robb. Catelyn cast a proud glance at Robb before turning away. Robb was the most outstanding and radiant youth of Winterfell, his brilliance unmatched by any. Theon looked at Jon and smiled, remarking that Snow would never measure up to a Stark. The handsome man from the Iron Islands wore a distinctly sardonic smile, gentle yet lethal, for his sarcasm was always directed at the Stark blood that coursed through Jon's veins, which received lesser treatment than his own as a hostage. Ned observed the arrow Jon had shot, penetrating the target with remarkable precision, reflecting on how effortlessly Jon had drawn the bow, his gaze profound. Chapter 5. Secrets. The night of this day arrived earlier than in years past. The night sky was a deep blue, imbued with a hint of chill. Noticing that Catelyn had fallen into a deep slumber, Ned donned his cloak and made his way to the archery range. He was concerned about Jon Snow's momentary hesitation. Jon had never been one to overtly showcase his talents before others, yet he had unwittingly drawn the bow fully. He was not naturally strong, which suggested he was indeed quite skilled at archery. One could ascertain his proficiency simply by examining the marks left by the arrows on the fence. As Ned approached the range, he heard the rhythmic sound of arrows being loosed into the air. The swift whoosh of 5 arrows sliced through the wind, each striking the target's center with a dull thud. Following that were the sounds of light, quick footsteps, repeated 5 times, punctuated by the sounds of arrows hitting the target. A pause, footsteps, 5 shots, another pause, footsteps. This cycle continued. Ned stood in stunned silence for a moment before stepping into the range. Jon's silhouette appeared somewhat stubborn as he swiftly drew the bow, each arrow finding its mark in the bullseye. With only 5 arrows, once he had shot them all, he would retrieve them to practice anew. The tips of the arrows were nearly worn down, and the fletching had almost entirely come off. An arrow without feathers is difficult to aim, and a dulled tip proves challenging to penetrate the firm target. Yet, remarkably, he was hitting every mark with precision. However, he seemed unaware of the source of his frustration. With a sharp twang, one arrow struck the previous one, shattering it into fragments. Jon appeared somewhat vexed, muttering to himself, "Now I only have 4 arrows left. Why could I not just endure? Now your secret has been revealed. Why not showcase your true prowess in the daylight?" The voice of Ned Stark carried a weight of authority, his naturally grave demeanor rendering him perpetually serious. Jon looked up at Ned, unable to suppress his head from bowing. "My Lord Stark." He never referred to Ned as father, whether due to Catelyn or because he had already come to know the true identities of his parents. In both sentiment and reason, he ought not to address Ned in such a manner. Unbeknownst to Ned, his genuine thoughts remained concealed. He believed Jon merely resented his status as a bastard. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "You carry my blood within you. You simply do not bear the Stark name." Jon looked up, a somewhat stiff smile gracing his lips. I know. He was not one for words, often silent, and in many ways. He bore a striking resemblance to Ned. The more he resembled Ned, the more sorrow Catelyn would feel. Ned regarded Jon and shifted the conversation, asking, "Why did you not hit the bullseye this afternoon? You could have drawn the bow fully, and your technique is even more adept than Rob's. I had thought you were solely studying with Maester Luwin, yet here you are, proficient in archery." His tone held a hint of inquiry, perhaps astonished by the secrets Jon seemed to harbor. Jon yearned to respond with the truth. "In fact, I am a traveler from another world, with the mind of a Bolton family prodigy who enjoys archery. I have known since birth that you are my mother's brother, not my father." However, the concern lingered that such a revelation might lead Ned to fear he had inherited the madness of the late King Aerys, which would not bode well. Jon lowered his gaze. "I do indeed enjoy reading, but I also relish the outdoors. It's just that I fear the lady would be displeased to see me, and if I overshadow Rob, Sansa would surely dislike me as well. Rob is her pride." Ned gazed in astonishment at the 14-year-old boy before him. Initially, he had suspected Jon of harboring ulterior motives, yet he found that Jon was simply too considerate of others' feelings to let his own brilliance shine forth. Such sensitivity and maturity stemmed, in part, from the early loss of his parents. Perhaps in Winterfell, he felt a profound lack of belonging. Blood is thicker than water. Although the boy before him was not his son, he was nonetheless family. "From tomorrow onward, train with Rob," Ned suggested, gently patting Jon's head. Catelyn would not hold a grudge against a child. Jon bowed to Ned in gratitude, responding, "Thank you, but I do not wish to cause her distress." A glimmer of mischief flashed in Jon's eyes as he added, "As far as I know, Theon is also quite skilled with a bow. Even if he surpasses Rob, the lady would not truly mind." Ned raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He glanced at the remaining 4 arrows, sighing in mild regret. "What a pity to waste these few arrows. My boy, may I keep them as our little secret?" His tone was earnest. Ned regarded the boy before him and nodded. "Yes, you may. This shall be our secret. Do not stay up too late, for you are still growing." With that, he clapped Jon on the shoulder and turned to return to his chambers. After taking a few steps, he turned back, gazing at Jon, whose eyes bore a faint resemblance to Lyanna's under the moonlight. "In moments of solitude, there is no need to address me as Lord Stark. While we may not share the same surname, we cannot alter the fact that we are of the same blood. Do you understand?" Jon regarded Ned with a distant expression. Acutely aware of the burden of this secret, he bore alone, feeling both isolated and weary. "I understand. I know everything." Ned studied him intently, then nodded slightly, saying, "Well then, good night." As Jon watched Ned's retreating figure, an indescribable emotion coursed through him. He was uncertain of how to name this feeling, and hastily washed his face before retiring to sleep. It was not until dawn that he noticed a whole basket of brand new arrows by the bedside, stirring something within him. Perhaps this was what it meant to be moved. From that moment onward, Jon gradually integrated himself into the Stark household. Occasionally, when Catelyn was absent, he would share meals and engage in conversation with Rob. Despite often finding himself sitting alone in the corner, this solitude imbued him with an air of mature detachment. Whether wielding a longsword, a dagger, or drawing a bow, Jon always seemed to fall slightly short of Robb. Since the day following that fateful night, Theon's archery skills had notably improved, and he was gradually becoming Robb's equal in overall prowess. Jon understood that Ned Stark had discussed Theon's role as a ward, and that he had arrived at Winterfell already possessing some awareness, much like himself, deliberately concealing his true capabilities. However, one concealed gem was sufficient for Winterfell. Even though Theon had strengths that surpassed Robb's, Jon never did. Apart from being slightly more knowledgeable, he always found himself subtly outmatched by Robb in every aspect. Sansa and Jon were not particularly close. Though she was inherently kind, she instinctively shied away from him. Since her birth, aside from learning the arts of womanhood, she preferred to spend most of her time in the Godswood. In contrast, Arya was exceedingly affectionate towards her brother, who shared her dark curls. She delighted in inviting Jon to join her in all manner of activities favored by boys, yearning to accompany them on horseback and hunting adventures. Despite frequently facing Catelyn's reprimands, Arya's bond with Jon only deepened, and Bran and Rickon were also quite fond of him. This familial affection was intoxicating, yet it filled Jon with a sense of foreboding as a time traveler, aware of the events yet to unfold. Time, however, would not pause for his reluctance or worries. At last, on a long night 2 years later, during an evening tinged with autumn's chill, a lengthy letter from the Eyrie and a royal decree from King S. Landing arrived at Winterfell, one after the other. That evening at dinner, the atmosphere was particularly somber. Ned unwrapped the waxed paper, extracting the decree, which he read twice before setting it down. The letter from the Eyrie was addressed to Catelyn, from her sister, Lisa. After reading her sister's correspondence, Catelyn's expression mirrored the gravity of the moment. Ned, I fear that troubling news has come. Jon Arryn has passed away. Is this what you are referring to? Ned's expression bore the unmistakable weight of sorrow. Indeed, Catelyn hesitated to speak further. Robert has stated his need for a new hand of the king, summoning me to King's Landing to serve as his chief advisor. Ned furrowed his brow, oblivious to Catelyn's demeanor, as he assumed that Lisa's letter merely conveyed her grief over her husband's demise. Thus, he interrupted Catelyn, expressing that he, along with Queen Cersei and the eldest Prince Joffrey, would soon embark to the north. As the cup toppled over, all eyes, which were initially focused on Ned, collectively shifted to Jon, the one who had caused the spill. Chapter 6. Winter is Coming. Catelyn cast an exasperated glance at Jon, questioning his need for Ned's concern. Jon said little, rising to depart. Behind him, Sansa was the first to speak, her excitement evident as she inquired of Ned whether the king and queen were truly coming to the north, along with the prince. Should I prepare some new gowns? Indeed. I fear you will require several new outfits, Ned replied with a tone imbued with affection, though tinged with fatigue. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare more beef. And perhaps we ought to procure additional wine. Tomorrow, I shall send Maester Luwin to the cellar to ascertain how much ale remains. As for the children's garments, I will personally oversee that. Ned, you need not worry. Catelyn, as the Lady of Winterfell, promptly began making arrangements. Ned nodded in agreement. In such moments, Catelyn fully embodied the role of a supportive spouse. Robb, Theon, and Bran expressed little interest. What is the hand of the king? Is it important? Rickon inquired innocently. Robb, however, seemed more concerned, asking, Father, if you become the hand, will you have to leave Winterfell for King's Landing? Ned pressed his lips together, stating that he first needed to discuss this with their mother. Catelyn nodded, and the couple returned together to their chambers. Meanwhile, Jon, hidden in the shadows, took a deep breath, gazing at the night sky above Winterfell, lost in contemplation. If this is the case, he would soon be sent to join the Night's Watch, while Bran would suffer a grievous fall from the tower, leaving him crippled for life. More importantly, Ned Stark's head might be at risk. What should I do? Jon felt a sense of confusion. If he were unaware of the impending events, he could only face them as they came. Yet now, with the knowledge of looming tragedies, he found it impossible to remain passive. That night, troubled by his tumultuous thoughts, he did not practice archery at the training grounds but instead lay in his chamber, reading. The North is known for its martial prowess, and Winterfell was no exception. Thus, the library was not particularly extensive. If there were a better way to gain wisdom, perhaps he ought to seek a conversation with Maester Luwin. However, Maester Luwin had already retired for the night, leaving Jon to sift through the ancient myths of the North, attempting to glean any tales regarding the Night King and the others. Yet, after a considerable time, he found no strategies or solutions. In the end, Jon resolved that upon the arrival of the host from King's Landing, he would keep a vigilant eye on Bran, ensuring his safety before contemplating whether to join the Night's Watch. If possible, he preferred not to don the black attire and pledge his allegiance to the Night's Watch. After all, he was acutely aware that the fate of Jon Snow would be to receive a dagger from each of his brothers in the Night's Watch, succumbing to death on a night fraught with swirling snow. Although the imagery was hauntingly beautiful, the thought alone was painful. After a bout of restless contemplation, he forced himself into slumber, clinging to the solitary comfort that perhaps he might one day possess a direwolf of his own. The following morning, Ned led Robb, Theon, and Jon on a hunt. This was not only due to their coming of age, but also because, as the Guardian of the North, he needed to conduct his daily patrols. Additionally, it was to prepare provisions for the impending arrival of the people from King's Landing. The North sprawled vast and wide, yet its resources were scant. In the forest, the white snow blanketed the trees and rocks, a quintessential winter scene. However, for children raised in the long summer, such a stark whiteness felt alien. Ned gazed at the delicate snowfall, a flicker of worry igniting within him. "Winter is coming," Jon murmured softly. Ned could not help but cast a glance at Jon. The boy, perhaps well-read, had a penchant for uttering profound remarks. Indeed, winter approaches, and the last winter had claimed many lives. Yet sometimes, the frost merely lingers temporarily before yielding to the thawing snow. It was uncertain whether Ned's words served to comfort himself or Jon. "My lord, we have made a discovery," a servant reported, and upon inquiry from Ned Stark, he learned they had captured a deserter from the Night's Watch. Jon felt a stir within him. He had been preoccupied with thoughts of the dire wolf and had forgotten that they were to encounter a Night's Watch deserter named Will that very day. Will claimed to have seen the others, yet Ned did not believe him, asserting that he was merely a cowardly deserter and personally executing him. Soon, a pale-faced youth was brought before them. He was a few years older than Jon, clad in tattered black garments, trembling. He glanced at Ned with a mixture of reverence and frailty. "My lord, I am not a true deserter. I have seen the others." Ned Stark's expression turned grave. His lips pressed tightly together, seemingly restraining anger and a hint of disdain. Jon understood that Ned valued honor and had little faith in tales that could not even terrify children. He recognized the grimness of life in the Night's Watch, the rigorous training, meager rations, and perilous patrols. Any normal person would contemplate fleeing, and it was entirely natural to seek excuses when apprehended. Most individuals would surmise that a wildling was responsible for the demise of Will's companions. He merely confronted the peril and found himself unable to endure such a life any longer. The youth before them spoke no falsehood, yet regrettably, by the time Westeros became aware of the existence of the White Walkers, this young man had already met his untimely end, and even Ned Stark, the one who would pass judgment upon him, had long since departed from this world. Perhaps he spoke the truth. Jon stepped forward, positioning himself before Will. The cold wind whispered around them, and in Ned's eyes flickered a brief moment of shock and confusion. "Step aside. The North does not harbor deserters. If I let him go this time, it will set a precedent for an endless stream of runaways, leaving the wall's safety unguarded." Robb and Theon exchanged glances, equally perplexed and astonished by Jon's resolve. They were still young, unaware of the perils and startling realities that awaited them in the future. Ned furrowed his brow. "Jon, I shall say this once more, step aside." The massive ice sword was raised high. Jon frowned, turning to Will. "How long have you been a Night's Watchman?" Will looked up, somewhat taken aback. "My lord, I have donned the black and sworn my oath for 2 years now. The Lord Commander has mentioned that the winters beyond the wall have grown increasingly harsh. I fear a long winter is upon us. I never intended to flee. I merely wished to inform my family and urge them to move south." He gazed at Jon, seeking sympathy, finding a subtle warmth in his black attire, and naturally assumed he was a Stark. Jon shook his head with a smile. "I am no lord. I am merely a Snow, a bastard commonplace in the North. Bastards, like poverty, are shameful yet not criminal." Ned could not help but cast a glance at Jon. Will's expression faltered. What weight could the words of a bastard truly carry? Undeterred by Will's astonishment and disappointment, Jon turned to Ned. "My lord, if he were intent on fleeing, why endure 2 years of hardship in the Night's Watch before making his escape? Many cannot last a year." Ned hesitated. Chapter 7. Walking the Dire Wolf. Hesitation is an opportunity. Jon turned back to Will. "Lord Stark is already aware of the White Walkers, but that does not grant you the liberty to abandon your post. Moreover, your status is lowly. Few will believe your claims. You ought to return to Castle Black and strive to gather evidence should you encounter the White Walkers again, presenting it to Lord Stark. Only then can you truly convey this message." After speaking, he looked to Ned. "My lord, if will bring sufficient evidence within 6 months, might he be pardoned?" The mention of 6 months was but a ruse, for turmoil would undoubtedly arise in the North thereafter. After a moment's contemplation, Ned nodded. "I shall send someone to escort you back to Castle Black. Do not dare to appear south of the wall again. Should you do so, I will not hesitate to execute a beheading, even if the king himself were to plead for your pardon. Yes, yes, I understand. Thank you, my lord Will nodded. Filled with gratitude, he turned to glance at Jon Snow, who appeared somewhat awkward. How should one address a savior who cannot be called my lord? At the same time, he hesitated. He had saved a life, yet his family remained oblivious to the dangers beyond the wall. If one day, those wandering white corpses were to cross the wall, Jon Snow softly remarked, you may share your family's whereabouts, and I can relay a message, urging them to migrate southward sooner rather than later. A peculiar light flickered in Will's eyes, and he could not help but express his thanks repeatedly. You may ride my horse back to the Night's Watch. You have donned the black and sworn an oath. They are now your family and brothers. Noticing that Will seemed to have been led here on foot, Jon patted his horse and handed the reins to Will. Will glanced at the reins, his eyes reflecting a surge of emotion. Jon Snow attempted to disregard that gaze, merely stating, if you encounter the others, remember to use fire. Do not attempt to inform others of their existence. They will not believe you. Simply uphold your vigil. Remain true to your Night's Watch oath, and fulfill your duty. Fire, dragonglass, and Valyrian steel may be considered the three treasures against the others. Yet, given Will's station, acquiring the latter two would be a formidable challenge. Will nodded, mounting the horse, his gaze eagerly directed at Jon Snow. You may not hail from noble lineage, but you possess a noble spirit. I truly wish there were brothers like you among the Night's Watch. You are well suited to donning black. With that, he turned alongside several riders, heading towards the Black Castle. Ned cast a glance at Jon, recognizing the burgeoning presence of a leader within him, his eyes reflecting a measure of approval. Through this youth, he glimpsed a shadow of Lyanna. Jon merely smiled slightly. No, it is rather that the Guardian of the North possesses a compassionate heart, while I am merely a bastard. Ned's gaze deepened. He indeed cared about that identity. However, rather than see this young man, brimming with potential, lose his head, he preferred that Jon bear the title of bastard than risk it. Jon chuckled, yet, having grown up in Winterfell, I have never considered myself a bastard. You are indeed not, Ned Stark mused inwardly. You are indeed not. Robb clapped Jon on the shoulder. You are my brother. A flicker of emotion stirred within Snow's heart. Even without parents, he felt not alone. Ned observed his two sons with their arms around each other, unable to suppress a slight smile. Mind your comportment. This warmth filled Jon Snow's heart with profound satisfaction, even bound and constrained by sharing a soul with another. It was worth it. On the return journey, as anticipated, the group encountered a dire wolf. The body of the she-wolf lay rigid, sheltering a brood of pups beneath her. History often echoes with remarkable similarities. Ultimately, it was Jon's assertion that the dire wolf symbolizes House Stark that softened Ned's heart, compelling him to allow the remaining pups to stay. However, in accordance with Stark family traditions, he insisted that everyone take responsibility for nurturing these dire wolves. As they carried away 5 of the pups, Jon gently turned the she-wolf's body and retrieved a 6th, a pure white cub. Ned exchanged a glance with Jon, saying nothing. Yet a flicker of doubt danced in his eyes. Jon cradled the snow-white cub, feigning ignorance of that hint of skepticism. Its whimper was notably faint. Ned nodded and turned to depart. Jon thus narrowly escaped the predicament, letting out a silent sigh of relief. If he were to act too strangely, it might disrupt a delicate balance. He aimed to blend in, avoiding undue attention. Like you, he was an anomaly. The ever-smiling Theon provoked Jon. As was his habit, perhaps due to a disdain for Jon's status as a bastard, which nevertheless drew considerable attention. Jon had not slept well the previous night, and now, burdened with an overwhelming influx of tasks and anxieties regarding the impending arrival of a formidable force in King's Landing, both his mental and physical reserves were stretched to their limits, rendering his temper less than amiable. In response to Theon's taunts, he pursed his lips and could not resist retorting, "It merely has a coat whiter than the other dire wolves, yet it remains a dire wolf. Though my surname is Snow, Stark blood flows through my veins. And you? Do you still remember whose blood courses through you?" The words drained color from Theon's face. Jon stepped past him, cradling the pure white dire wolf as he left. Robb clapped him on the shoulder, inquiring about his mood. Jon, with the white wolf in his arms, admitted he might be a bit irritable. With that, he turned aside and departed. Robb then gave Theon a pat on the shoulder, advising him to refrain from provoking Jon. You know how he is. Those who read extensively wield words sharper than swords. Our father guards the north, yet he has never triumphed over our mother. Jon, walking ahead, could not suppress his irritation. I am not a woman. However, Robb had always been this way. Beneath his charming exterior lay a heart filled with humor, kindness, and generosity, traits reminiscent of Ned. Remembering Robb's untimely demise, Jon clenched his fists. He would never allow anyone to harm his brothers again, not even a fraction. Absolutely not. Upon returning to the castle and settling the dire wolves, Jon named the pure white cub White Spirit, while the others retained their names from a previous life. With shared companions, it seemed a multitude of common languages blossomed, allowing Jon to integrate more fully than before. For reasons unknown, White Spirit thrived under his care. Even Sansa found herself questioning Jon about why Ghost appeared particularly robust, consuming more than her direwolf lady, yet remained far more obedient. Jon smiled as he explained, I take Ghost for runs. After exercising, he becomes hungry and lacks the energy to cause mischief. Unfortunately, Sansa, you are also a lady and cannot run in such a manner. Sansa's cheeks flushed slightly, leaving her at a loss for words. Perhaps I could assist you in exercising, lady. It might prove beneficial, Jon suggested, to which Sansa readily agreed. That day, Jon took Lady for a run, adjusting his pace as her stamina was inferior to Ghost's, much to Ghost's dissatisfaction. To Sansa's delight, she soon noticed Lady becoming significantly more compliant and expressed her gratitude to Jon. Jon, how did you learn to care for a direwolf? Is it written in a book? Jon stifled a laugh at Sansa's naivete, maintaining a serious demeanor as he replied that it was indeed from a book. He would never divulge to Sansa that in a distant dimension, this was how they walked their dogs. After all, as a reborn individual with only a partial understanding of the plot, he was acutely aware that there existed a woman in this world capable of raising dragons. Caring for direwolves was but a trivial matter in comparison. From that point onward, Jon took both direwolves for walks for over half an hour each day, returning to Winterfell to drop Lady off with Sansa. This routine fostered a closer rapport between Sansa and Jon, though she still maintained a frosty demeanor in the presence of Catelyn. Jon was indifferent to Sansa's attitude. He recalled his arrival in the body of the small flayer, and Sansa's previous wariness and disdain. The current state of their relationship had certainly improved. However, this leisurely period of walking direwolves was short-lived. As the banners of House Baratheon and the stag flag arrived in a grand procession at Winterfell, the caravan stretched for miles, making a formidable spectacle. Chapter 8. Ned. You have grown plump. In simple terms, the weather that day was delightful, characterized by gentle winds and clear skies. Jon watched as the grand carriage door swung open, revealing a burly man of considerable girth. Although he was already aware that Robert Baratheon had indulged excessively since ascending the Iron Throne, seeing him in person evoked a near-blinding sensation for Jon. Goodness, how portly. Ned, we haven't seen each other in over a decade. His booming voice was as memorable as his physique. Yet, Ned Stark could not afford to adopt the same casual demeanor. Once a brother in arms, their current identities lay worlds apart. The balance had shifted dramatically. Indeed, it has been over 10 years since I last saw your grace, Ned replied with a smile, maintaining his respect. In truth, he was taken aback. Once a valiant warrior on the battlefield, resembling a celestial soldier, Robert Baratheon has now become rather portly, resembling a sphere. Were it not for his regal crown, one might hesitate to recognize him as Robert. Yet Robert, with a chuckle, clapped Ned on the shoulder, exclaiming, Ned, you've gained some weight. This created a rather awkward moment. A man who has plumped to such an extent was commenting on Ned's modest gain. After all, Ned Stark, as the foremost figure of the North, had few who dared to suggest he had grown stout. The air hung heavy with tension until a derisive snicker broke the silence. Robert led the laughter, embracing Ned warmly. Despite a separation of many years, the bonds of their friendship remained unyielding. With a creak, the carriage door swung open, the jarring sound interrupting this poignant reunion. A strikingly elegant blonde woman descended, her abundant curls cascading from her noble brow to her subtly disdainful lips, exuding an unmistakable air of superiority. Sharing the carriage with the king and behaving as though the world around her were inconsequential could only belong to Queen Cersei Lannister. Jon cast a glance her way. Indeed, she was renowned as the fairest in the Seven Kingdoms, possessing a beauty that, when compared to the famed northern beauty Catelyn Tully, afforded her ample grounds for pride. Cersei, with her sleeve covering her nose, stepped down from the carriage, her demeanor more akin to that of a queen presiding over a court than a mere royal consort. I find the northern air rather unwelcoming, she stated coolly, her gaze sweeping over the assembly with a challenging scrutiny. Only when the crowd averted their eyes in submission did she fully descend. Jon harbored little fondness for this haughty woman, aware of the faade that her marriage to the king had become, one that lacked even the semblance of harmony found in other disjointed unions. True to form, Robert rolled his eyes, remarking, I never insisted you accompany me. Before Cersei could voice her thoughts, Robert seized Ned's arm, saying, Come, let us see the sights. Jon was well aware of the destination they spoke of, the grave of Lyanna Stark, resting within the Stark family crypts, his mother. Cersei, too, understood. Frowning, she retorted, "After such a long journey, shouldn't we first allow everyone to rest? The dead can wait. They can wait, or they may rest. It matters not to me." "I have no intention of allowing this crowd to disturb her," Robert replied dismissively, turning with Ned to depart. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Catelyn, embodying a blend of respect and the authority of a hostess, invited Cersei to take her leave and rest. From that moment, Jon's gaze scarcely strayed from his siblings, particularly Bran. Cersei, perhaps intrigued, regarded Jon with a discerning glance. "So, this is the bastard of Winterfell?" she mused. It appeared that the Stark family indeed valued honor, allowing a bastard to grow inseparably alongside the legitimate children of Lady Stark. Quite a bold sentiment indeed. Catelyn was flawless, a quality that rendered her susceptible only to the sharpest of words. Sansa, blushing at the sight of the handsome Joffrey, found herself at a loss when Cersei suddenly lashed out. Arya, witnessing her mother's discomfort, was poised to speak, yet Jon restrained her. He wore a smile that, while seemingly respectful, carried an air of disdain and a hint of mockery, unsettling to behold. "Esteemed queen, the grace and compassion of Lady Stark are beyond your imagination. It is precisely for this reason that Lord Stark's deep affection for her is truly exceptional." What fueled Cersei's ire? It was merely her own unhappy marriage, juxtaposed against Catelyn's harmonious family life, replete with children and paternal affection, an unbearable truth for her. Anyone might resort to taunting him as a bastard, dismissing him as a mere coward. Confrontation is an art, though the former host lacked eloquence. In that moment, a certain world-weary bravado, akin to the essence of a skilled assassin, emanated from him. The outwardly respectful smile concealed a mixture of contempt, derision, and even sympathy, imbued with an enigmatic understanding of all things. Cersei, upon seeing that smile, lost interest. When a sword strikes soft cotton, no sense of accomplishment arises. She rolled her eyes and proceeded towards the castle. Joffrey cast a threatening glance at Jon before departing. However, after a few steps, he abruptly turned back, grinning maliciously, and silently mouthed the word bastard at Jon before striding away. Arya glared at Cersei and her entourage as they departed, muttering under her breath, "I do not like them." She turned, straining to look up at Jon. Sansa found herself in a quandary. Perhaps due to her upbringing, she had developed some fondness for Jon, beginning to regard him as a brother, albeit not as intimately as with Robb. Yet, Joffrey's rude behavior stirred in her a sense of injustice on Jon's behalf. Ultimately, however, she remained a naive girl harboring endless fantasies about princes, and thus chose to ignore Joffrey's lack of decorum. Catelyn cast a complex glance at Jon, silently communicating, "Do not presume that your defense of me warrants my gratitude." Jon smiled gently. "I never thought so. Growing up safely in Winterfell is, to me, a cherished fortune. You cannot fathom my gratitude." This was indeed true, while Catelyn's demeanor towards Jon was somewhat harsh. It was in stark contrast to the open-hearted and benevolent environment of House Stark. Within the Seven Kingdoms, few women could raise a bastard brought home by a man with such security. Catelyn paused, then turned to rejoin Cersei, aware that as the lady of the house, her absence could not be prolonged. The children, each with their own pursuits, dispersed rather than congregating. Jon pondered for a moment, recognizing that danger was unlikely at present. He chose not to follow anyone, but instead slipped away to the crypts. He yearned for the opportunity to meet his mother, for he had come to know everything. As a reincarnate, he possessed knowledge of his mother, Lyanna, from the moment of his birth. Though tinged with other memories, the bond of blood remained strong. Even if he had nearly forgotten her visage, a faint longing lingered within him. In a vague sense, he could even perceive a subtle affection from the soul of Ramsay Bolton for the mother who, in her final moments, still cared for her child. Alas, without the Stark surname, he was forever barred from entering this underground tomb. Chapter 9. The slumbering mother in the crypt. The crypts of Winterfell were damp and chilling, with the narrow passageways allowing footsteps to echo in multiple reverberations. Jon Snow endeavored to tread lightly, silencing his steps as he approached the two engaged in conversation. "Must you confine her here?" Robert's voice was choked with emotion, lowered in an attempt to mask the profound sorrow, yet his efforts proved futile. "She should be beneath a blue sky, amidst flowers and sunlight." Jon sensed the sound of Robert stifling a sob. Ned Stark pressed his lips together, his tone as somber and restrained as ever. "She bears the Stark name, and thus she belongs here. This is her rightful resting place." These words seemed to strike a nerve with Robert, igniting his fury. When was it that I should have been her rightful place? If not for Rhaegar Targaryen, You and I should be brothers-in-law by now." Jon was unaware of the depths of Robert's affection for his mother. Ned fell silent for a moment, and this silence only served to amplify Robert's rage as he vented, "I shall never forget those Targaryen bastards." Ned spoke softly. "The Targaryens have been extinguished. You personally ended their line." A flicker of hatred crossed Robert's voice. "Extinguished? There are still 2 stragglers." His teeth clenched as he vehemently expressed his enmity towards the Targaryens, explaining Ned's steadfast adherence to his identity. Jon's heart raced. He understood that Robert referred to Daenerys Targaryen, who was currently far away in Braavos. At this time, Daenerys was likely still an innocent girl, unaware that she would one day possess 3 dragons and rise from the flames, becoming the mother of dragons and a new legend of Westeros. Indeed, there are many suffixes to this tale, Jon mused, momentarily distracted, only to hear Robert continue. "Though you and I cannot be brothers-in-law, you have a daughter, and I have a son. Sansa, is it? She is a beauty." After speaking, he cast a wistful glance at Lyanna's statue, attempting to mask his overwhelming grief. He turned away, pulling Ned along as he said, "Ned, come to King's Landing and assist me. With Jon Arryn gone, you are the only one I can trust. You must stand by my side." Jon Snow's heart raced with anticipation. He came to summon Ned to serve as Hand of the King. Thus Ned would inevitably venture into the treacherous capital, where the schemes of the Lannisters and Peter Baelish would ensnare him, ultimately leading to his demise and the ruin of his reputation. Ned did not respond immediately. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, "The feast has commenced, and I have prepared an abundance of mead." The sound of their departing footsteps gradually faded. Jon Snow alone gracefully approached the statue of Lyanna, gazing at the somewhat indistinct figure. Compared to Lyanna's true beauty, the statue perhaps conveyed but a mere fraction of her essence. Yet it bore a resemblance in its contours. Based on his fading memories, it seemed to echo the visage of the woman who cherished him dearly. Jon exhaled softly in the crypt, his breath coalescing into a mist. "I know you are my mother. I am glad you are my mother." This proclamation was not only a reflection of the original host, but also a manifestation of Ramsay Bolton's lingering consciousness. Perhaps the atmosphere of Winterfell could indeed touch a soul. Ramsay was akin to a rebirth. Though he still resisted the amalgamation of souls, he was subtly accepting his new family. Even as a bastard, he rarely displayed emotion, striving to remain inconspicuous, until today when he confronted Cersei's provocations to defend Catelyn's honor, marking a rare exhibition of self. Perhaps, somewhere deep within, a tremor had begun to stir. Jon did not linger in the crypt for long. Upon returning to Winterfell, he found the inhabitants in a flurry of activity. As was his custom, he made his way to Sansa's chamber, intending to take her for a brief stroll, overhearing her playfully coaxing their mother, Catelyn. Joffrey was quite handsome, and Sansa appeared somewhat exhilarated. "If you go to King's Landing, you will be far from father, far from Winterfell," Catelyn cautioned, her tone laced with concern in light of the complexities of the capital. "Joffrey will protect me," Sansa replied with naive optimism, "just like a prince and a knight." Jon found himself at a loss for words. The extent of her innocence surpassed his own understanding. Yet, he could not fault her. Winterfell was indeed suffused with warmth. Catelyn, preoccupied with myriad concerns, lacked the time to dissuade her daughter. Weary, she departed, failing to notice Jon's presence nearby. Jon stepped aside and entered Sansa's room. "I plan to take Ghost for a walk. Would you care to join us?" Sansa nodded, perhaps because her earlier conversation with their mother had not been particularly pleasant. After a moment's hesitation, she rose and said, "Jon, I will accompany you." Jon was slightly taken aback, but nodded in agreement. The two walked leisurely along the outer walls of Winterfell. Jon occasionally encouraged Ghost and Lady to run alongside them. Their small size rendered them similar to mere puppies. "Jon, what do you think of Joffrey?" Sansa, filled with anticipation, inquired. But as the words escaped her lips, she recalled Joffrey's earlier cruel taunts directed at Jon, labeling him a bastard. She furrowed her brow and said, "I apologize. I should not have asked you that. It's quite all right. His words do not affect me." Jon replied with a subtle smile. "In times you were unaware, I have heard far more hurtful and demeaning titles." This was indeed true. In his previous life, the frail body of Lin Xue had been subject to many derogatory labels, such as sickly wretch, short-lived, and even effeminate. Ramsay, hailing from the dreadful Dreadfort, had similarly endured a litany of unkind names. In contrast, the term bastard seemed rather civilized and refined. Furthermore, his father was Rhaegar Targaryen, and his mother was Lyanna Stark. He was far from a mere bastard. Yet, there was little to discuss with Sansa. Jon Snow merely brushed over the topic, wearing an indifferent smile. Sansa gazed at Jon's face, which bore the weight of countless untold stories, revealing far more weariness than that of his peers. Jon, do you think I should go to King's Landing? She suddenly pondered, feeling that this half-brother might be quite trustworthy. However, Jon Snow chuckled softly, recognizing that women often speak with a duality of intention. When she posed a question, it was perhaps not a quest for an answer, but rather a desire for affirmation of her thoughts. What she sought was simply someone to stand by her side. Yet, if he truly supported her journey to King's Landing, it would effectively push their family into the fire. But Sansa was not a reborn soul. She would not have a future version of herself returning to caution her. Fool, do not go to King's Landing. After a moment's hesitation, Jon earnestly remarked, a beauty such as yourself should not be hidden away in the north. He did not overtly endorse Sansa's intentions, yet he did not dismiss her desires, complimenting her beauty in passing. Sansa felt a slight blush creep to her cheeks, unable to suppress a hint of prideful laughter. However, I believe that throughout the Seven Kingdoms, no man is worthy of my sister, not even Prince Joffrey, Jon Snow stated with utmost seriousness. Once Sansa recognized her own brilliance, perhaps the honor of House Stark would shield her from being easily deceived by Joffrey's noble lineage. Sansa chuckled softly. She is not your sister. You are not a Stark. At that moment, Catelyn abruptly appeared before them, her expression tinged with mild anger. Chapter 10. The dwarf and the bastard. Sansa rarely witnessed her mother in a state of fury, and it left her somewhat flustered. Catelyn turned to Sansa and said, you should return to your chamber. I have instructed Sister Modin to bring you a new gown. She praised your embroidery skills. As she concluded, her demeanor softened slightly. Yet she would not allow Sansa to hesitate, urging her to leave. Take your lady with you. Sansa glanced anxiously at Jon, but seeing his calm demeanor, she took the lady's hand and departed. Thus, only Catelyn and Jon Snow remained in the room. Was your mother similarly adept with sweet words, guiding people towards their downfall? Did it bring you joy? Catelyn's expression was laden with irony. Jon shook his head, pondering the terrifying nature of a woman's imagination. Yet, he felt compelled to explain. Based on his life experience, he understood that many catastrophic events often stem from mere misunderstandings, issues that could be clarified with a single sentence, but tragically escalate for various reasons. Such melodrama was best avoided. He bowed to Catelyn, saying, my lady, I am aware of your disdain for me. However, I do not consider myself a trueborn son of Lord Eddard Stark. I am merely a child who lost his mother at birth, fortunate enough to have been raised in Winterfell. I would gladly lay down my life to protect all that this place embodies. His words were sincere, yet they failed to touch Catelyn's heart. She regarded him with unabashed hatred. Jon sighed, expressing his reluctance for Sansa to leave Winterfell for a distant marriage in King's Landing. She is a Stark, yet her innocence and kindness leave her vulnerable. I can foresee how the so-called noble daughters will treat her. Sensing Catelyn's impending response, he continued, Sansa possesses a proud nature. If I were to obstruct her path entirely, she might struggle to trust my intentions. I merely wish for her to understand that she deserves better, rather than being deceived by Joffrey's outward charm and lineage. That boy lacks refinement and is utterly unworthy of her. Catelyn, seeing his fervent defense of Sansa, felt not gratitude but a more profound trepidation, inquiring, when did you become so invested in Sansa? Jon paused, taken aback by Catelyn's protective demeanor, wondering if she perceived him as a threat. After all, her fear of him stemmed from her disdain for herself. Nothing he did could appear good in her eyes. Perhaps explanations were always futile, which is why so many preferred to live with misunderstandings rather than clarify them. As Jon fell silent, Catelyn's anger flared. She glanced at the nearly prepared banquet hall and turned to him, stating, keep your distance from my children. Furthermore, you need not attend tonight's feast. It would be utterly disgraceful for a bastard to partake in the presence of the king and queen. With that, she turned away. Jon Snow stood alone, pondering the notion of disgrace. Was it he who was unworthy? A wave of resentment washed over him. Despite his internal struggle against such bitterness, he was acutely aware of the insidious evil and mockery that Ramsay Bolton epitomized, once again encircling him. This tormenting emotion, which had haunted him for over a decade, threatened to drag him into the depths of darkness. Did you see? You can never truly belong. What does it matter if you are Lyanna's child? No one knows. No one acknowledges it. A child without parents will forever remain a bastard. The evening banquet was lively, the halls of Winterfell illuminated as never before. Observing the bustling crowd, Jon let out a self-deprecating smile. He had thought he could blend in, but in truth, he was always an outsider. He had hoped to effect change. Yet he remained the illegitimate son, forever unworthy of the grand stage. Illegitimate children, are they truly so despised? Dear young bastard, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. A gentle footfall echoed behind, and Jon turned, finding no one in sight. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a man, barely reaching his thigh, looking up at him with a smile tinged with habitual resignation. He was a dwarf. Perhaps I am the only Lannister in the world who must be looked down upon. Yet, without uttering a word, Jon Snow, having traversed time and been reborn, recognized him as Tyrion Lannister. Indeed, many were familiar with his renowned name. In his previous life, Jon had harbored a fondness for this character, perhaps due to their shared resilience in the face of adversity and a mutual love for literature. He regarded Tyrion and inquired, "What advice do you have for me?" Tyrion, clutching a goblet, reeking of wine, splashed some onto the ground as he spoke. "Never forget who you are, for this world shall not forget you. Transform obstacles into opportunities, for only then shall you possess no vulnerabilities. Arm yourself with it, and no one can wield it against you." Jon felt a familiarity with these words. It was his admiration for Tyrion's wisdom and depth that had first drawn him to the character. He smiled and nodded, refraining from retorting with the original host's lines. "I am a bastard, and you are a little monster. I believe that in the eyes of their fathers, all dwarfs are no different from bastards." Tyrion paused in surprise, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I must have had too much to drink." His eyes were slightly reddened. The dwarf turned, his silhouette wavering as he declared, "I shall return to my chamber to rest. The girls of the north are far more spirited than those of the south. They require my attention." As Jon observed the forlorn figure retreating, he suddenly felt that, amidst the world's myriad sorrows, he was not entirely alone. Addressing Tyrion's departing form, he remarked, "Though you are a dwarf, your silhouette remains grand. The experience of traversing time is a delicate affair. What was once merely a spectator's view of another's joys and sorrows has now transformed into a reality where those around him have taken on flesh and blood." Jon could not help but voice a declaration, one that had nearly garnered excessive praise on a forum in his previous life. It was not mere excitement at meeting an idol, but a genuine resonance with Tyrion's solitude, so strikingly akin to his own that he yearned for a moment of camaraderie over a drink. Tyrion stiffened momentarily, then said nothing, continuing to distance himself. They were both solitary souls. Jon Snow concealed his loneliness in silence while Tyrion unleashed his through indulgence, yet fundamentally, they were alike in their solitude. At that moment, a man clad in a black cloak returned to Winterfell on horseback, remnants of snowflakes still clinging to him, having hastened back from the frigid realms, exuding an air of icy severity. Uncle Benjen. Jon recognized this chilling presence. He was among those who had shown him the most care, second only to Ned Stark. "Young man, you've grown." Benjen smiled, patting Jon Snow on the shoulder. "Why not come inside for a drink?" Jon Snow recalled Catelyn's gaze, laden with disdain. But he said little, merely smiling as he expressed his fondness for the refreshing outdoor air. Yet, Banyan perceived the turmoil within him and comfortingly patted his shoulder, suggesting he could join the Night's Watch, for they lacked promising candidates like him. "I wish to go, though I hope to delay it for a while," Jon replied, lowering his gaze. Before he donned the black garb and took his oath, he felt compelled to prevent the Stark family tragedy. Banyan, slightly puzzled, asked, "Are you afraid?" Jon shook his head, fabricating an excuse. "I simply find it hard to part from the children of Winterfell, who are of similar age." Yet, he declared, "I will still don the black. I do not require the Stark name to protect the North." Banyan regarded him with approval, affirming, "I knew I was right about you. Now, I must go find Ned." Jon nodded, suddenly struck by a thought, and stopped Banyan. "Uncle Banyan, when you see Lord Stark, could you persuade him not to go to King's Landing?" He felt insignificant in this matter, not being Ned's true son, and thus had little authority to voice such concerns. Banyan turned back in confusion. "This is a matter of great honor. Why do you harbor such a womanly sentiment?" "No. It is simply too perilous to go to King's Landing. I hope he will refrain from doing so." Banyan reconsidered, thinking that Jon feared that Catelyn would further complicate matters once Ned departed. "Regardless, you will inevitably join the Night's Watch. I will inform Ned of your wish. But believe me, when the king commands with a vast entourage to summon him to King's Landing, if his majesty speaks, he will go without question." Jon fell silent, watching as Banyan nonchalantly entered the hall, a barely audible sigh escaping his lips. He understood better than anyone that Robert's grand summons to the north carried an implicit pressure. If the king made such a spectacle to invite him, it would be inconceivable for Ned Stark to refuse the appointment. Chapter 11. Secrets in the Tower. The feast continued until nearly dawn. A slightly inebriated Ned Stark returned to his chamber, where Catelyn helped him remove his garments. The two, now accustomed to each other as an old married couple, embraced and settled into bed, though sleep eluded them. Catelyn gazed at Ned with a serious expression, asking, "Do you truly intend to go to King's Landing?" She sighed. Ned had not seen Jon that evening, but had heard from Banyan that Jon wished for him not to serve as Hand of the King. momentarily forgetting Catelyn's reservations. He noted that Sansa also desired to go to King's Landing, yet Banyan had told him that Jon too opposed her journey there. Upon hearing Jon's name, Catelyn clenched her jaw slightly, surprised that their thoughts aligned. Among their 5 children, there were no significant objections, only a hint of reluctance. Yet Catelyn's heart was tumultuous. She sensed that Ned's journey to the south was fraught with danger, yet she could not use her premonitions as a reason to keep him from going. To her astonishment, Jon Snow had also. She turned to retrieve Lysa's letter, having been preoccupied with trivial matters since that day, leaving her little opportunity to convey her thoughts to Ned directly. Recalling the contents of the letter, she became even more resolute in her decision to prevent Ned from going to King's Landing. Unable to suppress her inquiry, "Ned, must you truly go?" Ned Stark, feeling somewhat weary and with a hunt scheduled for the morrow, replied, "I would rather not, yet Robert requires my presence. I shall ponder it further." In truth, he had no desire to leave the familiar embrace of the North. However, Robert appeared to be in dire straits. Yet, the letter from Lysa mentioned that Jon Arryn had been murdered by the Lannisters. Ned Stark suddenly opened his eyes wide. Lysa, did she truly say that? Lysa, being the sister of Catelyn and the widow of the former Hand of the King, Jon Arryn, carried a certain credibility in her words. Nevertheless, Ned rose and read the letter repeatedly before casting both the parchment and the wax seal into the hearth. "Catelyn, if the contents of this letter hold truth, I must indeed go to King's Landing. Robert is isolated and in need of my support. Furthermore, I have a duty to uncover the truth behind Jon Arryn's demise." Responsibility and honor were the cornerstones of Ned Stark's convictions. Catelyn, in despair, nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that Ned would undoubtedly depart. Even in her dreams, a sigh escaped her lips. That night, it was not only he who sighed. Jon Snow, deep in contemplation, pondered how to preserve Bran's mobility on the morrow. The night sky of the north was a deep blue, akin to the coldest ice. His rebirth surely carried a unique purpose. Unlike those who possessed inherent advantages, no one had instructed him on the path to take. He could only act on instinct. Restlessly tossing and turning, he feigned illness the next day, abstaining from the hunt. Master Luwin regarded the spirited Snow with skepticism, aware that this bookish boy also relished horseback riding and archery, yet he refrained from questioning his absence from the hunt, simply conveying to Ned that Jon would not partake in the day's expedition. Ned recalled the young boy who, at such a tender age, understood the art of restraint, deliberately misdirecting his arrows, and thought it prudent that he did not attend, lest his brilliance be noticed by Robert. The hunting party set forth in grand fashion, and Jon did not bid them farewell, deftly avoiding all company as he made his way toward the towering structure. The watchtower, positioned by the city gate, held little value in this peaceful era, often left unattended. Bran found joy in climbing it, viewing the tower as his secret sanctuary. However, on this particular day, he witnessed something he should not have. At this moment, Winterfell felt almost deserted, with only the elderly, the weak, and women remaining, while the rest had gone to partake in the hunt. When Jon located Bran, he had already scaled the heights of the tower. Calling him down might unduly startle him. So Jon, without hesitation, followed him up. As he carefully ascended, he kept a watchful eye on Bran's movements. Suddenly, Jon Snow's pupils contracted as Bran appeared to have seen something, attempting to crawl out, only to be dragged back through the tower's window by an unseen force. It was Jaime Lannister. They had discovered him. Jon hastened his ascent, climbing 2 steps higher, drawing closer to Bran. Yet, Bran was still pushed out. Jon Snow's hand reached out in a desperate attempt to grasp Bran, but as he was thrust outward, he was not pressed against the wall and could not reach him. Drawing upon an unknown wellspring of strength and courage, Jon gritted his teeth and leapt down. He had not climbed as high as Bran, but he hoped that perhaps he could cushion Bran's fall. He enveloped the frail Bran in his arms, rolling upon landing to soften the impact. However, he still heard a crack. Bran lay unconscious in his embrace. In a moment of panic, Jon soon realized that Bran was uninjured. Perhaps the cushioning effect of Jon's embrace and the soft landing had spared him from serious harm. Yet, it seemed that Jon Snow had dislocated his elbow. He furrowed his brow slightly. Once dislocated, it was all too easy for it to slip out again. Nevertheless, it was a far better fate than Bran's potential paralysis. Jon sat up, a sharp pain radiating through his arm. His left hand seemed to have suffered a minor fracture. Yet, in comparison to Bran's lifelong disability, it was nothing short of a miracle. Bran. He attempted to softly rouse Bran. Bran awakened in Jon's arms. Jon, he blinked, suddenly realizing something. More astonishing than the near-fatal incident he had just experienced was the fact that Jon had saved him. You saved me. Shoo. Jon made a gesture for silence. Bran, listen to me. You did not hear anything. You did not see anything. You slipped and nearly fell from the tower. Do you remember? Bran, still shaken, nodded vacantly. Now, go find Maester Luwin and have him check if you've sustained any injuries. Then, shoo, get someone to assist me. I may have broken my arm. Bran, like a startled bird, replied, I will go find Maester Luwin immediately. Wait here for me. He cast a fearful glance at the towering structure and anxiously looked to his half-brother. Jon, are you safe alone? For now, I am safe. But if too much time passes, my arm may become useless. I am counting on you. I promise, I will remain safe here. It's a promise. Bran turned and sprinted towards the castle. Watching his eager, youthful figure rush back, Jon's face softened with a gentle, fond smile. He gazed up at the tower, and that smile became somewhat colder. Chapter 12. The rainy season of Castamere. Jaime and Cersei heard the sound of a heavy object striking the ground. They did not dare to peek outside, fearful that someone might see them. Jaime, what shall we do? Cersei asked, still trembling with fright. Jaime closed his eyes, suppressing the seemingly indifferent smile that adorned his face. After a moment of contemplation, he reopened his eyes, clarity shining within them as he spoke. We are prepared to depart. The fate of that child is now in the hands of the seven gods. Cersei grasped Jaime's arm firmly, exclaiming, No, he must die. A glint of fierce determination flickered in her gaze. As the two descended the tower, a soft melody began to drift through the air. Unlike the voices of the wandering minstrels, this young man's voice carried an indescribable melancholy, lacking in flamboyant technique. Yet gently singing the renowned ballad of the Seven Kingdoms, the Reign of Castamere. Jaime and Cersei exchanged a glance, gradually taking a step downwards. A youth clad in black, with a mass of thick black curls, leaned against the wall, observing them with a bemused expression. Cersei recognized him, her lips curling into a haughty smile. The bastard son of Stark possessed a fine voice. Should he ever be cast out of Winterfell, he could indeed take up the life of a bard. Yet, in this particular moment, what purpose did his song serve? Jaime remained silent, merely frowning at the young man. Jon Snow stood at the base of the tower, wearing an air of calm detachment. As lowly as I am, I should not intrude upon your affairs. However, I witnessed someone push my brother Bran from the tower. An act that resembles murder. I wonder if anyone else remains atop the tower? Having partaken of bread and salt as a guest in Winterfell, yet harming its future lord, is something that the old and new gods cannot abide. Debts must be repaid, not just by the Lannisters. I must remain here and await the true culprit's revelation. The expressions of the twins shifted slightly. Most had gone hunting, leaving only a handful behind. Jon was well acquainted with the intricacies of Winterfell and its truths. How could he feign ignorance? Yet, sometimes, the abundance of words leaves no room for discretion. One of his arms was broken, making standing a struggle. Yet Jon bore the pain with an air of unruffled ease, casting a pointed glance at Cersei's somewhat disheveled attire. Cersei frowned. To her, anything not associated with the Lannister name belonged to the common folk. Yet this particular commoner seemed somewhat troublesome. Jon. The voices of the crowd grew nearer, soon encircling the tower. Jaime and Cersei exchanged another glance. Setting aside other concerns, the exposure of their clandestine affair was the gravest issue at hand. Jaime drew his sword. Stand aside. Jon smiled. I admire your courage in risking your life for your beloved, yet I would advise you to return to the tower and keep your silence, rather than emerge now and invite suspicion. The clamoring grew louder as the crowd approached. Jon turned away. I only seek a favor from you both. If the Lannisters truly believe in debts, I assure you that everything that transpires beneath this tower today will remain a secret. Why should I trust you? Cersei frowned, displeased by the threat. What if you choose to speak of this later? Jon did not turn around. Instead, he spoke with a notable lightness, saying, If I wished to witness your farce, it would not merely be Bran appearing outside the tower today. I might even summon the cook and the butcher to join me in this spectacle. After uttering these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Cersei, for she was, after all, the most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms, was she not? Cersei's eyes narrowed for a long moment, yet she retreated into the tower with Jaime, seeking refuge. Jon was aware that she might harbor murderous intent, but he remained indifferent, lazily reclining on the grass. At that moment, a sudden and intense pain pierced his mind, and before he could contemplate what was transpiring, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Before long, a throng gathered around him, including Catelyn. Her steps were hurried, and upon seeing Jon lying unconscious on the grass, she momentarily lost her composure. The boy, approaching adulthood, bore an increasing resemblance to his father, Ned. Save for his dark hair, did his visage derive from his mother? Was his selfless bravery in rescuing Bran inherited from that woman he had never met? Bran rushed forward. anxiously glancing at the learned Maester Luwin beside him. Is Jon all right? He was just awake. Maester Luwin's countenance was grave. He had sustained some fractures, likely causing his fainting spell due to excruciating pain. I shall assist him back to rest, examine for any injuries, and prepare some poppy milk. Catelyn observed as the crowd hastily carried the unconscious Snow away, a tumult of emotions swirling within her, unclear and profound. Send someone to the hunting grounds to inform Lord Stark. After issuing her command, she turned her attention to her youngest son, Bran. I have warned you many times. Why? A flicker of guilt and hesitation crossed Bran's eyes, yet he ultimately recalled Jon's admonition and said nothing. He stepped forward and embraced Catelyn. Mother, I am truly sorry. He looked up, worry etching his features. Will Jon die? The innocence of youth shone through. Catelyn's heart softened. She retracted her harsh words and merely sighed. I do not believe he will die. I am only uncertain about the fate of his arm. The thought of Jon's arm caused her to sigh once more. What if he can never wield a bow again? Catelyn scrutinized her own heart with disdain, secretly relieved that it was not her son who had been injured. Yet, a sense of guilt began to burgeon within her. She had never treated Jon Snow kindly, yet he had saved Bran. The image of the boy, speaking with utmost sincerity of his willingness to lay down his life to protect all that was here, became vividly clear. An indescribable anguish gripped her heart. I shall check the kitchen for some beef broth. You, stay in your room and do not wander without my permission. Next time, Bran, you will find yourself in serious trouble. You are grounded, do you understand? Grounded. With a weary and disoriented demeanor, she made her way toward the kitchen. Behind her, Jaime and Cersei emerged from the shadows, revealing themselves. We ought to eliminate them. Cersei's gaze was imbued with a venomous ferocity that unsettled me. The boy had seen us. Jaime stared into the encroaching twilight, his eyes clouded with a hint of bewilderment. After the title of Kingslayer, shall we now append child murderer to his name? I pondered which of these monikers would provoke our father more. Cersei, if that child were capable of speech, he would have spoken by now. Cersei cast a resentful glance at Jaime. He would be a calamity. How could you not comprehend this? Must you show weakness at this juncture? Jaime's response was one of silence. Chapter 13. The fate of replacement. Jon experienced an extended reverie. Rather than a singular dream, it was a tapestry of chaotic images woven together. The White Walkers traversed the glaciers, the barren lands roared. Wildfires consumed the countryside, a savage inferno. The leaves of the heart tree shimmered with sorrow. The dragon's roars echoed with lamentation. Blood and tears soared upon the crumbling great wall. Valyrian steel glinted with a chilling brilliance. The red-robed priestess, strikingly beautiful, proclaimed that the long night was fraught with peril. On the Iron Throne, Ares was in a frenzy, urging them to burn completely. The blue sky was tainted with the hues of blood and flame. This world was gradually succumbing to destruction and collapse. At the world's end, an elderly man, his face a canvas of wrinkles, emerged from a tree hollow, opening his eyes. He gazed at Jon, a flicker of clarity piercing through his dim vision. You did not come, yet you arrived. His body leaned forward, entwined with vines, prompting Jon to instinctively step back. Yet the old man, with surprising swiftness, reached out, grasping Jon's arm. From this moment forth, you shall know all. Jon looked down at his arm, ensnared by the old man's grip. The dead tree's vines penetrated his flesh, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Jon jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, surveying his surroundings. It was a familiar chamber in Winterfell. Maester Luwin held the cloth that had fallen from Jon's forehead, gently touching it. The fever has receded. I shall inform the lord and lady. The elderly Maester Luwin rose with a distinctive calmness, making his way to the door. Wait, Maester Luwin, Jon interjected. How long have I been asleep? The Maester nodded. You have been unconscious for over 10 days, plagued by a relentless fever. Jon was momentarily taken aback. Over 10 days? Realizing that his prolonged slumber may have endangered Bran, his expression hardened once more. Bran, how is he? Maester Luwin hesitated. He is well, uninjured. You have just awakened. Focus on your own health first. I shall return shortly. With that, he exited, the soft rustle of his necklace accompanying him. Jon leaned against the wall, suddenly aware that something was amiss. He pulled back the covers, discovering his left hand limp and powerless at his side. Tearing open his sleeve, the pale skin revealed mottled scars that resembled the intricate veins of branches. Surging towards his heart, Jon Snow shivered slightly, recalling the tactile sensation of being grasped by the three-eyed raven in his dreams, that agonizing pain of severed sinews and flesh. Drawing a sharp breath, Jon expended considerable effort to accept this grim reality. His left hand was rendered useless. He did not respond with dramatic outbursts. Instead, he closed his eyes, repeatedly confirming whether there was any hope for his left hand to regain its former state. A throbbing pain coursed through his mind as he heard a knock at the door. Just as he replied with an invitation to enter, he heard the overlapping voices of Catelyn and himself. "Come in." The wooden door creaked open and closed, while Maester Luwin's voice resonated with a subdued note of relief. "My lord, my lady, he has awakened." Eddard Stark hurriedly donned his garments, the rustling of fabric accompanying his swift rise as he inquired, "How is he?" Clearly already dressed. He added, "I shall go and see him with you." Maester Luwin's voice dropped to a whisper, as if he feared revealing that Jon's hand was beyond hope. He hesitated, perhaps weighing his words or casting a furtive glance at Catelyn, before looking down and softly stating, he first inquired about Bran's condition upon waking. The air felt stifling, as if it bore down heavily upon them. Catelyn felt as though a knife had been thrust into her heart, or a resounding slap had struck her face. She remained frozen in place. Eddard inhaled deeply. "I will go see him." "Wait," Catelyn urged, quickening her pace, her tone unusually somber. "Ned, I shall accompany you." The door swung open and shut once more. Jon Snow gazed at his arm, bewildered by a tumult of shock and regret. Though he cherished Bran dearly, he had not anticipated that, in his efforts to save him, he would sacrifice an arm. It seemed that the fate that was meant for Bran had inexplicably shifted onto his own shoulders. He felt as though he had inherited the abilities of the three-eyed raven. Yet, he remained oblivious to how to distinguish reality from vision, unable to perceive everything clearly. Moreover, he had not transformed into the emotionless being that Bran had become after leaving the cave. He felt anger, sorrow, and regret for the loss of his left arm. Yet, he held no remorse. "Jon, my lord and lady have come to see you," Maester Luwin's voice called from outside the door. This time, there were indeed visitors waiting beyond. Jon, in a daze, murmured, "Come in." As Eddard Stark entered, he beheld Jon's scarred arm, and a sense of heaviness settled in his chest. On Jon's face, which bore a faint resemblance to Lyanna's, lay an expression of quiet bewilderment and sorrow. Perhaps it was the long suppression of being a bastard in Winterfell. But he did not weep or exhibit significant emotional turmoil. Gods above, if Lyanna were to see her son in such a state, could she bear to lower her gaze? "How do you feel?" Suppressing the lump in her throat, Catelyn steeled herself to gaze upon the youth before her. Jon Snow offered a faint smile, lifting his left hand, his lower arm swinging limply, appearing somewhat misshapen. "It's quite soft," he remarked. A pang of emotion struck Catelyn's heart. Perhaps, without him, it would have been Bran facing this dire predicament. Ned furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease at Jon's excessive calmness and humor. He turned to Maester Luwin, inquiring, "His arm, it can be healed in King's Landing, can it not?" Maester Luwin appeared uncertain, yet upon observing Jon's countenance, he nodded. The wonders of King's Landing surely surpassed those of the north, and perhaps someone could mend Jon's arm. Ned spoke with an authoritative tone, "We depart in 3 days. And you shall accompany us." Jon nodded, about to speak, yet suddenly found his mind blank. It felt as if his throat were constricted, drowning him in a sense of suffocation. However, this sensation was fleeting, and he soon regained his composure, glancing at Ned. "May I speak with the lady for a moment?" Ned, taken aback, quickly nodded and turned to Catelyn, noticing that she too seemed inclined to converse with Jon. Thus he departed with Maester Luwin. Catelyn settled by Snow's bedside. Her words caught in her throat. Gratitude lingered on her lips, yet remained unspoken. Ultimately, out of pride, she chose silence, pursing her lips. Jon offered a gentle smile. "Lady, is Bran faring better?" Catelyn nodded, then looked at Jon, her gratitude still unvoiced. Jon chuckled softly. "No, you need not thank me. To me, Bran is family." Observing a subtle shift in Catelyn's expression, he realized she might misinterpret his words. Perhaps from the moment he had saved Bran, many things had transformed. Since events had strayed from their intended path, he might as well instigate further change. "Do not misunderstand," he said, leaning closer to Catelyn. "I have known for quite some time that I am not the true-born son of Lord Eddard, but my mother hails from Winterfell." Catelyn was taken aback, turning to look at Snow. A glimmer of cunning flickered in the youth's eyes, momentarily bright before settling into a calm demeanor. "I am aware of much. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. However, to this day, I wish for you to be unburdened by an imagined betrayal, and I only hope, dear lady, that you can keep this to yourself." Pausing, Jon continued, the corners of his mouth curving into a melancholic smile. "Perhaps I may dare to call you aunt." Chapter 14. South to King's Landing. The northern winds howled as the banners of the stag and the lion intertwined, filling Catelyn's vision with gold and crimson. She bid farewell to Ned and their 2 daughters. Of course, heartfelt words had been exchanged the night before their departure. She casually reminded her daughters to heed Ned's counsel and then turned to Jon, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Evidently, in an intricate manner. Ned remains oblivious to the fact that she is aware of Jon Snow's lineage, and even less so to the knowledge that Jon himself knows of his heritage. 17 years prior, he had returned from battle alongside the king, bringing back a child of similar age to Robb, a matter that has long lingered as an insurmountable anguish within my heart. Catelyn grasped Jon's hand, expressing, "I have been unjustly critical of you, often forgetting that you are merely a motherless child." Her tone was profoundly moving, hinting at the possibility of unraveling long-held grievances. Jon offered a faint smile, asserting, "My lady, even if granted a second chance, I would still save Bran." Given the multitude of onlookers, he refrained from using that particular address. Catelyn gazed at the youth before her, her hands trembling slightly beneath her sleeves. He ought to have addressed her as aunt. "If there is anything I can do for you, please let me know," she urged, clenching her teeth to suppress her choking emotion. "Indeed, there is something of great importance." Jon glanced toward the distant imp, meeting his gaze and nodding in acknowledgement. "If someone attempts to assassinate Bran, please do not place your trust in Peter Baelish, including your sister, Lady Lisa." Jon fixed a steady gaze upon Catelyn before turning to mount his horse. Despite his left hand being impaired, Robert had instructed that Jon could ride in the carriage as a sign of respect for Ned, yet he declined, stating, "If I were to sit in the carriage with the ladies, they would feel just as uncomfortable as I would." He skillfully mounted his steed, his right hand grasping the reins. In the distance, Robert regarded Jon Snow with a hint of amusement, half teasing, half serious. He remarked to Ned, "Are all Stark children imbued with such stubbornness?" Ned observed as Cersei shared a glance with Jaime before boarding the carriage. Thus, with each individual harboring their own thoughts, the grand procession, as imposing as their arrival, set forth toward King's Landing. The journey to King's Landing was lengthy. Upon departing the north, the wintry essence vanished completely, replaced by lush greenery and blooming flowers, creating an illusion of an unending summer. Only Jon occasionally cast his gaze toward the azure sky, lost in contemplation. For his eyes could foresee the desolation that winter would bring, when the landscape would cease to teem with life. Regrettably, he could perceive only a fraction of the impending reality, unable to grasp the entirety. He endeavored to remain at the rear of the group, avoiding attention, yet would occasionally assist Arya with her swordsmanship during brief respites. His unconsciousness had precluded him from crafting a sewing needle for her, a missed opportunity that felt akin to severing a vital connection. Jon resolved to create that needle for her upon their arrival in King's Landing. Logically, he should have gone unnoticed, yet Robert exhibited a keen interest in him, occasionally bringing him up in conversation. Had it not been for Jon's injury affecting his mobility, Robert might have insisted he come forth and demonstrate his abilities for him. Jon was acutely aware that the whispers surrounding him stemmed not from his own identity, but rather from the legacy of his esteemed comrade, the honor-bound Eddard Stark. The notion of a bastard born to a fleeting romance was rife with implications. Yet, by the gods, if one were to scrutinize him closely, the resemblance in his eyes to Lyanna's was unmistakable. Prolonged gazes might betray deeper truths. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous, Jon could not escape the unwarranted provocations of Joffrey. After setting up camp that day, Jon felt a twinge of pain from his wounds. Fortunately, his extensive reading in youth had acquainted him with a variety of common herbs and their properties. Along the way, he had requested someone to gather a few medicinal plants, which he had ground into a paste stored in a small vial to treat the inflammation. In this world, medicine was not yet precise. Pain relief often came from the opiate of poppy milk, a notion that left him exasperated. If only he could visit the Citadel to learn more. He ruminated on this until a servant arrived with wine and honey-glazed chicken, prompting him to realize the unusual stillness that day. Arya had not sought him out. He glanced around and inquired if anyone had seen the Stark girls. The servant, looking puzzled, responded, "Do you mean Lady Sansa? The prince just invited her for a stroll after lunch. As for the younger lady, it seems she has gone to the river with the butcher's son. Where are you headed?" Without waiting for the servant to finish, Jon sprang to his feet and made his way to the riverbank. Curse it, he had completely forgotten. Arya had always been captivated by swordplay, and his guidance had likely only fueled her enthusiasm. If Joffrey happened upon her frolicking with the butcher's boy, the consequences would be dire. Ultimately, it would lead to Nymeria biting Joffrey, and Cersei would insist that Eddard execute the dire wolf. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the river, he soon heard the unmistakable sounds of wooden swords clashing. Before he could approach, Joffrey's near-hysterical shouts reached his ears. That little wretch. Hearing that Arya and Sansa were unharmed calmed Jon's heart slightly. Since his arrival in this world, it seemed that certain details deviated from the narratives he had known, and he feared Joffrey's peculiar pride might endanger his two sisters. "You're attempting murder." Joffrey's voice carried a faint tremor of tears. Were the situation not so grave, Jon might have found it amusing. In fact, he couldn't suppress a laugh. "Oh, how you truly are the most powerful, invincible, and handsome prince of the Seven Kingdoms, Joffrey. As a bastard, I am nearly in awe," Jon declared as he stepped out from the shadows beneath the trees. "Jon," Arya exclaimed, rushing towards him, visibly vexed. "I was merely practicing swordplay with Mikey." He came charging out of nowhere. Following Arya's gaze, Jon spotted a pudgy boy standing there, utterly bewildered. Jon cast a glance at the boy, then commanded Arya and Sansa, "You both return." He looked down at Joffrey, his eyes glimmering with a faint hint of murderous intent. Sansa, feeling uneasy, turned back multiple times as she left. Jon reiterated, "Go and find a few doctors for your prince." Sansa wiped away her tears and turned to depart. Jon picked up the sword that lay on the ground, an admirable blade. Though not forged from Valyrian steel, it nonetheless represented the pinnacle of smithing craftsmanship. He pointed the sword's tip at Joffrey, the valiant prince, and asked, "Have you ever tasted death?" Jon's gaze was frigid and devoid of warmth, while Joffrey stared, dumbfounded, at the lowly bastard before him, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic. "You cannot kill me. You cannot." Those dark eyes held no glimmer, as profound as the eternal night. Chapter 15. The Eye of Lyanna. Have you heard the tale of the horror castle? Jon sheathed Joffrey's sword, embedding it in the earth nearby. He then removed his right glove with his lips as he approached Joffrey, retrieving a small vial from his belt. "The Boltons, at your age, could already skin a man alive, as flawlessly as shedding a serpent's skin." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if recalling a thought. Joffrey trembled slightly, unsure if it was from fear or the dark green liquid slowly seeping over his mottled wounds. "You poison me?" His voice quivered. Jon let out a soft scoff. "Perhaps. After all, I am a bastard, while you possess the lofty blood of the Seven Kingdoms. I might harbor jealousy, wishing you a death without a full corpse." He glanced at Joffrey, noting that apart from his handsome exterior, the golden-haired youth had little else to offer. "If your father knew you were bested by a girl 2 years your junior, he would surely be disappointed in you, his son. The blood of Robert Baratheon, unable to conquer a mere child." Upon hearing this, Joffrey's face paled, and his expression darkened further as he emphasized, "That little girl has a cursed direwolf." Jon, hearing the approach of riders behind him, leaned closer to Joffrey and whispered, "If you trouble my sisters over this matter, I assure you, you will witness the most exquisite dissection across the Seven Kingdoms, unmatched even by the Boltons. Trust me, it will not be a pleasant experience." With that, he straightened and stepped back, delicately lifting a patch of grass with Joffrey's sword. His movements were light and graceful, yet Joffrey felt a chill of terror. That thin patch of grass resembled a bloodied piece of human skin. Though a bastard with a crippled hand, Joffrey could not shake the feeling of dread. Jon looked at the golden-haired youth before him, whose handsome visage belied a cowardly heart, and could not suppress a smirk. After all, he was merely a blustering fool. A throng of individuals hastened to the scene, only to behold Jon Snow playing with mud. Oh no, rather, with the turf upon the grassy expanse. Cersei hurried forth, calling out affectionately, "Joffrey." Upon noticing the bloodied hands of her son, smeared with a viscous, dark green liquid, her brow furrowed in concern. "Are you attempting to poison my son?" She turned to Robert, her gaze icy and venomous, as if laced with poison. "They are humiliating and harming your son." Having spoken, she scanned the surroundings. "Where is the maester? I distinctly recall there being a maester present." Had Jon Snow been unaware of the prophecy from her youth, he might have deemed this somewhat hysterical woman to be mad, for the weariness in Robert's eyes was unmistakable. He likely perceived Cersei's behavior as deranged. Yet, out of respect for a mother, Jon refrained from remaining silent. He cleared his throat gently. "Your Grace, rest assured. The noble prince shall not be wrapped in golden shrouds today. It is merely a concoction of windward and mint, effective for pain relief, detoxification, and inflammation prevention." Cersei, as if struck by lightning, cast a look of evident astonishment at Jon Snow. "You? Oh, I also added some borage. The prince is in need of it." Jon smiled, bowing slightly as he took 2 steps back. The language of borage flowers signifies courage. Although it served as a pain-relieving herb, it was clear that Jon harbored a deeper significance. Cersei, fully aware of Jon's sarcasm, glared at him with resentment, cautioning, if anything were to befall young Joffrey, do not expect to escape unscathed. A flicker of malice crossed Robert's eyes as he regarded Jon, standing by the banks of the Trident. The maester arrived in haste. kneeling respectfully beside Joffrey. His name was Eilis, lacking a chain, merely a squire of the citadel. Rather than a true maester, he resembled more of a high-ranking attendant. Eilis appeared somewhat bashful, bowing his head as he meticulously examined Joffrey's wound, then rising to deeply bow before Robert and Cersei. Your Majesties, I fear there exists no better method within the Seven Kingdoms to tend to the prince's injury than what we have now, Eilis stated with reverence. The assembly looked at Jon with a mixture of astonishment. Ned, too, was taken aback. He knew Jon had a penchant for reading, yet had no inkling of his medical knowledge. Jon had never mentioned a word of healing arts during their time in Winterfell. However, recalling the youth who practiced with 5 arrows nightly at the range, deliberately shooting wide during the day, Ned found some solace. Yet, as he thought of Jon's arm, guilt washed over him once more. After years of close companionship, Ned was surprised, while others were even more astonished. How could a bastard be so remarkable? Cersei was the sole individual present who did not expend excessive energy on this bastard. She assisted Joffrey in rising, declaring, "What of it? Had that beast not harmed young Joffrey, he would not be injured at all. Why is it that no one dares to harm the beasts? Yet they target the noble and valiant prince?" Jon Snow scoffed lightly, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Joffrey. The latter, irked, waved Sansa away, declaring the matter settled and forbidding any further mention of the 2 wolves. He wished never to see them again. Cersei felt a pang of sorrow mixed with astonishment at her vengeful son's sudden change of heart. "Will the prince's hand bear scars?" she inquired, addressing him by name, as she felt no need to extend undue respect to one who had not earned the title of scholar. Her eyes lingered on the deep wound Joffrey bore, a surge of hatred swelling within her. If it were any deeper, she mused, his hand might well be lost, and she would ensure that the lowly northerners paid dearly for it. "I believe it will leave a scar," he hesitantly nodded in response. "Once the wound has scabbed, applying aloe and cactus sap daily, followed by soaking it in a mixture of rose and lavender with milk, should prevent the scar from being too pronounced," Jon added, his words laced with meaning, suggesting that a boy's scar was of little consequence, especially one of royal blood. Cersei regarded Jon with a penetrating gaze, filled with trepidation, confusion, fear, anger, and hatred. "Enough. It was merely a childish scuffle. Ned, those 2 wolves must be returned to Winterfell or caged." Robert's eyes widened in a fierce glare, signaling an end to the discussion, seemingly dismissive of Cersei's relentless pressure as his attention shifted elsewhere. "You, Jon Snow? Is that your name?" Robert inquired, his substantial belly protruding as he squinted toward Jon, who stood by the riverbank, exuding a hint of noble demeanor. "Come here." Upon hearing this, Jon approached quietly. The gentle breeze by the river contrasted sharply with Robert's tone, which was laced with a sense of foreboding. "You do not strike me as a bastard," he remarked, locking his gaze onto Jon's, as if peering into the depths of his soul. It was only upon a closer inspection of the youth before him that he noticed the strikingly beautiful, deep black eyes reminiscent of Lyanna's. Chapter 16, Arriving in King's Landing, a turbulent undercurrent. For those reading on mobile, please turn the page to find the division line. Ahem, due to my loquacious nature, I must apologize as this chapter exceeds the 500-word limit, but having seen numerous comments, I felt compelled to respond. Thus, I have included my thoughts within the text. Although the chapter now contains 2,400 words, which may appear as a lengthy chapter, I extend my apologies to all. To my fellow reader, Smuvula, I did not intend to unjustly malign Catelyn. The characters in the book and the series do exhibit certain differences. My reading is somewhat limited compared to my viewing of the series, where Cat has expressed to the young nurse, "All these dreadful events have befallen my family because I cannot love a child without a mother." She herself recognized the error in her attitude towards Jon, and indeed, in the first season, she did not allow Jon to attend the banquet due to his status as a bastard. Her reluctance to acknowledge him as a Stark stems from her unwillingness to confront the truth of his being Ned's illegitimate child. As a wife and mother, she did not mistreat Jon, allowing him to grow up unharmed under her watchful eye was already a noble act. In contrast, the domestic dramas often indulge in absurd plots of poisoning and unjust accusations. However, she is not a saint. When Jon first appeared, the direwolf aunt cast a disapproving glare at him. If this still leaves you unconvinced, I can only say that literature often inspires diverse interpretations, and I hope we can find common ground amidst our differences. I strive to enhance my writing prowess, and I am grateful to the first filial son, Alsace, for the support. Although this book may not match the works of many esteemed authors on Chitian, I assure you that every recommendation from fellow readers fuels my resolve to complete this tale, and there will undoubtedly be explosive updates in the future. A diligent worker's promise. Now, to the main text. Robb silently locked eyes with Jon Snow, his increasingly corpulent visage failing to conceal the glimmer of authority that shone within the eyes of a king. Your eyes. Robb's voice carried a hint of suspicion. A chill ran through Jon's heart, and he bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I grew up in Winterfell. Lord Stark instilled in me the values of dignity and honor. Being a bastard is not a fault. God knows he appeared calm, yet his heart raced, reaching at least 130 beats per minute. He was wholly focused on drawing attention and animosity towards himself, momentarily forgetting Robb's lingering thoughts of his mother. What if he noticed something? A profound silence enveloped them, broken only by the gentle flow of the waters along the banks of the Trident. Suddenly, Robb burst into laughter. The banks of the Trident. I still remember the day I struck down Rhaegar Targaryen nearby. His repugnant silver hair was drenched in blood and flesh, and half of his charming face was gone. That was the most exhilarating moment of my life. Since learning that his father was Rhaegar Targaryen, this was the first time someone had directly mentioned him, and it was to recite the gruesome details of his demise. Jon's hand twitched, struggling against a tide of fury as he maintained his composure, refraining from clenching his fists or striking the rotund Robb before him. Instead, he managed to smile and bowed slightly. Your bravery is unmatched in the Seven Kingdoms. Had he shown agitation or anger, Robb might have contemplated more than just his own safety. He could not disregard the well-being of Ned Stark and his two sisters. Even after uttering that insincere remark, he gritted his teeth until they ached. The thought of his father, slain by the very man before him, consumed Jon with a wave of sorrow and rage. This was the world in which he existed, one where life and death hung precariously in the balance. Robb stared at Jon for a moment, then glanced back at Joffrey before turning to Ned and saying, "You are far more adept at teaching your son than I." With that, he bowed his head and strode off, commanding as he departed, "For the love of the Seven, that lad from the north has a knack for flattery. I want him to serve as my cupbearer. You can sing, can't you, young Snow of the North?" This was not a question. Before the last syllable escaped his lips, he had already moved away. As the crowd began to disperse, only Ned remained, fixated on Jon. Once the others had left, he approached, reproachfully asking, "How many secrets do you still harbor, child? You have never stood out so conspicuously in Winterfell. Robert has taken notice of you. This may not bode well." Jon met Ned's gaze. "I did not intend to conceal anything. In Winterfell, everything is overseen by Maester Luwin, leaving no need for my display." He glanced at the Trident River, sighed softly. "We should take our leave, my lord." After a brief scare, the party resumed their journey southward. Joffrey settled into the carriage, occasionally peering through the window to gloat at Jon, who rode single-handedly on horseback, casting a proud glance at the cage behind him. Arya and Sansa had reluctantly confined Nymeria and Lady Within, and even Jon's ghost could not escape such a fate. However, this outcome was far more favorable than execution. Along the way, YS asked Jon for guidance on the identification and use of herbs. Jon generously shared his knowledge in great detail. Observing YS diligently taking notes and engrossed in his reading, Jon was reminded of another, a tall, portly figure, somewhat timid yet the most trustworthy of friends, Samwell Tarly. He wondered if Sam had reached the wall yet, and if Ser Alliser would trouble him. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to cease worrying about others. Even his own fate seemed precarious under the scrutiny of Robert's gaze. As they continued southward, the heat intensified, just as Jon felt his arm nearing its limit. The company grandly returned to King's Landing. "Your Majesty, you have returned," announced Grand Maester Pycelle, adorned with a lengthy chain symbolizing his esteemed academic tenure, as he awaited the king at the city gates. In contrast to Maester Luwin's calm demeanor, who occasionally engaged in wise discourse with Ned Stark, Pycelle exuded the air of an old servant, lacking the pretentious airs of a scholar. Robert, unappreciative of such servility, dismounted before the entourage could settle. Henceforth, Ned would manage affairs as hand of the king. "Now, I require a few warm pies." Upon ascending the steps, he seemed to recall something. Stopping abruptly to turn and address Jon Snow, "Pycelle, you, show that lad his arm." Cersei frowned slightly, raising her chin defiantly. "Joffrey is your son. His hand is injured as well." Robb rolled his eyes, glancing at the aggrieved Joffrey. Indeed, as previously mentioned, it would be fitting to immerse his hands in some infernal rose-scented milk, hoping it wouldn't render his manhood impotent. Jon couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. From a distance, Ned appeared equally awkward. Robb had always spoken in such coarse terms, especially when exasperated. Cersei let her hands hang at her sides, more adept than Catelyn at maintaining her appearance. Yet, despite this, her exquisite form trembled slightly. Beneath her lavish attire, her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves, her nails digging into her flesh. Joffrey glared back at Cersei with unbridled fury as he watched Robb's retreating figure and snapped, "Mother, I told you to stay out of it." With that, he hurried away. Cersei, observing her husband and son depart without a backward glance, felt a deep, melancholic haze settle over her gaze, then forced a sardonic smile. After donning the king's hand insignia, Ned Stark promptly convened a meeting that stretched late into the night. Piskel did not seek Jon out, nor did Jon feel compelled to find Piskel for his ailments. He was well aware of the old man's treachery. There were far more pressing matters at hand. All tragedies stemmed from this point. He merely wished to preserve the Stark name and return with his family to Winterfell, seeking to collaborate with the Night's Watch to fend off the White Walkers. As for his hand, given the medical standards of this world, it was unlikely to heal. Moreover, the knowledge he could acquire was far more valuable than the loss of a limb. Choices often entail sacrifices. He had given an arm to save Bran's legs. Though another part of him resisted and clamored for attention, he paid little heed to Ramsay Bolton's fervent love for crossbows. Jon had not entirely relinquished hope for his left arm. After all, he understood that dragons existed in this world, a realm infused with magic. If the sorceress of Mill could resurrect the dead indefinitely, surely he could find someone to aid him in regaining a limb when the time came. For now, he needed to address the imminent dangers. In truth, he was not well versed in the narrative of this world before his arrival. Since his crossing over, the trajectory had taken an uncanny turn, deviating from expected paths. If he were to grasp the current situation, it all began the moment he saved Bran, altering the course of events. Yet, at present, he felt increasingly like a pawn. As an observer, he once thought many character deaths could have been averted. Now, he realized that the currents here ran deep and treacherous. Having been here for merely 3 hours, he sensed countless piercing gazes scrutinizing him. Aware that he was being watched by more than one pair of eyes. Alone, he found himself utterly unable to contend against the myriad of unseen forces lurking in the shadows. These forces brimmed with a thirst for power, animosity, chaos, and deceit, crashing upon him like a relentless tide, striving to mold him into a puppet governed by fate. He required an ally, one steadfast and reliable, to help him withstand this overwhelming darkness. Chapter 17. I know everything. It was the dead of night, a chill pervading the air when a muffled knock echoed through the stillness. A somewhat portly man with a round visage rose to answer the door. Surprised at the visitor's identity, he exclaimed, "You are Lord Varys' associate." Despite the indulgent revelry of King's Landing, the dim lights flickered like distant stars, casting a hazy glow reminiscent of moonlight. The figure before him, cloaked in shadow, bore black curls that framed youthful features, which possessed a certain brooding elegance, highlighted by a beautifully sculpted jawline, strikingly handsome, akin to a fabled prince. Varys momentarily wondered if he was mistaken, for the resemblance to the long-lost Prince Rhaegar was uncanny. However, that was implausible. Rhaegar's progeny were born of Princess Elia Martell and had met their tragic end at the hands of Ser Gregor Clegane long ago. Besides, this individual was merely a northern bastard, not a prince. It was merely a case of superficial similarity. "Your late-night visit is rather audacious," Varys remarked. Jon Snow surveyed the interior before replying. "May I come in to speak?" His tone conveyed urgency, rendering his inquiry more of a command than a question. Varys hesitated but a moment before smiling and gesturing for him to enter. It was far preferable to allow him entry before anyone else noticed, rather than risk the tale of a clandestine meeting between the Premier's bastard and the infamous spider becoming public gossip throughout King's Landing. Although it was true that he possessed the keenest insight into the affairs of the realm, mere knowledge was insufficient for survival within the Red Keep. One must also remain beyond reproach. The finest skill for survival lay in rapid response. Jon Snow appeared to be well acquainted with this principle. Otherwise, he would not have donned a black cloak, nor would he have glided into Varys' chamber as though a specter. Boldly, Jon seated himself in a chair, his expression impassive as he scrutinized Varys' quarters. After a brief silence, Varys found himself growing somewhat restless. He had heard whispers about this youth, the bastard son of Ned Stark. Lacking any remarkable traits, he had lost an arm and, while possessing some medical knowledge, had earned the scorn of King Robert, who derisively appointed him as a cupbearer. Despite his indifference toward noble lineage, it was evident that he lacked a sense of territorial awareness. "If you wish to tour my room, now hardly seems the appropriate time, young man, as I must prepare for sleep." Heaven knows the internal struggle within Jon Snow was tumultuous indeed. He was uncertain whether to persuade the soul that belonged to Lin Xue with gentle words and emotional appeals, or to allow the cunning Xiao Bopi to employ a scheme. striking at the heart with lethal intent. Lin Xue's kindness saved Bran, yet it cost her an arm. Ramsay's threats subdued Joffrey, seemingly unstable, yet he bore no cost. Faced with the eight-eyed spider Varys, which face should he present to secure his own salvation? In the throes of indecision, he heard Varys's faintly discontented voice, prompting Jon to softly close his eyes. When he opened them again, his once clear gaze now held a glimmer of calculation and mischief. He turned towards Varys, rising gracefully to position himself at a small table. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he deftly slid it across the flickering candle flame several times. In an instant, the candle shattered into 7 segments, extinguishing the light. In the darkness, the sound of the blade gliding against the wall echoed, cold and profound. The boy's voice grew even more intense. "My lord, I know what you are pondering. I merely wish to discuss a collaboration. However, to avoid drawing attention, you, who should be asleep at this hour, must extinguish your light. What do you desire?" Varys's voice elongated, revealing his reluctance to engage in a transaction. "After all, I am the eight-eyed spider, and there is nothing in King's Landing that escapes my notice. Those who trade with me do so primarily for information. The only commodities of value in such dealings are power, wealth, or knowledge. My dear child, I already possess the first 2. And now you face a paradox. In King's Landing, there is nothing I do not know that you might. This means you lack the leverage to negotiate with me. If I were to reveal that I am aware you secretly took the Targaryen children, Viserys and Daenerys, and delivered them to Governor Illyrio, how do you suppose the king, who harbors an intense hatred for the Targaryens, would react? Treason?" Varys's silhouette flickered in the darkness, yet he remained silent, refusing to concede. Jon Snow ceased his writing on the wall, treading silently as he stepped behind Varys, whispering near his ear, "Silence is of no use. Perhaps you are unafraid of death, but aside from Jorah Mormont, there are few capable of protecting Daenerys. Viserys is unlikely to achieve anything significant. The revival of House Targaryen is not a matter to be accomplished overnight. Should you be executed for treason before then, or if the Targaryens were to meet their end, your vision of benefiting the people would surely crumble." Sweat trickled down Varys's chin. "Who are you and what do you know?" He was not afraid of death, or so he believed. Yet, the figure before him was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. Restoring the rightful heir to the throne was his lifelong ambition. If he could not witness the citizens of King's Landing embrace a true king, he feared he would die unfulfilled. The boy did not respond directly. "I know everything." He spoke softly, deftly drawing the dagger across Varys's flesh without inflicting harm, yet slicing through the linen of his robe. The conditions were inscribed upon the wall. "Bring your little bird to respond tomorrow. Should you acquiesce to my demands, let them beseech me for bread. If you refuse, do not send any children, for they would surely perish in the greatest tumult King's Landing has ever witnessed." The youth's words bore an ominous weight. And despite the improbability of his threat, Varys felt a suffocating aura that suggested the boy might indeed fulfill his words. A chill spread across the nape of Varys's neck. If King's Landing were truly to be awash in corpses and sorrow, would his efforts hold any significance? Just as Varys was about to speak, the boy shifted his tone, candidly expressing, "I respect all selfless individuals who place the realm above all else. Perhaps your body is not that of a complete man, yet your soul is selfless. If it were within my power, I would not wish for King's Landing to suffer." With that, the latch clicked, and Jon Snow departed. Varys was uncertain whether he had truly left or if anyone outside had witnessed his exit. Standing in the shadows, after more than half an hour, he finally lit another lamp in the name of the 7 gods. He had reached an age where he was prone to nocturnal awakenings, even oblivious to visitors in his chamber. As he held the candle, gazing at the wall, his eyes widened. There, inscribed in stark relief, were 3 stipulations. 1. Ned Stark must live. 2. A dragon egg. 3. A sum of money sufficient to open a tavern. Varys regarded the words on the wall with a sense of relief. Had he inscribed the name Targaryen, he might have felt troubled, for that name would surely touch upon Robert's sensitive pride. It appeared to be nothing more than the ravings of a madman. Varys shook his head at the words etched into the wall by the dagger. What a pity for the wall. Is it really a pity? A wall can be repaired, but a severed head cannot be restored. The boy's cold voice echoed, and Jon stepped from behind the closed rack, arms crossed as he gazed at Varys. "You had best fulfill the madman's words upon this wall." Varys felt his heart race. He had not left. Jon Snow's expression held a hint of mockery. "If you do not intend to disappoint me, then my presence here is of no consequence, is it? Typically, your prey is monitored through little birds. Perhaps you should experience what it feels like to be the hunted, no?" Observing the shifting emotions on Varys's face, Jon smiled slightly and opened the door. "Good night, Lord Varys. I look forward to your response tomorrow. Oh, and I despise disappointment. With that, he strode out unabashedly. Varys could not help but feel a tinge of vexation. That night, the eight-eyed spider did not sleep well. Chapter 18. Wine so? Did you visit Varys's chamber last night? Robb poured himself a glass of wine, observing the black-clad youth standing before him within the vast expanse of the palace. His gaze held a fervent curiosity. The sprawling halls of the Red Keep were echoingly empty, with only the two of them present, and the solitude stirred a sense of unease within. Jon Snow, dressed in somber black, stood before Robb. The climate in King's Landing was pleasantly warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold of the north, and his attire was somewhat lighter, especially after having shed his armor as a cupbearer, making him appear particularly gaunt. His left hand hung limply at his side, while his right grasped a hefty wine jug filled with exquisite Dornish wine. Robb, disinterested in matters of state, squandered his days in indulgence, spending no more than half an hour on the Iron Throne each day. More often than not, he preferred to remain in his chambers, entertaining a horde of 17 or 18 women, while instructing Jaime to guard the door, listening to the raucous laughter and cries. With Cersei's chambers just a stone's throw away. Since Jon Snow had officially become his cupbearer, Robb had ceased to call upon courtesans. He would have Jon carry the wine jug, but never permitted him to pour it, preferring to refill his glass himself, all the while gazing intently at Jon. Jon Snow kept his head bowed, holding the jug with one hand. Initially, he thought little of it, but as the hours trickled by, his right arm began to tire, prompting him to subtly shift his stance, utilizing his left arm for support, before resuming his position with an air of nonchalance. He felt fatigued, yet instinctively refrained from voicing his discomfort. The hostility emanating from Robb's piercing gaze compelled him to endure the ache in his arm in silence. Fortunately, this body was far more resilient than in his previous life. Otherwise, he might have fainted within half an hour. At that moment, he caught wind of Robb's inquiry, and a slight tremor coursed through him. It was evident that someone was monitoring his every move, including Robb's men. Jon lifted his gaze, meeting Robb's penetrating stare, which seemed to probe the depths of his emotions. Jon lowered his head. Yes, Your Grace, I did indeed visit Lord Varys last night. I borrowed a substantial sum of money from him. Robb paused, then chuckled softly. Are you certain? Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms seeks loans from Littlefinger. That man from the Fingers is far wealthier than the Spider. Moreover, your father Ned is Hand of the King. Why not ask him for the funds? As he spoke, his tone shifted from inquiry to one of skepticism, bordering on interrogation. For a fleeting moment, Jon felt an impulse to hurl the wine jug at Robb's face. Could this infuriatingly rotund king not exhibit shrewdness at the appropriate times? He might as well investigate the cause of Jon Arryn's death. The ornate pewter jug brimmed with a crimson liquid, reminiscent of blood. Jon discerned that Robb refused to drink the wine he poured, yet insisted on having him stand with the heavy jug for an entire morning. This was undoubtedly a deliberate affront. Ignoring the underlying tension, he cradled the jug against his chest, seeking a measure of relief for his weary arms. Your Majesty, I am aware that Lord Baelish serves as your master of coin and manages the largest brothel in King's Landing. However, I fear that others may harbor similar thoughts, which would result in Lord Baelish being besieged by countless individuals seeking loans. He is under no obligation to lend me 500 golden dragons, especially considering the world knows I am the bastard son of Lord Stark, and that Lord Baelish once harbored deep affections for Lady Stark. I believe that requesting such a sum is rather ill-timed. Robert chuckled heartily. So you require 500 golden dragons? That is quite a bold request. Is Ned aware of your need for such an amount? Do you think a man who has lost his left hand has any recourse other than to engage in trade? Your Majesty, bastards are not regarded as sons, and Lord Stark would never permit me to pursue commerce. Jon lowered his gaze, as that would tarnish the Stark family's honor. Commerce? Ha ha ha. Robert laughed uncontrollably, observing the dark-haired youth before him. You appear as demure as a maiden. What sort of business do you intend to pursue? There is but one commodity that King's Landing offers. Come one, come all. You cannot afford to miss what is here. Would you shout so loudly that your voice eclipses the bells of the great September of Baelor? Robert leaned closer to Jon, the stench of alcohol wafting towards him, causing a slight wave of nausea. Indeed, this could be termed the scent of wine. To speak candidly, fine wine is a scarce treasure in this world. Most resembles the wines or beers of my former life, which are referred to here as ale. This realm mirrors the medieval Europe of old, where superior water resources are lacking, and drinking water is oft surpassed by wine. Even the children of the most squalid quarters would choose to consume inferior wine rather than the sewage that flows through the Red Keep's drainage system. If provided with brewing equipment, I could craft a spirit that would surely sell well in this world. More importantly, No liquor could rival the potent spirits of my homeland, which render one incapable of coherent thought and unable to keep secrets. Jon smiled. There exists a substance in this world that can take any form, requiring no proclamation. Those who appreciate it will follow the scent to its source. Your Majesty, can you guess what it is? Feces can indeed take any shape. Robert shot Jon an exasperated glance. I am not interested in your riddle. What business do you intend to pursue? As your cupbearer, I deem it necessary to craft a wine that leaves a lasting impression, one that becomes wildly revered throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Jon bowed, placing the exquisite Dornish wine he held upon the table. It rivals the finest Dornish wines, I swear it. He discarded the burdensome formalities and stood resolutely, gazing directly at Robert. Robert scrutinized Jon for a moment. Your confident eyes bear a striking resemblance to someone I know. Yet, why is it that every time I gaze into your eyes, an overwhelming sorrow envelopes me? Jon was momentarily taken aback, then pressed his lips tightly together. If this continues, he would inevitably reveal himself. Your Majesty, have you encountered my sister Arya, the youngest daughter of Lord and Lady Stark? Among their 5 children, only Elia possesses black hair and dark eyes. I often hear Lord Stark remark that Elia has inherited her aunt's eyes. At times, I ponder whether I might also have the fortune to inherit some traits, but as a bastardo, I have never held any significant status. Robert abruptly shook himself awake, found a chair to lean on, and sat down, exhaling a sigh before gesturing towards Jon Snow, remarking that having a wooden oaf like him as a wine steward is utterly tiresome. Go sell your wine, once you have brewed it. I wish to be the first to sample the renowned nectar that has driven the realm into a frenzy. Inform Varys that if 500 golden dragons are insufficient, then let it be 1,000. Thank you for your generous kindness, your grace, Jon replied, turning away from Robert's chamber. In that fleeting moment, he revealed a relaxed and triumphant smile, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor of reverence and caution. The human heart is, after all, such a malleable entity. Last night, he had purposefully illuminated Varys's room, a decision that proved to be astute. Chapter 19, The Bastard's Tavern. If you wander through King's Landing, yet find your pockets bare, the Flea Bottom is the preferred haven for the inebriated. No tavern in the 7 Kingdoms rivals the Bastards, a tavern nestled in the slums. A transparent, colorless liquid sells at a premium, though it lacks the fragrance of Dornish wine. One sip transports you to the heavens. We extol it as the strangler of spirits. Maidens emerge from the Red Keep, summoned for the lords, yet they find themselves enamored with the melancholic youth in the tavern. He bears the surname Snow. He is a bastard, a tavern set in the Flea Bottom, a handsome young man with a mane of black curls. Reveal to him your status as a bastard, and you shall drink the fiercest wine in the realm for free. A recent ballad titled The Bastard's Tavern has emerged in King's Landing, sung by minstrels throughout the city's streets and alleys. By the time the residents of Flea Bottom took notice of this tavern, it had already become a hot spot, bustling with patrons night after night. Amidst the mingled scents of cosmetics, alcohol, and stables, the Bastard's Tavern has emerged as a standout, occupying a niche within the chaotic and clamorous slums, serving the most expensive wine in all of King's Landing. The proprietor is a strikingly handsome young man with a mass of thick black curls, clad in dark attire, sitting within the establishment, his countenance serious. When he smiles, a profound melancholy imbues his expression, lending him an air of worldly wisdom. This gravity may stem from the juxtaposition of his strikingly handsome visage and athletic physique with an insensate arm. The tavern opens each afternoon. Once the sign emblazoned with the word bastard hangs at the entrance, countless residents of the city begin to pour in. Within the various barrels, a clear, water-like wine is uniformly served, priced according to its purity. Upon handing the proprietor a golden dragon coin, one may sample a cup of any beverage within the establishment or indulge in 2 cups of the most expensive wine. Despite their shared liquid form, the aromas and flavors of the drinks differ vastly, each adorned with unique names and price tags. The prized medicinal liquor stands out as the soul-colored liquid, steeped with the venomous serpent of Dorne and other unidentifiable herbs, presenting an eerie crimson hue that is yet to entice anyone to taste. The crowd's favorite is the brew known as the Bastard, sharing its name with the tavern itself. While not the priciest, it is remarkably potent. Colorless in appearance and watery in texture, a single sip can render one senseless. Initially, the proprietor advertised a challenge. Anyone who could down an entire cup of the Bastard without staggering would receive their drink free of charge. Soon, all the men of King's Landing came forth to attempt this feat, but none succeeded, allowing the proprietor to amass a considerable fortune. Noble women often sent their servants to purchase barrels of the liquor for their lords, while secretly admiring the young proprietor's figure. Yet, upon realizing he seemed oblivious to their beauty, the maids departed one after another, leaving the place rather desolate. However, it wasn't long before the drink became the new favorite of King's Landing. With Lannister soldiers in golden robes arriving daily to cart off numerous barrels back to the Red Keep, knights would gather in small groups after dusk, paying a few silver stags for a modest drink. In contrast, the less affluent residents from the flea market could only offer a few copper coins or pennies. The young proprietor, however, did not show disdain for their meager offerings, instead fetching a full cup of the cheapest yet equally potent brew to serve them. Perhaps due to the proprietor's adept management or the unique flavor of the liquor, the name of the Bastard Tavern soon echoed throughout King's Landing. It is said that this drink is favored by King Robert himself, though lacking concrete evidence. The sheer volume of barrels delivered to the Red Keep daily suggests its growing popularity among the nobility. On one particular evening, before business hours commenced, a peculiar patron entered the establishment. "I have heard that your drinks are complimentary for bastards." The newcomer was a dwarf, standing at half the height of an average person, with a somewhat disproportionate physique and a countenance that could only be described as unattractive, save for the glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. I surmised he believed he was entitled to a free drink, for a dwarf is akin to a bastard. A young man clad in black, who had been sampling the drinks, glanced toward the door and offered the dwarf a faint smile. "Good evening, Lord Tyrion. The tavern seems quite serene tonight, little brother." Tyrion Lannister remarked with a shrug as he made his way toward the bar, eyeing the chair that towered above him with contemplation before laboriously climbing onto it. Once seated, a cup filled with the colorless liquor was slowly pushed before him. Tyrion raised his gaze along the well-defined fingers of the young man before him, who wore a subtle smile, exuding a calm wisdom of worldly affairs. "I recall that 2 Lannister soldiers informed me of your arrival yesterday. Therefore, I have decided to entertain no other guests today," Jon Snow replied with an indifferent smile, for after all, the son of Tywin is not to be resisted by others. Tyrion himself bore no heirs, yet he found it difficult to withstand the pride of the Golden Lions, who, owing debts, held themselves high in the capital. Especially since Tywin Lannister had assumed control of the family, and none dared defy the wealthiest and most powerful man in the realm. Mentioning his father dampened Tyrion's spirits considerably. "Jon Snow, are you deliberately invoking my father out of concern for your wine sales? I could certainly use a drink to escape reality now. If that is the sole reason you feel compelled to drown your sorrows, then perhaps your heart is too fragile," Jon retorted, having survived the Queen's ire. "I believe a resilient and tenacious spirit must dwell within you." Jon shrugged, pouring himself a glass of wine and sipping it delicately. It was a rare sight to observe him so composed, his leisurely demeanor starkly contrasting with the chaos of the flea market, prompting Tyrion to perceive the brooding young man before him as exceedingly enigmatic. "So, you follow the esteemed Prime Minister to the most prosperous capital of the 7 kingdoms. Yet you choose to open a tavern in the filthiest slums?" Tyrion noted as Jon paused slightly, setting down his glass. Unable to suppress his raised brow, Tyrion, who prided himself on his intellect, found himself unable to fathom the motives of this bastard from the north. Surely he harbored his own ambitions. Everyone claimed he sacrificed his arm to save Ned Stark's legitimate son, Bran, relinquishing a promising future for an opportunity to come to King's Landing. A young man of unfathomable cunning. Cersei seemed to harbor a deep hatred for him, tinged with a hint of wariness. Observing Jon, he stood so close to the epicenter of power, yet chose to withdraw into obscurity, running a tavern in this dismal flea market, mingling with the common folk daily. This realization rendered him increasingly peculiar. Peter had once remarked that the North was populated by brash, brawny men, simple-minded yet robust, for the sake of the 7. The next time he uttered such words, "I shall drag him here to witness one whom even I cannot decipher. What merit do I possess that Lord Baelish would concern himself with me? Once a mere bastard with no standing, now a cripple with no prospects. I find myself in an awkward predicament. I thought that the despised little imp, loathed by his father and sister, might comprehend my sentiments," Jon nonchalantly mused. Noticing Tyrion bow his head, and he poured himself another modest glass. The wine gurgled softly within the cup, creating a tranquil isolation from the cacophony of shouts and curses outside the flea market. Perhaps struck by a deep-seated pain, Tyrion ceased to speculate on Jon's intentions. He remained silent for a long while, opening his mouth, yet unsure how to offer an apology. As a Lannister, he had never known how to say sorry. Thus, he merely opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, raised his glass, and fell silent, enveloped in an awkward moment. Jon Snow and Tyrion gently clinked their glasses, the crisp sound of crystal shattering the oppressive silence, directed at the loathsome and detested dwarf. In Tyrion's self-deprecating smile lay a disarming nonchalance, making his awkwardness seem somewhat trivial. Thus, Tyrion offered a quiet laugh in response, toasting to the boundless future of the uncomfortable bastard. He tilted his head back, draining the contents of his cup. Chapter 20. A silver stag coin. A surge of fervor coursed through Tyrion's limbs, causing his heart to race as he gazed incredulously at Jon Snow. By the standards of his years of indulgence, the potency of the wine was indeed excessive. No wonder Jon had only sipped a couple of times. What he initially perceived as excessive decorum in Jon's drinking was, in fact, a testament to the wine's ferocity, starkly different from the sweet and tangy allure of Dornish vintages. It was a true reflection of Jon's northern heritage, rich, fiery, and with each swallow igniting a blaze in his gut. Jon shrugged at Tyrion, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. The last person I saw drink like you is currently nursing a hangover in bed. Setting aside the tone, his relaxed expression seemed to suggest a touch of mockery. My tongue appears to be tied, Tyrion remarked, feeling dizzy and his face flushed, thus failing to catch Jon's taunt. Instead, he managed to slur. What kind of wine is this? I've never tasted anything like it before. Just before Tyrion's consciousness faded, Jon steadied the wine glass, his voice low. This is wine from my homeland. Tyrion's eyes widened in realization, his head lolling as he succumbed to the table's surface. Jon Snow's handsome, melancholic visage gradually took on a distant, detached expression, his gaze imbued with a chill, the corners of his lips curling in a sardonic smile. A homeland, you say? Quite an admirable pun. He toyed with the emptied glass, sighing softly. Is it possible for a soul that does not belong to this world to have a homeland? Within the confines of his being, another soul, belonging to Lin Xue, was gripped by anxiety and anger. He had thought Ramsay and his essence had merged. Yet both resisted this coexistence vehemently. Ramsay harbored lingering resentment over becoming another Jon Snow, but upon learning of Jon's true identity as the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, he found some solace. He even relived a semblance of growth within House Stark. Yet he could not forgive Lin Xue for her unilateral decision to save Bran at the cost of an arm. That said, for reasons unknown, Lin Xue had long maintained dominion over this body. Since the inception of the Bastards Tavern, every dawn, when solitude reigned, marked a fleeting moment of conflict between the two for control of the body. Over time, Lin Xue succumbed to a deepening melancholy, for the torment of awakening each day uncertain whether this body still belonged to her was unbearable. In my homeland, this condition is termed schizophrenia. Ramsay Bolton, you are a madman, a lunatic, do you understand? Trapped deep within her soul, Lin Xue was filled with intense dissatisfaction, attempting to assail Ramsay's spirit. Yet, this endeavor to shatter the opponent's psyche resonated with Ramsay's inclinations, striking a chord with his predilections. The corporeal vessel of their symbiosis could not be dismantled. Thus, he resorted to an assault on her soul. Ramsay's consciousness animated Jon Snow's body, elegantly departing from the counter to take a seat, gazing toward the entrance as if engaged in soliloquy. No matter who I once was, I am now Jon Snow, while you, devoid of any past, do not belong to our world at all and are entirely superfluous. Do you not find your very existence to be absurd? A faint smile graced his lips, contrasting sharply with Lin Xue's calm demeanor. This smile merely masked the tempest of rage simmering within him. Rising, he caressed the bow and arrows adorning the wall, a shadow flickering in his eyes. In this brutal world, mere transactions of liquor would not suffice for survival. Had you trespassed into the Terror Fortress while I was still the heir of House Bolton, I would have relished the opportunity to torment you until you relinquished those nauseatingly virtuous qualities. Lin Xue remained silent. Communication with this individual was futile. They ceased their dialogue, leaving only the slumbering Tyrion and the endlessly struggling Jon Snow in the room. In the flickering candlelight, his silhouette appeared tall yet disheveled. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the back door. Jon Snow turned, presenting an ostensibly harmless smile as he concealed a dagger behind him and approached the door. A youth adorned with a horned helmet stood outside, visibly displeased. Sir, I am delivering grain for Remy, who is ill and unable to come himself. Who told you to address me as sir? Jon scrutinized the youth for a moment, saying nothing further, fixating instead on the helmet itself. I assumed those who appear affluent should be addressed as such, the boy said, growing somewhat bashful under Jon's gaze. He removed the helmet, revealing a crop of short black hair. The streets at this hour are not particularly safe. I wear this helmet solely to ensure my own safety. Now, sir, if you could settle my wages, I shall be on my way. The forge requires supervision. Jon Snow regarded the young man thoughtfully and handed him a coin. You are the apprentice from the smithy, Gendry, are you not? The youth nodded, initially indifferent as he pocketed the coin. However, sensing something was amiss, he withdrew it, examining it under the dim light, unable to suppress his exclamation, a silver stag. As an apprentice blacksmith, he had encountered the silver stag only twice. His dealings were chiefly with copper coins, at most copper stars. Even if he were to gather his savings from these past years, it would scarcely suffice for change. That is too much, sir. I cannot provide change, Gendry said, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he wiped his hands on his trousers. No need for change. You may leave. Remy is ill, is he not? You ought to seek a physician for him. Jon Snow nonchalantly gazed at the imposing walls of the Red Keep, rendered even more grand under the moonlight, his tone indifferent. Perhaps accustomed to the cruelty of the affluent, Gendry was somewhat taken aback. He excitedly rubbed the dust from his hands and bowed to Snow, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I mean, sir. Jon smiled faintly, turning to regard the young man before him. Or perhaps you could leave with this silver stag all on your own, shedding the burden of your apprenticeship as a blacksmith. Or seek out a gentle and charming maiden at Lord Peter Baelish's establishment, completely disregarding Remy's ailment. Snow's voice remained low and gentle, yet it bore a striking contrast to his usual demeanor. His tone was laced with a tentative invitation, the very suggestion itself irresistible. Even the typically placid depths of his eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief born from unsettling hearts. However, the subtle provocation in his words left Gendry bewildered. The flicker of affection he had just felt for the striking youth inexplicably waned. Thank you for your silver stag, sir. May the seven bless you. Before turning to leave, he furrowed his brow and added, Sir, those barrels of wheat are quite heavy. Perhaps someone has added stones for weight. You should be cautious. Jon shrugged, feigning indifference. Perhaps there's a hefty fellow hidden within my barrel. What a peculiar man, Gendry mused as he departed. Jon opened the back door of the tavern, pushing the entire cart inside. The vehicle thudded against the wooden floor and banged into the door, creating a considerable racket that roused Tyrion, who had been dozing at the table. I swear, this is the strongest wine I've ever had, the dwarf exclaimed, struggling to leap from his chair. How long have I been asleep? Jon chuckled lightly. Daylight is nearly upon us, don't you think? Tyrion placed a gold dragon on the table and staggered away, muttering to himself, Baelish ought to procure some of this wine for his establishment. Patrons could drink themselves into slumber, sparing the maidens considerable distress. Jon called after Tyrion, tossing a gold coin that arched perfectly through the air, landing in the dwarf's hand. The bastard may enjoy a complimentary drink at my establishment. It was previously agreed. When you return, I hope you won't succumb after just one. Jon smiled slightly at Tyrion, who nodded in understanding and ambled away. Although it was not truly as Jon had claimed that dawn was imminent, the night had indeed deepened, and the flea bottom had grown considerably quieter. Once Jon confirmed that Tyrion had departed, he turned to the several large barrels that had been delivered. Indeed, a somewhat portly figure emerged from one of the barrels. Chapter 21. The Black Market. Varys, wrapped in a filthy, dark gray cloak, regarded Jon with a hint of annoyance. You know, it has been many years since anyone has left me in such a state of disarray. Whether it was the unnecessary jostling he resented or Jon's recent jest remained uncertain. Fortunately, he now held a position of great power. Otherwise, he would surely have been in a furious rage. Jon smiled faintly, gesturing towards a cushioned seat against the wall, and remarked, It is indeed my fault to trouble you in this manner. He continued, I recall having made 3 requests, yet only the 3rd has come to fruition. As you may have heard, the folk of the north are rather impatient. As he spoke, his seemingly casual demeanor gradually shifted to one of somber seriousness. I require a dragon egg. Though his countenance remained unchanged, an unsettling aura began to emanate from him. Varys felt a slight tremor in his muscles. Yet after years of serving in high office, he was not one to yield easily. Thus, he replied in a hushed tone. The dragon egg was presented as a gift at the wedding feast of Daenerys and Khal Drogo. A cold dagger pressed against Varys's neck, and Jon Snow's voice dripped with a venomous disdain. My dear lord, if you believe that I, an illegitimate son, pose no threat to you, you are gravely mistaken. The dagger gleamed ominously under the candlelight. Varys fixed his gaze upon Jon. You threaten a high-ranking official of the realm. That is a capital offense. Jon chuckled softly, lightly tracing the blade along Varys's neck, leaving a faint crimson mark. What compels you, a man of stature, to sit in this humble abode filled with the scent of grain? Do you not comprehend? Disloyalty as a high official is equally punishable by death. In due time, Daenerys will meet a far worse fate. Do you truly believe the current king would allow any threat to go unpunished? He withdrew the dagger, permitting Varys to depart, fully aware that the spider would remain rooted in place. Even if you were to hire the finest thieves in the world to steal or even slay a few Dothraki, I would remain unfazed. What I desire is a damn dragon egg. Should you disappoint me again, know that I harbor a profound disdain for disappointment. I would not mind adding a few more innocent souls to the list of those who perish unjustly, including your youthful little birds. He emphasized the word birds, then fell silent, watching Varys with keen interest. Varys regarded Jon for a moment, seemingly lost in thought before finally wrestling with his decision. The spider murmured, "The item you seek lies within the barrel." Jon nodded with a smile. "Next time, do not jest with me in such a manner. Fundamentally, I am a man of great seriousness." He rummaged through the barrel for a moment and retrieved a large, mottled, egg-shaped fossil. The irregular, oval dragon egg bore sharp, scale-like edges and shimmered with a magnificent green hue under the candlelight, exuding a captivating allure. Jon furrowed his brow slightly. In his previous life, these 3 eggs were named Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, corresponding to the 3 most significant figures in Daenerys' life. The egg he held was later named Regal, after his father Rhaegar. Was this fate? Running his fingers over the dragon patterns on the eggshell, Jon Snow whispered, "My dear lord, you are indeed resourceful." So, Illyrio gifted 2 dragon eggs to Daenerys? Varys has always been remarkably composed. Yet now he finds himself unexpectedly threatened by Jon Snow, prompting a rather curt response, for Lord Snow is known to detest disappointment. Lord Snow, a designation both foreign and familiar. In times past, Alicia relished using this title to humiliate him, and while onlookers perceived it merely as the taunt of a passerby, being addressed in such a manner now pricks at his heart. Lord Snow, Lord Bolton, mere ephemeral titles. Even being referred to as Your Majesty holds little weight, as Robert Baratheon will soon return to dust. Despite the existence of magic and true dragons in this world, the cruelty of fate remains unaltered. Ramsay's soul has succumbed to slumber, his former malice dissipating. Jon Snow's voice is low and gentle. "Lord Varys, you possess lofty ambitions, wishing to safeguard the realm's subjects, whereas I am but a small figure devoid of foresight and vision. Winter is approaching, and my only desire is to shield my family from the impending calamity." After a struggle of souls, a weariness overtakes him. The recent clashes, the contest and resistance have drained him. Jon Snow's complexion appears pale. "You ought to depart, my lord. The long night looms, fraught with peril. Though you have distanced yourself from base blood magic, King's Landing remains rife with danger." Varys can hardly conceal his astonishment. If previously Jon was aware of the schemes between him and Illyrio, it might have been due to the complexities involved, as the bastard son of Eddard Stark might have his means of knowledge, albeit he fails to comprehend its intricacies. Yet now, this young man seems to possess knowledge of secrets he has never divulged to anyone, which leaves Varys particularly astonished. He hesitates, casting a glance at Jon Snow, and inhales sharply. "At times, I truly find you to be an enigmatic individual. One moment I perceive you as a contemptible scoundrel, and the next, I sense that you harbor many secrets. Good night, Lord Snow." As the door closes, Jon finds himself utterly alone. He sits in a chair, gazing at the dragon egg before him, momentarily lost in thought. If events unfold as they did in his previous life, then in about a month, Eddard will face the executioner's block. To avert this fate, there is but one solution: to prevent Robert from dying during the hunt. Having already spared Bran from falling from the tower, thus preserving Sansa's life, perhaps he can alter some aspects of destiny. Jon Snow wraps the dragon egg carefully, collecting all the gold dragons from the cabinet, and hastily approaches the stone door at the counter, lifting the iron ring and proceeding into the dimly lit basement. This subterranean space is not part of the tavern, but leads to the labyrinthine passages beneath King's Landing. He meanders through, arriving at a secluded underground path. Along the serpentine stretch of several meters, individuals cloaked in dark robes stand, black representing buyers and gray for sellers, each seeking their respective patrons or vendors, forming a black market that operates discreetly, evading the patrolling guards of the night. The atmosphere is cramped, with all present standing. Sellers are compelled to carry but a single item for sale, disposing of their goods before swiftly departing. Should the night pass without a buyer, they must wait until the following month to trade again. Over 80% of these individuals communicate through gestures, striving to remain utterly silent in order to evade detection by the patrolling guards. Jon weaves through the crowd, grateful for the tavern's eclectic mix. In the filthiest streets of King's Landing, one can glean the most precise information by astutely discerning the truth amidst the falsehoods. Previously, he had been unaware of such clandestine gatherings of alchemists hidden within the city. Illegal trades, disloyal to the crown, had been outlawed. Yet after the 7th day following each full moon, a handful of alchemists would congregate here to sell inconspicuous trinkets. Neither party is aware of the other's true identity. Masked figures engaging in transactions of coin or barter, inspecting goods on the spot, and once the exchange is complete, they part ways as strangers. As Jon ambles along this path, he finally discovers the item he seeks, a glass jar containing a half-full, crystalline liquid, emanating a haunting green glow. It is the only item rested upon the ground. Wildfire, notoriously unstable and prone to ignition. "I want this," Jon declares, observing the gaunt man before him tremble under his hood. Aware of the man's anticipation for the deal. However, the man merely glances at him, yawns languidly, leans against the wall, and curtly refuses, "Not for sale." Jon raises an eyebrow beneath his mask, remaining silent. Noticing Jon's lack of further inquiry, the man softens his earlier stance, "Though I cannot see your face. Your voice betrays your youth. You know nothing. You lack understanding of the value of this item, the arduous process of its creation, and the peril it entails." "What a pity. I know everything," Jon retorts, deftly opening his coin pouch, allowing a cascade of gold dragon coins to clatter to the ground. "How much wildfire do you have? I shall take it all." Chapter 22. The midnight crows. The gold coins scattered across the underground passage rang out with a crisp sound. The man's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to hurriedly collect the coins before anyone else could. He spent over 10 minutes ensuring not a single piece was left behind, then stood to face Jon, emitting a quiet scoff of discontent from beneath his mask. "Follow me." The small strongholds beneath King's Landing are scattered like a labyrinthine maze. The man led Jon through a series of twists and turns until they emerged in the courtyard of a dilapidated orphanage. This den of misfits is home to many orphans, including Jandrai. Most of them are the abandoned offspring of mercenaries and lowly courtesans, cast aside after a night of indulgence due to unintended pregnancies, while others are children left homeless after their soldier fathers perished in battle and their mothers, unable to care for them, remarried and forsook them. Whether they were born here or lost their parents along the way, most of these children survive by thievery, while the slightly older and stronger ones may catch the eye of wealthy patrons, who employ them for unsavory tasks in exchange for coin. The frilier girls, possessing a modicum of beauty, are often sent to live as courtesans in various establishments, ranked from the highest to the lowest. Those less fortunate may find themselves succumbing to the afflictions of the flesh within a few years. Even in the most squalid of lodgings, there exists a hierarchy. These unfortunate souls represent the lowest tier among the inhabitants. Not even the desperate thieves, on the brink of starvation, would dare to visit such an orphanage. As night deepens, they lie beneath the heavens, collectively sleeping upon the ground, some fortunate enough to rest upon a few rotting straw mats, exhaling in harmonious breaths. The masked figure smiles, his voice dry and hoarse, declaring, "I emerged from among these people. I have no interest in your past. All I desire is wildfire. Should you dare to deceive me, I cannot guarantee that your body will remain unpierced." Jon Snow softly interrupted the hunched figure before him, who displayed no regard for decorum or etiquette. The masked man turned his gaze toward Snow, whose own face was obscured by a mask, and after a few breaths, he produced a key, darkly stating, "Follow me." Navigating through the dilapidated thatched roof, he led Snow to the backyard, pointing to a dry well and saying, "My stock is within." Snow raised an eyebrow. In the midnight darkness, how many secrets lay concealed in that empty well was beyond mere mortal perception. The youthful voice carried no emotion, commanding, "Descend and retrieve my belongings." The man shrugged, responding, "The money is already in my possession. What makes you think I would comply with your request?" He turned to depart. Jon Snow scoffed, "Do you think I scattered the gold dragons on the ground for no reason?" The man's back stiffened slightly as he glanced back at Snow, leaning against the well. The tall and handsome figure spoke languidly. "In this world, tasteless and colorless poisons are not limited to merely tears of bliss. There are numerous concoctions that, once they touch the flesh, seep into the very marrow." He continued, "You can craft strange flames. Thus, you should possess some knowledge of this." Of course, he merely spun a tale, one that might deceive a child of 3 or 4, yet the alchemist before him was likely to outsmart himself, especially after mentioning the name Tears of Bliss, which lent credibility to his words. As expected, the man hesitated for a moment before stripping off his robe and descending into the dry well. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, bearing a wooden box with great care. 6 jars of wildfire, all here, along with my specially designed box to prevent jostling. You certainly will not regret spending your gold dragons on these. Now my antidote." His tone, once arrogant, now carried hints of anger and fear. Before Jon stood a young man whose name and visage remained unknown, yet he exuded an irresistible aura, revealing a mind both intricate and malevolent, instilling a sense of dread. Noting the other's wariness, Jon remained unfazed, opening the box to inspect its contents. 6 securely fastened jars of wildfire lay within, arranged in 2 layers of 3, their hues exceptionally translucent. With a heavy burden on his back, Jon Snow handed the man a silver stag, saying, "This is your fee for transporting my belongings, sir. As for your life, it appears the gods have no immediate intention of taking it, for I have not truly poisoned you. Good night." The man behind him let out an exasperated gasp. But Jon smiled, unperturbed, for his objective had been achieved. As Jon Snow navigated the streets of King's Landing, nearly an hour passed before he returned to his modest inn. In truth, he need not have traveled such a distance. Upon eventually arriving at the Bastard's Inn, he was taken aback to discover that the orphanage lay merely 2 streets away. Alas, his time in King's Landing had been far too brief. Once inside, he concealed the dragon egg and wildfire in the attic. The relentless busyness of recent days had left him utterly fatigued, and after completing his tasks, his mind and limbs were heavy with exhaustion. Almost with his eyes closed, he stumbled onto his bed and fell into slumber. Outside the window, a raven, entirely black, flapped its wings and soared into the distant night, emitting a few hoarse cries. Meanwhile, the north remained shrouded in the cold embrace of night. The footsteps of an assassin were nearly inaudible, the gleam of the dagger concealed within his sleeve dimmed by the chill. Lyanna Stark was poring over the accounts with the learned Master Lewin, verifying the expenditures incurred for the king's visit. Her once radiant face bore the weight of seriousness and concern. "We consumed a ton of ale and several hundred capons. Our flour reserves are dwindling," she noted. Without even accounting for the bills from the inn, Catelyn rested her chin on her hand, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The Starks were not miserly. But given that Ned did not hoard wealth, the North was not affluent. The costs of this grand feast nearly equated to the total taxes paid by the people of the North in an entire year. Even more troubling was the news brought by the raven sent by Ned, indicating that Snow's hand might never heal. Reflecting on the boy's expression when he called her aunt, Catelyn was beset by a tumult of emotions, guilt, anxiety, and heartache. She loved Ned deeply, and although she initially struggled to adapt to the harshness of the North as a sheltered Southern lady, she embraced all that he cherished. The only love and acceptance she could not extend was to the boy who bore Ned's dark hair and blood, yet lacked her own. Jealousy gnawed at her, clouding her reason. In the presence of Snow, she could not maintain the grace and benevolence befitting the First Lady of the North. Instead, she sought to exclude and curse him, tormenting both herself and Jon for over a decade. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Ned had never betrayed her. That child, having lost his parents, was also deprived of a normal childhood. All this stemmed from her own moral failings. She never managed to show kindness to the motherless boy. Chapter 23. The corpse in the blood. She closed her stinging eyes and sat silently in contemplation. "My lady, would you care for a small cup of wine? Perhaps it could aid your slumber." Master Lewin discerned her distress, and, considering that Catelyn had not slept for several nights, kindly offered his counsel. Catelyn shook her head in refusal, stating, "No, my lord, alcohol clouds the mind, and I have been muddled for far too long." Casting a glance at Master Lewin, she recalled how Jon had grown up in his company for over a decade, and could not help but add, over these years, "I am grateful for your kindness towards that boy. He can no longer ride and shoot as he once did. Perhaps it would be wise for Ned to escort him back to Winterfell. What do you think?" Master Lewin responded with an understanding smile. "He is a good lad, quite eager to learn. I believe it is best for an adult to inquire about his thoughts personally. Perhaps he will return from the Citadel one day, becoming the next scholar of Winterfell, assisting Robb in governing the North." While such an outcome may seem a tad unworthy of Jon's martial prowess, Catelyn nodded in agreement. "If he wishes to." Master Lewin continued to silently accompany Catelyn as she perused the ledgers. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the silence. "Fire!" Catelyn rushed to the window, catching a glimpse of flickering lights in the direction of the storeroom. She hastily exited the study and encountered Robb. "I shall investigate," the young man declared, his demeanor calm, exuding a semblance of Ned Stark's unflappable nature, embodying the poise befitting the Lord of Winterfell. As Catelyn watched her eldest son depart, she breathed a sigh of relief, only to be startled by a commotion emanating from Bran's room. Hurrying to the door, she pushed it open, revealing the window wide ajar. A man stood there, his wrist twisting, revealing a glimmering dagger, which he swiftly pressed against Bran Stark's tender throat as he leapt forward. "Bran!" Catelyn instinctively screamed. The assailant turned to regard Catelyn Stark, and soon Master Lewin had arrived as well. Bran had indeed awakened, yet the assailant expertly held the dagger to Bran's neck, dragging him from the bed and positioning him as a hostage. Summer, the dire wolf, had been roused by the danger and emitted a low growl, yet, aware of the dagger's proximity to Bran's throat, he refrained from any action that might endanger his master. "If you seek money, I can have someone fetch it immediately and ensure your safe departure," Catelyn urged, her voice striving for calmness. "Release my son." The assassin, emboldened by the leverage he held, wore a sinister grin. This child must die. Perhaps it was the biting wind, but suddenly, a raven flew through the window, heading straight for the assassin. Its talons caught the man's eyelid, and with a scream of agony, blood began to flow from his eye. He shrieked sharply, raising his hand to grasp the raven. Yet the bird clung tenaciously to his eye, refusing to let go even as it was wounded by the dagger. Black feathers scattered across the floor. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Bran bolted toward Catelyn. In the summer, seizing the opportune moment, she leapt over Bran's bed and pounced upon the man. Sinking her teeth into his throat, blood gushed forth, gradually spreading outwards from the fallen man as the epicenter. Robb Stark hurried back and was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. The warehouse had not truly caught fire, and there were no losses. He had initially presumed it was merely an accident, yet upon returning to the main hall, he was confronted with this grim tableau. Gazing at Bran and his mother, a wave of trepidation washed over him. "Mother, are you unscathed?" "What of Bran?" "We are fine. That crow saved us." Catelyn glanced back at the lifeless body and the wounded crow nearby. Its talons were broken, and half of its feathers, along with flesh, had been rent away. It was surely nearing death. Struggling to drag itself from the pool of blood, it turned its head upon the ground. Despite the knowledge that it had just rescued Bran, the sight remained unsettling. At that moment, it had clutched the man, refusing to relinquish its grip even as it was torn to shreds. This was no mere coincidence. The crow ceased its movements, took 2 steps back, and collapsed into the bloodied puddle. It had perished. Catelyn, still shaken, regarded the dagger as though it were a serpent poised to strike. Maester Lewin stepped forward, picked up the dagger, and examined it closely. His expression grave as he looked up. "It is Valyrian steel, my lady." Catelyn Stark's countenance shifted dramatically, and Robb's expression grew equally somber. Throughout the Seven Kingdoms, the owners of Valyrian steel were scarce. Such a weapon was far beyond the means of a mere assassin. Yet, the question remained, who had orchestrated such a heinous act against a child like Bran? Bran looked up, gazing at his mother, his elder brother, and Maester Lewin, who were exchanging glances, and he recalled the day Jon had rescued him, a scene from the tower. He shivered, unsure if it was the chill of the night or the fear that gripped his heart. Lewin fixated on the spot where the crow had deliberately moved away, suddenly sensing an anomaly. "My lady," before it died, that bird inscribed 2 words in the dirt. Upon uttering these words, Lewin himself found them somewhat preposterous. Yet the occurrence was undeniable, had it not been for the crow's evident sacrifice in saving Bran. Even a learned man like Lewin would struggle to convince anyone that a bird could write. The gathered onlookers focused intently, and there, on the floor, were 2 letters inscribed in blood. Although the script was somewhat blurred and varied in depth, the notion that a bird could convey itself in such a manner clearly transcended mere training. By the 7, Catelyn's expression grew increasingly grave as she instinctively held her youngest son, Bran, closer. "We must compose a letter and dispatch it to King's Landing forthwith. It must be delivered personally." The weight of her gaze turned toward the window, where the northern night sky loomed dark and deep, akin to ink. Jon Snow was in a light slumber. It was scarcely moments after he lay down that he was roused by a series of knocks. Upon awakening, he felt a sharp pain in his flesh, reminiscent of the scenes from his dream. Strictly speaking, it may not be a mere dream. Rather, it signifies the awakening of his abilities as a 3-eyed raven. The clarity of pain coursing through his body and the vivid recollections of blood-soaked slaughter remain etched in his memory. He feels a sense of relief for having decisively inscribed 2 letters P.B., the rightful owner of the dagger. He is grateful for his foresight, for without it, Bran might have inevitably met a grim fate. Yet, the impending conspiracy has indeed arrived. The sound of knocking reverberates. Hastily rising to open the door, he is greeted by Arya's eager and joyful visage. "The king has summoned a tournament. You must come. I hope you will sit beside me. Sansa is dreadfully dull." Chapter 24, A Farewell Conversation. King's Landing, the Prime Minister's office. Eddard Stark's tall figure is currently engulfed in a multitude of scrolls and tomes, appearing somewhat weary. Jon Snow has been present for several minutes, yet Eddard remains oblivious to his presence, his focus solely on the severely deficient royal accounts. It is uncertain whether it is due to Lyanna's death that Robert has indulged excessively, drowning himself in wine and revelry, no longer resembling the once great warrior of the Seven Kingdoms. Remembering the raucous laughter emanating from the king's chambers, Eddard's brow furrows even tighter. Nevertheless, he cannot forsake Robert. Yet, this does not diminish his disappointment. Having traveled countless miles to King's Landing, he is confronted with the sorrowful reality of a once-beloved comrade. Eddard lets out a deep sigh and, while rising to pace, finally notices Jon Snow waiting patiently beside him. "You are here," Eddard states, striving to avoid gazing too intently at Jon's face, particularly his eyes. However, he cannot resist glancing down at the young man's arm, which no longer moves freely. "My lord," Jon begins, "Arya informed me that His Majesty has summoned a tournament in your name." Upon mentioning this, a suppressed and grave anger infuses Eddard's tone. Indeed, the king revels in such boisterous affairs. The unspoken words linger between them. Both are acutely aware of the implications. In this besieged environment, the stag crown hangs perilously by a thread. Investing heavily in a tournament is hardly a prudent choice. Jon Snow lowers his gaze, understanding far better than Eddard what is likely to transpire. Eddard himself possesses a keen political acumen, yet he could never fathom that Robert would meet his demise, and that the death of a king would merely result from a wild boar. After a moment of contemplation, the young man softly remarks, "My lord, perhaps we should return to the north. King Robert is not a sovereign worthy of your counsel." Eddard casts a sidelong glance at Jon. "The king and I have been comrades for many years. The implication is unmistakable. The war has long been concluded, while they may have once fought side by side." Jon frowns, realizing that Eddard's loyalty to this friendship far exceeds his previous expectations. Yet, for whatever reason, Eddard is, at this moment, the most significant person in Jon Snow's life. As an outsider, one might perceive Ned as a man of foolish loyalty. Yet from the moment of his birth, he possessed memories and awareness. Ned nearly sacrificed his marriage to Catelyn to ensure the completeness of his path to maturity, guiding him in horsemanship and archery. To Jon, he was more a father than any other being. In his previous life, having spent 2/3 of his existence as an ailing soul in a hospital, he had little time with his parents, let alone shared moments together. Ramsay's upbringing was no better. Throughout his life, he received but 2 gifts from his father, a disgraceful name and the hard-won surname of Bolton. 2 trembling souls have since vied for recognition. Yet the only mutual acknowledgement they share is for Ned, a man who, though not his biological father, embodies a paternal affection far surpassing that of a mere progenitor. "My lord, though I have never called you father, in the depths of my heart, I have always believed that even my biological father could not replace the kindness you have shown me. For the sake of the gods, I know who my mother is, and I know who my father is. Given that my mother is also a Stark, even if I do not bear that surname, the Stark family will forever remain my kin. Family is about standing together and never betraying one another. Please believe me, should you remain in King's Landing, your life may be in jeopardy. I beseech you, resign from your position as Hand of the King, and let us return to the north." Ned's eyes were filled with astonishment. He hurried to the door, confirming that no one was outside before carefully closing it and returning to the table. In a hushed tone, he asked, "How do you know these things?" Jon could not suppress a bitter smile within. To claim he had traveled through time might lead Ned to question his sanity, and before he could grasp such a notion, he might find himself sent to the Citadel for examination. After a moment's reflection, Jon said, half in jest, "Since I saved Bran, my mind has been rather unruly. I heard my mother's plea at birth, urging me to grow up safe, and you promised to fulfill that vow. I could hear Maester Luwin, miles away in Winterfell, praying for your safety. I even dreamed last night of an assassin wielding a Valyrian steel dagger attempting to kill Bran. If all goes as expected, Winterfell may soon send swift riders to inform you." Ned regarded Jon with hesitant scrutiny. Had he not alluded to Lyanna's secret, Ned might genuinely worry about the young man's mental clarity. Jon raised an eyebrow. "I understand your doubts and skepticism. However, winter is coming, and rather than question, it is prudent to prepare. My lord, I take my leave. The tournament is about to commence." As he reached the door, Jon turned thoughtfully. "If someone from Winterfell does come to report my earlier words, I implore you, do not pursue the cause of Lord Jon Arryn's death, trust no one, and avoid direct conflict with Queen Cersei." Ned looked at Jon and nodded. Somehow, despite perceiving the youth before him as still a child, he could not shake the feeling that he was indeed all-knowing. Years had passed, yet he had never anticipated that in King's Landing, he would engage in a conversation about his lineage with Jon in such a manner. A knock echoed once more. Ned, assuming it to be Jon or Yura, set down his quill and rose. only to encounter another youthful visage. When Jon arrived at the tournament grounds, the atmosphere was already abuzz with excitement. Sansa and Arya were seated side by side, leaving only one place for Ned, with an additional vacant seat beside Arya. As expected, Peter Baelish made his appearance at the tournament, positioning himself next to Sansa. Just as Baelish was about to take his seat, Arya spotted Jon from a distance. Her excitement compelled her to rise and welcome him. Due to Jon's valiant rescue of Bran and his protection of Sansa, her demeanor towards him had softened since their childhood. She offered a smile of apology to Baelish, saying, "My brother has arrived." Baelish chuckled lightly. "It's quite all right. There is room for another. I believe it may not be appropriate. Lord Stark will arrive shortly," came Jon's reply as he positioned himself before Sansa, discreetly shielding her behind him. Baelish scrutinized Jon with a hint of curiosity. "I have heard Lord Tyrion speak of a cunning bastard from the north. It seems the rumors may not hold water." Baelish smirked slightly, insinuating that Jon's demeanor belied his status as a bastard. Jon retorted without reservation. "I have heard of a resourceful little finger in the Seven Kingdoms. Indeed, seeing is believing." Baelish fell silent. After a brief moment, he awkwardly chuckled and addressed Sansa. "Until we meet again, Miss Stark." Before departing, Baelish seemingly recalled something, turning to Jon. "By the way, have you heard? Maester Pycelle's apprentice has perished. He mistakenly ingested the wrong antidote while researching potion formulas." His gaze bore an indescribable mockery. Jon's expression darkened, his countenance paling. The undercurrents of King's Landing were far more tumultuous than he had imagined. "Well then, good day," Baelish nodded and departed. Chapter 25. The Running Wolf and the Sea Monster. Jon Snow sat in the stands, observing the duels unfolding in the arena, lost in contemplation. How could his have met his demise merely for speaking a few words on the banks of the Trident while journeying south to King's Landing? He recalled the unremarkable yet profoundly honest young man, piecing together the recent tidings he had overheard in the tavern as the answers began to crystallize in his mind. Not long ago, there had been discussions in the tavern regarding Maester Pycelle's creation of an improved healing herb concoction, reputed for its remarkable efficacy. This news had circulated only days after their arrival in King's Landing. Jon had no doubt of its veracity, surmising that Pycelle must have gleaned the thrilling events from at the Trident's banks. He had initially thought this modest formula to be a mere folk remedy, yet it had unexpectedly evolved into one of Pycelle's new research achievements. Unable to suppress a sense of solemnity, he found himself indifferent to the revelation of his modest knowledge to others, recognizing that it hardly constituted his own achievement, being merely gleaned from books. However, if knowledge alone were to lead to the demise of Eddard at the hands of Cersei or others, then his life would be rendered tragically inconsequential. Despite his awareness of the inherent cruelty of the world, he suspected that Littlefinger had begun to mislead Ned, steering him towards enmity with the Lannisters. The voices of Sansa and Arya interrupted his reverie. "Look, it's the mountain, and the Night of Flowers," Arya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Sansa's tone was tinged with reproach. "Arya, do not speak so loudly. It is rather uncouth." After uttering this, she shyly met the gaze of the Knight of Flowers. Ser Loras, mounted upon a magnificent white steed, approached with grace, extending a rose to Sansa and offering a charming smile. Jon observed his half-sister, acutely aware that this was merely a cousin's infatuation with a handsome knight, a thought that tugged at his heartstrings. She had indulged in tales of gallant knights since childhood, unlike the impoverished girls whose dreams seemed forever out of reach. Her life had been filled with suffering and upheaval, and if it were within his power, he would spare Sansa from enduring such pain once more, if only she could remain distant from Joffrey. Turning around, Jon noticed Joffrey glaring at Sansa, his expression dark as he fixated on the vibrant red rose in her hand. Previously indifferent during their exchange, Joffrey now exhibited an intense possessiveness. Had he not been a tyrant who had executed Ned, Jon might have suspected that Joffrey harbored genuine feelings for Sansa, albeit expressed in the most clumsy of manners. Oblivious to the complexities of this romantic entanglement, Arya tugged at Jon's hand, brimming with excitement. "Jon, father has found me a swordsman, a water dancer from Bravos." Her laughter was imbued with an enchanting spirit, though somewhat boyish. It did not detract from her charm and bravery. Jon, with a fond smile, gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "My little sister is beginning to learn the dance." "No, it is a different kind of dance. I do not need to wear a dress," Arya earnestly corrected him, before casting her gaze towards the distant mountain with a sigh. "When will I be able to ascend and compete with them?" Jon chuckled and shook his head. "At least not today." Arya, with a look of partial understanding, turned her attention back to the tournament, eagerly informing Jon, "You arrived late." In the last bout, The mountain killed a knight from the Vale, who was once Lord Aaron's squire. Oh, I do not wish to recall that, Sansa interjected quietly, her discomfort evident. Arya, please stop. As the competition was set to commence imminently, Arya refrained from retorting and instead gazed at the jousting arena with palpable excitement. Jon Snow discreetly shared with Sansa the tales of enmity between the Mountain and the Hound, originally narrated by Barristan, though he did so without adopting an excessively perilous tone. The Hound was not entirely malevolent, at least he adhered to his principles, while the Mountain was undeniably a looming threat. Sansa's complexion turned somewhat pallid, and she could not suppress the urge to glance at Jon, questioning how he seemed to possess such knowledge. Secrets abound in the taverns, Jon replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, the joust began. Events unfolded as anticipated, and in the tumultuous clash between Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, and Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, the latter resorted to deceit by mounting a mare in heat, leading to the Mountain's furious defeat. In a fit of rage, he cleaved his steed in two, subsequently charging at Loras. The Hound intervened, defending Loras from the onslaught. The ensuing chaos was quelled by the king's command. Jon, filled with concern, noted that most events were proceeding along their predetermined course, leaving him uncertain about how to alter this fate. Upon returning to the Hand's Tower, he encountered Theon Greyjoy, who had come from Winterfell to deliver a warning. Jon Snow, it seems your arm is indeed beyond use. Is there not a physician in King's Landing who can mend it? Theon's tone bore a hint of sarcasm, as he and Jon had never been particularly amicable. Jon paid little heed to his demeanor and merely inquired, was the assassin's dagger truly of Valyrian steel? Theon hesitated. He had not been present at the incident, instead indulging in an affair with Roose several miles away, and by the time he returned, both the dagger and the assassin had vanished without a trace. Catelyn Tully had repeatedly cautioned him, insisting that he travel swiftly with Ser Roderick, who remained remarkably tight-lipped, only mentioning that Lady Stark had deemed the matter of utmost importance and not to be divulged to a third party. To his surprise, Jon seemed to be aware of it all. A pang of discomfort washed over Theon. Despite his closer ties with Robb, Jon's grasp of the situation appeared far more astute. He remarked, albeit somewhat bitterly, that Stark blood coursed through Jon's veins. Jon cast a somber glance at Theon. Children raised in Winterfell are ultimately Stark, irrespective of their surname, provided they do not waver between the direwolf and the squid. Before he could finish, Eddard Stark emerged from a chamber, tucking away a letter with a grave expression. You have arrived. A message from Winterfell. Catelyn expresses concern for your well-being. She inquires whether you wish to return to Winterfell or pursue your studies in the Citadel to become a maester, assisting Robb in the future. As Ned reached the conclusion of his statement, a hint of hesitation crept into his voice, for becoming a maester was indeed a lofty honor for a bastard. However, Jon Snow has become aware of his true identity. If he were to assist Robb as a mere scholar under the Targaryen name, it is unlikely that anyone would be willing to accept him. A fleeting look of astonishment and confusion crossed Theon's eyes. It seemed Ned had not disclosed the contents of the letter to Jon. How, then, did Jon come to know about the Valyrian steel dagger? Moreover, why was Catelyn suddenly so eager to elevate Jon? Was it merely because he saved Bran? Chapter 26. The servant of the true God. The matter was of great significance, and the two engaged in a clandestine discussion within the room. After a moment of contemplation, Jon addressed Ned. My lord, do you recall the agreement we made previously? Did the letter not mention that matter? Ned furrowed his brow slightly. Jon had indeed mentioned a dream of an assassin targeting Bran. Had he not simultaneously revealed his true identity, Ned might have dismissed Jon as a dreamer, perhaps even worried that he had lost his wits due to the loss of his arm. However, at present, there were visitors in Winterfell. Although the letter made no mention of it, the account relayed by Ser Roderick aligned closely with Jon's dream, corroborated by the very dagger forged from Valyrian steel, undeniably true. So, what else do you know, boy? Ned appeared fatigued. He had been tirelessly attending to Robert's needs, and the burdens of both internal strife and external threats were weighing heavily upon Winterfell. Jon cleared his throat softly. I am unsure if Ser Roderick or the letter mentioned two specific letters. To my knowledge, this should be the true mastermind. Yet, if they truly aimed to assassinate Bran, they would not have acted that night, nor would they have dispatched such an ordinary assassin. Ned, however, was far from Jon's level of composure. Peter Baelish, are you suggesting Littlefinger? What benefit would he gain from eliminating Bran? He is not even the acting lord of Winterfell. Despite this, the tension visible in the veins on Ned's forehead betrayed his growing anger. Jon Snow sighed softly within himself. He held great respect for Ned's character. Yet in the treacherous waters of Westeros, noble virtue and honor alone would not ensure survival. He was not confident that Ned could extricate himself from this perilous situation without assistance. My lord, aside from a few trusted allies, you have not brought sufficient forces to Winterfell. There are only a handful of truly reliable individuals here. I implore you to resign from your position with the king and return to Winterfell. The lady needs you, Bran needs you, and the people of the north will desperately require your leadership. Ned perceived Jon's foresight into past and future. Though filled with uncertainty, he found himself beginning to trust Jon's words. Yet, he did not agree to return to Winterfell. If what you say is true, then Robert needs me now more than ever. Jon sighed. My lord, I understand your decisions have always been unshakable. Thus, I implore you, until my return, to refrain from engaging in any conflict with the Lannisters, adopting the guise of a blissfully ignorant prime minister. I vow to return within a mere 3 months. Ned, still deep in contemplation, offered no clear response, clearly burdened by the weight of the matter. Jon Snow furrowed his brow and, with reluctance, ventured to speak. If you cannot acquiesce to my request, I shall be compelled to disclose to the king the identities of my true parents, regardless of the consequence of facing execution. I cannot prevent him from venting his wrath upon the entire north. Ned gazed at the young man before him, his brow furrowing in concern. You dare to threaten me? Family loyalty supersedes all. Forgive my desperate measures, as I must wager my life and your reputation. Jon Snow bowed deeply and turned to depart. Thus, he bid a brief farewell to Ned. Before leaving King's Landing, he visited the smithy, seeking out Gendry, and requested the crafting of a sword in the form of a sewing needle. Gendry had initially assumed Jon to be a callous tavern owner, but was taken aback when Jon bestowed upon him a silver stag coin to aid in healing Remy. Upon their next encounter, Gendry greeted Jon with exceptional warmth. No additional payment is required. The funds from that day for Remy's treatment remain, so consider it material costs. As an apprentice, I shall provide my labor free of charge. Jon smiled faintly. Perhaps Gendry's familiarity with Arya and knowledge of his true identity accounted for this excessive cordiality. Nevertheless, the young man's genuine and straightforward demeanor resonated well with Jon. He placed 2 silver stag coins into Gendry's hand. Consider this in advance. I shall require your smithing skills in the future, possibly for a considerable quantity of weaponry. Furthermore, it is likely that the Prime Minister will pay a visit in a few days. Remember to advise him that if he wishes to safeguard his father and himself, he should act as though he has never laid eyes on you. Without waiting for Gendry's response, Jon rose and departed. After attending to the matters surrounding the tavern's closure, Jon hastily left King's Landing under the cover of night. The carriage journeyed westward. Initially, Varys and Baelish's spies trailed him, but as most presumed he was en route to Old Town, vigilance waned. Coupled with Jon's own counter-surveillance skills, he soon evaded his pursuers. He lingered briefly near the Pleasure Tower to pay his respects to his mother, Lyanna, before heading in a direction diametrically opposed to Old Town. Before reaching the capital of Dorne, Sunspear, Jon sought refuge in a remote, desolate mountain range. In comparison to the frigid north, the sweltering heat of Dorne far exceeded his expectations. Yet, perhaps such an environment would prove beneficial for nurturing dragon eggs. He meticulously extracted a crate of wildfire, thankful that these barrels had been thoroughly filled and securely sealed, with layers of feathers and cotton within the crate ensuring that no accidental jostling would lead to catastrophe. Throughout this bumpy journey, his greatest concern was the possibility of meeting his demise in this foreign land before even embarking on his plan, a fate he deemed utterly unacceptable. The fossilized dragon egg quietly burns in the emerald flames of wildfire, while Jon Snow sets up a tent not far away, preparing to spend the night. Perhaps it is the stunning beauty of Dorne's landscape that, despite its sweltering heat, lifts his spirits unexpectedly. The young man gazes at the serene blue sky and white clouds, reflecting that he indeed does not belong to this world. How could he be amidst the tumultuous currents of intrigue and danger in King's Landing while here he roasts a dragon egg over wildfire, so incongruous with the surrounding atmosphere? As night falls, Jon looks anxiously at the dragon egg engulfed in flames. The wildfire's destructive nature has begun to melt portions of the sandstone, creating a deep pit as the ground collapses. Yet, the dragon egg shows no signs of reaction. Remembering that Daenerys' egg had burned through the night to hatch into a dragon, he considers that his egg has already been roasting for an afternoon. Surely, that is ample time. But why does it remain unresponsive? Should he not have used wildfire? Just as doubts plague his mind, a fragrance wafts from the flames. Does it resemble the scent of a fried egg? He worries that the lack of reaction is ominous. Yet if the dragon egg were to cook, that would be even worse. After all the effort he has expended, would it merely culminate in a fried dragon egg? At that moment, a woman's voice carries through the night. The long night is perilous, my prince. You should not kindle wildfire atop these high mountains. Even the gentle people of Dorne would be alarmed and wary of such an omen. The voice, tinged with mystery, emanates a hint of reverence. Jon turns to see Melisandre, clad in her flowing red robes, exuding an air of grace, though her naturally alluring figure betrays a certain wildness. Jon glances at Melisandre, his expression betraying no surprise, though his mind races with thoughts of the countless roaring wild boars that once charged past him. Shouldn't she be following Stannis? Although it proved to be a miscalculation in the end, is it not also a folly for her to assist him now? How did you find me here? Jon strives to keep his voice steady, the crackling of wildfire still filling the air. Melisandre smiles enigmatically, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. She approaches the pit, aglow with a strange green light, kneeling before it and softly reciting an unknown incantation. In the summer nights of Dorne, the tranquil evening, the red-robed sorceress, and the consuming wildfire all appear both eerie and fitting. Melisandre continues her chant, her initially unwavering voice gradually becoming hoarse, infused with a trace of uncertainty. As dawn approaches, at last, a sound akin to the cracking of calcified material resonates. Jon leans closer to the fire, and from the depths of the pit emerges a young dragon, its scales shimmering with a hue reminiscent of the wildfire, releasing a clear, melodic cry. The young dragon flapped its wings and soared out of the pit, circling momentarily in the air before alighting on Jon Snow's shoulder. Melisandre, her voice imbued with solemnity, gracefully bowed to Jon and knelt at his feet to pledge her oath. By the will of the Lord of Light, I swear to you as a devoted servant of the true gods, that the divine power of the Lord of Light shall accompany you until the day you ascend the Iron Throne and don the true dragon crown. Chapter 27. The Prince of Dorne. The summer's end in Dorne remained oppressively hot. Were it not for the graceful figures of the silk-clad ladies, this place would be bereft of allure. Jon Snow sat within the walls of Sunspear, basking in the warm sunlight, feeling a touch of languor. The Red Priestess Melisandre had not been able to serve him for 2 days as desired, for Jon had dispatched her to the Dothraki to seek Daenerys. Guilt over having taken a dragon egg from his aunt compelled Jon to feel the need to protect his uncle. Melisandre hesitated but ultimately obeyed the will of the chosen one of the Lord of Light, crossing the narrow sea, while Jon sought a refuge to quietly evade attention, nurturing his little dragon. As for the person providing the sanctuary, I have always been curious. Do the boys of the north all possess such fair complexions as you? Oberyn Martell stepped out of the inner hall, languidly embracing the woman in his arms, casting a teasing glance at Jon. The woman he held was not overly striking in her features, slightly less captivating than Cersei or even Catelyn. Yet she possessed an exotic charm that made her exceptionally radiant due to her remarkable aura. The moment Jon laid eyes on her, he discerned the depth of her affection for the Red Viper. Only when a woman's gaze is consumed by a man does such a sentiment emerge. Oberyn certainly deserved such devotion. He was a man of considerable grace. From the moment he saw the little dragon, he had promised to provide Jon with accommodations, offering a particularly secluded part of his palace. Only 2 trusted aides were assigned to manage communications and daily needs. There were no elaborate formalities to receive distinguished guests, yet the arrangements were undoubtedly meticulous and thoughtful. Jon Snow rose. I am grateful for your generous assistance, Prince Oberyn. It was unclear whether all Dornish people were so unrestrained or if Oberyn was simply exceptionally free-spirited, but the Red Viper was decidedly unconventional. Conversely, Oberyn expressed dissatisfaction with Jon's excessive formality. There is no need for such restraint. Simply call me Oberyn. Dornish people do not indulge in such formalities. You have stepped into my domain and taken residence in my home, making you my guest, whether it be our fine Dornish wine or our beautiful Dornish women. You need only speak, and you may indulge to your heart's content. However, are you merely hiding away here out of fear of the Dornish sun? Jon Snow shook his head, raising his hand to beckon the young dragon, which stumbled towards him before clumsily climbing onto his shoulder. He silently criticized himself. It was a rare opportunity to visit Dorne, and he had intended to explore, yet he was apprehensive about the potential theft of his dragon. After all, Daenerys' dragon had once been taken, an act executed by allies conspiring with outsiders. Moreover, his little dragon had yet to mature. It couldn't even breathe fire. Were it not for his trust in Oberyn's character, he would never dare to bring the dragon here. Nevertheless, it was improbable that all Dornish soldiers possessed Oberyn's unconstrained and selfless nature. Once he left his little dragon behind, who could say whether someone might take advantage of the situation? Oberyn sat opposite Jon Snow, observing with keen interest as Jon offered a small piece of beef to the dragon perched on his shoulder. With a blend of jest and curiosity, he inquired, "You have yet to name this creature, have you? I had thought that since the Targaryens vanished from Westeros, dragons would cease to exist. It is rumored that dragons heed only the blood of Targaryen. And you are a Snow, are you not?" As he spoke, his fingers lightly traced the spine of his mistress, Lyanna Sand, who let out a soft, tantalizing sigh, leaning languidly against Oberyn. "My love, I fear that the young man across from us is still quite innocent. Is it truly wise to tease him so?" Lyanna laughed softly, casting a bewitching glance at Jon. "Or perhaps you wish to join us. I shall be gentle, and Oberyn will be as well." Jon's hand, which had been feeding the dragon, paused momentarily as he glanced at the two, maintaining a composed demeanor, though a slight blush crept upon his cheeks. He recalled that while Dorne was not known for its fierce temperament, these two individuals were indeed bold, disregarding lineage, gender, and even numbers. He pressed his lips together and stood, preparing to depart. "I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment any longer." Oberyn chuckled lightly. "Young man, you appear overly restrained. Should you wish, you may join me in my chambers tonight, my beloved, and I will ensure your relaxation. Perhaps I can also introduce you to a few lovely Dornish maidens. Here, unlike other parts of Westeros, we do not look down upon bastards, of course. If you desire young men, that is not an issue either. Here, we are not bound by gender." Jon did not turn back, yet he could hear the soft rustle of silks falling to the ground, followed by the sounds of lips meeting. He cleared his throat and quickly exited. Oberyn watched Jon's retreating figure vanish into the courtyard, his expression revealing a glimmer of astuteness. This Jon Snow, his lineage must be quite extraordinary. Aside from dragons, no one could truly command them. Do you think his Targaryen bloodline comes from his father or his mother? Lyanna regarded him with skepticism. Is he not the bastard son of Eddard Stark? Therefore, it should be from his mother? Oberyn laughed heartily. "Dear Lyanna, you are so clever. Yet you fail to see the truth. While he carries the blood of the Starks, I fear that a man of Eddard Stark's honorable disposition would never break his oath. He differs from me, for he can trace his lineage throughout Dorne." Illyrian gazed at Oberyn with a mix of admiration and infatuation. "Yet, what does it matter? You have transformed them all into exceptional warriors." After a brief moment of contemplation, she mused, "If this Jon Snow could join your plans, my love, are you considering a marriage between him and one of your daughters to assist you in achieving your objective?" Oberyn chuckled. "You are astute, my beautiful one. This is precisely why, among many mistresses, I have chosen you alone. Beauty may fade with time, but your wisdom continues to captivate me time and again. You understand me so well." He tightened his grip, and Illyrian emanated an extraordinarily intense and enchanting aura. "My love, due to regulations." Subsequent descriptions of the indescribable encounters between Oberyn and Illyrian in the sunlit courtyard by the babbling brook have been omitted for not aligning with the core socialist values. After a tender interlude, Illyrian languished in Oberyn's embrace, faintly hearing the voice of her beloved, particularly profound. "I hope he truly is the illegitimate son of Ned Stark and a Targaryen woman. I would prefer him to be a bastion." The tone was gentle, yet possessed an unsettling depth. Just beyond the garden's walls, Jon overheard their conversation in its entirety, gently caressing the small dragon in his hand, his expression turning gravely serious. Chapter 28. A dreadful nightmare. There existed a certain enmity between Oberyn and his parents. Elia Martell was Oberyn's sister, and they had been inseparable since childhood. Originally, Elia was wed to Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, yet Rhaegar, fully aware that Lyanna Stark, who was Jon Snow's true mother, was already wed to Robert Baratheon, crowned Lyanna with the Winter Rose at the tournament. Through the power of the three-eyed raven, Jon Snow witnessed the past, personally confirming this tale. His mother Lyanna's beauty was indeed extraordinary. Out of selfishness, Jon believed his father's courtship methods to be remarkable, publicly declaring his love with a crown woven from his mother's favorite flowers. If both were unmarried, it would indeed be a rather romantic legend. Alas, the reality was that Princess Elia, of noble birth and fair visage, was a woman of kindness. Due to her parents' elopement, she, as the Princess of Dorne, suffered unwarranted humiliation, and Jon felt profound sorrow for her plight. Furthermore, the elopement of her parents served as the catalyst that ignited tremendous turmoil across the Seven Kingdoms. The Mountain led his men into King's Landing, ruthlessly slaughtering Elia and Rhaegar's children, and subsequently killed Elia herself. From that point on, a lasting enmity was established between Dorne and the Westerlands. Naturally, this was a predetermined fact he could not alter. The tragic circumstances arose not only from the enmity of their forebears, but were intertwined with numerous other factors. Even if he were to be reborn in that era, he would be powerless to change the course of events. However, from Oberyn's tone just now, it seems he harbors doubts about his true identity and likely holds deep-seated resentment towards his parents. Should he indeed come to the realization that he is the son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, bearing the name Aegon Targaryen, which coincidentally matches that of the child who tragically met his end at the hands of the Mountain, it is probable that he would be unable to reconcile with this truth, and perhaps even loathe himself. This sentiment towards Oberyn is understandable, especially considering his close bond with his sister, Elia Martell. The actions of his parents are undoubtedly enough to breed animosity within him. Regrettably, in the vast realm of the Seven Kingdoms, there are not many capable of offering him assistance. Oberyn was once among them. Yet while he might set aside his prejudice against Tywin to aid Tyrion in the trial by combat, the more significant motivation is his desire for vengeance against the Mountain. The well-known discord between Tyrion and Tywin makes Oberyn's presence rather awkward. It was only when the small dragon bit his finger that Jon was roused from his endless worries and contemplations. "Are you hungry?" he asked. The green scales of the dragon quivered gently, brushing against Jon Snow's face, and the dragon's expression appeared particularly affectionate. Jon felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. Although he found himself in this world with no true allies, this bond between man and dragon could be considered a form of companionship. "You must grow quickly. You are the only one I can trust and rely upon," Jon softly murmured, glancing back at the exotic scenery of Sunspear, feeling an overwhelming sense of solitude. He had long foreseen the future of Westeros in his dreams. When the long night arrived, all personal grievances would become irrelevant. He could set aside his emotions solely to ensure the survival of all when that eternal night descended. In the face of life and death, personal enmities hold no weight. It is unfortunate, however, that not everyone possesses such clarity. Yet, as for his current strategy, the only forces at his disposal are Melisandre and this young dragon. Aside from them, he has no one else to rely on, and must simply take each step as it comes. After residing in Dorne for approximately 10 to 15 days, all remained calm in King's Landing, devoid of any news. Jon, though concerned for Ned Stark, recognized that Dorne is not particularly close to King's Landing. While Oberyn was warm and hospitable, he could not possibly relay every minor detail. Thus, Jon utilized the power of the three-eyed raven to covertly observe all happenings in the capital. Initially, wielding such power was somewhat challenging, and upon returning his consciousness to reality, he often experienced confusion, unable to distinguish between the present and the past. However, Jon Snow quickly adapted to this sensation, and once he overcame it, he became increasingly adept. Ironically, he found himself accustomed to the experience of controlling the entirety of the situation within his dreams. Though concerning his own affairs, he could only perceive a void. Until one day, Jon had a particularly chaotic dream. In his dream, he beheld his father, Rhaegar, tenderly caressing the pronounced belly of Princess Elia, whispering in a melodious voice, invoking his name as Aegon Targaryen, the prophesied prince, whose song is that of ice and fire. Perhaps this was a nightmare. His father's expression was strikingly unfamiliar. Though adorned with the characteristic silver-golden locks of House Targaryen and possessing a strikingly handsome visage, he was fated only to break women's hearts. Rhaegar gazed intently at Elia, not truly seeing his wife, but rather fixated on her abdomen. Yet those eyes did not reflect the gaze of a father anticipating the birth of his son. The scene shifted. Still Rhaegar, still a pregnant woman, still that enigmatic expression, yet now infused with a softness and reluctance, perhaps because the woman was Lyanna Stark. "Lyanna, my beloved, with war looming, I may have to abandon you to fight." He clasped her hand, this time with a deeper focus and tenderness. "By the gods, I cannot promise I shall return to see you. Yet I know one truth. Between us, life and death are forever intertwined. Rhaegar Targaryen, should I reunite with you in the heavens, I fear nothing." Lyanna's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her beautiful countenance bore a remarkably resolute smile, illuminated by the radiance of impending motherhood, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. "Our child. His name shall be Aegon Targaryen." Rhaegar gently touched Lyanna's belly, confidently proclaiming, "He will be the prince of prophecy." Though Lyanna harbored some uncertainty, she said little, merely nodding in agreement. She then tenderly caressed Rhaegar's handsome face and leaned in to bestow a parting kiss, tears escaping the corners of her eyes. The scene shifted once more. Beyond the wall, the army of the White Walkers breached the defenses, leaving a trail of ice and snow in their wake. Within a snow-laden cavern, where ancient roots intertwined, an elderly man, ensnared within, slowly opened his eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Jon Snow, uttering, "We cannot escape our fates." As he spoke, roots erupted from the earth, ensnaring Jon Snow. One vine constricted painfully upon his already unconscious arm, though aware it was but a dream. The sensation of pain was vividly acute. His arm swelled and throbbed intensely, and in an unexpected moment, a severed portion of his arm fell to the ground. Jon gazed down at his empty sleeve, unable to suppress a cry. He awoke suddenly from his slumber, sitting upright in the dead of night. Instinctively reaching for his left arm. It was still there. He sighed in relief. Suddenly, another voice pierced the silence of the room. It seems you have experienced a rather dreadful nightmare. The candlelight flared to life, revealing Oberyn Martell seated in a chair. His gaze cold and tranquil, imbued with an air of lethal intent. Chapter 29. The sweet maiden. To his surprise, there was someone keeping vigil by his bedside, sending a chill down Jon's spine. It seems I ought to lend some credence to the rumors concerning your highness. Am I truly so delectable in your eyes? This revelation is quite astonishing. Of course, the tone is laced with sarcasm, leaving no impression that he feels even the slightest sense of honor. Oberyn Martell's lance pressed against Jon Snow's left shoulder. The cold steel pierced 3 inches deep, sending a chilling pain through him. Your father was Rhaegar Targaryen. I recall his silver-gold hair and the melodious voice with which he sang. 7 gods above, that man was a born poet. He usurped the livelihood of every bard in King's Landing, yet still, everyone adored him. Oberyn's lance trembled slightly, lost in contemplation and reminiscence. Even my sister, who seldom found her heart swayed by men, willingly bore his children, despite the mad King Aerys's disdain for her Dornish scent. She compromised her dignity to remain in King's Landing. In the end, what did she gain? The betrayal of her husband, the brutal slaughter by traitors. Had she not journeyed to King's Landing, none of this would have transpired. Jon's complexion paled, his left hand long devoid of sensation. Yet the flesh on his shoulders still ached with pain. Oberyn Martell regarded him with a deep gaze. Do you have anything further to say, son of Rhaegar? Jon Snow clenched his jaw and replied with a faint smile, My mother perished in childbirth, my father fell to Robert's hammer, and Princess Elia met her end at the hands of the Mountain. War has always been thus, but did I force the princess to marry my father? Did I urge my parents to flee? Most crucially, did I slay Princess Elia? Oberyn's expression hardened, a flicker of uncertainty passing over him. Jon gripped the lance's tip with his right hand, pulling it free from his flesh, locking eyes with Oberyn, their mutual intensity unyielding. Do not hold the grievances of the past against me. The young dragon, having stirred from its slumber, sensed the tension and emitted a cautious cry. Yet, it was still too young to unleash dragon fire. With great effort, it managed only to flutter to Jon's shoulder, instinctively rallying against Oberyn Martell. Jon rose. I believe my presence is no longer welcomed here. I thank you for your hospitality during this time. Oberyn stood still, his lance and silhouette elongated by the flickering light. Before departing, Jon cast a glance back at Oberyn. Hatred will be your undoing. Should you ever face Ser Gregor Clegane, such irrationality, indiscriminate of friend or foe, will condemn your beloved to a life of suffering and longing. I know you are exceptionally wise, having effortlessly acquired 6 chains in the Citadel. Yet there is an old adage, extreme wisdom invites injury. May this truth not befall you. I pray earnestly for your well-being. The Red Viper remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Jon Snow without uttering a word. Winter is coming, my lord. May the 7 protect you until the realm welcomes a better king. With that, Jon stepped towards the door. As he arrived, he remained solitary, clad in black, devoid of any luggage, accompanied only by a young dragon of unknown origin, with no clear destination in mind. Just as he stepped out the door, Oberyn intervened, urging him to pause. Wait. The handsome and astute Prince of Dorne clapped his hands, summoning a graceful, sweet-faced girl from the shadows. Dressed in a manner reminiscent of a nun, her golden hair and blue eyes were scarcely noticeable beneath the modest attire, which could not conceal her stunning beauty. Father, she greeted Oberyn with a polite gesture, offering a fleeting smile to Jon Snow that was both charming and discreet. Her movements revealed a figure of exquisite elegance beneath her robe. Oberyn regarded the girl with satisfaction. This is my esteemed guest, as noble as the prince far away in Dorne. From this day forth, you shall accompany him. Wherever he ventures, that shall be your destination. In that moment, he captured the girl's smile and delight without reservation, yet remained impassive, turning instead to Snow with a sense of pride. This is my bastard daughter, Tyrannissa. Among my 8 illegitimate daughters, she resembles me the most. Do you understand, northern lad? A northern lad, not the son of Rhaegar. Jon Snow smiled faintly at the sweet girl beside him. So, from this day, I have gained another companion of dubious parentage? Tyrannissa beamed as she approached Jon Snow. I hear you brew wines that rival those of Dorne. I enjoy drinking. As she spoke, she drew closer, her soft and ample figure brushing against his stark black attire. Jon Snow instinctively withdrew, maintaining a respectful distance, aware of the girl's most potent trait, her skill with poison. Despite his rudimentary knowledge of pharmacology, he prudently chose to keep his distance from a master of toxins. An additional reason for his reticence was the unsettling charm of a girl who was acutely aware of her allure, invoking a nervousness within him. Despite the restless stirrings of Rhaegar's spirit within him in response to such an equally dangerous presence, Tyrannissa, undeterred by her failed advance, assumed his shyness as mere nervousness and turned back to Oberyn with a playful smile. "I like this young man, father. His earnest demeanor is truly endearing. He bears a striking resemblance to his biological father. The girls are drawn to such captivating features." Oberyn sipped from a goblet of wine. "Go now, follow him. This young dragon rider." The two youthful figures mounted their steeds, galloping under the moonlight. Ellaria stood at the doorway, watching their silhouettes fade into two distant shadows before she entered the room. "Have you laid aside your hatred for his parents, my love?" Oberyn raised an eyebrow, echoing the boy's sentiments that the grievances of the past should not be visited upon him. "I am inherently a magnanimous individual. Moreover, compared to the hasty demeanor of Viserys, this young man presents a far more promising investment. When I departed from the Citadel for the Free Cities, the most revered motto among the people of Pentos was to always prepare for contingencies, ensuring that should one make a poor investment, another profit would offset the loss. It has been over a century since dragons last appeared, yet this youth has managed to hatch one. If anyone possesses the potential to create miracles, do you not find him to be a beacon of hope?" Oberyn embraced Ellaria, drawing her close. "A person who can offer counsel without resentment towards one who has wounded him, even if he cannot ascend as a great ruler, can surely become an invaluable ally. Thus, you intend to send Myrcella as an envoy to extend goodwill towards him?" Ellaria chuckled softly. "If this Jon Snow proves inadequate for the task, employing poison to eliminate him discreetly would not be out of the question, would it?" Oberyn rewarded Ellaria's keen intellect with a passionate kiss. Chapter 30. The gentle sand snake's Dorne lies at the southeastern extremity of the continent of Westeros. To the west lies Old Town, a symbol of the Citadel, naturally separated from Dorne's borderlands by encircling mountains. Although Sunspear resides at the farthest corner of Dorne, its proximity to the sea and bustling docks fosters a thriving economy. The most convenient route from Sunspear to other locales is by water. However, Jon chose not to embark by ship from Dorne. Instead, he opted to traverse the mountains towards the direction of Storm's End. Throughout their journey, Myrcella maintained a sweet and composed smile. "You are quite peculiar, foreigner. Most travelers here prefer the waterways, especially with a girl like me to accompany them, indulging in a leisurely maritime voyage within a swaying cabin. Yet you have chosen to navigate the mountainous terrain of Dorne's borderlands, enduring the relentless sun. I find it quite challenging to maintain my beauty under such conditions," she remarked, playfully lifting her bright yellow gown to reveal a glimpse of her exquisite ankle. Jon cast a sidelong glance at her. Myrcella's confidence was well-founded. Her breathtaking beauty shone even more radiantly in the morning light, her slender and graceful silhouette harmonizing beautifully with her sapphire-like eyes and golden locks. She epitomized the quintessential Dorne beauty, with delicate features and an unparalleled sweetness that could captivate any heart. Alas, to steal a kiss from such a maiden could lead one to peril, for her lips may conceal a deadly poison. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. In Myrcella's eyes, Jon Snow's silence was akin to shyness. "You have never been so close to a young and beautiful girl like me, have you?" she inquired, her tone laced with a playful innocence and a hint of pride. Unable to restrain himself, Jon retorted, "Then, Lady Myrcella, you must have encountered countless men. Pray tell, when did you first discover the pleasures of their company?" "The journey is rather mundane. Let us discuss something more intriguing. My voice remains rather pleasing. Should you regale me with a heart-rending tale of love, I am certain I could sing it across the 7 kingdoms. Though Tyrion may appear carefree, she is, in truth, still a maiden. She simply believes Jon Snow to be an exceedingly honest, albeit taciturn, fellow, and thus she teases him for amusement." Unbeknownst to her, the youth suddenly adopts a more defiant demeanor, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she softly remarks, "You are not as honest as my father claims. Nor do I see how you resemble Prince Oberyn in any significant way," retorted Snow, matching her banter. "At present, I am hastening toward the Riverlands, endeavoring to remain inconspicuous along the way. I trust your father has informed you of my condition. I am a half-disabled man with a crippled left hand, unable to wield a crossbow, and my swordplay lacks the balance of others. As such, I am an easy target, accompanied by a young dragon unseen for a century. How many would risk their lives to slay me for a mere profit in bravos? Dear Miss Turan. Turan's smile faded. I am no miss, for while Dorne does not scorn bastards, we are not of noble stature. Furthermore, I do not resemble those delicate noblewomen, trembling at the sight of a cockroach. Her disdainful expression reminded Snow of another, a girl with equally bright eyes and an untamed spirit, her hair a fiery cascade. Although he did not inherit the original host's emotions, he possessed her unreserved memories. The wild beauty named Ygritte still sparkled with feral allure. Had he not encountered her, she would not have perished in the battle at the Black Castle. Suddenly, a dull ache gripped his heart, not from lingering affection for the flame-like maiden, but rather from the helplessness of confronting life and death, the futility of altering fate. This sensation deepened his concern for Ned. Was there still hope for him? Could he fulfill his initial purpose of saving his beloved kin? Snow ceased his conversation, and the journey grew somewhat tedious. Two people, two steeds, galloped tirelessly across the lands of Westeros. His power as the three-eyed raven had foreseen that the mountain would soon heed Tywin's commands, ravaging the riverlands, slaughtering villagers, torturing children, and igniting homes, inciting public outrage that would reach King's Landing, prompting Ned to dispatch troops to punish the mountain for the sake of justice. At that moment, he would be utterly alone in King's Landing. Although he had once regarded Ned's steadfastness as foolish from an outsider's perspective, growing up beside him filled Snow with warmth and gratitude, akin to a quiver filled with fresh arrows. Thus, he could not abandon that foolishly loyal man. If he could prevent the mountain's wrath, perhaps it would be a more effective way to avert tragedy, suppressing a nagging thought that scolded him for his own folly. Snow spurred his horse onward, racing toward the riverlands. As he journeyed northward, he felt the wound on his left shoulder beginning to reopen, yet he refused to slow his pace. Tyranny was perplexed by the arduous journey, which felt almost like a frantic race against time. While she could endure it, she could not comprehend it. 3 days later, the two of them, along with 2 horses and a young dragon, finally arrived in the vicinity of the Blackwater River. Disregarding Jon Snow's wishes, Tyranny insisted on finding a dilapidated inn in the town of Stonehall. Geographically challenged, she consulted a map online and discovered that Stonehall lies to the northwest of King's Landing, with the city of Riverrun to the north and the chaotic cluster of cities beyond leading to Casterly Rock. Unlike Snow, Tyranny carried a bit of luggage, the most useful of which was a square wooden frame resembling a birdcage, draped in a layer of black cloth. It could be strapped to her back, providing a perch for the little dragon while remaining inconspicuous. Initially, Jon appreciated her meticulousness, but he was infuriated when, at the last moment, she abruptly halted their progress. They were merely half a day to a day away. Why? Jon Snow was not one to lose his temper easily, and even when questioning her with anger, he appeared somewhat refined. Tyranny gazed at him leisurely, a knowing smile gracing her lips. I shall not compromise my comfort. If you wish to press on, I shall secretly sell your dragon to Bravos. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, bright enough to quicken the heart. Jon shot her an exasperated look, but refrained from further comment. As night fell, Tyranny quietly entered Jon's room, finding him already reclined on the bed, seemingly asleep. She gently unfastened his clothing. Suddenly, Jon grasped her hand, opening his eyes, his gaze sharp as a wolf's in the darkness. Do you think I would harm you? Tyranny arched an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her eyes. To her disappointment, Jon merely shook his head, releasing her hand. I have known for some time that you are skilled in the art of poison. However, you have not employed it thus far, so I do not believe you would do so now. I was merely feigning sleep to witness your surprise, he added, lying back down, his deep, dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on her. Tyranny was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her annoyance. You actually weren't asleep. Aside from my father, you were the first person to deceive me. Her playful pout was remarkably endearing. Jon was momentarily stunned as the girl suddenly broke free from him, pulling her collar aside to reveal her shoulder, and deftly applied a cool purple ointment to his injured shoulder. You seem to doubt my abilities. However, the skill of poisoning is predicated on a certain understanding of herbs, so I believe I can treat your inflamed wound. The ointment was refreshingly cool, alleviating the pain and itchiness from his injury over the past few days. Jon Snow, who was inherently taciturn, cast a brief glance at Tyranny without uttering a word, yet found her far more agreeable than at their initial meeting. After a prolonged silence, Jon suddenly spoke softly. I have read about the sand snakes in books. Tyranny had already turned her back to Jon Snow, busily organizing her belongings on the table under the light, while playfully teasing the small turquoise dragon. Upon hearing Jon's voice, she curiously turned around, gesturing for him to continue. The book described the sand snakes as possessing a unique mode of movement, traversing beneath the desert sands. They appeared fierce yet bore no venom, rendering them harmless to humans. Tyranny, somewhat displeased, furrowed her delicate brows and, with a hint of innate charm, remarked, "Are you implying that I am not fearsome, hence you do not fear me?" Jon Snow could not suppress a smile, despite the ache he felt, and replied, "What I mean is, although you appear exceedingly sweet, you are indeed quite perilous. Yet, should one dare to approach you, they may glimpse the tender heart within." A rosy hue graced Tyranny's fair complexion in the dim candlelight. Chapter 31. The burning village. The landscapes surrounding the Riverlands were relatively pleasant. From Stonehall, a route led to Acorn Hall, which would take one to Riverrun, if one ventured northeast for a day, passing through the Moon Mountains and crossing the Bloodgate. They would arrive at the Eyrie. Yet, due to Catelyn Tully's influence, Jon had always kept his distance from all Tullis. He held a particular wariness towards Lysa Arryn, who resided in the Eyrie, a woman excessively indulgent of her son, teetering on the brink of hysteria, with a foolish son who often demanded to fly. Should one truly soar from the moon door, they would undoubtedly meet the Seven in the afterlife, and if they lingered in flight, they might well be frightened into a state of despair. In truth, Jon maintained a neutral stance regarding this woman. Self-preservation was never a vice. Moreover, given her chaotic and neurotic mind, her absence of interference was already a blessing. However, the repercussions of the Mountains massacre were indeed far-reaching. He did not believe he could best the Mountain in a one-on-one confrontation, even in optimal physical condition, let alone now, when his left hand was nearly incapacitated. Without a few capable allies, he would merely be delivering himself to the Mountain, and one could easily conjecture the fate that awaited a girl of Tyranny's allure. Initially, Jon had little concern for what befell Tyranny, yet since last night, he had begun to perceive her as less dangerous than he had imagined. In any case, this was not a time for pride or personal sentiment. It was imperative to do all one could to thwart the Mountain's brutal actions. Nevertheless, upon arriving at Riverrun, he found no one to receive him, and on his journey to the Eyrie, Jon could not even pass through the Bloodgate. The reason being that Lady Arryn harbored a deep-seated loathing for all illegitimate offspring born of unlawful unions, particularly for the son born to her enchanting sister, who had married a man steeped in honor, yet bore the stigma of betrayal as a bastard. "So, you hastily departed from Dorne merely to arrive here and be met with closed doors?" Tyranny mused indifferently. She had assumed Jon sought refuge within the Tully household, yet it seemed his social standing was rather lacking. Riding through the Moonlight Mountains, she could not help but tease Jon Snow, not for any particular reason, but because this young man had shown little astonishment at her beauty since the very first day, which left Tyranny's self-esteem quite bruised. Thus, she seized every opportunity to engage in banter with Jon Snow. However, given that Snow often maintained a stubborn silence, her words rarely riled this taciturn fellow. Throughout their journey, she felt both vexed and irked, but upon noticing Snow's expression of disappointment and fatigue, she finally sensed an opportunity to gain the upper hand. To her surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Snow merely stated, "Miss Tyranny, once we leave the Moonlight Mountains, let us part ways." What? Jon Snow, you actually wish to send me away?" Tyranny exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Jon Snow cast a sidelong glance at the girl. "I have grown weary of your capriciousness and arrogance. I have encountered many lovely ladies, yet your brazen demeanor is rare even among the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of beauty and grace, you cannot rival Sansa Stark of Winterfell. In cunning and intellect, you fall short of Marjorie Tyrell of Highgarden, and in valor and prowess, the women beyond the wall are far more untamed than you. Thus, it appears your only skill lies in using that face of yours to entice men into fleeting encounters." Slap. Tyranny delivered a sharp blow to Jon, the sound echoing crisply through the silent valley. Her sapphire eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and her actions startled even Jon's horse. Had it been a common person, they would have been thrown to the ground. But Jon tightened the reins just in time to secure his own safety. "I will not forget the words you have spoken today, bastard of the North," Tyranny declared, turning away and galloping off, leaving Jon standing alone. Jon sighed. It was perhaps for the best that she left. Confronting the Mountain would pose a far greater threat. The Sand Snakes revered their father, the Red Viper, and Oberyn Martell loathed the Mountain, the very Gregor Clegane who had brutally slain Oberyn's sister. Who could say whether Tyranny might repeat her father's impulsiveness and venture towards the Mountain, courting disaster? Perhaps it was better to send her away than to risk her falling into the Mountain's clutches. As for certain matters, he preferred to face them alone. He removed the bamboo frame from his back, releasing the small dragon. "You are still too young. I must wait until you come of age before allowing you to make an appearance. It would be best for you to remain hidden in the Moonlight Mountains and feast on a few sheep. Should I inadvertently meet my demise, returned to Daenerys in Dothraki. His intention had been to nurture the little dragon for a few months, hoping it could at least accompany Ned. But the reality was that the dragoness growth rate was exasperatingly slow. A month had passed, and it appeared to have scarcely developed, let alone saving anyone. Self-preservation had become a concern. Others possessed armies, yet he found himself utterly alone. Jon let out a weary sigh, pondering the whims of fate. He had traversed realms, and despite the arduous journey, he found himself with a dragon that had yet to grow, proving ineffectual amidst the looming conflict. The small dragon let out a cry, perhaps irked by Jon's doubt in its capabilities. In a swift motion, it circled several times before vanishing from sight. Perhaps it has returned to the mountain of magic, and I shall find my way back to my original world, Jon mused, shrugging as he mounted his horse and set off towards the riverlands. Not far ahead, a figure flickered in the valley, quickly disappearing from view. Snow rode swiftly, guided not by the powers of the three-eyed crow, but by the scent of blood and flames, following the wails of the villagers to the source of evil. The blinding light of the inferno cast a shadow of the mountain of magic that loomed larger and more oppressive than he had imagined. He strode forth with determination, not in haste to leave nor in pursuit of riches, but akin to a diner in a buffet, relishing the freedom of pillaging. "May the seven gods bless me," Jon whispered, hiding behind a distant fence. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his youthful, slender visage bore no trace of life. His expression had stiffened, resembling a statue. Upon closer inspection, there were subtle resemblances between his features and those of a strikingly beautiful woman from the crypts beneath Winterfell. Simultaneously, a multitude of crows cried out mournfully, soaring over the nameless village. Chapter 32. An ominous foreboding. The villagers gazed helplessly as the mountain of magic and his minions ravaged their land and violated their women. Anger boiled within them. Yet the cold steel against their throats reminded them that their lives were as inconsequential as weeds. Even as they witnessed the brutal demise of their wives and children, they dared not voice their fury, their despair confined to silence. The cries of women and children echoed endlessly. The mountain of magic regarded the coarse, wretched village women with disdain, allowing his henchmen to commit their atrocities, relishing the palpable fear that enveloped the air. His formidable figure, encased in armor, was as unyielding as iron. With an expressionless snap of his fingers, soldiers doused a group of weary women with a barrel of fish and murky water. The cold, slimy fish slapped against their pallid flesh, eliciting a few startled screams, but most of the women, reduced to mere shells of their former selves, had long since been drained of vitality, both body and spirit. Witnessing such horror inflicted upon his wife drove a once resolute villager to rise in defiance. Unable to endure the suffering any longer, the mountain barely acknowledged him. A hound pays no heed to the feelings of ants. At a mere command, two soldiers brandished their spears towards the unarmed villager. At that moment, a chorus of birdsong broke through the air. Gregor looked up. A multitude of ebony crows surged forth like a tempest, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings and haunting, raspy cries. "Damn it! How can there be so many crows here?" The soldiers cursed, wildly swinging their swords to cleave through the flock. A few crows were struck down and fell to the ground. Yet this did not deter the relentless onslaught of their brethren. The villagers, witnessing the turmoil inflicted upon the demon mountain and his minions by the swarm of crows, could not help but believe it to be a divine retribution from the seven gods. "The seven hells," an elder exclaimed, as he watched a crow fly into the barn and unbar the door. Subsequently, the villagers' remaining cattle, in a frenzy akin to that of a bloodied beast, charged at the soldiers with their horns lowered. The animal's near-manic state startled the soldiers, who were accustomed to tyranny. Yet fear of death and an even greater dread of the demon mountain gripped them. Sir Gregor Clegane, true to his name, remained as steadfast as a mountain. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the crows and the cattle with icy calmness. "It is either dark sorcery or some petty trick. Any who dare flee shall find themselves impaled upon my sword, carried to King's Landing for judgment." The demon mountain's voice, cold as the remnants of a long-gone summer, cut through the air, spread out, and strike down all living beings that approach you. The soldiers, obeying the demon mountain's command, braced themselves against the bizarre assault of the crows and cattle. Meanwhile, the demon mountain rode a few paces away, casting his gaze about, observing what could only be termed a battle. The movements of the crows and cattle were strikingly synchronized, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand, deliberately targeting them. Whenever a crow fell, another would swiftly arrive from the distance to take its place. Gradually, the reinforcements of crows began to dwindle. The demon mountain brandished his sword and charged toward the edge of the town, his eyes reflecting a chilling intent to kill. Upon reaching a chaotic enclosure, he encountered a young man leaning against a tree. The youth's eyes were clouded, resembling those of a blind man, yet his handsome visage bore an inexplicable air of nobility. Vague memories stirred within the demon mountain, a fleeting recognition of having seen this young man before, but the details eluded him. Observing the crow's movements, he noted that the reinforcements were emanating from this direction, leading him here, yet he found only this blind youth. At first glance, he dismissed the notion that this young man could be the one commanding the swarm of crows, yet the concept of misjudgment did not exist in Gregor Clegane's lexicon. Thus, he swung his massive two-handed sword down toward the youth. Clang! The young man suddenly raised his hand, effortlessly parrying the demon mountain's colossal blade with a single arm. He lifted his gaze, his pitch-black eyes meeting the cold visage of the armored figure. Jon gritted his teeth, raising his own long sword. Although wielded with a single hand, the demon mountain's elevated position granted him an advantage in gravity, and being naturally powerful, he overshadowed the lean and agile Jon Snow, rendering all of Jon's advantages utterly futile. Gregor Clegane swung his sword once more, delivering another heavy blow. His gaze was hollow and void, silently surveying Jon Snow. This young man, adept at commanding the ravenous cattle, was evidently no ordinary character. Yet, the more formidable he appeared, the greater the necessity to eliminate any potential threat he posed, lest he become a favored minister to any of the lords. Should he align himself with House Lannister, he would undoubtedly secure a significant position, a prospect that the Clegane family would abhor. Conversely, should he seek refuge with another house, the Lannisters would gain yet another formidable adversary. Regardless of the outcome, it was far preferable to eradicate future risks at this moment. Moreover, the act of slaughtering such a being would provide immense satisfaction to the mountain. Noble princes and elegant princesses were merely the bloody sacrifices behind his infamy, rendering him the most notorious and feared figure in the Seven Kingdoms. Under the relentless weight of absolute power, the young man beneath him was akin to an ant, utterly defenseless. Like a lynx gripping the tip of a mouse's tail, the mountain leisurely swung his sword at Jon Snow. His speed unhurried, yet each strike resonated with incredible force, causing Jon's arms to tingle with numbness. Both combatants were acutely aware that if this continued, it would not take many exchanges before Jon would exhaust himself, unable to grip the feeble sword, or the blade itself would shatter under the mountain's relentless assault. Then came the sound of shattering steel. The sharp edge pierced flesh. The mountain turned with a cold gaze to find a girl in a bright yellow gown. Her spirit radiant, smiling sweetly. "My lord, I suggest you refrain from any further movements. The dagger embedded in your arm contains a poison of my exclusive concoction. I have yet to name it, but I assure you, if you raise that fearsome arm to strike again, you shall collapse before you can mount your steed." Jon gazed at the looming sword, feeling for the first time the chilling breath of death. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Tyrion, he might have met the same fate as Tyrion, reduced to half a man. This was the first instance of being rescued, though he could not fathom why this girl, who had previously stormed away in anger, had chosen to observe from the shadows before intervening, fully aware of the peril posed by the mountain. A tumult of confusion, gratitude, and even astonishment surged within him as he found that vivid yellow too glaringly bright. Yet, he had no time to express his thanks or doubts. Tyrion had intentionally provoked the mountain to extricate herself from danger, and she had indeed succeeded. However, in doing so, she had cast herself into grave peril. A vision of bloodshed flashed in his mind, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. This was a harbinger of impending events, and all he could perceive was a sea of crimson. "Run!" Jon bellowed, disregarding his own dignity. Chapter 33, A Sea of Crimson. Tyrion stepped back a few paces, yet did not heed Jon's command to flee. "If I were to run, I would not have appeared here in the first place. Beautiful bastard, I am a sand snake. Not so easily deceived. The hulking figure before me, I am determined to slay him myself and present his head to my father." As she spoke, the mountain hesitated for a fleeting moment, but soon concluded that the dagger wielded by the girl before him bore no poison. A mere flesh wound was inconsequential to him. He then turned and lunged towards Tyranny. Swift and agile, she evaded his assault. Her voice, ethereal and melodious, resonated like a nightingale's song. "You are the mountain, Sir Gregor, are you not?" Before her words could fully settle, he swung his sword again. It was astonishing. This giant's every strike possessed the weight of 1,000, yet his speed remained undiminished. Tyranny, with a playful smile, deftly dodged his relentless blows, her voice growing ever sweeter. Her sapphire blue eyes sparkled innocently as she softly inquired, "Sir Gregor, have you ever met my father? He is Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne." Surely, you have heard his name, or perhaps that of his sister, Lyanna Martell. My father once told me something. You wronged her, you took her life, and you murdered her 2 children. Beneath the heavy armor, the mountain's expression darkened with increasing malice. Whether it was due to the girl's uncanny ability to evade his strikes or the sweetly accusatory tone of her voice, he could not tell. Jon Snow rose to his feet, only to discover that his sword had been severed, leaving him with naught but the hilt. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted an abandoned farming rake and rushed to retrieve it, eager to join the fray. He could not help but internally muse that indeed father and daughter shared an unerring bond. Oberyn, the Red Viper, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the mountain's transgressions against Lyanna Martell. Tyranny, perhaps out of love for her father, had also developed a hatred for Lyanna's sake, which only served to intensify her fury. Though her smile was charming and alluring, it belied the seething anger within her. Yet, even the Red Viper may not easily triumph over the mountain, and Tyranny, a mere girl in her teens, was at a distinct disadvantage in both experience and endurance. Her true mastery lay in the art of poison. Indeed, as Jon returned with the rake, he observed that Tyranny was gradually losing ground, her strength waning and her reflexes slowing. Unfortunately, she wielded a dagger ill-suited for ranged combat, and the mountain remained ever vigilant, denying her the chance to come close. Suddenly, the mountain unleashed an astonishing burst of speed and strength, his great sword cleaving towards Tyranny's neck, while simultaneously kicking up a fragment of Jon's broken sword, sending the sharp blade hurtling towards her knee. Caught off guard, Tyranny was slashed, collapsing to the ground in pain. The mountain loomed over her, declaring, "Indeed, I have wronged that Dornish princess. Although you are not a princess, you are quite beautiful." He crouched down, tearing away Tyranny's blood-stained yellow gown, and grasped her throat. Jon swung the rake fiercely at the mountain, seeking to intervene. The vigilance of the mountain had noticeably intensified. He turned around to see Jon Snow approaching, wielding a rake, which appeared somewhat comical, yet his expression was grave. "Release that girl." In the eyes of Gregor Clegane, Jon had previously been nothing more than a mere fly, an insignificant insect, but now he found this fly to be increasingly bothersome. Within those detestable black eyes lay a calmness that he found irksome. A frail cripple, daring to confront him without fear. He should have fled in terror, abandoning his companions without a backward glance. Gregor swung his sword in a violent arc. Jon, agile in movement, evaded the strike and shouted once more to the fallen Tregan, "Run." The mountain's voice was low and suppressed with rage. No one could escape. Tregan gazed at Jon's figure, a tide of emotions stirring within her. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed, and several soldiers, led by an elderly man clad in a white robe adorned with a 7-pointed star, arrived near the village. Although the elder was advanced in years, his steps were vigorous and his posture upright. He was Barristan, one of King Robert's Kingsguard. "Sir Gregor Clegane, I come by the king's command to apprehend the traitor Ned Stark's son, Jon Snow. He is now a royal prisoner, and you possess no authority to execute him." Barristan surveyed the ravaged village, deeply discontented with the mountain's actions, then glanced at Jon, lost in thought. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind this young man becoming a thorn in Robert's side, one that warranted the king's personal order for his capture, he could not help but admire Jon's bravery and strength in standing against the mountain, even surviving the encounter. In a certain light, he resembled a Stark indeed. Thus, his tone softened as he addressed Jon, "Young man, though I know not the reasons for your predicament, I hold the highest respect for the noble character of the Hand of the King. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Accompany me, and I shall ensure your safety on the journey." Jon, taken aback by these words, was astonished. Robert was still alive, yet Ned had been labeled a traitor? From Barristan's implication, it seemed the order had indeed come directly from Robert himself. "Sir Barristan," Jon inquired, uncertain whether to address him as Sir or simply as Mr. "Why does my father, Lord Stark, bear the title of traitor?" Barristan pondered for a moment before responding. "I am not privy to the full details, but the king is in a state of great fury. He demands your return for a secret trial. Now, mount your horse, and dismount only upon arrival in King's Landing." Jon understood that prisoners were not entitled to ride, yet Barristan was clearly extending him the courtesy as much as possible. "Thank you, Sir Barristan. Then let us mount." "Wait." The mountain called out from behind the two, and Jon turned around. The mountain's left hand struck towards Jon's head, sharp steel needles wedged between his fingers, deeply piercing Jon's right eye. After a surge of excruciating pain, Jon staggered backward for 2 steps, accompanied by the shrill scream of Tyranny and the reprimands of Barristan, mingled with the mountain's disdainful voice, declaring that a condemned criminal needed but one eye. A tumult of unarticulated rage and terror surged within him. He could only feel the warm, crimson liquid trickling down his cheek. His right eye, engulfed in agony, succumbed to numbness. As foreseen, he beheld a world drenched in scarlet. Chapter 34. The true lies beneath the opulent and grandiose exterior of the Red Keep. The labyrinthine dungeons concealed myriad horrific secrets. Darkness clung to him like a shadow. In a realm where daylight never dawned, Jon Snow found himself imprisoned, having long lost track of the days. Balistan, incensed by the mountain's brutality, had shown him kindness. Yet Jon merely implored him to provide tyranny with a swift steed to ensure her safe return to Dorne. After Balistan acquiesced, he treated Jon with courtesy. Yet the king's command proved insurmountable. Upon his return to the Red Keep, Jon was cast into the dungeon. In the boundless darkness and terror, his blood gradually congealed, and his mind regained clarity. The flesh wound on his right eye seemed to impair his vision. Every attempt to glance backward elicited sharp pain, and having exhausted his abilities while controlling the flock of ravens, he could no longer inhabit any creature. The only recourse left to him was to strive for understanding and to discern the situation. Since Robert had dispatched Balistan to capture him, it must have been a deliberate decision, if, indeed, there remained any capacity for thought in his alcohol-soaked mind. Yet, the fact that Ned Stark, his sole confidant, was deemed a traitor by Robert himself was utterly incredulous and steeped in irony. Why was Ned condemned? Perhaps there was still room for negotiation? The absence of Catelyn's abduction of Tyrion should not constitute a legitimate reason for war, and his act of inscribing Peter Baelish's initials with the Black Raven that night might have hinted at Littlefinger's plot, allowing Catelyn to harbor at least some suspicion regarding the man. What, then, were the charges against Ned? Pondering the timeline, perhaps it was merely the news of Daenerys' pregnancy that had surfaced, inevitably clashing with Ned Stark's sense of honor against Robert's determination to secure the throne by assassinating Daenerys. If it were merely this, the consequences should not be excessively dire. Lost in thought, he heard the sound of hurried yet light footsteps, imbued with a hint of schadenfreude, drawing closer to Snow amidst the flickering candlelight. Joffrey's handsome visage appeared even more ghastly pale with excitement. So, they say you are blind, is it true? The bastard child. The mountain never failed to disappoint. He remained haunted by the memory of Jon intimidating him along the banks of the Trident, yet was perpetually fearful of those dark, penetrating eyes. Upon encountering Snow, who was indeed missing an eye, a sense of smugness welled up within him. Yet, he could not suppress his disdain for Jon. He loathed the calm serenity that emanated from Jon's gaze. A prisoner of his status should not possess such composure. Leaning against the wall, Snow discreetly glanced at Joffrey. Since his imprisonment, he had not consumed any food or water, and while enduring hunger was manageable, the absence of water was a trial he could not withstand for more than 3 days. Thus, Jon deemed it futile to engage in any verbal sparring with the emotionally volatile Joffrey. Joffrey, observing Jon Snow, could not resist sneering. "Are you so parched that you can no longer speak?" He tossed a leather water flask, shaking it to produce the enticing sound of liquid sloshing within, which resonated alluringly in the stillness. "Kneel and beg me for water, you wretched bastard." Joffrey's malevolence was palpable, and Jon, genuinely yearning for a sip, found himself repulsed by the triumphant expression on Joffrey's face. He chose to close his eyes and disregard him. In response to Jon's indifference, Joffrey punctured a small hole in the water flask with a dagger, biting his lip as he laughed, before tossing the flask into the cell, where it landed at Jon's feet with a dull thud. He reveled in the sight of Jon's discomfort, deriving pleasure from trampling upon hope and dignity. "Drink. Bend down and lap it up like a dog." Jon stirred but did not acquiesce to Joffrey's desires. He merely dabbed a few drops of relatively clean water from the flask onto his lips, maintaining an air of elegance akin to a fallen prince. He cast a cold, disdainful glance at Joffrey, who was outside the cell, fidgeting with impatience, and offered a slight smirk. Thereafter, he fell silent. This composed grace drove Joffrey into a frenzy, igniting his fury. "What are you so pleased about? Your 2 sisters are confined. Ned Stark will face judgment, and all you foolish northerners will perish. Continue your charade. My father will personally execute Ned Stark. Afterward, I shall make you understand what Sansa truly thinks of you. How dare you look at me like that? You baseborn bastard." Suddenly, Jon rose, striding towards the prison door, enunciating each word with clarity. "My birth is a testament to my parents' genuine love. While your parents' union is aptly described as a mere facade." His demeanor shifted from one of serene elegance to a chilling ferocity, causing Joffrey to shudder uncontrollably, the torch slipping from his grasp and plunging the cell into an abyss of darkness. "Oh, I had forgotten. Your parents were indeed sincere in their affection, your true parents." Jon's low laughter echoed within the dungeon, a rasping sound intertwined with his frigid words. The Baratheon lineage, renowned for its dark hair, stands in stark contrast to you. Noble Prince Joffrey, born of bastardy and incestuous unions. None are more exalted than the other. Both are the wretched products of immoral acts. Do you believe that King Robert is less tolerant of his dissenting brother than he is of the shameful betrayal of his wife? A deceiver, a slanderer. Joffrey bellowed, his crimson eyes wide with fury in the darkness, yearning to charge into the cell and slay Jon Snow with reckless abandon. Jon chose to remain silent in the face of Joffrey's wrath, merely observing the prince's frenzied gestures as he attempted to assault him. In a peculiar sense, it was unfortunate. Joffrey bore the semblance of a man, yet his hysteria diminished any semblance of dignity. Deep down, you have always known the truth, have you not? Your father's indifference pales in comparison to that of your uncle. Once Joffrey's rage had subsided slightly, Jon spoke again. If my two sisters were ever to face any dishonor, I would ensure that the entire Lannister family is dragged into the depths of hell before I take my last breath. If you still wish to claim the name Baratheon, do not provoke my sisters. Otherwise, during the course of my trial, I shall have a conversation with your esteemed father regarding your mother's exploits. Joffrey nearly fled in terror. Jon tasted the metallic tang of blood in his throat. His body was parched, ill-suited for such fury, and even less so for speech. Yet, he could not allow Joffrey to insult his kin. The prince, who was never submissive to Cersei and had grown cruel upon ascending the throne, had never dared to defy Robert. Jon surmised that this foolish prince, in some measure, harbored admiration for his father. He was unwilling to face or acknowledge his true lineage, despite having the answer in the back of his mind. Although Jon found little to respect in the gluttonous, debauched King Robert, it appeared that Joffrey held some regard for him, perhaps reminiscing about the time when Robert was a young and valiant man. A figure whom Joffrey once aspired to emulate as he dreamt of marrying the most desirable women of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, he ultimately succumbed to the intoxicating power of the throne, transforming into a tyrant. A somewhat sardonic voice echoed from the shadows. Ah, young man. It seems you possess a fiery spirit after all. Chapter 35. The atrocities. Varys removed his hood and fixed his gaze upon Jon, offering him a flask of water. It seems I have just overheard something rather intriguing. You should be aware that this may be an unprecedented slander. Despite his words, Varys regarded Jon with an appreciative glint in his eye. I have heard that you single-handedly ventured into the Riverlands and rescued a number of villagers from the clutches of Ser Gregor Clegane. In Varys's eyes, a glimmer of expectation sparkled, while his mind replayed the echoes of Robert's furious reprimand from his chambers. Ned Stark, you raised that little bastard right under my nose. Do you not realize he is a Targaryen? I will crush his skull, just as I did his father's. Though the surroundings were devoid of any presence, Varys still caught the essence of a pivotal utterance. He observed Jon Snow before him, methodically sipping from a water flask, a gesture that felt oddly familiar, evoking a sudden illusion that the man before him was none other than the reincarnation of Rhaegar. Are you truly the son of Rhaegar Targaryen? Jon hesitated for a moment, setting down the flask. It seemed this revelation was the very reason Robert had condemned Ned for treason. His identity had been laid bare. Even the spider could occasionally be misinformed, could he not? My lord, I am merely a bastard from the north. The Rhaegar Targaryen you mention holds no significance to me. Jon took a swig from the flask, concealing the remainder amidst the grass. Rather than dwell on those ethereal rumors, I am far more eager to learn of the fate of the mountain. Cersei is a master of poison, and her words should not be taken lightly. Jon, too, could not easily swallow the bitterness of a personal vendetta. Indeed, Varys replied softly, Ser Gregor has been exceedingly irritable of late. It is said his body is marred with dark bruises, reminiscent of the corpse of one long deceased. Jon nodded with a faint smile, brushing his left eye, then settled back down with a demeanor entirely unbecoming of a captive. What is the current situation outside? Can we ensure Ned Stark's safety? Varys fell silent for a moment. You haven't forgotten the 3 conditions we discussed, have you, Lord Varys? A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Jon's eyes. Though I have lost one eye and rendered one arm useless, my words still hold weight. He suddenly bowed his head, as if speaking to himself or perhaps threatening the man before him, casually uttering, if anything were to befall Ned Stark, I would bury him with the entirety of King S. Landing's populace. In the depths of the dungeon, the one-eyed youth spoke in a gentle tone. Yet his words carried an unsettling chill of isolation and cruelty. Varys initially harbored a sense of expectation, but upon witnessing the youth's expression, he hesitated. He had long sought a true sovereign for the 7 kingdoms, one who could usher in lasting peace and stability. Having believed he had uncovered an earth-shattering secret, Jon being Rhaegar's descendant, thus rightful heir to the Iron Throne. His protection of the Riverlands people a testament to compassion, he now perceived that Jon acted without guiding principles, rendering the boy increasingly inscrutable to Varys. Perhaps he was not the most fitting candidate. After all, noble souls are not easily found, and a good king is indeed a rarity. Varys glanced once more at Jon's left eye, contemplated for a moment, and resolved his decision. I shall seek an opportunity to visit you again. He donned his hood to obscure his face and departed hastily, leaving the dungeon to return to its oppressive silence. Jon leaned against the wall, gently brushing his right hand against his left eye. The socket remained intact, the eyelids slightly damaged, yet the black orb within could no longer perceive the world. He now understood that he should not have turned back so easily, but alas, he realized this truth far too late. In the silent darkness of the night, the mocking visage of Ramsay reappeared before Jon's eyes. You may continue to be naive, persisting in your role as a do-gooder, mimicking my threats towards those individuals, yet never following through with action. In due time, they shall discern that your bravado is but a fade. Ultimately, they will proceed with their affairs, while you shall continue to lose your limbs and senses, perhaps even facing the severance of your tongue by dawn's light. Jon clenched his teeth, as if this act could shield him from the assault of another soul. Ramsay's derisive laughter echoed, asserting that while you fancy yourself a protector of all, you are merely in a state of perpetual loss. The methods you have adopted are, at their core, but reflections of my own inspiration. Do you truly believe your techniques surpass mine? Is your soul inherently more noble than mine? Though silent in response to Ramsay, Jon's heart was undeniably shaken. Having wrestled with the malevolent dragon for so long, he found himself transformed into one. Gazing into the abyss for an extended period, the abyss gazes back. He was ensnared in the very depths of this world's chasm, unable to extricate himself. Just as Jon felt the weight of despair, the dungeon door swung open with sudden force. Several members of the white-cloaked Kingsguard entered. His Majesty wishes to interrogate you personally. They escorted the weakened Jon out of the deep dungeon of the Red Keep. As he abruptly opened his eyes, the sunlight pierced through, blinding him momentarily. Once he adjusted to the light, he was confined once more, this time within the chambers of King Robert. Only a cupbearer, pouring wine for Robert and Ned, who was disarming, remained. The cupbearer was not a Lannister of Casterly Rock, but rather an inconspicuous figure, unknown to Jon. His features were unremarkable, with a slightly prominent nose. Yet he bore a semblance of the northern folk. Robert squinted at the cupbearer, still lacking trust. You may leave, set down the wine, and do not return. The cupbearer bowed his head and exited. In the vast chamber, only Robert, Jon, and Ned remained. Robert wore a grim expression as he regarded Jon Snow seated in the chair. Observing the young man's handsome face, he could not suppress the veins in his forehead pulsating. So, you claimed you were going to Old Town, yet in reality, you merely ventured to Dorne in search of a pretty girl to accompany you? And then you traipsed to the Riverlands for what purpose? To blind yourself? Jon felt a slight jolt of surprise. It became evident that Robert had been monitoring his movements. However, from his tone, it was clear that he remained unaware of the dragon's existence. After all, throughout the journey, Jon and Daenerys had kept his dragon shrouded from view. Jon steadied his thoughts and replied to Robert, Your Majesty, summoned by your decree. I must confess that I did not proceed to Old Town. Along the way, I was suddenly compelled to discern whether my wine surpassed that of Dorne, thus I journeyed there. During my sojourn in Sunspear, I had the fortune of encountering Prince Oberyn Martell, a man of remarkable hospitality, embodying the quintessential warmth of Dorne. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, and during my return journey, I found myself accompanied by his daughter, who had never ventured beyond Dorne's borders. However, en route to King's Landing, I heard unsettling news of violence and pillaging in the villages surrounding the Riverlands, which I perceived as a direct affront to the crown. Curiosity compelled me to investigate, only to find myself face to face with Ser Gregor Clegane amidst the chaos. In the ensuing conflict, I narrowly escaped with my life, thanks to the timely intervention of Ser Barristan, who had been dispatched to apprehend me. Yet I remain perplexed. What crime have I committed, and what transgression has my father committed, that I should be charged with treason? A flicker of darkness passed through Robert's small, almost obscured eyes, as he scoffed. Ah, no wonder you are a Targaryen spawn. Your jests are more melodic than your songs. He sprang from his chair, fixing his gaze upon Jon Snow, proclaiming, Boy, do you comprehend that your father ravished your mother, my beloved wife, Lyanna Stark, which led to your very existence? Are you aware of the sin your father committed, one that even the 7 gods cannot condone? Chapter 36. The fallen King Jon Snow regarded Robert with a composed demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. My father is Eddard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell. Though I bear not his surname, I possess his blood. He raised me, imparted the knowledge of letters, horsemanship, and archery. He instilled in me the virtue of loyalty to family and friends. As for Rhaegar Targaryen, I have never laid eyes upon him. No matter your status as king of the Seven Kingdoms, you cannot impose upon me the legacy of a father I never knew, especially one who is deceased. Ned gazed at Jon, his expression somewhat dazed. Robert circled Jon, unleashing a series of derisive laughs. Very well, very well. He suddenly swept his arm across the table, sending an array of exquisite crystal goblets, golden paperweights, tin candlesticks, and a selection of ancient, finely crafted tomes crashing to the floor, creating a cacophony of sound. Ned has confessed. Your father has admitted it. Are you the product of a forbidden union between siblings? By the seven hells, you deceitful little wretch. Robert seethed, panting heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his neck, pooling upon his linen shirt. He kicked a book that lay scattered on the floor, sending several manuscripts skidding to Jon's feet. Examine them yourself. Jon lowered his gaze, his eyes discerning a few letters on the tattered cover. This is the manuscript of the High Septon. By the Seven, I witnessed the union of these two new souls, Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. May the Seven bless them and their love's fruit. The manuscript, now crumpled and worn, bore faint inscriptions, difficult to decipher. Jon touched the manuscript, his heart torn between joy and sorrow. This may well be the closest he has ever been to his biological parents, yet it simultaneously feels like the farthest distance. He clenched the manuscript tightly. Robert scoffed, convinced it was a scheme by Rhaegar Targaryen. The truth, he believed, was that he had abducted Lyanna. He forced the High Septon to pen these nonsensical words. Stepping forward, he seized Jon by the collar, demanding he confess that his mother had been taken by force and that he should be ashamed to bear the surname Targaryen. Don the black cloak and join the Night's Watch, and I shall spare your life. Jon raised his gaze, locking eyes with Robert as a fearless smile graced his lips. Do you wish to hear the truth? The truth is that my mother never loved a man as debauched as you. Even without my father Rhaegar's arrival, you never possessed her heart. Should you kill me, it would merely provide her with one more reason to despise you. He continued, marriage will never be your means to bind her, regardless of your status as king of the Seven Kingdoms. Silence, you wretched bastard. Robert seethed, tightening his grip around Jon's throat. Jon Snow wore an infuriating smile, his features suddenly aligning eerily with Rhaegar Targaryen's, save for that accursed left eye, identical to Lyanna's. Robert's hand trembled, perhaps from alcohol or perhaps from the dark depths of that ink-black pupil. Robert, he is the last of Lyanna's bloodline. Ned finally spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue. Upon hearing this, Robert paused momentarily, ultimately cursing before throwing Jon heavily to the ground. Jon felt as though his insides had been jarred. He said nothing, simply smiled and rose to his feet. I remember the journey from the north to King's Landing, passing through the riverlands. Your bones were not so resilient then. Robert glared fiercely at Jon, his expression a tumult of emotions. He yearned to tear Jon to pieces, yet he could not bring himself to harm those striking dark eyes. Snow raised an eyebrow, meeting Robert's gaze. Back then, you were unaware of my true identity and held respect for my father. I have stated before, my only true father is Lord Stark. You know better than I the nobility of his character. Otherwise, why would you traverse such great distances to seek his aid? Jon adjusted his attire, fixing a cold stare upon the overindulgent man before him. Robert Baratheon, you are utterly alone. Should you continue to push my father away, you shall await your demise at the Red Keep alone. But do not drag my father into this. He has a beloved wife waiting for his return. Ned's throat tightened. Jon had never possessed the demeanor of a mere child. He was astute and perceptive. Even the cruel and reckless Joffrey would feel a shiver in the presence of an enraged Robert, yet Jon showed no fear. He was neither foolish nor slow-witted. He was typically prudent, not a brash fool seeking to provoke. Provoking Robert was merely an attempt to draw danger away from his father. The more he acted thus, the more he felt he owed this child a semblance of a normal childhood. Robert, gazing at Lyanna's visage. Do you truly intend to sever her last connection to this world? Ned rose, positioning himself protectively before Jon. The color of Robert Baratheon's face swelled to a hue reminiscent of liver, a deep crimson tinged with purple. When did you, Ned Stark, become a pawn of the Targaryens? I wish to slay that pregnant silver-haired girl, and you say no. I desire to eradicate this bastard of Rhaegar, and you still say no. Do you wish to witness them reclaim the Iron Throne? Is it your intention to safeguard this wretched child? Then go meet the seven gods alongside him. Do you believe anyone truly covets that iron chair? Beyond your indulgence in feasting and debauchery upon it, everyone understands it symbolizes responsibility and duty. You may continue to languish upon your iron throne, but release my father back to the north. Do not compel him to serve you in this manner." Jon regarded Robert coldly, stating, "As for my head, if you truly wish to claim it, then do so. When you eventually pass, you may explain to my mother why, in the name of love, you first murdered her husband years ago, and later her brother and kin, provided the 7 gods show you mercy, granting you entry from hell and into their heavenly realm, and that my mother still recognizes you in your current guise." With his words unrestrained, he felt emboldened. In contrast, observing the quivering flesh upon Robert's face in furious agitation brought Jon a sense of satisfaction. He understood that such a method of psychological torment was cruel, yet the exhilaration of exposing the deepest scars within a man's soul was undeniable. Most importantly, he knew Robert would not truly enact violence against him. Indeed, in a fit of rage, Robert bellowed, "Begone! Get out! Guards! Lock them both away!" Several unfamiliar Kingsguard rushed in, seizing Jon and Ned without resistance, causing little commotion. The king's chamber fell silent once more. Robert stood before the mirror, muttering curses at his reflection. That wretched child, that little bastard, I should truly slay him. Yet, those cold black eyes, filled with discontent, thin anger, and disdain, mirrored the very gaze Lyanna had once cast upon him. Even the hint of cunning and craftiness was strikingly similar. Such a gaze would never again grace this world. He was acutely aware that the youth was calculating his thoughts, risking everything on the wager that he could not hate Lyanna. Yet, he found himself utterly defeated. He was vanquished by Jon. He was also defeated by Lyanna. In a fit of fury, he seized a pure gold goblet and hurled it at the ornate floor-length mirror, shattering it into a cascade of fragments. The vast chamber echoed with Robert Baratheon's deep voice. Lyanna. Chapter 37. Endless darkness. This time, Jon and Ned found themselves confined together. In comparison to the previous cell filled with worn straw, this room was even less comfortable. The cramped space measured merely 2 square meters, hardly larger than a coffin. The damp and chilly walls oozed with water, stained with a ghastly brown hue reminiscent of blood. The air was thick with a scent only discernible in the presence of flea-infested quarters, a miasma of excrement and food, devoid of any trace of alcohol. Taking a deep breath in this murky atmosphere, one could detect the acrid aroma of those who perished within these confines, their remains reduced to ash and bone, mingling with soil and blood. In the distance, a faint cough echoed, perhaps from another condemned prisoner. The sound was haunting in the long night, as if it could expel the very lungs of its source. After a couple of coughs, the unfortunate soul seemed to have been kicked, producing a weak whimper before silence enveloped him, leaving one to ponder whether death had claimed him. In contrast to the battlefields strewn with corpses, this place felt far closer to death, replete with the essence of the dying and the dead. Ned furrowed his brow. "My Lord Prime Minister, I am truly sorry." The jailer, displaying great respect for Ned, bowed deeply upon seeing him and Jon ushered into confinement, promptly locking the door behind them. "Although this place lacks many essentials, should you require candles or water, I can provide them," he whispered cautiously, glancing around as if to ensure that no one was listening, before retreating. Thus, the cell once again succumbed to profound darkness. Ned lingered on the jailer's departing figure, releasing a sigh. Such a kind and accommodating disposition would likely render him a target for ostracism by his fellow guards. Jon, however, gazed intently at the figure beyond the cell door, noting the elegance of his words. In the 7 kingdoms, most jailers were uneducated, barely able to recognize letters. A person who could articulate an apology in such refined terms hardly resembled a typical jailer. His speech was even more polished than that of Arya. Instinctively sensing danger and intrigue, Jon felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise, bracing himself against the surrounding darkness. Ned could not perceive Jon's expression but discerned a weighty seriousness in his tone. Jon Snow had always been thus, from a young age. He had learned to conceal his talents. Despite excelling in both studies and archery, he never flaunted his abilities. In the past, Ned had assumed this was due to his awareness of being a bastard, coupled with his lack of favor from Catelyn, leading him to embrace a modest demeanor. Yet, Jon was acutely aware of his lineage. Ned found it perplexing, particularly recalling Jon's pointed remarks about Robert. Sighing, Ned remarked, "Your tone just now bore a striking resemblance to your mother." Over the span of 2 decades, Lyanna's visage had faded like a stone statue in the crypts of Winterfell. Yet her innate wolfish spirit and fearless nature remained vividly etched in his memory. Robert, too, would remember. But, ultimately, it was merely a resemblance. Moreover, within Jon's youthful veins flowed the blood of Rhaegar Targaryen. Robert was the king of the 7 kingdoms. One ought not to speak to him in such a manner. Jon Snow slightly curled the corners of his lips, a nonchalant smile gracing his face in the dimness, yet he uttered no words. Ned Stark, though not one to indulge in such petty games, was fully aware of their implications. The most perilous and fragile entity was indeed the human heart. Provided he maintained his composure, he would emerge victorious. My lord, I find myself rather fatigued. May I close my eyes for a brief respite? Jon Snow subtly shifted the conversation. Ned nodded, then recalled the obscurity that enveloped them, rendering their expressions invisible to one another, prompting him to respond. Very well, of course. Jon gritted his teeth and summoned the powers of the three-eyed raven once more in the shadows. Initially anticipating failure, he was unexpectedly met with success. His vision revealed Robert cursing at Ned while instructing others to release him. He had won the gamble, a resounding triumph. Just as he intended to scrutinize further, his perspective shifted to his dragon. It appeared to have grown, having departed the region of the Riverlands and seemingly soaring towards distant realms. Beneath the crimson walls, the dragon was diving down through the heavy clouds of night. Wait, why did those red walls seem familiar? Jon retracted his sight. He heard the faint sound of stones from beyond the wall, followed by a high-pitched, feeble cry emanating from outside, accompanied by a surge of warmth penetrating through the barrier. His dragon exhaled a delicate stream of flame, scorching through the outer wall of the Red Keep's dungeon. Stumbling into the cell and voicing its displeasure at Jon with a couple of calls, whether it was upset at being abandoned or lamenting the loss of one of its eyes remained unclear. Outside the window, it was the deep of night, dimly illuminated yet still brighter than the suffocating walls. Ned, silhouetted against the night's jagged outline and recalling the brief flash of fire he had just witnessed, half in memory and half in hesitation, inquired, "A dragon? Your dragon?" Jon gazed at Ned, about to respond when the resonant tolling of bells echoed throughout King's Landing. Dong, dong, dong. The layered chimes reverberated for what seemed like an eternity, persisting for nearly a minute without sign of cessation. The slow rhythm bore an air of solemnity, awakening those ensnared in slumber. Ned furrowed his brow. This is a death knell. He sprang to his feet and hastened to the door, rapping loudly upon it. I must see the king. This is a trap. We must devise a way to escape. Jon stepped forward to restrain Ned. We can flee on the dragon. At that moment, the dragon grasped Jon's sleeve in its maw. Jon turned to look. The creature, barely over half a meter in length, might manage a brief flight, but accommodating one person was already a stretch. Two was utterly impossible. Ned glanced between Jon and the dragon. Child, you have astounded me greatly, just as your mother did. You are forever full of surprises. However, you must leave quickly. That dragon cannot bear the weight of both of us. Under the moonlight, Ned's gaze reflected the indomitable resolve characteristic of those from the north. Jon Snow frowned, insisting, the dragon can fly swiftly. It can take you away first. I must go and ascertain Robert's condition. I came here to support him until the end of his days, or until he no longer requires my presence. Ned was resolute, insisting that I seek out Sansa and Arya to protect them. The sound of keys rattling echoed from outside the door. Jon fixed his gaze upon the entrance. Poised like a coiled serpent, aware that it was a trap, cognizant that it was a path to certain demise, he found himself unable to deter the individual before him. I will not leave you alone in King's Landing to await death, Ned Stark declared, his eyes locked onto Jon Snow. Nor will I permit Robert to face death alone at his bedside. As the cell door was about to swing open, Ned braced himself against it. Turning to Snow with urgency, take your companions and depart from here. He extended a hand, gently nudging Jon forward. I have failed to honor Lyanna's trust. You did not have the joy of a happy childhood, nor the blessing of good health. I did not protect you well, child, but your life stretches ahead of you. Jon was thrust from the confines of the cell, plummeting from a great height. The young dragon spread its wings, leaping down, its claws snagging his attire as it clumsily soared into the night sky. Ned gazed out into the vast darkness, his voice low and somber. Winter is coming. He released his grip, and outside, silence reigned, enveloped in an endless abyss of blackness. Chapter 38. A reenactment of history. Jon Snow cast a backward glance at the Red Keep, where the mournful tolling of bells echoed, raising his voice to the dragon. I must return to save them. The azure wings flapped vigorously, stirring the air with considerable noise, yet they showed no inclination to turn back, soaring further away. Let me go back. Otherwise, I shall skin you for boots. The dragon let out a feeble growl, seemingly displeased with Jon's outburst. In truth, Jon doubted whether his fragile voice could reach the creature beneath the sound of its wings, yet dragons were highly intelligent beings. Perhaps they could communicate without the need for hearing. Since the dragon's emergence from its shell, Jon had established a subtle connection with it. as the dragon increasingly perceived Jon's emotions, just as he could sense its feelings in return. At this moment, Jon could feel the anger emanating from its tightening claws. A young dragon had come to rescue him, yet Snow threatened to return to save others, or else he would flay its skin. If the dragon could articulate human speech, it would likely have berated Jon soundly. They soared through the silent night towards the King's Road, distancing themselves ever farther from King's Landing. Jon understood, however, that his return would be futile. He possessed no forces, his body was already marred, and even Arya and Sansa might be unable to defend themselves. The only gamble lay in his understanding of human nature, calculating Robert's desperate love for Lyanna, which had morphed into an obsession. Jon could not hastily assert whether Robert truly loved Lyanna, but he knew that even if Cersei were 1,000 times more beautiful than Lyanna, it would be of no consequence. What one cannot attain is always more haunting than what is readily available. Death has the power to elevate a person, especially when it concerns an object of unfulfilled love. Everyone believes that it is the absence of Lyanna that has led Robert to indulge in hedonism. In truth, even if Lyanna had become Robert's queen, the situation may not have been significantly improved. Robert's penchant for pleasure is inherent to his nature. Perhaps he would temper his ways for a time in her presence, but it is impossible for him to maintain lifelong discipline for her sake. Especially as beauty and novelty inevitably fade, what remains is either strife or estrangement. However, Lyanna's death has immortalized her in the bloom of youth, securing her an indelible and irreplaceable status as Robert's eternal muse. Jon Snow wagers on his own eyes, which bear an uncanny resemblance to Lyanna's. Even if only one remains, it carries the same weight. Of course, this is a grand gamble, for Robert harbors as much love for Lyanna as he does hatred for Rhaegar. Yet he has triumphed, thanks to Ned and Lyanna, for he bears the dark hair and eyes more reminiscent of a Stark. Thus, Robert's heart softened. He once believed he had emerged victorious. In the vision of the three-eyed crow, Robert is seen signing some document and ordering the pardon of himself and Ned. Yet perhaps the gods above delight in mocking mortals with the capriciousness of fate. Thus unfolds one of the most brutal events in this world. Just when he believes he has achieved success, hope turns to ashes before his eyes. As Tyrion once said, there will come a day when, in the midst of self-assured peace, joy will turn to dust in your mouth. And then you will understand that the debt has been repaid. He has come to realize that there exists in this world a force against which all cunning and sacrifice are powerless. He believed himself clever. Yet fate had long since dictated his path, unalterable. What he wished to safeguard, for which he fought with all his strength, ultimately dissolved into mere illusion. He thought he was protecting Ned, but in the end, it was Ned who shielded him. The steadfast silhouette remains, resolutely protecting loved ones and friends. In this realm, where countless souls engage in the game of power, believing themselves to be orchestrating a complex strategy, they are, unbeknownst to them, mere pawns and amusements in the hands of the divine. History is fated to repeat itself. His fleeting moment of triumph appears so pale, absurd, and laughable. A tear slips from Jon Snow's eye. Simultaneously, the young dragon, overwhelmed, slowly descends amid the woods near King's Road. If this is the case, what is the purpose of my rebirth? He murmurs, recalling only the moment of consciousness fading. As the birds in the forest took flight in unison at his fall during the deep night, that sound resembled the lament of mourning. It sounded akin to the mockery of the divine. It echoed like a plea for help, until ultimately, silence reclaimed the vastness. The long night stretches endlessly, darkness profound. A low, indistinct male voice intones with a measure of reverence, quietly reciting a spell. Though not easily discernible, it is likely in High Valyrian. For some unknown reason, it seems as though he comprehends its meaning. The body remained rigid, the voice echoing repeatedly in his ears. We beseech the divine to illuminate our path. Guiding this soul from the abyss of darkness, we implore the Almighty to bestow his flame, igniting this flickering candle about to be extinguished. From shadow to light, transforming dust into flame, emerging from death into life. Again and again, Jon Snow gradually found himself ensnared by this persistent sound, feeling irritable. Yet his body and soul remained irreconcilable. Ramsay's mocking smile seemed omnipresent, taunting him. Your impotence has brought about our father's demise. With that, he let out a piercing laugh, one that resonated with despair and hatred, intertwined with the fervent prayers, discordant yet fitting. Something began to unravel within this profound contradiction. In the darkness, red and blue intertwined. Fire and ice merged. He broke his leg. Do you remember, Soros? He snapped his neck. And you have been vigilantly guarding this boy for 2 days without food or water. He is gone. Another man's voice interrupted, exuding an air of refinement. A hint of charm discernible in his tone, yet laced with an inexplicable audacity. The man named Soros paid him no heed, continuing to recite the incantation. The devout prayer evoked a wave of impatience in Jon. At that moment, a light burst forth from the darkness, as radiant as the height of day. Soros paused slightly. The somewhat audacious voice spoke again. "Oh, it seems he has awakened. His eyelids are fluttering. Soros, you may safely indulge in some sustenance now, or at least drink some water." Soros pondered for a moment, rising to take the water jug and sipping a few mouthfuls. "Dear friend, I am convinced that the Lord of Light has a purpose in bringing this young man to us. The flame has endowed me with strength. The instant I beheld him, I felt a sense of rebirth within magic. Though I cannot discern the will of the Lord of Light, this young man will undoubtedly be our beacon of hope." The man wished to say more, but was struck dumb by the sight before him, staring blankly at Soros's back. Jon Snow sat up in bed. After a brief rotation of his neck, he smiled at the two and remarked, "Count Beric Dondarrion, if I were you, I would never place my faith in hope." His features were strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a prince from the bedtime tales of a castle's wet nurse. Yet upon closer inspection, the smirk at the corner of his lips was laden with sarcasm, and a gaze into those eyes revealed a chilling intensity. One eye was as dark as ink, while the other gleamed a vivid red, reminiscent of flames, akin to the color of blood. Chapter 39, The Rebellious Youth. Soros gazed at Jon Snow. Astonishment etched upon his face. His devotion to Lawler was indisputable, yet he had never anticipated that the individual before him could indeed rise from the dead. "This is the will of the Lord of Light, who brings you from death to life, from darkness into light." Jon Snow let out a scoff, interrupting Soros. "Indeed, from darkness into light, transforming ashes into flame. Your Lord of Light is simply omnipotent." Even a 6-year-old girl could discern the sarcasm and disdain in his tone. As Jon Snow spoke, he rose and donned his attire, his demeanor unusually relaxed, as if his body had grown accustomed to resurrection, even mending his previously crippled form. However, this time, his character had deviated. He had become erratic, violent, devoid of faith. Why? Perhaps it was because, in the very moment of awakening, he beheld the fate of Ned Stark, still under Joffrey's orders, still executed for public display. Knowing history would repeat itself, witnessing it once more felt utterly heart-wrenching. This time, Ned's head was displayed high upon the walls of the Red Keep, but unlike before, his body was reduced to a gruesome pulp, mingling with the bathwater and excrement of the nobles of the Red Keep, coursing through the tributaries of filth. Ned Stark, it seemed, was cursed to bear the mark of a traitor unavoidably. If he could, he would wish to relinquish the powers of the three-eyed raven, at least to spare himself from witnessing this brutal scene, or perhaps, like Bran, to be free from the burden of human emotions. Yet, all he felt was anguish. Hatred and guilt intertwined with his soul, the flames of vengeance consuming his reason. His reclaimed left eye burned with an increasingly fervent crimson. With growing elegance, he equipped himself, seated himself in a chair, crossed one leg, and brought his fingertips together, casting a glance at the two individuals before him. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Where were we? Hope, right? Huh, that is a privilege of children. Adults should learn to adopt a posture of despair towards all matters, for without hope, one cannot be disappointed. Why don't you take a seat, Count Dondarrion? I doubt you would appreciate me affectionately calling you Old Barry, so please, sit down. Speaking while looking up at you is rather tiresome." He then turned to Soros, who had transformed from eager to composed. "Do you think I am particularly ungrateful? Oh, how different you are from Barry. You were granted a second life by the great Lord of Light, yet you show no gratitude whatsoever. Your tone is rather arrogant and irksome. Why did the Lord of Light choose to resurrect you? Is that what you think, Soros of Mill?" Soros, taken aback by Jon S.'s retort, turned pale. His gaze locked on Jon S.'s eyes. After a moment, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny of that half-red eye, he lowered his head. Barry remarked, "Each resurrection leaves one feeling as though a part of the soul is missing, yet he is Barry. As for you, my friend, though I know not your original disposition, you are certainly not meant to be the chosen of the Lord of Light." They ventured into the perilous unknown, risking the threat of being sniped, to seek refuge in an inn, paying for their stay while tending to Jon. Yet, all they received in return was a chilling mockery that left Soros bewildered and utterly disheartened. "Oh, what a pity," Jon rose, casually picking up a green apple from the table, raising an eyebrow as he deliberately taunted in a vexing tone. "I apologize. But I am indeed the chosen one of your Light King. He seems to take great pleasure in tormenting my fragile and wretched soul, subjecting it to anguish, blows, and the brink of collapse. Such is the exquisite malevolence of your esteemed Light King. your one true deity." As he spoke, he leaned over the table, gazing at the two seated across from him, offering a smile that, in the eyes of Soros and Tondrian, would have been better left unformed. The handsome visage of the youth bore a smile that emanated only coldness and animosity, sending shivers down their spines. A moment of silent stillness ensued. Jon Snow repressed his smile, feigning nonchalance as he straightened his posture. "Nevertheless, I ought to express my gratitude to my two saviors. However, I must take my leave now. As for repaying my debt, I shall do so if the opportunity arises. If not, then so be it. Where do you intend to go? With the new king ascending the throne and vowing to slaughter all northerners, do you not realize that merely being a northerner makes you a criminal?" Tondrian interjected to deter Snow. Taking a bite of the apple, Snow had already reached the door, but paused momentarily, turning back with a smile directed at the two. "The new king? Joffrey, you mean? He owes me a head, and a Lannister always pays his debts. I dislike having others linger in their obligations." With that, he turned and departed. Upon closing the door, he could still hear their conversation. "Soros, do you truly believe this rebellious and unconventional youth is the one you speak of, the chosen by the gods?" "Old friend, I cannot say for certain, but the fact that the Light King resurrected him surely carries a purpose. Even if he rejects it, he has returned to our world. This is his destiny, much like yours was to be ordered by King Robert to hunt down Gregor Clegane, only to be ambushed and meet your demise. Yet by the will of the Light King, I saved you. Now, the Light King has revealed to me that he can not only restore you, but also save other lives. The revival of that young man holds profound significance." Snow found himself traversing the outer woods alone, retracting his gaze as a burning pain flared in his left eye, forcing him to draw back. So it was Robert himself who commanded Beric Tondrian to apprehend the mountain, not Ned Stark? The revelation astonished him. Yet, all of this felt inconsequential now. Robert Baratheon was dead, and Ned Stark had also met his end. With a soft laugh and a shake of his head, he murmured, "My resurrection? Significance? Life, in essence, bears no meaning, and my future existence is solely dedicated to revenge. If that can be deemed meaningful." A rustling sound echoed through the woods. "Who goes there?" Jon Snow gazed into the woods, raising his hand to draw the bowstring taut with the arrow he had casually seized. A wave of murderous intent permeated the forest with his motion. "Has any maiden ever remarked how striking you appear when you draw a bow, Jon Snow?" Suddenly, Tyrion emerged from the thicket, a light chuckle escaping her lips as she regarded him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of reproach. "You, who have remained steadfast, and yet upon awakening, you did not seek me?" Chapter 40. The deep long night. Jon Snow observed the young woman before him, a gentle frown creasing his brow. "I thought you ought to have returned to Dorne." Tyrion had shed her eye-catching, bright yellow gown for a more somber gray robe akin to that of a nun. The absence of the diaphanous fabric that accentuated her curves rendered her appearance more dignified, yet her smile retained an exquisite sweetness, despite the glimmer of moisture in her eyes, which sparkled like dew, suggesting she had recently wept. Balistan had dispatched 2 individuals to follow her, but she effortlessly eluded them. Subsequently, she altered her attire and journeyed towards King's Landing, only to learn that Snow had lost an eye and was imprisoned in the dungeons of the Red Keep. After several days of anxious waiting, Tyrion blended in among the nuns to infiltrate the Red Keep in search of information. Initially contemplating how to rescue him, she was instead met with the tolling of bells that night, while Snow remained missing. Riding swiftly, she finally traced his presence by the cries of dragons within a desolate forest. The moment she beheld him, fallen by the roadside, her vision blurred with tears. She herself could not comprehend this overwhelming emotion, only knowing she cradled Snow's cold body as she sought aid, eventually encountering the Brotherhood without banners. When she entrusted him to Soros, Tyrion had been convinced Snow would not awaken again. Thus, she was astonished to discover he had indeed recovered. Hurrying to his side, she was delighted to see he had healed, including his arm. Yet, Snow did not share her excitement. He lowered his bow, casting a subdued glance at Tyrion. "So, you did not return to Dorne?" he queried, a tremor of surprise coursing through him as he interpreted her actions. Were it not for the profound impact of Ned's death, which had closed his heart to personal affections, he might have found it difficult to resist the allure of her radiant smile. "But you should return to Dorne. By staying with me, you risk peril. Perhaps next time, the mountain will indeed treat you as he did Elia Martell, violently seizing your life. And I shall not come to your rescue again." Jon regarded the young woman before him, a melancholic smile gracing his lips. Tyrion studied Jon intently for a moment, then lowered her gaze and remarked, "You have changed." Despite their brief acquaintance, Jon's earlier demeanor had been as transparent as a blank page. mysterious yet imbued with an extraordinarily pure heart. Now, each of his words exudes an unapproachable coldness and detachment, causing a subtle tremor in Tyranny's heart. Has that gentle-souled young man truly ceased to exist? Jon cast a sidelong glance at Tyranny, revealing a faintly ironic smile. After all, I am a man who has tasted death. How normal can you expect me to be? Before it's too late, the obedient girl of the Red Viper should hasten back to Dorne. With that, he turned and walked in a direction completely opposite to Tyranny's. For his future existence was now solely dedicated to vengeance, a path destined to be rife with slaughter and intrigue. It would be better for those uninvolved not to entangle themselves from the outset. Suddenly, a waft of soft fragrance enveloped him from behind. Tyranny had embraced Jon Snow from behind, her arms wrapping around his waist. Though you have changed somewhat, I am not afraid of this version of you, bastard. I tell you, do not think you can cast me aside. If you attempt to push me away again, I shall ensure you do not see the sun rise tomorrow. The girl's voice trembled with unshed tears as she clutched Jon's garment tightly. Jon turned to face her, frowning at her tear-streaked visage. She gazed back at him with an expression of pitiful innocence. Tyranny, when you follow me in the future, do not feign tears. Jon sighed inwardly, his demeanor impassive as he wiped away her tears with his sleeve. A radiant smile emerged on her lovely face, and Tyranny, feeling triumphant, glanced at Jon. You are still soft-hearted after all. A gust of wind rustled as the dragon flapped its wings, circling a few times before alighting on Jon's shoulder, extending its neck towards Tyranny with a call. If you just rejected me, I shall run off with your dragon. Tyranny shot Jon a haughty glare and reached out to stroke the little dragon's chin. It is growing quickly, I assent it. I wager that in a month, it will be as large as an adult goat. You haven't named it yet, have you? Jon stroked the dragon's neck, pondering for a moment, then strolled deeper into the woods alongside Tyranny. Long Night, that shall be its name. After walking for over 10 minutes, Jon spoke softly. Tyranny's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Long Night. Are you referring to that legendary era when darkness shrouded the land? Even in Dorne, I have heard many tales of that time. 8,000 years ago. Darkness and the bitter cold of a prolonged winter enveloped Westeros and even the eastern continent. Is that the Long Night you speak of? Indeed. Jon watched as Tyranny pulled beef jerky from her pocket to feed the dragon, which seemed quite pleased with its new name and the treat. Gently patting Long Night's forehead, Jon remarked, You seem quite adept at nurturing dragons. It likes you. Tyranny looked up at Jon, a hint of pride in her voice, asserting, It follows its master. Admit it, Jon Snow, you like me. Jon's slender fingers paused for a moment on the dragon's scales. Then he cast a sidelong glance at Tyranny, a subtle smile playing on his lips, imbued with a hint of mischief. How would you like me to like you? Like this? He gently pressed his lips against Tyrann's. The girl was taken aback by his sudden gesture, her entire body quivering slightly. A soft sound echoed through the long night as a nightingale took flight into the sky. After a few minutes, Tyrann finally extricated herself from Jon Snow's embrace. Rather, it was his release that allowed her to breathe again, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. You, Jon smiled faintly, I find you delightful. Do you feel the same? As far as I know, you possess little experience, and girls tend to place great significance on their first times. Jon Snow, Tyrann exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment tinging her voice. She was not a noble lady, yet for some inexplicable reason, the sight of the young man before her, with a smile that hinted at coldness, made her heart race uncontrollably. He grasped her delicate chin, saying, If I were to like you a little more, you would lose your senses. However, in the future, for the sake of vengeance, I shall not marry you. If you truly care for me, either relinquish your hopes soon, or you must settle for being my lover. Do you understand, beautiful Dornish girl? With that, he released Tyrann and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, she felt something within her die and shatter. The sweetness of the moment had abruptly transformed into bitterness and anguish. By the old and new gods, this young man had suddenly become perilous, leaving her in confusion and torment. Yet, she found herself unable to divert her gaze from him. His presence was as dangerously profound as the long night, yet it was precisely this that rendered him captivating. Chapter 41. The flames of vengeance. Winterfell was steeped in profound sorrow. Catelyn Tully's tears had washed away her beauty. In that moment, she was no longer the poised and graceful duchess. Her voice was hoarse, her once vibrant auburn hair now dulled and tinged with a mournful gray. Aging and grief had assailed this once beautiful woman overnight. She cared little for her appearance, instead calling out her late husband's name amidst the weirwood trees. Ned, for the sake of the gods, how could you abandon me so? The weirwood grove, where Ned often pondered, now bore no trace of his presence. He had departed to another realm. Caitlin gazed up at the heart tree, its towering form reaching into the clouds. Mysterious and serene, it had stood for millennia, a witness to death and rebirth, pain and joy. Since Jon had revealed the truth to her, she had been filled with both elation and guilt. The joy stemmed from the knowledge that Ned had never betrayed her. The guilt arose from her failure to believe in him and her mistreatment of the innocent Jon. She had envisioned a day when Ned would return to the north, a day when she would welcome him back, kiss him, and offer her apologies. But now, that day would never come. The depth of her anguish and resentment transcended mere heartbreak, and as her tears dried, she grew increasingly frail. Yet she was reluctant to depart from the sacred grove, fearing that even giants could not pry her from beneath the heart tree, the last remnant of a place imbued with Ned's essence. Although that essence had long since faded with Ned's departure, Robb Stark arrived beneath the ancient trees, resplendent in form. His fiery red hair contrasting against the crimson leaves of the heart tree, accentuating the biting chill of the air. "Mother," he said, his youthful countenance marked by the remnants of tears that had been hastily wiped away, suppressing his sorrow and rage, his voice a calm, yet firm cadence. "We can no longer weep. Sansa, Arya, Jon, and Theon remain in King's Landing, with Jon's whereabouts unknown. We must rescue them." Caitlin turned to gaze upon her eldest son, seeing in him the visage of a younger Ned, and could not help but be moved to tears anew. Gritting her teeth until her gums nearly bled, she stifled her weeping. This resolute woman lifted her gaze, fixing her son with a steady stare, and declared, "Robb, the North shall never forget. We are to retrieve your two sisters, and ensure that those who took your father feel the anguish of losing their kin, no longer steeped in sorrow." Her fierce demeanor bore resemblance to a mother wolf in a frenzy. At that moment, Maester Luwin rapped at the door. Jon Snow had returned. Since Jon had saved Bran at the cost of one of his own arms, Caitlin had been filled with both gratitude and conflict, and upon learning of Jon's true lineage, her heart brimmed with guilt. Yet it seemed that fate had cast a shadow over this motherless child. Soon after, news of Jon being blinded in one eye by the mountain spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, sending a chill through Caitlин's heart. Upon hearing of Jon's return, she hastily rose to glance at the door, missing the peculiar, unspoken expression on Maester Luwin's face. Robb's excitement matched Jon's, but upon noticing Luwin's hesitant demeanor, he inquired, "Maester Luwin?" Luwin raised his head, his expression still somewhat bewildered, murmuring, "The old gods and the new. He has brought back a dragon." Upon hearing this, Robb dashed towards the gates of Winterfell. Luwin observed the retreating figures of mother and son, contemplating the unvoiced fact that, in addition to the dragon, he had also brought back a striking Dornish girl. At the gates of Winterfell, a young man, mounted upon a steed, leaped gracefully down, his agility reminiscent of a Dothraki warrior. Were it not for his pale skin and tightly curled black hair exuding the Stark bloodline, one might question his origin in Westeros. "Jon." Robb sprinted forward, outpacing Caitlin, and embraced Jon. "I heard you were injured. That accursed Gregor Clegane." Jon straightened gently, patting Robb's shoulder. "The mountain and my grievances are mine to bear. Do not concern yourself with me, Robb." Robb released Jon and glanced at his younger brother, who, despite being a few years his junior, exhibited an extraordinary maturity and composure. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about your hand? It was well known that Jon had broken his left hand after saving Bran, although few were privy to the finesse of his archery skills. This injury remained a significant misfortune for one so promising among the younger generation. Yet now, Jon Snow effortlessly patted Robb's shoulder with that very hand. He looked at Robb and smiled, revealing that it had been broken, yet mended anew. "Much like I have perished, only to be resurrected." His smile broadened, a crimson glint flickering in one eye, akin to a beast thirsting for blood. Robb hesitated as he regarded Jon, the boy he had grown up with, who now seemed transformed. His tone remained warm and inviting, yet his gaze held an air of detachment. There was an aura of death surrounding him. Jon noticed Robb's uncertainty and chuckled lightly. "Robb, are you afraid of me? You may fear me, loathe me, or even distance yourself from me, but you must trust me." Jon shrugged off the concern with a carefree smile, turning to scoop up the still-mounted Tyranny, cradling her in his arms. "We need to bathe, then discuss our plans for vengeance. I can share a bath with her. She wouldn't mind." Tyranny's cheeks flushed slightly. Since Jon's revival, he had adopted a roguish demeanor. Despite the fact that they had shared nothing more than that one kiss throughout their journey, her heart was in disarray. As they passed by Caitlin, Jon paused, a rare seriousness gracing his features. "Aunt, I apologize. There were circumstances that prevented me from bringing Sansa and Arya home, but I will rescue them." Caitlin held no resentment towards Jon, especially after learning that he was not Ned's biological son. Her feelings were more of guilt. In desperate times, any who could escape were blessed. No one would blame him. The immediate priority was to bring them back. Jon nodded, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. To save his family, then take vengeance upon their foes. The red shimmered like a flickering flame, exuding a dangerous and fervent light. Jon shed his garments, revealing a robust physique, and stepped slowly into the bath. He was not truly sharing the bath with Tyranny. Though she possessed a sweet and enticing appearance, Ned's lifeless body still lay cold, and his heart was consumed by vengeance, unable to entertain any notions of love. His mind raced with various brutal methods to eliminate Joffrey, that golden-haired wretch, whose handsome facade belied his vile nature. Burn them all, he murmured softly. Chapter 42. Time-frozen Jon had heard the tales of Aerys. In his final moments, there was but a solitary utterance from Jaime Lannister, burn them all. Aware that his true adversary lay far beyond the wall, amidst the perilous realm of the White Walkers, it was the encroaching madness of Aerys, beset by a throne increasingly isolated, that led to his tragic demise. Yet, the depths of his hatred were profound. Jon, fully cognizant that such insanity heralded self-destruction, found himself unable to quell the tempest within. The weight of the three-eyed raven's power bore heavily upon him. The sound of hooves echoed through the north, as messengers from King's Landing hastened with gifts bestowed from the capital. From 100 leagues away, when Jon Snow discerned the contents of the parcel, a surge of fury coursed through his veins. Your heart is in turmoil. Had it not been for me, but rather for one intent on your demise, you would have met your end in that bath, bastard. The softness of a body pressed against Jon as Daenerys approached, enveloped in the intoxicating scent unique to her femininity. Jon's body tensed slightly. He furrowed his brow as he regarded Daenerys. You should not be here. I recall they prepared a separate chamber for your bathing. Amidst the swirling mist, her youthful fragrance was particularly enchanting. Her laughter, like crescent moons, sparkled with the light of stars. Her flowing golden hair and graceful form as lethal as her poison. Yet, the most perilous aspect was her acute awareness of her allure and her ability to wield it. A beautiful woman is not to be feared. Indeed, Daenerys possessed beauty, yet in the Seven Kingdoms, countless women matched her in allure. However, her exotic charm, innate sweetness, and that blend of self-awareness and confidence made her as irresistible as the sweet sleep flower, leaving one utterly defenseless. Your voice trembles slightly. Did you know that, bastard? She teased, gently releasing the hand that had shielded her face with a handkerchief, revealing a figure as pure as a dove. Jon's brow furrowed deeper. Leave. Daenerys laughed lightly. Would you have me be admired by others in such a splendid guise? Jon fell silent. This girl was a siren. Daenerys, with her sultry gaze, let her delicate fingers glide across his waist, slowly leaning her head against his shoulder, murmuring, as I have grown, even my father taught me only to survive. No one has ever cared for me like you did. When you fiercely commanded me to leave in the Riverlands, it was solely to protect me. And when facing Greyjoy, you sacrificed an eye. Do not shy away from my gaze. I am drawn to the crimson in your eyes. Her eyes shimmered with a poignant purity as she gazed longingly at Jon. You are the first man to protect me, to kiss me. Even if I return to Dorne, I shall not forget you. She gently pressed her body against Jon Snow's, embracing him as they fell into the water, locking her gaze with his, declaring with deliberate clarity, thus, I too shall be the first woman in your life. That is only fair. The sound of water danced around her soft murmurs, as the two ignited an indescribable camaraderie, achieving a grand harmony of existence. Crimson blood trickled down Tyranny's leg, merging with the water below, leaving no trace behind. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, as she clutched Jon Snow's shoulder, experiencing the most astonishing transformation of her life. Bastard, in the name of the old and new gods, your life is mine, and mine is yours. Tyranny drifted into unconsciousness in Jon's embrace, softly murmuring something, her voice gradually fading to a gentle whisper, nearly inaudible. Jon Snow gazed at the girl before him with a complex expression. She persistently referred to him as bastard, regardless of how many times he sought to correct her, fully aware of his true identity. He understood all too well the myriad reasons behind it. His suffering stemmed from his profound knowledge. Jon rose, draping a cloak over his shoulders. He found a blanket to wrap Tyranny in and carried her to the bedroom. In the dim candlelight, her sleeping visage still bore the shyness of youth while exuding an added allure of womanhood, captivating and enchanting in her beauty. The girl stirred restlessly in her dreams, softly murmuring. Jon leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before turning to leave. As her warmth dissipated from his grasp, His gaze turned cold once more. There are no gods in this world, if they do exist. The only deity I believe in is the god of vengeance. With this thought, he closed the door behind him. He made his way to the crypts of Winterfell, pausing to gaze at Lyanna's statue, lost in contemplation for a moment. Perhaps I may address you as mother? You, and he named me in the name of conquerors. Yet I have failed to conquer anyone. What I believed I could change and protect has dissolved into mere illusions. Forgive me for my inability to be a source of pride for you. Perhaps one day, I will become a figure that both Stark and Targaryen would rather forget. Footsteps echoed from a distance, and he sighed softly, feeling the crisp chill of early autumn in the air. Do you hear it, mother? The call of war is sounding. Within the castle, Winterfell ignited the beacon fires along the walls as the gates opened, heralding the arrival of a messenger from King's Landing. A weary young Lannister, golden-haired, dismounted his horse, his legs trembling. In the name of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, the King of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, Joffrey Baratheon, I come to the north to bestow upon you a reward for your new lord. He dismounted and handed over a wooden chest, placing the reward upon the table. Strangely, his tremors did not cease with the release of the burden. Rather, they intensified. Robb Stark sat at the head of the long table, observing the newcomer with a serious demeanor, neither affirming nor denying. He was striving to emulate Ned's mannerisms, and one could say he did so with remarkable precision. Had the fish seen him, it might have declared that he indeed inherited the Stark bloodline. Yet, they all knew that Ned Stark would not rise from the dead. You may sit and rest, Robb gestured with an outstretched hand, inviting the visitor to take a seat. Thank you. The man trembled, a visage of lingering terror upon him. With trepidation, he cast a wary glance at the box he brought, selecting a distant spot to settle. Maintaining a respectful distance, he appeared to have ridden through the night, breathless and weary, his head bowed low, revealing little besides his gleaming golden hair. When he occasionally raised his gaze to meet the eyes of those in the room, he instantly lowered it again. Confronted by the serene, yet sorrowful and resolute faces of the Northmen, he found the words he wished to utter difficult to articulate. At that moment, a low, mocking laughter echoed from behind. How dare you step through the gates of Winterfell, seated in the chair of Winterfell, after your little prince has slain the Guardian of the North? A young man clad in black, donning leather gloves while smiling at the newcomer, exuded an air of casualness, lacking the steadiness and authority of Robb, even bordering on flippancy. His dark, curly hair still glistened with droplets of water from a recent bath, his features slender and striking, exuding a brooding elegance that contrasted with Robb Stark's robust handsomeness. Yet, the messenger felt a chill at the sight of him. One of the young man's eyes was as dark as ink, the other a vivid red, glimmering with perilous intent. He smiled. Yet an aura of lethal intent emanated from those mismatched eyes, freezing both air and time. Chapter 43. The North never forgets. Jon beheld the young man who had come from King's Landing. He possessed the golden hair of a Lannister, his appearance not particularly handsome, yet dignified. Despite the dust of travel that slightly diminished his once regal demeanor, he remained a beacon of youthful hope. Likely no more than 18 or 19 years of age, still naive, he perceived life in a simple manner. What is your name? Jon, adorned in leather gloves, gently brushed against the box he had brought, his tone relaxed and amiable. Are you betrothed? Phoebus Lannister. Meeting Jon's gaze, the young Lannister flushed slightly, a hint of fear evident in him. Under pressure, the pallor of his skin deepened with a faint blush. My father is loyal to Lord Kevin Lannister, belonging to a cadet branch. I am 19, but I shall not consider marriage until next year. Of course, you are still quite young. Jon replied with a smile, fiddling with the box's clasp, his eyes drifting into the distance. A young and innocent life. Your name is lovely, Phoebus. It means the sun, does it not? Your mother must hold you dear. Phoebus was at a loss for words. Jon's gaze appeared unfocused, his eyes wandering without purpose. Yet that profound look seemed as if it could pierce through the depths of one's soul, evoking reluctance to meet it. Phoebus watched Jon, hesitant to respond or interrupt, momentarily seeking the reassurance of Catelyn and Robb. Robb and Catelyn exchanged glances, sensing an unusual demeanor in Jon this evening. His sorrow was no less than anyone else's. Yet he had displayed a striking abandon with the Dornish girl he had brought back from the bath, his mourning period not yet concluded, making his behavior seem rather unseemly. At this moment, disregarding his identity as the Lord of Winterfell, Robb engaged in conversation with the individual before him, interjecting with some trivial inquiries, clearly overshadowing the main discourse. In truth, Robb did not mind Jon's actions. He merely felt that such behavior was inappropriate in the presence of outsiders. Jon, my brother, do you require a moment to rest? Jon withdrew his gaze, blinking at Robb with a faint smile. Me? I'm perfectly fine. Son's champion. Please present your gift of Joffrey to the young Lord of Winterfell. Phoebus cast a glance at Jon, weakly clarifying, it is King Joffrey, the ruler of the Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm of House Baratheon. Jon yawned, interrupting Phoebus, just Joffrey. He will soon cease to be a king. Moreover, whether he truly bears the name Baratheon or Lannister remains a subject for debate. His tone and expression dripped with unspoken irony and disdain, which deeply incensed Phoebus. You are desecrating the king's dignity, my lord. Jon chuckled, I am Snow, not a lord. But let us get to the crux of the matter. What lies within this box? Are you aware, son's champion? Phoebus's face paled further, finding it difficult to articulate. It is. Jon's expression abruptly sharpened, his brow arching. This box contains the head of the North's warden, Lord Eddard Stark, am I correct? A crimson light flickered intensely in his eyes. Catelyn, upon hearing her late husband's name, felt a surge of emotion. She was puzzled by the notion of Joffrey returning Eddard's head, perhaps as an act of submission, questioning the need for such fury. However, her mind quickly went blank. With his slender fingers, Jon gradually unlatched the box, yet he did not divert his gaze from Phoebus. His expression laced with barely restrained fury. Do you think the young wolf lord and lady of Winterfell cannot see through the machinations of that golden-haired tyrant? You placed the head of the Duke Stark amidst a pie crafted from his own flesh, calling it a peace pie. Does Joffrey think this will instill fear in the hearts of the Northmen? With a click, the box opened. A large pie, exuding a faint meaty aroma, revealed the decaying head of Eddard Stark at its center. Having been displayed on the walls of King's Landing for 3 days, the swollen, purplish skin emitted a foul stench of decay, the flesh at the cheekbone swollen, with a thin layer of skin encasing the corpse fluid, ready to burst forth with pus at any moment. No, Catelyn could not bear the sight before her. She let out a heart-wrenching cry and subsequently collapsed to the ground. Eyes closed. Mother. Robb rushed to Catelyn. Phoebus, rendered helpless, watched as Robb supported Catelyn, deliberately avoiding a glance at the now grotesque visage of Eddard's head upon the table, even if only from the corner of his eye. Jon seized him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You have been tasked with escorting Lord Stark back to the city. Such an arduous journey. Would you care for a delectable pigeon pie? Or perhaps a cup of fine Dornish wine? Phoebus gazed at Jon, a wave of weakness washing over him, his voice trembling further. I must return to King's Landing immediately. I have a report to deliver. Jon retrieved a dagger and sliced off a piece of the pigeon pie, appearing remarkably composed. Indeed, Joffrey would be most eager to hear every detail. The comatose Duchess, the flustered young wolf. The dim-witted, ignorant Northerners stood by like fools, clueless as events unfolded before them. Their only recourse was to seethe with resentment before allowing you to depart. Jon lifted a piece of pie to his mouth, devouring it in the astonished gazes of Robb and Phoebus. The sound of his chewing echoed through the empty hall. The crust was somewhat dry, even undercooked, and Ned's years of rigorous training left little fat to savor. However, the filling was laden with an excess of lard, unevenly mixed, resulting in a cloying texture with each bite. Juices either seeped into the crust or splattered against his lips and teeth. Yet Jon consumed the entire piece of pigeon pie. As he ate, his gaze remained fixed on Phoebus. Through this bewildered youth, he envisioned Joffrey's smug face atop the Iron Throne. He remained silent, swallowing the poorly made pie. Phoebus regarded Jon with a mix of horror, initially perplexed by how Jon could possibly know what lay within the box, despite his swift ride from King's Landing, only to be seen through by Jon. Yet, considering Varys's ability to discern the secrets of the Seven Kingdoms, it was hardly surprising that the North possessed its own network of intelligence. The ravens surely flew faster than he could ride. However, before he could process these thoughts, Jon was consuming the very thing he had brought. Nausea churned in Phoebus's stomach, nearly prompting him to vomit. Yet fear of Jon restrained him from exhibiting such weakness. Since receiving his orders, he had ridden tirelessly without a meal, leaving only a sour liquid in his belly. Upon finishing the pie, Jon regarded Phoebus with a smile that was almost mocking, though the taste had left much to be desired. The meat was somewhat spoiled, and the seasoning poorly executed. Such is Joffrey's sincerity. Would you care for a piece? Phoebus could no longer contain himself. He knelt and expelled his stomach's contents onto the floor. Bile and gastric juices pooled around him. Jon lifted the box, looking down upon the young man kneeling in defeat. Phoebus Lannister, ensure you have a proper meal and rest for the night. At dawn, hasten back to King's Landing and convey a message to that wretched spawn seated upon the Iron Throne. Phoebus wiped his mouth and looked up at Jon, fear evident in his nod. Witnessing this cultured, polite young man consume a pie made from Ned's flesh instilled in him both fear and a suppressed loathing. You commanded. My lord, I refer to Sir Snow. Jon's hand, concealed beneath his gloves, bulged with veins as he clutched the chest tightly and turned to leave. Tell Joffrey. The North remembers. Chapter 44. The dead never depart. An extra for the steward, Lord Gold. Jon cradled the chest and took a swig from a flask, slowly making his way to the crypts beneath Winterfell. The Stark family was destined to meet their end here. He gazed silently at the statues of Ned and Lyanna, lost in contemplation, awaiting what was to come. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Robb arrived. They said you were here. Robb's voice was somewhat somber. For the Seven's sake. His handsome visage and robust physique were enough to capture the hearts of maidens across the Seven Kingdoms. He radiated brilliance, yet he never wielded that light to wound others, possessing a righteousness that was impossible to resent. Jon turned his head to regard Robb, raising his cup and offering a smile more sorrowful than a frown. I am sorry. Robb, I couldn't save him. When they came to knock, I tried to have the dragon take him away, but I shouldn't have left. Jon's words were somewhat slurred. Not due to inebriation, for the strength of the mead or wine he brewed himself was far greater. Rather, he was simply at a loss for words and took several long swigs. Yet, the more he drank, the clearer his mind became. Robb observed Jon's demeanor and recognized his inner turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, he placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. I believe that even if given another chance, Father would still choose to protect you. He is the guardian of the North, the Duke of Winterfell. You need not blame yourself, Jon. He looked at his half-brother, filled with a profound sense of emotion. He had learned from Catelyn of Jon's true lineage, though he did not know who his father was. He was aware that his mother was Lyanna Stark. Still, to Jon, he remained as close as Bran and Rickon, a brother in every sense. No one in Winterfell would blame you. Our true enemies are the Lannisters of King's Landing. Tomorrow, we shall lay Father to rest with honor, and in 2 days, all the lords of the North will gather here to deliberate on the plan to avenge Joffrey. By then, we will make that boy pay the price. You must stand beside me, Jon. Do not allow sorrow and rage to overcome you. He paused, concern etched on his face. You just consumed something I am unaware of. Jon looked up at Robb, meeting his concerned gaze, and smiled. You know, this hesitance is uncharacteristic of you. Do you think I am mad? Is that it? He carefully extracted Ned's head from the pigeon pie, gently cleaning it with utmost precision. His movements were so deft that he did not rupture the pus, allowing him to converse with Robb effortlessly. It must be handled with care. He is a man of honor, and this is far too undignified, Robb. You see, I have never experienced paternal love, and he alone has offered me the concern of an elder. I once vowed to protect him with my very life. Yet I have failed. A surge of hatred welled up within me, the mingling of alcohol and the scent of meat spreading infinitely in my mouth, igniting my throat, stomach, and indeed my entire being. I loathe Joffrey, I despise Cersei, but my deepest hatred is directed towards myself for failing to safeguard Ned. One day, I think, the flames of vengeance will lay waste to Westeros, quelling the agony that envelopes me. Yet for now, I remain outwardly composed. Jon meticulously arranged Ned's head, ensuring it appeared clean and dignified before ceasing his actions. I have consumed that which binds him to me. From this day forth, he resides within my blood. With me always, Jon declared, discarding the now empty wine jug. Thus, I feel as though he has never departed. Robb furrowed his brow, glancing at him. Jon's almost obsessive mindset caused him concern, yet he felt at a loss for words. Jon laughed lightly, taking hearty gulps of ale, finally feeling a hint of intoxication. Robb, it feels rather delightful to know someone cares. Trust me, I know what I am doing. However, I fear that in the days to come, my actions may shift from madness to something far more depraved. If that day arrives, you must either support me or slay me, but never attempt to revert me. Integrity and honor cannot shield my dearest loved ones. Just remember, no matter what I become, I shall never be an enemy of Winterfell, nor of the North. With that, he stumbled slightly as he departed, only to turn back after a few paces and retrieve the remaining pigeon pie from the box. Winter is coming, and we may face days of scarcity. This is sustenance and should not be wasted. Robb watched Jon, astonished. You. But Jon had already drifted away. Exiting the crypt. I have no penchant for cannibalism. You need not worry about me. Until Robb's voice faded from hearing, Jon continued to murmur to himself. This contains his flesh, yet to be buried with the head would be too humiliating. Half of Ned's body had already flowed away through the sewers of King's Landing. The other half became the grim offering, filled with Joffrey's malice. Alone, Jon arrived at the weirwood grove, seated beneath the heart tree. He closed his eyes and snapped his fingers. The long night swooped down from the sky, gracefully hovering a few feet above the ground for a moment before settling steadily. I have brought you something to eat. Jon opened the box and nudged it forward. The taste may not be pleasant, but within lies the noblest spirit of the North. You will survive for a long while in the North. Consume it, and let us together seek vengeance for the master of this soul. The long night let out a couple of reluctant cries. What? You are unwilling? Jon gazed sadly at the still small dragon. If you cannot be my accomplice, then I truly am alone. Dragons are indeed a species of elevated intellect. The long night blinked its amber eyes, unfurling its verdant wings as it bowed its head. Its appetite was far less refined than that of Jon Snow. Jon gazed at the long night, smiling warmly yet tinged with melancholy. He closed his eyes, leaning against the great heart tree where Ned often sat in solitary contemplation, gradually succumbing to slumber. A tear escaped his eye, mirroring the hue of blood. On this night in Winterfell, no soul could find rest, particularly not for Tybalt Lannister. Awakening from his dreams, he vividly recalled Jon Snow's eyes, which danced with a blend of elegance and madness. Before dawn's arrival, he rose, navigating by the starlight and the candlelight of Winterfell, making his way to the stables. He could not articulate why he felt compelled to act so furtively, yet an overwhelming unease gripped his heart. Have you rested well, son's emissary? Are you already preparing to depart? The youth inquired, a hint of mockery lacing his tone, causing Tybalt to drop the saddle he was holding. Jon Snow emerged from the shadows, approaching him with a smile. When you return to report, please convey a message to Joffrey for me. I shall prepare a fitting gift in response to the pigeon pie he has sent. Tybalt nodded, his anxiety resurfacing. What sort of gift? Should I deliver it on your behalf? Fearful of inciting Jon's ire, he sought to appease him, though he was merely a Snow bastard. Tybalt found Jon more daunting than anyone in the North. You are truly quite young, Jon remarked with a smile, ruffling Tybalt's golden hair. Innocent, youthful, and pitifully vulnerable. Reminiscent of a lamb offered in a mythic sacrifice. My lord, I mean, sir, Tybalt stammered, panic welling in his eyes. Jon released Tybalt, chuckling. I do indeed require your assistance with that gift, but it must wait until your safe and sound return to King's Landing, not now. Now, mount your horse. Tybalt thanked him and hastened away, fleeing as if for his life. Jon watched him depart, chuckling softly, murmuring, safe travels. There is a note in the book indicating that Jon previously lost his left arm and went blind in his right eye. I shall amend any inconsistencies later. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause to my readers. Chapter 45. All is a game. King's Landing, Red Keep. What did you say? He actually consumed it? Joffrey rose abruptly from the Iron Throne. He had been propped against one side, listening with keen interest to Tybalt's report. Particularly reveling in the moment, he learned of Catelyn's unconsciousness. However, upon hearing that Jon had eaten the pigeon pie, his expression stiffened unexpectedly. The image of that young man, lifting the turf with his long sword in the riverlands, suddenly crystallized in his mind. His brooding gaze exuded an aura of danger, surveying those beneath him as though they were mere ants. Merely recalling that look sent chills coursing through his body, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable. Jon Snow effortlessly dismantled his carefully constructed faade of authority, inciting Joffrey's fury while simultaneously deepening his trepidation. After all, he was merely a 16-year-old boy, and his way of masking fear was through anger. Phobos hesitated, choosing not to mention Jon's revelation regarding Joffrey's questionable lineage. Instead, he discreetly cast a glance at Cersei, which only served to aggravate Joffrey further. With a belly full of suppressed rage seeking an outlet, he turned his ire upon Phobos, demanding, "What are you looking at my mother for? I am the king." Phobos, startled back to reality, nodded with a palpable fear. "Of course, your grace. You are the sole king of the 7 kingdoms. I could not help but notice your striking resemblance to the queen, the most beautiful woman in the realm." Joffrey remained displeased, casting a sidelong glare at Phobos. The young Lannister, filled with trepidation, cleared his throat and added, "Indeed, your grace. Your regal demeanor resembles that of the late King Robert." At this, Joffrey nodded. "You may take your leave." Phobos, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, bowed his head and retreated, seeking refuge within the throng, desperate to evade Joffrey's attention. Cersei observed her son's erratic behavior and could not help but softly admonish him. "My son, you are now a king. You must exercise restraint." Upon hearing her words, Joffrey's demeanor shifted dramatically. He erupted in fury, standing and bellowing at Cersei. "I am the king of the 7 kingdoms." Each word was punctuated with fervor, his face inches from hers, and he caught sight of Sansa below, her expression one of sheer terror. Joffrey straightened his attire, adopting a more composed tone as he addressed Cersei. I am Joffrey Baratheon, the first of his name. A king need not heed a woman's counsel at every turn, mother. Henceforth, you need not accompany me to court. Women should remain within the confines of the palace, occupied with their needlework. Cersei felt the spittle from his outburst land upon her, and while she considered wiping it away with her sleeve, she looked at Joffrey and found herself lowering her hand, allowing the droplets to dry upon her beautiful face. This child bore no resemblance to Jaime, not in the slightest. As she gazed at Joffrey's golden locks, a fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her. Indeed, his rage bore a striking resemblance to Robert. Was this the specter of Robert haunting her? He had spent his life living in Lyanna's shadow, and now, in death, he had transformed into a restless spirit within the Red Keep. She had thought him incapable of inflicting further harm upon her. Yet here was Joffrey, fervently emulating his every mannerism. Why could he not mirror Jaime's demeanor, adorned with a smile and grace? Yet, she found herself unable to respond to her own flesh and blood with hatred or animosity. Cersei lifted her gaze, shedding the bitterness that lingered in her eyes, and bestowed a radiant smile upon Joffrey, brimming with affection and tolerance, as if to declare that all was in accordance with his will. For he was the protector of the realm. After the court was dismissed, Phoebos was summoned to the Queen Mother's chambers by a throng of individuals. Cersei, seated elegantly in her chair, cradled a glass of red wine, observing the newcomers with a breathtaking smile. Without turning her head, she commanded the waiting maid beside her to pour wine for Lord Phoebos. The title sent a shiver down Phoebos's spine, prompting memories of the dark-haired youth from Winterfell. He bowed deeply, exuding utmost humility. Your Majesty, I am not a lord. I am merely fortunate to bear the Lannister name. Cersei paid no heed, for the Lannisters were inherently superior. If I so desire, you may become a lord in an instant, a lord, a knight. All of it is but a game of power. Even in the briefest moment, her pride radiated. As the most exquisite beauty in the Seven Kingdoms and the daughter of Tywin Lannister, her arrogance was indeed warranted. Yet, Phoebos had no time to appreciate it. Ever since Jon Snow had watched him depart from Winterfell's stables, he felt as though a thorn were lodged in his back. He surely needed respite. Perhaps he was the first Lannister in the Seven Kingdoms to wish to be rid of such a surname. The honors your Majesty bestows upon me are excessive flattery. I am but a messenger for the king. Phoebos bowed once more, bending so low that he could only see the tips of Cersei's crimson shoes peeking from beneath her exquisitely embroidered skirts. After a prolonged moment of silence, Cersei continued, I am indifferent to your desires, yet I discern the nuances in your words. What else did you encounter in the north? She leaned forward, lifting Phoebos's youthful visage. That bastard, he escaped from the dungeons of the Red Keep. I had anticipated his demise, yet he has returned to the north, and if what you say is true, he is no longer a cripple? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Phoebos's brow. Indeed, he possessed certain peculiarities, but he was by no means a cripple. He opened a box, effortlessly crafting pigeon pies, though one of his eyes was as crimson as blood, yet he assuredly could see with both. Cersei remained silent. The fact that Jon had lost an eye was known to all within the Red Keep. At that time, Robert had been furious upon learning of it, immediately dispatching Barristan Selmy to confront the perpetrator, Gregor Clegane. Remembering Robert's wrathful demeanor, Cersei tightened her grip on the armrest, nearly shattering the delicate carved peachwood. Robert had not been so enraged when Joffrey was bitten by a dire wolf, leaving an unsightly scar. Yet for the sake of an insignificant bastard, he had raged vehemently. Was it merely because that wretched eye bore resemblance to Lyanna's? Noticing Cersei's silence, Phoebos lowered his head and whispered, Your Majesty, perhaps he sought out a learned man, and has healed his eye in hand. Cersei lifted her head in disdain, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. The finest scholars of the Seven Kingdoms reside in King's Landing. How could it possibly be? She dismissed the notion as mere sorcery, for the Northerners were inherently heretics. Her contemptuous tone softened slightly as she turned her gaze towards Phoebos. What else did they say? Phoebos hesitated for a moment, glancing at Cersei's maidens, and only spoke when Cersei commanded them to withdraw. Your Majesty, Jon Snow claims that King Joffrey's bloodline is illegitimate. He is the offspring of you and Ser Jaime, and not the rightful heir to the throne. Cersei's goblet slipped from her hand, shattering upon the ground. The crimson liquid splattered everywhere, tarnishing her exquisite gown. Yet, Cersei Lannister paid it no heed. After a prolonged silence, her face flushed with rage, and she gritted her teeth. Slander, defamation. This bastard speaks nonsense. Sir Gregor should have not only blinded him, but also severed the tongue of this liar. Phoebos observed the exquisite beauty of Cersei's countenance, now marred by malice and darkness, and felt a shiver run down his spine. "Indeed, your majesty," he spoke in folly. "My reluctance to voice this in the hall was due to the absurdity of it all." Cersei turned to Pibus and forced a smile. "Of course, you did well. What else did that bastard utter? In your regard, he mentioned that I should convey a message. The North never forgets," Pibus replied candidly. "How amusing that wolves would dare to assert dominance before lions," Cersei scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping her lips. "Had I been present, I would have reminded him that while the North may remember all, the Lannisters always repay their debts." Pibus remained silent. He could not shake the image of Jon's mismatched eyes, one as dark as the abyss, the other as red as blood, gazing at him, a haunting madness seizing his soul. "Leave me now. I shall bestow upon you a knighthood and some gold." Cersei waved her hand, signaling Pibus to depart. He bowed and took his leave. Cersei called him back. "You will remain tight-lipped, will you not?" Pibus paused, then nodded vigorously. "Of course, I shall speak to no one." At last, he departed. The maidens entered, kneeling to clean the spilled wine. Cersei approached the table and picked up a quill. She despised the idea of dirtying her own hands. Yet Pibus could not be allowed to remain. Even if he remained silent now, there was no guarantee for the future. His lack of decisiveness made him an easy target for those with ill intent. Such detrimental remarks against Joffrey's legitimacy would not be allowed to proliferate. Jon Snow, the one who propagated these claims, was even more detestable. All threats to Joffrey's existence must be eradicated. She could not help but recall the prophecy that had haunted her since childhood. They shall be crowned in gold and wrapped in gold for their burial. The malevolent gaze of the priestess seemed to sear a curse upon her heart, rendering her shuddering despite wielding the mightiest power across the 7 kingdoms. "No one shall deter me from safeguarding little Xiao, no one at all." Her expression was dark and fierce. "He belongs to me, and even the 7 gods cannot wrest him from my grasp." She gripped her pen with such force that it nearly snapped. Phoebus hastily departed from the Red Keep, yearning for a tavern where he could indulge in a drink to calm his frayed nerves. By the 7, he had resided in King's Landing for 3 or 4 years now, initially aspiring to become a knight, pledging loyalty to the crown in pursuit of unparalleled glory. Yet now, standing at the very heart of that glory, he could even converse face-to-face with the Regent Queen. Countless men across the 7 kingdoms, envious of the light of the West, would gladly exchange their honor for his. But what of it? He had not savored the beauty around him. Instead, he was besieged by myriad threats and intrigues. Fatigue and anxiety weighed heavily upon him, leaving him in a state of perpetual dread. He recalled the peculiar aroma of the pigeon pie, the grinding sound of the mill, Jon Snow's crunching as he devoured the pie, Joffrey's furious countenance, and Cersei's venomous expression. By the 7, that gaze instilled in him a fear that he might never leave a legacy. Perhaps he should return to the West. He had never intended to become a servant in King's Landing to evade conscription. He certainly should not have ventured to the North to deliver the king's reward in pursuit of gold and glory. By dawn tomorrow, or at the latest by the day after, I shall implore to return to the West. Yet, in the depths of fate, he felt a certainty that he would never go back. The sun set particularly early that day. Phoebus, intoxicated beyond measure, stumbled back to his lodgings. The alcohol momentarily dulled all his troubles, including thoughts of Cersei, Joffrey, and that bastard known as Jon Snow. He even hummed the tune of the Reign of Castamere, carelessly shedding his boots and collapsing onto the bed, singing an incoherent melody. However, on this day, as the rain wept in the hall, his words became slurred, his voice fading into silence. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, a clear voice in the quiet room continued his interrupted song. The rain lamented in the hall, yet within there was no soul. That voice was remarkably gentle, imbued with a captivating melancholy that could pierce one's very soul. Yet at that moment, Phoebus was startled awake, his drowsiness and intoxication evaporating. "Who?" He fumbled to light a candle, but instead encountered a patch of cold leather. It was a pair of leather gloves, encasing bony hands. Those hands swiftly seized Phoebus, choking him to silence, preventing any cries for help. He recognized the figure before him. Even in the dim light, the unmistakable irony in that voice was ingrained in his memory. Trembling, terror, in a flicker of flame, he beheld the handsome visage of Jon Snow, adorned with an innocent, yet somewhat charming smile. "Good evening, Sun's emissary." Perched upon his shoulder was a creature with lizard-like green skin, seemingly equipped with wings, which exhaled a brief puff of fire before extinguishing in the air. The room was once again shrouded in darkness. Phoebus's alcohol-laden mind struggled to think while his body fought desperately for survival. No, I am but a messenger. I have no part in the harm done to Lord Stark. I am innocent." Jon was persuading the creature on his shoulder, urging it to be patient and graceful. Turning his head at the sound of Phoebus's voice, he smiled. Of course, you are innocent. But does Lord Stark truly deserve his fate? A cold dagger pressed against Phoebus's neck, causing the young man to tremble violently. He felt a chill in his legs, and an unpleasant odor began to permeate the room. What did Cersei say to you? Jon chuckled, not mocking Phoebus, for one does indeed lose control in moments of excessive panic. He simply regarded Phoebus with a fleeting glimmer of pity. Yet, this compassion was ephemeral. A Lannister always pays his debts, does he not? Phoebus's eyes widened in the dark. How could this youth know about his conversation with Cersei? But he would never have the chance to inquire. The Valyrian steel dagger glimmered coldly. Once wielded to assassinate Bran, now belonging to Jon, who had insisted on taking it. It proved to possess an almost unparalleled sharpness. Phoebus's young life ebbed away with each drop of blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The light in his eyes gradually faded, and visions of the West, of kin, all crystallized in the final frame of his mind, forever frozen in time alongside his own. Jon looked down as Phoebus's gaze lost focus, vacantly unfastening his garments. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed. The following morning, when Joffrey awoke, he felt a chill and pulled his blanket tighter around his shoulders. A sticky sensation jolted him awake. Upon realizing what lay beneath the covers, his complexion shifted dramatically. Someone, guard. The royal chambers were besieged, and Cersei Lannister, still in her morning routine, hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. When she beheld the sight on Joffrey's bed, her expression altered. The skin of Phoebus Lannister had been meticulously flayed, the golden hair atop his head preserved, and a small piece of parchment tied to a lock of hair read, a gift for Joffrey Lannister. Cersei's gaze turned icy as she glanced at the flawless, pale skin of Phoebus, where a phrase was prominently inscribed along his entire spine. A Lannister always pays his debts. Chapter 47. The Usurper of the Throne. Recently, King's Landing has been graced with an unnamed ballad. Compared to the Bastard's Tavern, this song carries an air of darkness and foreboding, rendering it all the more memorable. The melody is catchy, yet no one dares to sing it aloud. The reason? The gates of the Red Keep swung open, and the King's Guard unceremoniously hurled another bard to the ground. The wandering singer, bloodied and bruised, gazed up at the imposing gates of the Red Keep. He had indulged in a drink at the tavern, humming a tune in a moment of merriment, only to be seized by 4 Kingsguard in a flea-ridden den. By the time they presented him before the young king, he had lost 2 teeth from their brutal handling. The new king, a strikingly handsome blonde youth, smiled at him, compelling him to complete the entire song. In the cavernous throne room, flames flickered, and a dozen Kingsguard encircled him, while the Queen Mother regarded him with cold disdain. Yet the young king remained gentle, at least until his temper would inevitably fray. I have heard you possess a lovely singing voice. Sing for me the entire song you performed at the tavern today, Joffrey commanded from the Iron Throne, his tone imperious yet begrudgingly graceful. He hesitated, noticing a red-haired girl in a pink gown standing at the foot of the stairs, looking at him with a mixture of pity and concern. Her beauty was undeniable. Even with the signs of weariness upon her, her swollen eyes unable to conceal her inherent grace. The singer caught her gentle fist clenched beneath the opulent fabric of her sleeves, yet she remained silent. At that moment, Joffrey's irritation deepened. You are gazing at my betrothed. Do you know? My lady is not someone you may look upon freely. If you dare to gaze at her once more, I shall have your eyes. Joffrey paused, a faint flush rising to his handsome face, his tone growing dark and menacing. I said sing for me. Trembling, the singer began to croon a somewhat off-key ditty. The golden lion grows old. To me, mere sheep they are. The so-called king, the throne usurper, deserves to wear human skin as a cloak. The Red Keep shrouded in darkness. In the name of vengeance, the one true God, let blood run cold. Let souls be born, let the long night endure. As the final notes faded, Joffrey clapped his hands. Not bad at all. Your voice is a gift from the Seven, the only thing of worth in your otherwise useless life. With that, he sneered. Ser Marin cut out his tongue. A solemn Kingsguard in a white cloak approached him. The singer, filled with terror, found himself at a loss for words. Just then, the girl in the deep pink gown spoke. Your Grace. She seemed to have not spoken in ages, her voice raspy and discordant with her gentle visage. He thought to himself that it was all over. The maiden appeared perfectly matched to the king. As they were betrothed, she would surely take pleasure in witnessing the further torment of those deemed lowly like him. Yet he was mistaken. The young lady curtsied, and although he could not ascertain the completeness of her etiquette, her every movement radiated grace and dignity, suggesting she was a girl of refined upbringing. Your Majesty, he is but a commoner, a trifling existence. To engage with him would tarnish your reputation. It would be wiser to preserve his insignificant life and singularly commendable voice to extol your grand achievements. The girl's voice was soft, her words laced with disdain. Yet the singer felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It was a voice of redemption. As Joffrey glanced at Sansa, he suddenly wore a gentler smile. "My lady, you have not spoken for quite some time. Are you now pleading for this man?" His tone abruptly shifted from tender to harsh and violent. Ser Meryn, now, cut out his tongue. Pain. An excruciating and unforgettable pain. He emitted a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, and in the wake of that agony, only a faint, mournful whimper remained. Joffrey observed Sansa's pale visage and nodded in satisfaction. "Next time, if you plead for anyone, I shall ensure he is punished even more severely." Sansa regarded Joffrey for a lengthy moment before lowering her gaze. "You are right. He deserves his fate." The compassion that once filled her eyes was replaced by an expressionless demeanor. The girl, who had once worn a gentle countenance, suddenly transformed into an unyielding statue. At the moment he was dragged away, he caught a glimpse of her mouthing the words, "I'm sorry." Sorry for what? For pleading on his behalf. Only to result in this fate of having his tongue severed? It was indeed peculiar. He felt no animosity towards the waning maiden clad in finery. It was not her fault. His true adversary was the young king, who wielded boundless power, a tyrant by birthright. The satisfaction on his face upon witnessing the severing of his tongue resembled a smile from the depths of hell. Yet what could he do to resist? At such a tender age, he had lost the only means of his livelihood. He had once looked down upon beggars, deeming them to have sold their dignity, while he, with his singing, considered himself nobler than they. But now, it seemed he would soon become the most destitute beggar in King's Landing. Defiantly, he raised his head, knowing he would forever be regarded as a mere insect, easily crushed by the lords of the Red Keep. He began to sob, emitting fragmented cries of despair. A few silver stag coins clinked at his feet, accompanied by a piece of parchment. The singer looked up to see a young man clad in black standing before him. The night wind obscured the youth's features, shrouded by dark curls, yet he spoke with the same accent as the previously encountered maiden in a pink gown. "Seek a physician. Then proceed to this address. If you desire vengeance, you must first learn to strengthen yourself." The youth finished speaking and swiftly melded into the shadows of the night. The singer bent down to collect several silver stag coins, then glanced at the parchment. Beyond an address, there lay a recipe, the most potent brew from the Seven Kingdoms. A wine that had once dazzled the entirety of King's Landing, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. At this moment, that recipe was firmly in his grasp. He raised his head in astonishment, gazing after the departing figure of the youth. Amidst the vast darkness, where could the shadow of the cloaked figure be found? Within the confines of Maegor's holdfast, Sansa held the delicate lady close, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Another innocent life had suffered misfortune before her eyes. Ever since Joffrey had personally ordered Ned's execution before her, Sansa had harbored a deep-seated animosity toward this so-called Prince Charming. She was compelled to witness her father's beheading. Sent to the mill, treated like livestock, bled, washed, deboned, skinned, and ultimately ground into a paste, crafted into meat pies by the trembling hands of the cook. The remnants were discarded, flowing with the sewage into the filth-ridden alleys. Joffrey reveled in this, relishing the fate of a traitor. Yet Sansa understood one truth. He was a coward, too feeble to wield the sword himself. Within her coursed the blood of dire wolves. She would not cower before this twisted, sickly prince. She clutched the young lady tightly, whispering hoarsely to herself, "I am Sansa Stark of Winterfell. My father is Ned Stark." As she repeated this, her tears surged anew at the mention of Ned. However, gradually, with each iteration, her tears dried, and her voice grew resolute, until a knock on the door shattered her reverie. Chapter 48. The descent of deities. Initially, she feared it was Joffrey, and a wave of terror washed over her. Her immediate instinct was to hide the lady. Joffrey despised every dire wolf, wishing to kick them at the mere sight. Had he not feared another bite, he would have done so long ago. On the day of Ned's death, someone had released 3 dire wolves that had been caged. Ghost and Nymeria had vanished from sight alongside Arya's disappearance. That day, Sansa first questioned the value of the impeccable ladylike behavior she had maintained since childhood. Had her efforts merely served to render her powerless in dire circumstances? Just as despair threatened to engulf her, the lady ran directly to Sansa, remaining steadfastly by her side thereafter. Joffrey had once come, attempting to wrest the lady from her arms, even going so far as to strike Sansa. "As long as you avoid her belly, you're safe. She hasn't bled yet. The queen says if you harm her, she won't bear me children. This is her only worth." Joffrey cruelly taunted, reveling in her pale visage. Sandor Clegane, bearing the scars of his disfigurement, spoke in a low voice. I am your hound, but I do not wish to engage in further bloodshed. Joffrey harbored a peculiar admiration for any actions or words that stripped others of their dignity. He nodded in satisfaction, affirming, Indeed, you are my good dog. Yet the dog showed no inclination to slaughter its own kind, Sir Meryn, avoiding her abdomen and her face, as he preferred her to remain aesthetically pleasing. For the sake of the seven, that smile plunged Sansa into the depths of despair, a relentless voice in her mind questioning, Is this truly the man you once yearned to marry? She recalled how Sir Meryn had gripped her neck while she desperately clung to the lady, ensuring it would not harm anyone, thereby eliminating any justification for executing the harmless direwolf pup. Sir Meryn was perhaps the least knightly knight she could imagine. The knights of literature are forever chivalrous, adhering to their codes, yet Sir Meryn was not so. He gazed at her with lifeless, drooping eyes, devoid of any compassion. Striking women and children did not seem to tarnish his sense of honor. She even remembered the warmth of his breath against her shoulder, a sensation that repulsed her. The more she cried and screamed, the more exhilarated Sir Meryn became, his blows growing heavier. Eventually, she clenched her teeth, ceasing her screams and cries. Even as blood trickled from her lips, she refrained from begging for mercy. She merely fixed her gaze upon Sir Meryn, her once delicate lips twisted in defiance. Joffrey frowned, asserting, I have commanded that her face remain unmarred. Such blemishes are unbecoming. Sir Meryn, you may cease. He stepped forward, tilting Sansa's chin, locking eyes with her beautiful gaze. You may temporarily keep your beast, but should I hear a single wolf's howl from any corner of the Red Keep, I shall flay this creature before your very eyes to fashion gloves or a hat. As Sansa's lips subtly curved in a graceful smile, she acknowledged, Before me, I understand. Your Grace, you are truly merciful. Her smile was both sweet and innocent, concealing a torrent of emotions within her exquisite eyes. Joffrey scrutinized Sansa closely, and upon discerning the absence of deceit, he chuckled, My lady appears to have finally learned to submit. Clean yourself up. I shall escort you to the banquet. During the feast, all the ladies and maidens treated her with utmost courtesy, proclaiming that she would one day be Joffrey's queen, praising her beauty and lauding her graceful, refined demeanor. However, Sansa would not be deceived again. She understood all too well that she would not ascend to the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. At least, not as Joffrey's queen. Despite this, as the evening drew to a close, Joffrey, under the influence of wine, commanded her to disrobe. I am the king. If you do not obey my wishes, I shall have Sir Meryn strip you himself, forcing you to ride through the streets of King's Landing unclothed. His breath reeked of alcohol, and his gaze bore a sinister intent as he leered at Sansa. Undress, for you shall soon be my queen. After you bear my first child, should he prove as dim-witted as you, I shall have your head severed and take another. Thus, she complied, not out of fear that Joffrey would take another wife, but rather because she felt that everything he said continually lowered the bar of decency. However, perhaps the bruises and marks of violence upon her body dampened Joffrey's interest. Suddenly, he seemed to awaken, casting a disdainful glance at Sansa, revealing a fleeting moment of pained confusion before he arrogantly rose and departed. Even the most inexpensive women in Lord Baelish's brothel possess a more pristine form than yours, he remarked before leaving. Sansa gathered the scattered garments from the floor, redonning them, and spent a restless night, plagued by anxiety and intermittent sleep. To her surprise, in the 2 days that followed, he did not once mention the desire to touch her, strike her, or command others to do so. Yet, she noticed that if she gazed at anyone for too long, he would become exceedingly displeased, even when she pleaded on behalf of others, which only led to worse outcomes. A knock at the door interrupted Sansa's endless thoughts. She inhaled deeply, concealing her composure. Do not make a sound. Go, hide beneath my bed, and above all, remain silent. At least she knew the person outside was not Joffrey. He would never knock, especially not a second time. She gently opened the door. Jon Snow's dark hair glimmered in the moonlight, reminiscent of Eddard Stark. She had seen portraits of her father in his youth, sporting a similarly thick, curly mane. She believed her tears had long since dried, yet they unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks once more. Before Jon could utter a word, footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. He quickly enveloped Sansa in an embrace, pulling her inside and covering her mouth. Sansa gazed at Jon, whose eyes sparkled with mirth, as he placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. After enduring a spell of despair and solitude, Sansa had ceased to believe in the fairy tale ending where princes and princesses lived happily ever after. Yet, in this moment, as she beheld Jon, he truly resembled a prince from a storybook. He was neither on a white steed nor blessed with golden locks. Thankfully, she was no longer enamored with golden-haired men. Like Joffrey or any of the Lannisters, the footsteps lingered momentarily before receding. But Jon did not release his hold. He continued to cover Sansa's mouth. After a brief silence, the voices of two women could be heard conversing. I think she has truly fallen asleep. What do you think? Do you believe she possesses the wit to deceive us? I believe she has indeed succumbed to slumber. Their dismissive laughter trailed off. They were likely Sansa's handmaids, their voices soft yet strikingly clear in the stillness of the night. Laden with contempt. A girl from the north should not be in King's Landing. What virtues does she possess beyond her face and noble lineage? Indeed, on the day Eddard Stark was executed, she wailed like a cow. The voices of the handmaids gradually faded, accompanied by soft laughter. Sansa's complexion grew somewhat pale. She harbored no trust for the servants who served the Lannisters and had no illusions of forming friendships with them. Yet, she had not anticipated that, apart from Joffrey, others could possess such profound malice. She had done nothing wrong. I apologize for my tardiness, but now is not the time for tears, Sansa. You must stifle your weeping. Jon removed his gloves and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sansa found herself speechless, as if ensnared in a dream. She had expected someone else, yet never imagined it would be Jon. He was gentle with everyone, save for her, apart from the times he had taken her for walks as a girl. They rarely spoke. However, now he appeared as a deity, emerging in the depths of the night in King's Landing, amidst the gaze of countless onlookers. Within the confines of the Red Keep's Maegor's hold fast. I should have come sooner, but fortunately, it is not too late, Jon smiled, extending a hand to Sansa. I will take you home. Chapter 49. The midnight escape. The Red Keep, cloaked in the silence of the night, bore an eerie stillness, akin to an unfathomable sea, with tumultuous undertows hidden beneath its calm surface. Sansa had no belongings to carry, save for her beloved direwolf. It saved me during my darkest hours. I cannot abandon her. Jon, will bringing her along hinder our escape? Sansa gazed at Jon with concern. Jon nodded, candidly admitting, indeed, it may complicate matters, but with my presence, we shall manage to leave with her. For the first time in many days, Sansa felt a semblance of relaxation, even experiencing a fleeting moment of lightheadedness. This sensation was so surreal that it left her in a state of bewilderment, as if awakening from a dream. She dared not embrace joy, fearing that the seven gods might rescind their blessing at any moment. She yearned to return to Winterfell, to the hall warmed by a crackling fireplace, where her mother, Catelyn, would gracefully wield a comb, tending to her hair with a loving gaze. Her elder brother, Robb Stark, would welcome her, and they would embrace, shedding tears for all they had endured, finding solace in each other's presence. Together, they would then march on King's Landing, seeking vengeance against the Lannisters. Oh, and they would reunite with Arya. She would kiss her forehead and apologize, confessing her foolishness. Jon gently tousled Sansa's silky chestnut locks, urging her to relax and regain her composure, before stepping away to change his attire. He turned to face the wall, glancing out into the pitch-black night beyond the window. Since his escape from the Red Keep, torches illuminated every corner, casting a bright glow, while the number of guards had increased significantly. Free passage was a luxury reserved for those who could fly. He chuckled softly to himself. Indeed, he could fly. Sansa watched Jon's silhouette for a moment, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. They were alone in the same room, and a lady should not present herself in disarray before a man before marriage. Yet, Jon was family, and there was no way he would venture out at this hour. What of Joffrey? Joffrey cannot truly be regarded as a member of the human race. She was not lost in thought for long, hastily changing her attire. The soft rustle of her garments falling to the ground added an enchanting ambience, evoking in Jon some rather unpleasant memories, those of his time as Ramsay Snow, or rather, Ramsay Bolton. On a night shrouded in snow, Sansa, clad in her wedding gown, approached him, anxious and terrified, pure and fragile, like a dove cradled in one's palm. He cruelly inflicted pain upon her for his own amusement, ultimately earning her loathing and dread. This fear seemed to linger in her subconscious. Sansa had always abhorred him, instinctively shying away from him. He had grown accustomed to that gaze, and later, as he aided Sansa in her endeavors, bridging the chasm between them slightly, yet deep down, she remained fearful of him. Reflecting upon his past life, why had he harbored such animosity towards Sansa? In truth, he was envious of those who possessed noble lineage by birthright. In the end, that envy twisted into hatred. He could never become like them, be it Sansa's nobility or Theon's charming smile. Such qualities would be annihilated. Some are born with everything, while he, from the very beginning, garnered no affection from anyone. In this life, when he finally grasped something of value, the seven gods callously snatched it away. Thus, he relinquished all efforts, resigning himself once more to villainy. He slaughtered youthful lives, indifferent to their innocence or the long lives they might have enjoyed, casting aside the glories of loyalty, faith, and humanity itself. Those who possess nothing are devoid of weakness, save for his inability to relinquish all his kin. That remained his sole vulnerability. To Sansa, she was merely a sister now, yet with the weight of past memories. He felt a lingering sense of indebtedness. Fortuitously, thanks to the three-eyed raven, he witnessed Joffrey's increasingly deranged actions towards her, prompting him to recklessly venture to the Red Keep in the dead of night. After a moment, Sansa's hesitant voice interrupted Jon's tangled thoughts. "I have changed my clothes." Jon turned around, unable to suppress a smile. Sansa wore a long gown with layers of cotton beneath, its sleeves adorned with delicate ties. It was neat and tidy, yet utterly impractical for escape. "My dear sister, it will be quite difficult for us to slip away like this," Jon remarked. And he was suddenly reminded that had it been Tyrann, she would have torn away the hem, allowing her long legs to display their graceful curves before effortlessly leaping onto a horse, casting a captivating glance at herself. Remembering her sapphire-like blue eyes, Jon couldn't help but smile. Sansa hesitated, tearing away a portion of her underskirt, casting a timid glance at Jon. He nodded in satisfaction. "Now lie down." Sansa looked perplexed, but did not question further. She embraced the lady's gown and gently lay upon the ground. A wave of warmth swept through the window. The long night created a hole in the window, instantly filling the entire room with warmth. Fortunately, it was still young, and the temperature of its flames was not excessively high, nor was the fire too fierce. In any case, the window had completely melted away. Fragments of stone mixed with red bricks tumbled down gradually, but thankfully the room remained intact. Otherwise, it would have caused quite a commotion. Jon nodded approvingly at the long night, impressed and delighted by its precise command over the flames. Sansa lifted her gaze, momentarily stunned. It was her first encounter with a dragon. The long night and its fire left her astounded, rendering her at a loss for words. Jon seized a strip of Sansa's dress, tearing it into long pieces to wrap around her arms, binding her and the lady together. It had not yet matured. Capable of carrying only one person at a time, the combined weight of her and the lady was approximately equal to his own. If they escaped together, it could easily transport them to Winterfell. He instructed her to hold onto the long night's neck, but not too tightly, lest it become irate. "Now go." Sansa nodded, taken aback by the unexpected circumstances. Approaching the window, she noticed the floor had slightly warped but was not on the verge of collapse. She glanced down, contemplating the peril of a fall. "No, Jon, I can't. It's too high." A shiver coursed through her as she surveyed the ground below. Jon furrowed his brow. After all, Sansa was still an inexperienced girl, inherently gentle and timid. The thought of leaping from the window to ride a dragon was perhaps overwhelming for her. However, evading capture was of utmost importance, and this was the best method. Calculating the time, he realized that if they hurried, the long night could return Sansa to Winterfell before dawn and then come back for him. As for Theon, he was merely Ned's ward, hailing from the Iron Islands, thus not particularly dangerous. With patience, he urged her, "Silly girl, keep your voice down. We have little time. The long night can only carry one person at a time. Otherwise, I would accompany you myself. Now, mount it, trust me. While it may not be comfortable, it is undoubtedly safer than any escort from the Seven Kingdoms. Robb and your mother await you in Winterfell, along with Bran and Rickon. Now hurry. Oh, remember to take a deep breath before soaring into the heights. The air is thin among the clouds." Finally summoning her courage, Sansa clambered onto the long night's back, gently embracing its neck. Amidst the night, the girl lay atop the dragon, her hair in disarray, glancing back at Jon as they gradually ascended into the distance. Jon exhaled, relieved. Although there were some deviations from the plan, at least Sansa could return to the north. However, her slow movements had delayed the schedule. The long night would likely not have time to return before dawn to retrieve him. He remained alone in the Red Keep, surrounded by enemies. In light of the present circumstances, the only course of action is to once again harness the power of the three-eyed raven, discerning the vulnerabilities within the Red Keep's defenses, and to withdraw discreetly, seeking refuge in King's Landing before deliberating on a plan to rescue Sansa and orchestrate an escape. He closed his eyes, attempting to unlock his vision. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to see once more. A tightness gripped his brow. Chapter 50. A glimmer of dawn. Jon stood frozen in place. What was this? Had his powers been depleted? Shouldn't this ability be intricately woven into his very essence? Why had his vision suddenly become obscured? A thought lingered, unworthy of utterance. After several unsuccessful attempts to activate his sight, Jon quickly regained his composure. After all, prior to acquiring this ability, he was remarkably agile and, barring any unforeseen events, escaping would not pose a significant challenge. He glanced at the Valyrian steel dagger at his waist. Upon his return to Winterfell, Catelyn and Robb had insisted on gifting him this blade for his protection. Although it had once been intended for the assassination of Bran in the current era of Westeros, Valyrian steel was a rare treasure. Robb had inherited Ned's ice, a sword forged from the same material, while Bran was still too young to wield a sharpened weapon. This is your weapon, Jon. From this day forth, you shall bear the Stark name, should you choose to embrace it. I hope to compensate for the maternal love you have been deprived of for so long, Catelyn had remarked. Interestingly, Robb seemed entirely unaware of his true lineage. He merely felt joy that Catelyn had finally begun to treat him with kindness. Mother has always held some prejudice against you. Now that she has become considerably gentler, I am genuinely pleased for you. Reflecting on his family, Jon felt an invigorating strength surge within him. Together, they would emerge from their grief, confront their foes side by side, and achieve vengeance. He inhaled deeply and, like a hawk, leapt gracefully from the window. The Valyrian steel dagger embedding itself into the pale red stones, producing a soft rustling sound with each strike. Thank the heavens. Most of the Kingsguard had been reassigned to protect Joffrey, that insufferable king. Since receiving the tribute, he had become increasingly neurotic, while Cersei, cursing the despicable souls around her, found herself helpless, having dispatched nearly half of King's Landing's guards to ensure Joffrey's safety. Otherwise, the plan to rescue Sansa might not have been so successful. Jon's figure gradually melded into the shadows of the night. Though his hands were blistered, he had successfully escaped. Moreover, he had accomplished a small feat that left him astonished at his own audacity. The night remained tranquil, as if nothing had transpired, until the first rays of dawn illuminated the walls of the Red Keep. Cersei had not slept a wink throughout the night, sitting vigil by Joffrey's bedside until a nightmare jolted her awake, her eyes snapping open in alarm. In the realm of dreams, it was not the noble Myrcella Lannister who suffered a gruesome demise, but rather the one she cherished most dearly. The firstborn forever holds a greater significance than subsequent offspring. Even though Joffrey's gaze pierced her like a dagger, she could not turn a blind eye to this child. In slumber, Joffrey's countenance remained as captivating and graceful as in his youth, embodying the essence of a prince by birthright, evoking within her a profound sense of affection and tenderness. The world around her inspired disdain and loathing, save for Jaime and Joffrey. They were her sole beacons of hope and reliance. Yet, the more she clung to this notion, the more unsettling the present moment became. The haunting prophecy of the toad which echoed in her ears, amplifying her growing dread. The parchment inscribed with the name Joffrey Lannister, rather than Joffrey Baratheon, incited within Cersei a tempest of anger and fear. While it was not a slander, it bore a mocking tone, casting a dire shadow upon Joffrey's fate. She had executed 2 members of the Kingsguard who failed to protect Joffrey adequately. Yet she remained in a state of perpetual anxiety. How could an intruder breach the Red Keep unnoticed? This time, it was merely a piece of parchment. What of the next? Would she awaken to find herself shrouded in the very likeness of Joffrey, as in her recent nightmare? She shook her head, casting aside the haunting repetition of that dreadful vision. No, such a fate would not befall her. She was the Queen Regent, the daughter of Tywin Lannister. Jaime pushed open the door and entered quietly. He had stood vigil outside the door all night, hearing not a sound. He sensed Cersei's unease and terror. The best way to protect them was through his unwavering presence. Joffrey remained asleep in bed, though not particularly at ease. Jaime cast a glance at him, offering Cersei a questioning look imbued with a hint of reproach. He still slumbers, yet you have not found rest. Cersei returned his gaze with a smile. This was their unique form of communication, a tenderness that no one else could elicit. Only Jaime, her true beloved, could witness such vulnerability beyond her proud and deceitful faade. Little Joffrey is unharmed, thus I too am well. For a fleeting moment, both Cersei and Jaime wished that this tender tableau could endure eternally. Yet, such warmth was but ephemeral. Must you two exchange glances before me? Joffrey's voice cut through the air, cold and laced with mockery, as he threw off the covers, as if the one startled into wakefulness by the night's disturbances was not himself. We are merely concerned for you, Joffrey, Cersei replied, forcing a smile. For the assailant remained at large, and she needed to ensure his safety. With that, she reached out to caress Joffrey's hair. Joffrey scoffed dismissively, blocking her hand, and coldly addressed his mother. Mother, do you truly believe that if a foe were to arrive, it it would be the mountain and the hound who would protect me. Or that you, a mere ornament, could shield me? Suddenly, his gaze darkened, and he shot a frigid glance at Cersei. You are merely adept at poisoning, are you not? Regrettably, that assassin is unlikely to be easily deceived by you. Cersei felt a tightening in her chest. I have stated this many times, Joffrey, your father, the late king. His death is not my doing. Women are oftentimes duplicitous. You may leave now. A king does not require his mother to assist him in rising and preparing for the day, for I must ready myself for court. Joffrey raised his brow, regarding Cersei with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a cockroach. That look pierced Cersei's heart like a dagger, causing a dull ache within her. Jaime observed as the woman he cherished was wounded by his own son, on the verge of erupting, when he suddenly heard a hurried knock at the door from a servant. Your Majesty, grave news has arrived. Sansa Stark has escaped from Winterfell. Joffrey's fury erupted. He shoved Cersei aside and shot her a venomous glance. If it weren't for you insisting on being by my side last night, I would have sought her out. She would not have gone missing. Jaime frowned, deeply discontent with Joffrey's lack of true refinement due to his indulgence. However, he was not Joffrey's father but rather his uncle. And with others present, he felt it prudent not to chastise him. Thus, he merely suggested, I believe this is not the time for blame. What do you think, Your Majesty? He was even surprised that he managed to speak those words with a smile, despite his desire to seize Joffrey and deliver a couple of sharp blows. Perhaps even a slap, he restrained himself. Chapter 51. The Smiling Knight. Joffrey smiled at Jaime. You always look so charming when you smile, don't you, uncle? Since you believe there is no need for blame, then you shall rectify this situation and help me retrieve Sansa. If you fail to find her, you need not return to King's Landing. Cersei shook Joffrey's shoulder gently. Joff, we will certainly recover Sansa. She is a hostage from the north and your betrothed. However, it would be more fitting for others to search for her. Jaime should ensure your safety. No one can protect you better than he can. After all, he is your uncle. Joffrey rolled his eyes. Women simply do not comprehend my words, do they? He lowered his voice, a crimson menace flaring in his eyes as he became hysterical once more. I want him to bring me Sansa. Of course, we shall first assess the situation, and then we will retrieve her. Cersei suppressed her anxiety and sorrow, turning her haughty gaze upon the servant. Why do you not take your leave? The servant appeared hesitant to speak, but soon confessed. We have discovered that the two maidservants attending to Miss Sansa are dead. The group arrived at the king's hall, where courtiers stood at the entrance. Before them dangled the lifeless bodies of two young women, entirely unclothed, their signs of incontinence still evident from their demise, save for the smooth curve of their backs, which retained a semblance of their former grace. One might say, in the presence of Phoebus, these two girls had not been flayed, thus their corpses remained intact. His methods are rather ordinary. Compared to the last victim's skin, this is far less shocking. With increased vigilance, he became rather helpless, did he not? Joffrey chuckled nervously, oblivious to the subtle glances exchanged among the courtiers. Silence enveloped the crowd as a member of the Kingsguard gently turned the bodies of two maidens, their faces contorted in the horror of asphyxiation, their once beautiful visages now bearing an eerie countenance. Upon their bodies, crude stitching with needle and thread bore two lines of text, inscribed on the youthful flesh. I wish to be King Joffrey's cow, and after all, this monstrous progeny born of debauchery is not much nobler than we. The stitching was coarse, the handwriting hasty, yet sufficient to drive Joffrey into a frenzy. Impostor. Slander. I will capture him. I shall flay his skin. The dark-haired youth by the banks of the Trident loomed ever clearer in Joffrey's mind. The bastard from the north. It must be him. That illegitimate wretch. Seize him. Capture him alive. He teetered on the brink of collapse, the youth haunting him like a nightmare, slipping in and out of the heavily guarded Red Keep at will. Even the Kingsguard, tasked with ensuring his safety, had lost Sansa. Perhaps the very presence of the deceptive Phoebus was his strategy of misdirection? The thought of Sansa, whom he had humiliated and tormented, possibly having returned to the north, ignited a profound ire within him. Yet one matter eluded his understanding. How could he have followed the relentless Phoebus back in a single night along the treacherous path from the north to King's Landing? In a fit of rage, he pushed aside the two corpses and ascended the Iron Throne. Are you planning to let them dry out there to be made into sausages? Must I personally command someone to attend to this matter? The onlookers exchanged glances, until Jaime finally ordered the removal of the two maidens. Give them a proper burial. Cersei's lips twitched. She could scarcely endure Jaime's display of tenderness towards any woman, even to the slightest degree. However, she refrained from voicing her discontent in public. After all, the sight of those corpses had laid bare a troubling truth. Her and Jaime's illicit affair had previously existed only in whispers and speculation. with no one daring to speak it aloud. The words upon the bodies struck her like a slap, a reminder of the man who had once scorned her, Robert Baratheon. Now long interred. Now was not the time to dwell on Jaime's misplaced compassion. She lifted her chin and stood resolutely beside Joffrey, her demeanor sorrowful. I know you all harbor doubts, but Joffrey is the precious bloodline of both myself and the late king. With Robert gone, I shall not tolerate anyone. Indeed, anyone, she emphasized, seizing the moment while the new monarch's foundation remained unstable, who seeks to undermine the realm with such rumors. If it is indeed that bastard from the north, it is no surprise. He hails from humble beginnings, his father a traitor, involved in the vile conspiracy to murder the late king. Now, he seeks to tarnish my son's name, which is hardly unexpected. Pausing, she continued, the dignity of House Lannister cannot be compromised. Therefore, we must apprehend all suspicious individuals and punish them severely. She initially intended to convey that a Lannister always pays his debts. Yet the thought of the words inscribed on the skin of that unfortunate victim from Phobos choked her, prompting her to retract her statement. With her eyes closed, she could almost feel Jon Snow's delicate, gaunt face mocking her. Anger bestowed upon her a sense of authenticity. Although everything at this moment was mere theatrics, it was interwoven with reality. As the former epitome of beauty in the Seven Kingdoms, despite the passage of time leaving its marks upon her, she still exuded an irresistible allure, radiating the regal authority of a motherly figure to protect Joffrey, much like a haughty queen in a frigid palace. Lord Varys, I require you to dispatch your little birds in the north to investigate what the Starks are up to and ascertain whether that little wretch Sansa has indeed returned to the north. Additionally, we must uncover the whereabouts of the bastard the king mentioned. Understood. King's Landing is to be placed under martial law effective immediately. All personnel entering and exiting must undergo thorough scrutiny. From this day forth, Ser Balistan shall alternate with Ser Gregor to lead 50 Kingsguard on patrol, ensuring that the wretched spawn is captured. Your command shall be obeyed. Lord Baelish, I demand the allocation of 1,000 gold dragons from the treasury as a reward for the capture of Jon Snow alive. Your wish, my regent, shall be fulfilled. After issuing her commands, Cersei still felt unsatisfied, but Joffrey did not afford her the opportunity to continue. Mother, I recall stating that you need not involve yourself in governance. A woman belongs in the royal harem. He cast a disdainful glance at Cersei before turning towards the farthest end of the council chamber where Jaime sat. Uncle, I command you to retrieve Sansa, and let me reiterate, do not return without her. Jaime met Joffrey's gaze for a moment before shifting his attention to Cersei, catching her eye and swiftly grasping her intent. Joffrey held precedence over everything she valued. He nodded, a smile gracing his lips, and without a word of greeting, he turned and exited the council chamber. Strangely, their father, Tywin Lannister, had never trusted smiles, even harboring a certain disdain for them. Yet, ironically, he and his eldest son had become known as the Knight of Smiles. He once too had been young, dreaming of becoming the Sword of Dawn. However, his life had taken an unforeseen turn, leading him into an unknown abyss. He cast a backward glance at Cersei. Long ago, he had forsaken his ideals, dignity, and oaths, rendering everything meaningless, leaving only the stark void of black and white. The world had lost its vibrancy for him. Only Cersei remained. Despite her beauty, coveted by men across the Seven Kingdoms, he was not ensnared by her physical form. It was only in her presence that he felt whole. As for Joffrey's twisted disposition, Jaime had long since relinquished any paternal affection towards him. Yet, as long as Cersei continued to love their son, Jaime found himself incapable of denying Joffrey anything, because Cersei could not. Chapter 52. Wings of Impossibility. King's Landing was engulfed in an unprecedented state of martial law. The noble families, being affluent, merely go through the motions of compliance, but the common folk find themselves in distress as the Kingsguard conducts house-to-house searches, turning over beds and wardrobes in their relentless pursuit, only relenting once they ascertain the absence of any unregistered individuals. Such intrusions have led to numerous unfortunate incidents in the Flea Bottom. The children who dared to resist were cowed by the iron fist, and, in the midst of the looting, lost the few copper star coins they had managed to acquire. Yet Jon knew that these were not mere losses. He concealed himself in a tavern for bastards, in the company of a former singer who had now become mute. This singer, recognizing letters, was named Baxter Vasher, also a bastard, born and raised in Flea Bottom. By chance, blessed with a decent voice, he had once received instruction in singing and learned a few letters along the way. Jon felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, recalling a time when he had sipped a free drink from the bastard's tavern, indeed one of the fiercest spirits in the Seven Kingdoms. With his fingers, He brushed the dust from the ground, engaging in a meandering conversation with Jon throughout the night. After a restful night, Jon opened his vision to confirm that Sansa had safely returned to Winterfell, which brought him solace. The Long Night, true to its nature as a creature of superior intellect, understood it was not the right moment to present itself in King's Landing, thus opting to reside in Winterfell instead. However, it did not adapt well to crowded environments, preferring to stay in the Godswood. Since realizing that his sight could sometimes be inaccessible, Jon had refrained from utilizing this ability as frequently. He ensured the safety of Winterfell, relying solely on instinct for survival. What proved troublesome was the unexpected severity of the searches. Not to mention, at every gate of the Red Keep and King's Landing, cavalry and archers were stationed, creating an impenetrable barrier. Fortunately, Sansa had returned to the north, the sole comfort amidst his predicament. Had he remained in King's Landing, he could have investigated the cause of Robert Baratheon's death. The tolling of the bell that night, the overly genteel jailer in the dungeons, who replaced Lancel and bore a hint of northern demeanor, the intensified hatred of Joffrey, and the documents Robert had signed before his demise. All these threads intertwined in his mind. Yet he could not piece them together comprehensively. The intricate web of interests left him unable to think clearly. However, his immediate crisis did not stem from this, but rather from the near-mad pursuit by Cersei and Joffrey. Reports suggested that the situation had grown so dire that even Tywin Lannister was taken aback, returning to the capital. At that moment, Jon feared he would be unable to escape his fate. Finally, on the third day, the Tavern for Bastards faced a search. Ballystan knocked on the door, and a dozen Kingsguard burst into the establishment, scouring every nook and cranny, their gleaming swords nearly cleaving through tables and chairs. As the previous owner of this tavern had been Snow, fortunately, the intruders were not the Mountain. Otherwise, Baxter's head would likely have met a fate akin to those tables and chairs. Ballystan did not condone such barbaric acts. Yet bound by the decrees of the king and queen, he found himself powerless to maintain order, at best ensuring he would not become an accomplice to the savagery. Soon, Baxter was brought before Ballystan, trembling and anxious. "How do you know of this place?" Ballystan, adhering to his custom of not preying upon the weak, endeavored to maintain a cordial demeanor to prevent alarming the man before him. However, Baxter quivered violently, remaining mute. A few of the royal guards chuckled. "He is a mute, my lord." As they spoke, they disregarded Baxter's struggles and pried open his mouth. Ballystan noted the severed half of his tongue and could not suppress a frown. He recognized it as a creation of Joffrey. He cast a cold glance at the nearby guards. "You may release him. Should you dare to treat any of the Clegane brothers with such insolence, then you might as well claim to be men." Somewhat disheartened, the guards withdrew their hands. Baxter, trembling on the ground, inscribed, "My lord, I unintentionally offended the king by singing a song and had my tongue severed. Subsequently, I wandered, begging, until I stumbled upon this forsaken tavern, where I even discovered a recipe. I merely wished to find honest work to sustain myself. Please, I beseech your mercy. I shall compose a song in praise of your kindness." Ballystan regarded him, acknowledging the futility of the search, and nodded before departing. Hidden in the passage behind the wine cabinet, Jon Snow breathed a sigh of relief. Once he was certain the guards had moved on, he returned to the surface and softly reassured Baxter. "Sir Ballystan is a man of integrity and virtue. You need not fear anymore." Baxter smiled faintly and wrote on the ground, "I am no longer afraid, for you are here." Though Sir Ballystan is noble, I believe the youth who provided me with silver stag coins and the recipe is even more merciful. Merciful? Me? Jon Snow was momentarily speechless before lightly mocking himself. In the past few days, 3 lives have passed through my hands, 2 women and a man, none of whom exceeded 50 or 60 years. Though they possessed their flaws, they hardly deserve death. Baxter, do I appear merciful to you? Baxter fell silent, casting a glance at Jon, remaining unvoiced. After a moment, Jon Snow broke the silence. "King's Landing is no longer safe. Safeguard your silver stag coins and escape to the wall. Winter is coming, and they will need you there, along with the bastards. Gather your belongings and leave tonight." Noticing Baxter hesitatingly staring at him, Jon queried, "Are you concerned for my safety?" "Rest assured. If I manage to escape under the watchful eyes of the Lannisters once, I can do so again. You, however, are merely a burden should you remain in King's Landing." He had long abandoned his gentle facade and had no intention of prompting gratitude from Baxter, especially given the current circumstances, where he had no capacity left to ensure anyone's safety. Baxter nodded in understanding. The following morning, he vanished without a trace. Only a line of text remained on the counter's surface. "Lord Snow, perhaps you are not compassionate. Yet you are the only one among the 7 kingdoms who has rescued me from despair. I shall beseech the 7 gods for your safety day and night." On the ground lay some pigments he had left behind, intended to aid Jon in dyeing his hair, along with provisions and water. A flicker of emotion passed through Jon's eyes, soon settling into tranquility. The entire city was hunting for him. He was acutely aware of the bounty on his head, and was even prepared to sell himself to the crown for that price. To this end, he kept one eye open even while attempting to sleep, ever vigilant. Yet he had not anticipated that, through the most malevolent of assumptions about others, he would receive such kindness in return. Baxter genuinely wished to assist him, considering even these details. The worst aspect of this world is human nature, yet perhaps the most beautiful as well. "I have never been one to whisper sweet nothings," Jon thought as he hastily wiped away the words. Taking refuge in the Bastard's Tavern. Days later, convinced that he had regained his sight, he packed his belongings and once more opened the hidden passage behind the counter, attempting to escape the labyrinthine underbelly of King's Landing. At last, during the evening hours when guard shifts were at their weakest, Jon spotted a small boat near Blackwater Bay. He activated his vision and saw that the vessel was about to traverse the narrow sea towards Bravos. More importantly, it would stop at Stonehenge on the banks of the Vale, an area rich in woods, particularly tranquil after dark. He could summon the long night then, making his return to Winterfell much easier. However, just as he took a step forward, a voice, smooth and androgynous, echoed from behind him. "The Kingsguard are searching for you, and they are turning the place upside down." Varys stood with his hands clasped beneath his voluminous sleeves, quietly observing Jon. Chapter 53. The last will of the former king. At that moment, as Jon turned around, Varys's gaze fell upon his naturally somber features, evoking an uncanny resemblance to Rhaegar. He knew this might merely be a psychological effect, for the youth before him bore no resemblance to Rhaegar Targaryen or Ned Stark. He had intruded into the Red Keep at night as if it were a deserted realm, repeatedly provoking, and even absconding with Sansa, provoking Joffrey's wrath, yet leaving him powerless to retaliate. He was also ruthless, having slain the envoy sent to the north and brutally murdered 2 handmaidens, hanging their bodies at the entrance of the king's hall for all to see, dying without dignity. This made Varys all the more wary of him. Perhaps the blood of the Mad King coursed through his veins. At that moment, Jon Snow spoke. "My dear Lord Varys, your little birds are indeed quite resourceful. They have managed to find me." He touched his newly brown hair, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips, appearing nonchalant as he regarded Varys with a penetrating gaze, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. "I fear, my dear lord, that your solitary presence will not hinder my escape. I simply wish to inquire why you so cruelly take the lives of the innocent. For instance, Phobos Lannister, by the 7 gods. That child is merely 18 or 19 years of age, along with the 2 maidservants attending Lady Sansa." Varys stepped forward, stating that he was not there to drag her back to the Red Keep, but he wished to inquire why she would treat the innocent in such a manner. Was it because she could not directly threaten the one seated upon the Iron Throne? Or perhaps she understood that with her brutal nature, she would fare no better than Joffrey? Jon stifled a laugh. Varys furrowed his brow at him. The youth's striking features elevated slightly, and he remarked, "Surely, Lord Varys, you have not forgotten that I am but 18 or 19 myself. What of it? Is it merely because I possess greater skill? If I have taken a few lives, does that render me a villain? How many innocent lives does Joffrey hold in his grasp? How many have been cast into a wretched existence because of him? That tyrant remains in the Red Keep, blissfully unconcerned, indulging in feasts while devising ways to torment my sister. Why do the 7 gods remain blind to the need to rid us of that cruel little monster? As for those 2 maidservants, do you know how they spoke ill of my sister behind her back? They mocked and spied upon a girl who is far from home, speculating with the utmost malice simply because of her noble birth. Tell me, is Sansa not innocent? The heads that should roll for Joffrey's transgressions, he refrains from claiming, for he believes some do not deserve to die swiftly." He began to exude a somewhat aggressive demeanor, causing Varys to feel the weight of his presence, retreating slightly. "There are no innocents in this world since the moment Ned Stark perished." Jon gazed at Varys, revealing a smile tinged with cruelty. "Do you remember what I once said, my lord?" Varys, upon this reminder, suddenly recalled a night when the youth, cloaked in black, had inscribed a message upon his wall: "Ned Stark must live." His mind sharpened, as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily paralyzed as he recalled Jon Snow's words: "If Ned Stark dies, I shall demand that all of King's Landing accompany him in death." The youth's remark had been uttered with utmost seriousness. The true terror lay not in Jon Snow's intentions, but in his capacity to realize them. Varys recognized his misjudgment. He had believed Ned would inevitably lose, that he had fought and strived, yet had not done all he could to protect him. Perhaps he should have devoted every effort from the outset to safeguard Ned. Otherwise, how could the people of King's Landing have found themselves in such turmoil? Not to mention the 3 lives that could be attributed to Jon, merely due to a single action leading to Sansa's disappearance, which had now thrown the capital into chaos. Joffrey was convinced she remained in King's Landing. Yet after fruitless searches, he resorted to seizing 1 or 2 girls from the flea-ridden dens almost daily, those with red hair, tall stature, or gentle, sweet features. Any woman bearing even the faintest resemblance to Sansa would find herself dragged into the Red Keep on some pretext. The cries and screams of these girls echoed through the night at the Red Keep. Afterward, none ever emerged again. Power can render one blind. If Joffrey continues on this path, King's Landing will inevitably become a realm of terror and despair, all orchestrated by the whims of a mere youth. It is evident that he harbors a deep-seated hatred, intent on destroying the very city he rules. Yet, I shall not stand idly by. With these thoughts in mind, Varys stepped forward and addressed Jon. Your father was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, and your adoptive father was Lord Eddard Stark. Both are esteemed figures in the 7 kingdoms, one revered for his virtue, the other loved by the common folk. Jon interjected without hesitation. Yet one had his skull crushed by a hammer at the Trident, and the other was butchered and served as pie to his own family. My Lord Varys, how many still remember Rhaegar's name? How many mourn him? And how many cheered at Lord Stark's execution, reveling in his death? Varys fell silent. Jon's smile was cold. The premise of invoking compassion lies in its existence. However, I have lost my most cherished kin. If this is the price of mercy, I would rather embrace villainy, for scorn is inevitable. I recognize your empathy for the common folk, yet I remain indifferent. What matters to me is that you could have protected Ned, but chose not to. Deep within, he found himself shouting in despair, just as he knew he was not exempt. Jon's voice grew somber. We all deserve to perish, including you, me, and the citizens of King's Landing. He stepped back, preparing to board the ship. Farewell, my Lord Varys. When war engulfs the 7 kingdoms, we shall meet again. At that moment, you shall comprehend the extent of my mercy. Varys watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress his voice. Lord Snow, I remind you once more. If you recall the boy named Theon Greyjoy and believe he deserves to suffer, then do not look back. After all, he is merely a hostage raised among the Iron Islands. Jon did not turn back. It was not that he thought Theon deserved it. Rather, he was not so altruistic as to sacrifice himself for everyone's salvation. To save is a kindness, to withhold is a duty. He was no saint. Varys sighed, finally revealing another secret. Before his passing, the late king penned a decree that concerns you and is closely tied to the truth of Lord Stark's death. Jon was momentarily taken aback. He indeed recalled the last moments of Robert, witnessing him write a document, though its contents remained obscured. Now he understood that Robert's demise was likely intricately connected to him, which is why his abilities could not unveil the events of that fateful night. As the ship departed the harbor, Jon stood at the shore, a hint of self-mockery in his gaze as he watched it drift further away. How could he have forgotten? He was incapable of seeing the future pertaining to himself. Thus, the departure of that vessel had always been destined. He would not board it. Varys gazed at Jon, feeling a semblance of calm wash over him. This obstinate young man had indeed chosen to remain. I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety, considering you have saved the citizens of King's Landing. He paused, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark, though that was not your original intent. Jon Snow had consumed far too much of his breath and had frequently interrupted him, which left Varys somewhat displeased. Thus, when the opportunity arose, he retaliated. Despite the mockery, there was a kernel of truth to his words. However, Jon merely smiled and turned his head to retort, thanks to Lord Varys's generosity. I trust that under your diligent protection, I shall be as safe as the late Lord Stark. Varys's weathered face flushed slightly, akin to a rose kissed by the morning dew. Chapter 54. Supreme glory draped in a cloak. Jon followed Varys back to the Red Keep. He felt that, in a certain sense, the Red Keep was akin to a magnet, drawing him back relentlessly. Even when he departed, he would inevitably return. The pale red bricks, as if caressed by flames, emanated a warmth yet imbued with a sense of tragic grandeur. It was uncertain whether the imposing age of the structure contributed to its solemnity or if the myriad secrets and specters within its walls rendered it eerie and profound. Throughout the journey, Jon remained enveloped in his gray cloak, occasionally revealing a glimpse of his dyed brown hair, which surprisingly did not raise suspicion. Except for a chance encounter with Ser Lancel Lannister, who regarded Jon with a mocking gaze, deriding Varys for his lack of masculinity, suggesting that even his preferences had shifted. The 7 shall forgive your depravity, Lord Varys, for you are not a complete man." Varys chuckled with an air of nonchalance. "My tastes may be somewhat peculiar. Yet we are all adults here. They know what they are doing. As for you, Sir Lancel, you appear to be quite different. Those tender blossoms are but the dawn of their youth, and they cannot withstand your ravaging. My little birds inform me that while you favor women, you seem to linger in the realm of their undeveloped stages. This is indeed unsettling, for a child's body reveals no gender. It matters little whether you prefer boys or girls, does it not?" Lancel's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly departed. Jon stifled a laugh. Aside from Lancel, Varys had encountered few who could match him in verbal sparring. Across King's Landing and the Seven Kingdoms, the only individuals who could rival Varys's sharp tongue were the elderly Lady Tyrell of Highgarden and Tyrion, with very few others capable of such wit. It seemed Varys had forced himself into a corner, perhaps out of irritation, for how else could he so readily confront Lancel? With this thought, Jon followed Varys to his chamber. "The late king's handwritten decree is right here," Varys announced as he opened his door and stepped inside. Jon had visited this room before, and he found the scent therein unappealing. Though Varys consistently maintained an appropriate demeanor, it was uncertain whether it was the distinct scent that accompanied eunuchs or the presence of the sorcerer, who had stripped him of his masculine traits, that lingered in the air. "My lord Varys, your chamber appears quite immaculate, yet the odor emanating from that male, which is rather overpowering," Jon Snow remarked, instinctively covering his nose. Varys paused, taken aback. Jon Snow often possessed an uncanny sense of insight, the origins of which eluded even him. Yet, it was undeniable, as he seemed to grasp the reasons behind Jon's lost manhood and the identity of the prisoner within his quarters. Jon regarded him with a smile, reassuring him, "No need for concern. I shall not cast judgment upon others. One day, I might even find myself wishing to confine Joffrey for amusement." Varys frowned, sensing that Jon Snow invariably evoked a feeling of engaging in a perilous gamble. "My lord, you certainly have a penchant for astonishing declarations, do you not?" Varys replied, shrugging as he extracted a finely rolled parchment from the base of a grand candelabrum. Pouring himself a goblet of wine, Jon cast a sideways glance at Varys. "My lord, to be addressed in such a manner is rather ironic. Regardless of my true lineage, to the people of the Seven Kingdoms, I am merely the illegitimate son of a traitor." Although the High Septon's correspondence chronicled the union of Rhaegar and Lyanna, his true parents, that document had likely been shredded by Robert long ago. It mattered little to him. He held no interest in the Iron Throne, for after Ned's demise, his ambitions had shifted. Thus, the fewer who were aware of his identity, the better. Varys was somewhat astonished that a youth, who had witnessed the corrupting nature of power, was not enamored by such overwhelming might. The indifference in Jon's gaze was unmistakable. After a moment's hesitation, Varys extended the document to Jon. "In truth, on the night of the late king's passing, this was entrusted to me. It bears your name, and upon reading it, you may come to understand the rationale behind my addressing you as my lord." Jon lowered his gaze to the parchment, momentarily speechless. "I, Robert Baratheon I, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, in the name of the old and new gods, do hereby grant the hand of Jon Snow, the bastard son of Eddard Stark, Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell, restoration of the Stark name, and pledge my second daughter, Myrcella Baratheon, to him upon her coming of age. Should they bear offspring, they shall be my first heir after my demise." Jon recalled the corpulent king who had met his end. He had not anticipated Robert's obsession with Lyanna to run so deep, compelling him to unite Lyanna's flesh and blood with his own lineage. Blood and bone, spirit and flesh, eternally entwined. Yet, the irony remained that Myrcella was not truly his progeny. "Alas, he shall never possess my mother's true love," Jon murmured, slowly placing the parchment over the candle's flame. Upon witnessing the scene, Varys was taken aback and hurriedly rushed forward to extinguish the flames. Fortunately, he had encased the parchment in a thin layer of wax to prevent oxidation. Thus, only the wax had melted. Had he delayed a moment longer, the parchment would have been in peril. "This is your talisman of survival. What are you doing?" Jon stated matter-of-factly. "If Robert cannot protect his own life, how can his decree safeguard mine? Lord Varys, are you unaware of Cersei's deep-seated hatred for me? Should she discover that you possess this, it would not be my life-preserving charm, but rather your death warrant. It is better to incinerate it. Lord Snow, I presumed you would be overjoyed to conceal that decree. How is it that you perpetually astonish me?" Varys gazed at Jon, finding him particularly inscrutable. Who in this world does not covet such immense power? Even the once invincible Robert Baratheon, the Lord of Storm's End, succumbed to this invisible poison, leading him inexorably toward ruin. Is there truly anyone capable of resisting this sweet and alluring temptation? Jon scoffed. I am not of the same ilk as the fools you are familiar with. We inhabit different realms. Our perspectives and ambitions diverge vastly. Furthermore, I aspire to be a cunning and despicable individual, the true sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. I have already envisioned another candidate for that role in my heart. In his mind, with Ned's absence, his objective was to assist Robb in ascending to power, becoming the new monarch of the Seven Kingdoms, while Bran would rule Winterfell and govern the North. He envisioned himself stepping back once his ambitions were fulfilled, retreating into obscurity, taking pride in his achievements without seeking recognition. As for the ultimate glory, he held no desire for it. Varys furrowed his brow. My lord Varys, your gaze is tinged with a complex mix of affection and disdain, which unsettles me. As far as I know, I am quite pleasing to the eye, Jon remarked, casually tossing a grape from the table into his mouth. It was astringent, foul, and bitter, bearing the taste of decay. As a prominent court official, Varys certainly would not be served spoiled food. The issue lay with Jon himself. Ever since he had consumed that wretched pie, everything he ingested carried that flavor. The greasy meat juices lingered in his mouth, transforming into an abyss of hatred and a resolute desire for vengeance. Yet, thereafter, every morsel of food was tainted by that odor. He was uncertain how long he could endure this state. But one thing was certain, he would not falter until he had twisted Joffrey's neck. After consuming a few more grapes in silence, Jon rose. Destroy that parchment. I have no desire to be bound by a betrothal to Cersei's progeny. Moreover, retaining it would complicate Robb's ascension. Sensing Jon's determination, Varys resolved to comply. Very well. Very well. By the Seven, the world is indeed full of wonders, would you not agree? This is the first time I have witnessed someone so fervently attempting to push open the Iron Throne. However, once the parchment was consumed by flames, an abundance of ash remained. Recently, my health has been rather poor, and I have been experiencing a slight cough. Perhaps I should pour some ink over it to obscure the writing, achieving the same effect. Jon cast a skeptical glance at Varys, who had clearly not coughed throughout their journey. Yet, he did not dwell on it for long and nodded. He then observed Varys taking a row of ink bottles from the table and carefully pouring the dark liquid over the hand scroll. The inky blackness gradually obscured Robert's writing. You are proceeding too slowly, Jon remarked, tilting the ink bottles slightly along with Varys's hand, swiftly covering Myrcella's name as well. You, Varys exclaimed, his eyes widening, quickly retracting his hand. Do you have any idea how expensive this ink is? Jon shrugged and returned to his chair. How expensive could a bottle of ink truly be? Yet, Varys appeared particularly pained, which struck Jon as rather amusing. In this world, everyone either harbors deep grievances or lives behind a mask. It is refreshing to occasionally witness someone unmask themselves. He closed his eyes to rest, perhaps weary from the strain of recent days, and failed to notice Varys discreetly stowing the scroll between the pages of a book, ensuring its safekeeping. Varys found a seat and watched Jon Snow, who had propped his feet up on the table, eyes squinted in repose, exuding an air of dominance. Once, Prince Rhaegar possessed a similar aura. He radiated an innate brilliance, a sense of nobility and elegance that was unparalleled, regardless of his surroundings. At certain moments, the young man before Varys bore an uncanny resemblance to Rhaegar. The slight arch of his brows, the angularity of his jaw, the gently curved, thin lips, somehow evoking a hint of Rhaegar's essence. However, in the next instant, that quality would be overshadowed by a wildness, a somberness, a destructive allure. Varys remained uncertain about the true nature of Jon. Yet he felt that this young man was indeed worthy of contemplation and analysis. A youth who had rejected the Iron Throne. Should one describe him as too clever or perhaps too foolish? When did you come to know your true identity? Varys found himself inquiring. Jon's lips lazily moved. At birth, Varys was somewhat perplexed. He regarded Jon and sensed that the youth appeared to be serious. However, disinterested, he did not pursue the topic further. Rather, it was Jon's calm demeanor at the heart of the enemy's lair that left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Do you sleep quite soundly? Jon smirked. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I suppose such philosophical musings are unfamiliar to you. With that, he pulled his hood down over his face and succumbed to slumber. Varys found himself both exasperated and amused. Do you intend to sleep in my chair, so that anyone entering will immediately see I am harboring a notorious criminal of all of King's Landing? Jon had already opened his eyes beneath the hood, and at that moment, the crimson hue within them deepened. The intricate corridors of the Red Keep suddenly became remarkably intriguing. Even within Varys's chamber, there existed a secret passage that Illyris presumably had not disclosed to him. This passage was adorned with countless mirrors, continuously reflecting the movements within the room. allowing an observer at the other end to clearly perceive the room's happenings. A slender wire connected both ends, enabling the sounds of the chamber to be heard as well. At the other end lay a concealed alcove within the king's private quarters. This was a wholly clandestine listening system, originally intended as a sanctuary for the king's paramours. But prior to that, Illyris repurposed it for his own use. Jon could not help but chuckle softly. Varys was engaged in all manner of intelligence work for the crown. Yet he himself was also a source of information for Illyris. It seemed that Cersei and her allies, much like Varys, were oblivious to the existence of this passage. Jon quickly retracted his focus. Having realized that his vision was not an infinite resource, he resolved to employ this skill judiciously. However, being amidst enemies necessitated careful planning. And he also needed to devise a means to rescue Theon, who was ensnared within the dungeons of the Red Keep. It appeared that the further he sought to see, the longer he required to recuperate, whether in time or space. He was determined to find the three-eyed crow to uncover the truth behind this power. In truth, compared to the initial moments of acquiring this ability, when he could only rely on instinct and fleeting images in his mind to infer the past, his current powers were evidently much more formidable. Yet at this moment, survival remained paramount. The essence of survival lay in knowing both oneself and the enemy. In fact, by merely adjusting the angles of the mirrors, one could eavesdrop on all happenings within the king's chambers. Jon smiled faintly and closed his vision. Following Varys' arrangements, he retired to a more secluded room, intending to investigate further once Varys had departed. For the first time in many days, as he finally succumbed to slumber, he realized he somewhat missed the warmth and softness of Tree, her fragrant presence. He worried for her circumstances in Winterfell, but dared not recklessly use his vision to glimpse such distant scenes, thus he refrained from dwelling on it. Yet, as he drifted into dreams, he could not help but envision the golden-haired maiden's sweet smile. That smile could momentarily dispel all his hatred and worries. And even upon waking, he found himself smiling, forgetting for a fleeting moment his enmity and plight. Chapter 56. The secret passage. The night in King's Landing creates an illusion. The illuminated Red Keep, standing beside the Blackwater Bay, appears serene and beautiful. However, both the common folk and their rulers are acutely aware that this is merely a facade. In truth, the reality is far different. On the night of Sansa and Jon's escape, the long night's dragon fire had scorched 2 holes in the city walls. While the structural integrity remained intact, it rendered the ancient edifice looking battered and bruised. By circumventing the resplendent facade of the Red Keep, one can truly discern the decayed and dilapidated visage that reflects the present reality of King's Landing. A shadow clad in black silently traverses the most clandestine passage among the myriad secret corridors of the Red Keep. He discovers that within this passage, the chambers are adorned with small apertures in the walls, allowing glimpses into the scenes of the many rooms along the way, so discreetly positioned that they are nearly imperceptible. Jon has not yet activated his sight, and only after a considerable time does he realize that this hidden passage was originally devised by Maegor I for the purpose of surveilling Lyanna. Although Lyanna had once saved his life and served as his right hand, it is evident that after the completion of the Red Keep, Maegor I, in his paranoid and cruel nature, executed all the craftsmen 3 days after the grand feast. It is not difficult to deduce that he would also have established a secret passage, fitting the logic of such a man. Nonetheless, that is a matter for another time. Jon possesses no prying inclination. He simply commits to memory who resides in each room, contemplating that hiding scene here might be a prudent choice. Suddenly, he halts in the passage, having made a discovery. On the other side of the wall, Cersei sits gracefully in a chair, her posture elegant and regal, warily observing the documents on the table. Among them lies a crumpled report, originating from the High Septon's notes. She nearly gulps down a generous sip of Dornish wine. Yet the only companion to her heart is bitterness. No exquisite wine can pass her lips without leaving behind a lingering taste of sorrow. Robert, you have triumphed, she muses. Even as you have grown corpulent and bloated like a wild boar, Joffrey still holds you in such esteem, even harboring animosity towards me for your demise. With a heavy heart, she raises her glass and slowly spills the red wine onto the exquisite hand-woven carpet of Lannisport. The crimson liquid seeps into the tightly woven fibers. A ruinous destruction worth the labor of slaves for months, yet Cersei remains indifferent. She has never cared. To the great Lord Robert Baratheon, a father of significant success. She lifts her glass, smiling into the empty air. It was not I who poisoned you. I wish it were. The crystal goblet, adorned with gilded floral engravings, shatters upon the floor, its crisp sound echoing through the room, masking the sound of her heartbreak. If I truly had been your murderer, then the hatred and coldness from my own son, Joffrey, would be an excessive punishment. Cersei speaks, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though Jon cannot perceive such subtle expressions, he discerns a hint of sorrow in her tone. This woman, to some extent, harbored genuine feelings for Robert, yet the unreciprocated affection has left her in disillusionment and resentment. However, Jon harbors no sympathy, for if he is not the true culprit, Robert would inevitably succumb to alcohol and wild boars in due time. But who, then, is the real murderer? Varys? It seems unlikely. Even if Varys sought to remove this foolish king, he would first ensure that the subsequent events were meticulously arranged before acting. Yet, since he is not a Lannister, only one possibility remains. The sound of knocking interrupted Jon's thoughts as Jaime entered. The news of Sansa's return to the north had been confirmed by ravens at noon, prompting Jaime to return to the Red Keep, where he inevitably endured another round of mockery from Joffrey. "You have been drinking more than usual," he remarked, his brow furrowing. Resembling Cersei, but lacking her enchanting allure and venomous charm, he was not as animated as he usually appeared in public. Cersei rose gracefully, her figure swaying precariously, a wan smile gracing her striking features. "Jaime, my brother, come, this is the exquisite wine from Dorne. You must try it." Jaime's brow furrowed even tighter, a trace of concern flickering across his face. "You shouldn't drink so much. Is it because of Joffrey? He is indeed lacking in discipline." Cersei frowned, unable to tolerate anyone speaking ill of Joffrey, not even Jaime. "This is not about little Joff. He is merely frightened. It is all Jon Snow's fault, that vile, loathsome bastard. He terrorized Joffrey. He is simply too afraid. First Robert, then Pyburn, and now Sansa's escape along with her 2 handmaidens. The Northerners are indeed ruthless." Jaime shrugged lightly. "I cannot concur with that. If we are to speak of ruthlessness, none can rival our illustrious son. Ned Stark, though arrogant, was unwaveringly loyal to Robert. It just so happened that the wine steward was a Northerner, who confessed to poisoning the king's wine under Ned's orders, and Ned, who should have been imprisoned, arrived at the king's chambers just in time. To this day, I cannot fathom who was so eager to frame Stark. However, if it weren't for Ned standing in the way, you two would have been suspected, given your marriage to him." Almost a month later, hearing this conversation still made Jon's blood boil with rage. The hatred that had simmered within him rekindled fiercely at this moment. They all knew Ned was innocent. Yet in King's Landing, no one spoke on his behalf. What he had anticipated as a wrongful death turned out to be merely a shield for everyone else. Cersei scoffed derisively, "And what of it? With father around, no one in the 7 kingdoms dares to touch me. He will return in 2 or 3 days. By then, I shall ensure that Jon Snow has no place to rest in death. Robert must be mad to consider marrying Myrcella to that boy. That bastard of Ned's does not deserve to wed my daughter." Jaime shook his head, while Cersei discarded her wine goblet and embraced him. Jon chose not to listen further. At that moment, he had little interest in eavesdropping on their intimate exchange. Gritting his teeth, he strode toward the next room. Something within him churned relentlessly, pain, torment, resentment, and fury, coalescing into a blazing inferno of wrath. Everyone should bear responsibility for Ned's death, including the Lannisters and the hidden perpetrator. Revenge, revenge. Deep within, a silent scream echoed, yet he remained astonishingly calm, even managing to offer a faint smile. 3 parts melancholy, 7 parts elegance, exuding an air of harmlessness and warmth. After adjusting the angle of the mirror in the secret passage, ensuring that he could observe scenes from several key rooms within the Red Keep from Varys' chamber, he found solace, as he need not squander his vision on the interior of the castle. Varys appeared to be engaged in conversation within the room, discussing matters concerning Daenerys across the Narrow Sea, a topic that held little interest for Jon, prompting him to withdraw. With Melisandre's guidance, Daenerys would not lose Drogo. An assault on King's Landing was premature and posed no threat to the Iron Throne. At the end of the secret corridor lay Joffrey's chambers, unbeknownst to him, connected to a hidden passage. Before he approached too closely, Jon discerned Joffrey's voice. Chapter 58. Confrontation. Ser Meryn Trant informed me that Lord Varys had recently developed an unexpected interest in men, which I found rather astonishing. After all, it is rather peculiar for a eunuch to harbor such intense curiosity regarding matters of the flesh. Indeed, his collection was truly remarkable. Cersei's tone lacked arrogance, but bore an unmistakable pride. "Bastard, you must think yourself exceedingly clever, darting through the rooms of the Red Keep, engaging in various nefarious and sinister acts like a shadowy rat. Surely this makes you feel like a hero? Would you prefer to be flayed, or have an epitaph embroidered? The North remembers, perhaps?" As Jon observed Cersei smiling with her wine goblet, he could not suppress a chuckle. He had always believed that the saying about women having long hair and short wits was a form of gender discrimination. Yet Cersei's intelligence and her self-satisfied demeanor were utterly disagreeable. Were it not for Tywin Lannister, Cersei would have likely been subdued long ago. Yet she had yet to stumble upon her own downfall, caught unawares by the High Sparrow, which could lead her to a disgraceful fate. The more untried she remained, the more her arrogance betrayed her foolishness. The greatest terror lies not in a lack of intelligence, but in the absence of the awareness of one's own limitations. In stark contrast to her concealed arrogance and haughty demeanor, Princess Myrcella appeared far more innocent and endearing. Thank the heavens, Jon thought, that his opportunity to claim the princess's blood was remarkably fortuitous. One could only speculate what Cersei's reaction would be upon discovering the bloodstains on her beloved daughter's sheets. Considering how eagerly she had anticipated Sansa's first moon blood to birth a dragon seed for her noble son, perpetuating the Lannister lineage, Myrcella's untimely loss of virtue might temper her mother's pride. With this thought, Jon smiled faintly. Noticing Jon's quiet composure and serene demeanor, Cersei's frown deepened. She raised her voice slightly. Do you truly believe you can depart the Red Keep unscathed? In the remainder of your wretched life, every moment will be filled with torment and suffering. You will regret that despicable mother of yours brought you into this world. Upon hearing the mention of his mother, Lyanna, Jon Snow's smile faded. He clenched his teeth, fixating on Cersei's triumphant grin for a brief moment, before suddenly breaking into a smile once more. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, he adopted a casual demeanor and remarked, "Is this how you speak of my mother? What merit does she possess to inspire such envy in you?" For a woman, the insults of another woman are perhaps the highest form of flattery. He would never display weakness before his adversaries. Anger and sorrow, like tears, were mere manifestations of fragility. As for weakness, it was a trait possessed by many, but only those who cared about it felt its weight. Indeed, Cersei's complexion darkened at his words. With a deft shift in tone, Jon feigned regret, stating, "It is a pity that men are drawn to base and contemptible women. Otherwise, why would Prince Rhaegar have chosen not the light of the West? And let us not forget the nature of your marriage to King Robert, which seems far more ignoble than noble and elegant, does it not?" Cersei's expression grew increasingly sour. She had always been concerned that her beauty paled in comparison to Lyanna's, yet she had never captured Rhaegar's affections. Nor had she received even a fraction of Robert's genuine love. This was her humiliation and her torment, now laid bare by Jon's words. Akin to the agony of tearing at a festering wound. She shot Jon a fierce glance, her eyes now tinged with a mixture of wariness and darkness. But she refrained from showing anger, instead contemplating a more pressing matter. She had perused the High Septoness notes, and was aware that Robert had as well. Yet she was uncertain whether Jon knew of his true lineage. As she pondered this, hearing Jon refer to Rhaegar, she assumed he was unaware of his own identity. If that were indeed the case, she had little reason to fear the young man before her. Jon observed Cersei, who believed herself to be cunning and calculating, and could not suppress a chuckle. By the way, I imagine the regent has heard a fair share of rumors lately, particularly concerning a certain legend about the Lannisters. I wonder if these dreadful tales might evoke memories of childhood prophecies? This strategy might not work against Tywin Lannister. After all, childhood prophecies and psychological shadows must yield to hard facts. Yet women, ever sensitive and suspicious, had vulnerabilities. And Cersei's was her children. Therein lay the balance of power from the very beginning. Cersei's brow furrowed in alarm, and she commanded those around her, "Withdraw. Sir Meryn, stay." Jon rose, positioning himself before Meryn Trant, smiling as he grasped the man's collar. How many times? Meryn Trant wore a look of confusion, glancing at Cersei. In the next moment, Jon's hand flew, striking the fool's face with swift precision. Accompanied by a sharp crack, Jon's voice remained calm and emotionless. "I merely inquired how many slaps you've dealt my sister. However, I suspect you don't remember. Let us say 20. His tone was soft, lacking the sharpness of the slaps themselves. Meryn, enraged, sought to draw his sword, but he would never have the chance. Jon unsheathed a dagger forged from Valyrian steel and dragon bone, smiling as he plunged it into the armor of the Kingsguard. The clash of metal echoed, producing a jarring sound. Meryn's eyes widened in shock, and before he could express his hatred, he was met with a relentless barrage of stabs, leaving him utterly disfigured. He smiled softly and said, "My lord, I can no longer inflict a slap. Let the dagger suffice for the remainder." 19, 20. Jon deftly avoided the vital areas and arteries. Each thrust non-lethal, yet strategically aimed at the joints, ensuring that the agony would persist. Given the current medical capabilities in Westeros, this man was effectively rendered incapacitated. Merental had no time to react, and the pain contorted his face, ultimately revealing a flicker of hatred. At that moment, Jon glanced back at Varys, then turned again and leisurely delivered another strike. This time, even Cersei could not suppress a flicker of terror mingled with her disdain. Marental collapsed onto the ground, curling up and clutching between his legs. Jon looked down upon his twisted visage, gently wiped the dagger clean, and remarked, "This final gift is my personal offering to you from Lord Varys, and it also serves to protect the unfortunate young maidens of the Seven Kingdoms." He casually discarded the dagger at Cersei's feet. She flinched slightly in her chair, but maintained an air of forced composure, gazing up at Jon. "You enjoy your audacious demeanor, do you not? Soon enough, you will find it impossible to continue that fade. What will you do about my kin? The Iron Throne? With no soldiers at your command, your aspirations of sitting upon it are naught but folly. First, you must answer for your heinous acts against the Kingsguard." "Who said I desired the Iron Throne?" Jon replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "You place far too much emphasis on the allure of that iron seat. Compared to the Iron Throne, I would much prefer a gentler embrace, such as that of Princess Myrcella." He elegantly seated himself opposite Cersei, gazing intently at her, his smile nonchalant as he declared, "With her, I can't afford to be anything but arrogant, for I am quite tender." Watching Cersei's pale visage redden with fury brought Jon immense satisfaction. The young rogue's grin bore a hint of danger, reminiscent of a scoundrel. "In truth, I intended to merely graze the surface, but the princess appears quite taken with my skills. Just last night, I became the first true man in her life, and I recall her mentioning marriage." Even Varys could not suppress a look of astonishment directed at Jon, while Cersei's expression grew ever more captivating. How could one possess such striking features, yet be so shameless? You, with your experience, ought to recognize the sweet, yet bashful sentiments of a young girl in love. I wonder if you would wish to see Princess Myrcella heartbroken. Jon glanced at Cersei, his gaze momentarily lowered as if in feigned slumber. "I shall remain here until Tywin Lannister returns to the Red Keep. Otherwise, your prophecy laden with gold will soon come to fruition." Cersei gasped, rendered speechless. She rose calmly, attempting to maintain her dignity as she departed. At last, among the rabble of the north, there were one or two worthy adversaries, rather promising indeed. Her disguise was somewhat deft. Yet if she had left without slamming the door to betray her inner turmoil, it would have been even better. "This is merely the beginning," Jon murmured as he poured himself a glass of the Dornish wine left behind by Cersei. The wine was sweet and fragrant, yet thoughts of a girl from Dorne, whose brilliant smile might soon be lost to him, filled his heart with an indescribable bitterness. Chapter 59, The Judgment, Part 1. After Cersei's departure, Varys observed as the servants entered to carry the nearly lifeless Meryn Trant away. Following this, the room was heavily guarded, and he and Jon Snow were treated like prisoners. After a cacophony of noise both inside and outside, silence finally descended. Varys regarded the composed Jon, who sipped his drink with an expression of complexity. The young man appeared refined and gentle, yet his methods were shockingly ruthless. Even having witnessed the world's brutality, Varys found Jon to be one of the few individuals in Westeros who left him in awe. However, when Jon delivered the final blow to Meryn Trant, avenging himself in a moment of fury, Varys experienced an overwhelming sense of shock. No one had ever cared about his feelings. People praised, envied, and scorned the accomplishments of the spider. Yet only Varys understood that he had traversed this path alone, relying solely on himself. Even his most trusted companion, Illyrio, was merely a mutual admirer, each compensating for the other's weaknesses. Occasionally, in the stillness of the night, he would dream of his days wandering the streets of Myr, living off of charity, having just lost part of his own being, isolated and helpless, uncertain of his future, and even questioning whether he would survive. Enduring days filled with pity and derision. He reminded himself that what was lost could not be reclaimed. He sought vengeance and dignity, knowing that all power and wealth must be earned through his own efforts. The cautious and rational facade prevented Varys from acting on instinct. Yet, at the moment Jon plunged the dagger into Meryn Trant, something profound lodged itself firmly in Varys's heart. Even one as composed as he, accustomed to weighing pros and cons before making decisions, could not help but resolve a newfound intention. "Lord Snow, I find you utterly inscrutable," Varys remarked with his usual sardonic tone, though lacking some of its previous mockery, rendering it somewhat less ambiguous. "I have never been fond of gambling, but this time, I wish to stake everything on you." Jon chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Is it merely because I am the son of Rhaegar?" He felt that he had merely taken residence in Jon Snow's skin, and the hatred that came with this identity, once stripped of its disguise, was substantial. He rejected that hatred, just as he rejected the accompanying accolades. Yet Varys, with a rueful smile, shook his head. Aside from the occasional angle that momentarily echoes Prince Rhaegar's features, you bear no resemblance to him, my dear Lord Snow. Clearing his throat, he continued earnestly. As you have said, Prince Rhaegar has long since departed, the dead are gone. I choose to focus on what lies before me. From this day forth, I pledge my loyalty to you until the day my life comes to an end. Jon was momentarily taken aback. Then, glancing at the bloodstains left by Marlon Tarlon on the ground, he comprehended Varys' sentiments. He gently remarked, if your concern stems solely from my reprimand of Marlon Tarlon, there is no need for such alarm. The primary issue lies in his bullying of my sister Sansa. That final blow was merely an afterthought. Varys shrugged, my lord. Interpret it as you wish. I seldom adhere to my own decisions, but once I do, they remain unaltered. In you, I perceive an alternate possibility. You may appear shameless, despicable, treacherous, and cunning, yet the spider discerns the gentle fortitude within you. This praise was perhaps the most laden with pejorative terms Jon had ever heard, and he could not suppress a smile. Are you certain this is a compliment rather than an insult? Varys pondered for a moment and furrowed his brow. Very well. Regarding your relationship with Princess Myrcella, I must admit I was taken aback. Have you truly harmed that innocent girl? Jon's expression darkened. He offered no reply, merely pursed his lips and sat silently in his chair. Observing his gloomy demeanor, Varys inferred that Jon was somewhat trapped in his own circumstances, and he chose to remain silent as they both lingered in their confinement. Cersei, perhaps flustered, harbored apprehension towards Jon, opting not to imprison him within the dungeons of the Red Keep. Instead, she increased the guard, even positioning 5 or 6 archers in the tower opposite, instructing them to shoot immediately if anyone dared to extend even a finger from Varys' window. In the afternoon, as the sun shone brightly, Tywin entered the Red Keep with his formidable army, imbuing the entirety of King's Landing with an air of solemnity. The hysterical Joffrey was summoned back to his chambers, and Tywin, under the guise of the king's hand, took his seat upon the Iron Throne. He commanded the summoning of Jon Snow and his protector Varys, in the presence of all the lords and officials of King's Landing. Soon, Jon and Varys were brought before the royal hall. The sight of Jon's calm demeanor incited Cersei's seething hatred, recalling her visit to Myrcella's chamber, where she had glimpsed the crimson-stained sheets and her daughter's bashful, yet sweet expression. Everything fell into place. Once, she too had worn such a countenance. Mother, I feel so happy. Myrcella's gentle tone ensnared Cersei's throat like a vice with each word. Thus, Jon Snow's smile appeared particularly loathsome to her. He understood her hesitance and trepidation. She felt utterly at a loss until she encountered Tywin, who provided her with a semblance of security. Tywin did not glance at Cersei. His gaze was fixed upon the young man standing at the center of the hall. It was this youth who had stirred chaos within the Red Keep, causing turmoil throughout King's Landing. At this moment, he quietly exchanged glances with Tywin, seated high upon the Iron Throne, and though he was physically shorter, his presence was unyielding. Tywin's instinctive reaction was one of disdain for this young man. He harbored a deep disdain for smiles. Yet this young man adorned his countenance with a seemingly elegant and captivating grin. Merely a bastard from the north, I comprehend your audacity. Akin to a young calf unafraid of a tiger. However, one must ultimately bear the consequences of their actions. Tywin's expression bore a hint of disdain as he looked down upon Jon, yet he differed from Cersei. While Cersei's pride ran deep and was outwardly manifest, Tywin's demeanor was characterized by a serious scrutiny. He would never underestimate an opponent, particularly one who, despite being at a disadvantage, remained so composed. He did not consider Jon to be a simple-minded fool, brimming with unwarranted bravado. Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of the late traitor Eddard Stark. You stand accused of the heinous murder of Phoebus Lannister, the slaying of 2 maids of the Red Keep, intimidating the current king of the 7 Kingdoms, conspiring with former Master of Whisperers Varys to assassinate the royal family, and maliciously assaulting and injuring Ser Maren Trant, among other charges. Do you plead guilty? Jon cast a glance at Tywin before turning his gaze towards the assembly of nobles behind him, winking at a couple of the more agreeable young ladies, inciting a ripple of commotion. Silence. Tywin was compelled to raise his voice, his brow slightly furrowing as he declared, Jon Snow, do you scorn the judgment of the king's court? Such trifles will not spare your life. Jon nodded, acknowledging, I understand. However, my reckless behavior is not intended to save my life, but rather stems from sheer delight. Another wave of uproar ensued. It had been many years since anyone dared to challenge Tywin Lannister so openly. A lord leaned towards his companion and remarked, this young man is either exceedingly confident or utterly mad. Clearly, both Jon and Tywin shared this sentiment. Do you plead guilty? Tywin's brow remained as unyielding as iron, betraying not a hint of emotion, an invisible pressure for many. Yet it bore no effect on Jon. He turned his head to glance at the anxious Myrcella in the upper gallery, offering her a smile before redirecting his attention to Tywin. Of the charges you just enumerated, save for that regarding Meryn Trant, I deny all. However, you might consider reducing my sentence by one charge. I did indulge in the company of a pure maiden. Savoring her essence, Myrcella's face flushed crimson, and Tywin raised an eyebrow slightly. Through Jon's spirited demeanor, he faintly perceived the echoes of a long-lost acquaintance. Known to posterity as the Mad King, many years prior, they had shared a close bond. He had once been a discerning and diligent ruler. The youth before him bore a semblance to the young Aerys Targaryen. It appeared that the rumors were not without merit. Tywin could not help but reveal a cold smile. So faint it was nearly imperceptible. At last, he encountered a worthy adversary. Chapter 60. The Trial. Part 2. You believe yourself adept at eloquence, do you not? Tywin's tone was measured, devoid of discernible emotion, as his formidable visage, which had instilled fear across the Seven Kingdoms, displayed an almost benevolent expression. His voice was not loud, nor did it carry any hint of menace, yet it managed to plunge the atmosphere of the entire King's Hall into an icy stillness. Jon raised his head and smiled, declaring, "You may force me to kneel or sever my head, but you cannot quench my arrogance. I have a request. Let the trial be postponed, and during this time, Lord Varys and I demand meat to eat, wine to drink, and, if possible, beautiful maidens to attend to us." Varys's face flushed, revealing an awkward yet courteous smile. Had the occupant of the Iron Throne not been Tywin, it is likely that half the assembly would have doubled over with laughter. Yet, despite everyone's efforts to suppress their mirth, the atmosphere bore no semblance to that of a trial. The main culprit appeared more like a participant at a ceremony of honors. "Do you believe you have the right to negotiate?" Tywin's eyes flicked up, his tone cold and hollow, compelling him to kneel. He had never been fond of coercing individuals into shedding their dignity, for he believed it was not the most effective means of control. However, the young man before him had transcended mere indifference. He could only resort to this method to diminish his audacity. The King's Guard stepped forward. Jon scoffed lightly and proclaimed, "Before I kneel, my Lord Tywin, I wish to discuss two conditions with you. After you hear the keywords of my conditions, you may decide whether to allow my insolence to continue." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the hall. What was initially a chilling sound took on a comical tone due to its collective nature. Negotiating with Tywin Lannister was a privilege that even Lady Olenna Tyrell of Highgarden could scarcely claim, as she lacked such leverage. All eyes were on Jon, and the feeling that this young man was courting his own demise intensified. Tywin leaned closer to the Iron Throne. It must be said that he appeared more regal than either Robert or Joffrey, yet despite being the true wielder of power, he showed no inclination towards claiming the ultimate dominion over Westeros. A glint of sharp, calculating light flickered in his eyes as he succinctly commanded, "Speak." Jon slowly articulated two words, "Gold mine, wildfire." Tywin furrowed his brow, surveying the bewildered expressions around him, his gaze fixated on Jon, whose black hair and eyes seemed to belong inherently to the night, devoid of any trace of Targaryen lineage. Yet, his actions echoed those of Aerys in years past, perhaps suggesting a hereditary connection. As for the gold mine, how could this secret, tightly held by him, possibly have been known to this youth? When the Lannisters were no longer the wealthiest, the morale of their armies would surely wane, and their ability to intimidate the Seven Kingdoms would diminish, rendering the governance of the Westerlands fraught with challenges. Within a mere 10 seconds of contemplation, Tywin arrived at a decision. "Everyone, leave," he commanded. Thus, a trial initially intended to suppress Jon Snow's defiance came to an inconclusive end. Cersei rose, her gaze fixed on Jon, the hatred in her eyes palpable enough to draw water. She had not anticipated that even Tywin would refrain from taking decisive action against Jon. Did he truly possess such an abundance of leverage? In this world, is there indeed someone capable of standing toe-to-toe with Tywin Lannister, especially a mere fledgling from the north? The lords and nobles had nearly vacated the scene entirely, and Cersei had been ordered to depart. As she passed by Jon Snow, Cersei nearly ground her teeth in rage and spat at him. "You know for whom the reigns of Castamere were composed, don't you, bastard?" Jon responded with an elegant bow, addressing her as my dear, beautiful regent, and remarked, "This ballad pays tribute to your father. However, it is rather unseemly to incessantly bring up the glories of one's youth at the age of 19. He chuckled softly and added in a conspiratorial whisper, "Moreover, these are your father's accomplishments, not yours. Your own feats, aside from wielding your femininity to command men to do your bidding, are rather limited to your failures as a mother." Cersei's face flushed crimson with barely suppressed fury. How could Myrcella ever lower herself to someone like you? With a smile, Jon glanced past Cersei toward Myrcella, who was ascending the staircase to the second floor, offering her a subtle smile. The innocent girl's gaze, filled with affection, momentarily pierced Jon's conscience, evoking a sensation he could not quite place. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and addressed Cersei with gravity. Cersei Lannister, from the day you failed to prevent your son's madness that led to Eddard Stark's demise, my quest for vengeance against your family has been set in an unending course, including Myrcella. Do you comprehend the true meaning of owing a debt? With a wink, he strode past Cersei toward Tywin, seated upon the Iron Throne, casually remarking, in this game of life, one must eventually settle their debts. Cersei hastily ascended the stairs, guiding Myrcella away, glancing back at Jon with trepidation, deliberately avoiding his gaze. Beneath her seemingly composed and graceful exterior lay an abyss of madness, emanating a chilling aura. For a fleeting moment, she deeply regretted not having ensured Eddard Stark's survival. In the vast hall of the king, only Tywin and Jon remained. Tywin scrutinized Jon for a moment, observing him as he sat nonchalantly upon the steps leading to the Iron Throne, maintaining a distance from Tywin. Propped up on his elbows as if leisurely enjoying a picturesque landscape, almost conjuring a springtime picnic ambience. Oh, it was not mere imagination, indeed. Provisions of meat and wine had been presented to Jon. He savored a few bites of meat, discreetly wiped his mouth, and took a couple of sips of wine. Let us speak plainly, he proposed. I will present a condition, you fulfill one, and then we may discuss the next. If no agreement is reached, it matters little to me. He raised his goblet toward Tywin, declaring, to the protector of the West, Lord Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock. Tywin clenched his jaw slightly, yet maintained his composure. Speak, he commanded. Jon shrugged nonchalantly. I am aware of the locations of all the wildfire hidden within King's Landing, and I have bribed a few street urchins from Flea Bottom to assist me in igniting it. If I am not gone in 3 days, well, King's Landing might be reduced to half its former glory, wouldn't you agree? Tywin clenched his jaw but remained silent. Jon, aware of his contemplations, rose from his seat, sipping his drink while meandering about the King's Hall. With a wry smile, he remarked, your dear grandson would undoubtedly suggest exterminating all the children of Flea Bottom, for, apart from you Lannisters, the lives of all others are as trivial as chaff. However, I find myself curious, should those comprising the majority of King's Landing's populace rise in rebellion, would it not be a spectacle to behold? Your descendants bask in your glory, yet I fear they cannot fathom the wrath of the common folk. Of course, it would not be beyond the Lannister cavalry to obliterate the children of Flea Bottom within 3 days. In truth, your kin could merely withdraw from King's Landing. Though I suspect your pride would render such a retreat impossible, my lord. Tywin remained silent, troubled and incensed by the youth's astonishingly aligned thoughts. After a lifetime of warfare, had he truly stooped to the level of a child from the north? What are your terms? Tywin's voice was icy. A reprieve for your life? Since Cersei's clandestine letter had unveiled Jon's true identity, Tywin had not contemplated eliminating the young man in the near future, though Jon remained oblivious to this fact. He assumed Jon would demand his life be spared, to which he would readily acquiesce. To his surprise, Jon chuckled. My first condition is that you release Theon Greyjoy from the dungeons, allowing him to return to the north safe and sound. Tywin raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this unexpected demand. Theon, as the rightful heir of the Iron Islands and a ward of Ned Stark, was indeed a significant figure. However, his character was feeble, seemingly forsaken by the drowned god. His captivity in King's Landing bore little value, particularly as the Stark sisters, Sansa and Arya, were either missing or had returned to the north. With the main course already consumed, dessert seemed superfluous. At this juncture, Theon had become somewhat inconsequential. Yet, having heard of the discord between Jon Snow and Theon, Tywin was astonished that Jon's first condition was to request Theon's release. He scrutinized Jon, attempting to glean some insight from his expression, but it was a futile endeavor. The young man remained an enigma, a riddle beyond his comprehension. Chapter 61. The Trial, Part 3. Tywin gazed at Jon, pondering for a moment before nodding. Very well. But how can I be assured that you will uphold your end of the bargain and ensure the safety of King's Landing? Jon seized a pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. Regardless of what he consumed, everything tasted the same to him, putrid and decaying, exuding the scent of death. Even a slice of sweet lemon cake bore that same essence. Nevertheless, he had to ensure his strength and energy were maintained, and he had no intention of revealing his peculiar sense of taste to anyone. Thus, he feigned enjoyment while casually responding to Tywin. In truth, you possess ample means to compel me to speak the truth. I am well aware that, aside from House Bolton, the masters of torment and amusement reside among you. Particularly the Mountain. He is quite the expert, relishing in such pursuits. However, as it pertains to the safety of the entire King's Landing and your curiosity about how many are aware that the Lannister gold mines ceased production of gold years ago, you will temporarily keep me here. He spoke eloquently, sipping his drink while meticulously observing every nuance of Tywin Lannister's expressions. This old man is indeed formidable. Upon hearing my mention of the Lannister gold mines no longer yielding gold, he exhibited not a trace of disquiet, not even a twitch of his brow. Tywin's eyes subtly shifted towards Jon, inquiring who had conveyed this information to him. After a moment's contemplation, Jon replied with a light chuckle, "My Lord Tywin." "I did not hear it. I beheld it." Tywin raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Jon shrugged. "This divine gift was bestowed upon me by your subordinate, the Mountain. He blinded one of my eyes, and now my right I can vividly perceive many past and future truths. This includes the slow poison you have infused into my food and drink. I surmise the toxin in the beef to be powdered gray mushroom, and as for the wine, it must be aconite. Both poisons are mentioned in the original text." For a fleeting moment, Tywin's eyes narrowed ominously. Jon Snow's conjecture and instincts were disturbingly precise. There was no doubt it was powdered gray mushroom, a poison derived from fungi, which, when mixed into dishes of mushrooms and meat, would cause Jon to suffer from diarrhea, dehydration, vomiting, and severe abdominal pain within 6 hours, potentially culminating in hallucinations, and eventually leading to visceral edema and a tragic demise. Aconite, in minuscule quantities, would induce nerve paralysis, the effects manifesting after several hours. Although this plant causes a prickling sensation in the throat and stomach, the wine would mask the odor, leading him to gradually succumb to vomiting and ultimately death by respiratory failure. Given the small dosage and the chronic nature of the toxins, there would be ample time to interrogate him about all potential dangers. Tywin surmised that a youth of barely 20, despite his cunning and ruthless demeanor, was still a mere fledgling, unacquainted with the true ferocity of the world. He would not underestimate him, yet neither would he overly elevate the capabilities of a child. Thus, although it was contrary to Tywin's usual practices to employ poison, he opted for the most prudent course of action, selecting a slow-acting toxin personally retrieved by Kevin from the room of the noxious substance. As he observed Jon indulge in his meal, Tywin mused that this young man from the north was indeed still youthful, as mere delicacies could seal his fate. Nevertheless, Tywin harbored a degree of apprehension regarding Jon's lethal methods. After all, should such a person rise to prominence, the Lannisters, having once crossed paths with him, would not find it easy to deal with the consequences. Thus, eliminating him now would be the wisest strategy to avert future troubles. Yet, this young man, seemingly unperturbed, consumed his food, having discerned the poison from the outset and even identifying its toxicity. In truth, Jon's ability does not extend to perceiving visions directly related to himself. Rather, it is due to a physiological aversion to the taste of food that he has come to discern subtle differences, particularly under the heightened sensitivity that accompanies this side effect. This, in turn, led him to encounter the adept poisoner, Tyranny. He remained impassive, although initially discomforted. He soon realized that all was well. Upon reflection, he recalled that prior to his arrival in Dorne, he had dispatched Melisandre to serve Daenerys, during which the devout Red Priestess had recited incantations for his protection. He vividly remembered her expression and tone. "May the Lord of Light guard you, dispelling all darkness and repelling all evil, allowing the flames to consume all obstacles, safeguarding the chosen one of R'hllor." At the time, he had not grasped Melisandre's intent, but now he understood that she possessed remarkable skills. She could shield herself from the poison of Chiron, drinking the toxic wine unscathed while witnessing Chiron succumb to its effects. The notion of having an immune constitution against toxins perhaps was not so extraordinary after all. Yet, he had no intention of revealing his hand. Trading a condition for an antidote would only inform others of his newfound skill, thus compelling adversaries to expend additional effort to counter him, a most undesirable outcome. Were it not for his thirst for vengeance, he would prefer to remain inconspicuous. However, regarding Lord Tywin, concerning the depletion of the gold mines, although I have not spoken of it to anyone, should I mention it before the execution, it would plant seeds of doubt among the discerning. Jon then reclined comfortably, stating with a nonchalant tone, "Words can tarnish gold." Eddard Stark, renowned for his integrity and loyalty, met his demise amid controversy. How long can a mine that truly yields no gold withstand scrutiny? Are you not afraid I might unveil a mere glimpse of the truth? Beneath Tywin's composed exterior, he subtly clenched his teeth. Being led by this impudent youth was entirely unforeseen. The fact that he could distinguish poison and yet drink so calmly? Thus, your second condition, is it the antidote you seek? Tywin gazed upon the audacious youth, nearly sprawled at his feet, whose presence diminished the majesty of the Iron Throne in the King's Hall, feeling a surge of long-buried ire. He presumed Jon would leverage his true lineage or the affection Myrcella harbored for him as threats, believing these to be Jon's trump cards. Despite his own cold-heartedness, he remained indifferent. If necessary, he would go to great lengths to ensure Myrcella married the right man, thus fortifying his family's power. Yet, this young man continued to defy his expectations, matching him in strategy at every turn, neither yielding nor conceding an inch. Though the youthful individual's audacity and cunning remained somewhat unrefined, he is far more appealing than the overly idealistic Jaime, the excessively self-assured Cersei, or the unfortunate Tyrion, who ought never to have been born into this world. Alas, he is the son of the dragon and the wolf. The true dragon is long extinct, and the wolf shall never transform into a lion. Yet, an uncontrollable thought flickers through his mind. Perhaps Myrcella could become his bride. This notion infuriates Tywin immensely, particularly as he observes Jon's demeanor, confident and composed, which renders Tywin's thoughts all the more irrational. Tywin scrutinizes his face, demanding that he reveal all his cards and stipulations in one go. Jon secretly smirks. At last, has your patience begun to wane? Chapter 62. The Trial, Part 4. A throng of spectators gathers at the entrance of the King's Hall, their curiosity piqued as they await the outcome. Moments later, Jon emerges with a triumphant smile, unscathed. No one knows how this young man maintains such composure after a private encounter with Tywin Lannister. He is escorted once more to the dungeons of the Red Keep, this time under stringent surveillance. Soon, Tywin, in his capacity as the Hand of the King and in the name of King Joffrey, announces the following verdict. First, the removal of Varys from the position of Master of Whispers and his expulsion from the continent of Westeros, never to return. Any attempt to do so will warrant execution without mercy. Second, the release of hostage Theon Greyjoy, granting him permission to return to the Iron Islands. Third, Jon Snow shall face trial for several charges through daily combat, with judgments rendered each day. This unprecedented situation seems, at first glance, remarkably humane. However, upon deeper reflection, who among the skilled champions of King's Landing would willingly risk assassination by the royal family or the danger of death in the arena to engage in mortal combat for an isolated bastard? One who has offended the entire Lannister clan? Therefore, he must fight alone, with the royal family dispatching a formidable opponent each day. The inevitable erosion of Jon Snow's spirit, strength, and patience will culminate, and no matter how valiant he may be, he cannot endure indefinitely. As the daily tournament judgment list was released, it became glaringly evident that the circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for Jon Snow. The first day bore the first accusation, the cruel murder of Phoebus Lannister, with his opponent being Sandor Clegane, the Hound. The second day unveiled the second charge, the murder of two maidens of the Red Keep, facing off against Peter Baelish. The third day presented the third indictment, the intimidation of King Joffrey, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms, with the formidable Jaime Lannister as his challenger. The fourth day revealed the fourth allegation, the former spymaster Varys' conspiracy to assassinate the royal family and harm the former Kingsguard member Meryn Trant, with Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, as his opponent. Each individual on this list was a renowned master within the Seven Kingdoms, and a single tournament could very well cost one half of their life. For days to confront four adversaries, this was essentially a death sentence. Myrcella's eyes were swollen from tears, yet her sorrow appeared futile. "You cannot kill him," she murmured, her heart heavy with fear. In stark contrast, Jon maintained a smile as he made his way to the dungeons of the Red Keep. In truth, none of his three stipulations served to save himself or even to influence the tournament. They were all proposed by him, to remain as a hostage in the Red Keep, ensuring that his petty schemes could not come to fruition. The secrets regarding the Lannister gold mines, and whether they might be disclosed or had already been, would be personally verified by Tywin, while his plan to incinerate King's Landing with wildfire would be meticulously scrutinized over the course of these 7 days. Upon hearing Jon's first two demands, releasing Varys and Theon, Tywin, who was already skeptical, found no consideration for his own interests. The third condition was even more detrimental to himself. His sole request was to have the poison within him neutralized, allowing him to compete openly with the others while retaining the Valyrian steel dagger as his weapon. Should he miraculously emerge victorious, he intended to take the dagger with him. Though Tywin harbored lingering doubts, he acquiesced to this demand. Perhaps he wished to achieve renown through combat. After all, His earlier chaotic antics within the Red Keep could not be merely for trifling matters. Yet, he was overestimating himself. For it was implausible that this young man could triumph over 4 elite warriors consecutively. Jon appeared astute and agile, perhaps among the finest of the younger generation. However, this very brilliance rendered him susceptible to arrogance. These are conditions you proposed. Do not attempt any further tricks. Jon lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. Who is truly the one playing tricks by poisoning another's feast? Lord Tywin. Observing Tywin's ashen countenance brought him a modicum of amusement as the King's Guard escorted him away to confinement. Yet, he would indeed resort to cunning once more. Before he was thrust into that last dark and cramped cell, he unexpectedly encountered the released Varys and Theon. Varys cast a profound glance at him, uttering not a single word. Seemingly gaunt and haggard, Shaun's condition had evidently deteriorated. He had perhaps heard some news, for with eyes that had nearly lost their luster, he gazed longingly at Jon, then bowed his head and, in a hoarse whisper, uttered a soft thank you. Jon waved his hand dismissively and boldly entered his own cell. 7 days swiftly passed. On this particular day, the weather was clear and the tournament grounds were teeming with spectators. Even the refined ladies, who typically eschewed such brutal spectacles, gathered to behold the handsome young man with raven hair. Beneath the golden lion's throne and the stag's crown, Joffrey, clad in finery, appeared exuberant, eagerly anticipating Jon's disheveled entrance. For Tywin was not one to easily let him slip away. However, as Jon strode from the dungeons towards the arena, akin to a place of execution, he exuded composure and elegance, brimming with confidence. The applause and cheers that erupted were deafening, clearly indicating his immense popularity. Of course, due to the brutal and exaggerated demise of Phoebus Lannister, Jon's admirers and detractors were evenly matched, leading to a cacophony of boos and insults that filled the air, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Nevertheless, in a peculiar manner, he had become a figure of great intrigue. This displeased Joffrey greatly, who bellowed for silence twice before the crowd quieted for a brief moment. The Grand Maester, feigning tremors, ascended the platform and, after delivering the opening remarks, Jon and the Hound made their way to the stage. Sandor Clegane cast a glance at Jon and murmured, "How did you manage it, letting that little bird go?" His expression was somewhat peculiar, seemingly devoid of intense malice. The only striking feature was his scarred visage, marred by flames. Jon lifted his Valyrian steel dagger, choosing not to respond to Sandor's inquiry, but rather stated candidly, "I am not skilled in close combat, yet if you would allow me to prevail, I assure you that the mountain will not find respite 3 days hence. Would you consider letting me win?" The Hound regarded Jon with a chilling smirk, or perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by his flaring nostrils. "Spare me your platitudes. You ought to conserve your strength for our bout," Sandor replied in a low voice as he unsheathed his longsword. The crowd stirred slightly, and a woman draped in red spoke softly. "The long night is perilous in every corner." Her voice, though quiet, carried weight, imbued with solemnity and a hint of reverence, resembling an aged matron, commanding respect even from the raucous assembly. It was only when she approached Jon Snow and lowered her hood to reveal her true visage that gasps rippled through the crowd. Melisandre's crimson locks danced in the breeze, her heart-shaped face and lithe figure inciting flights of fancy. Yet only Jon understood that her actual age could easily span several generations beyond his own. Upon seeing Melisandre's presence, a flicker of doubt stirred within Jon's heart. Melisandre smiled and bowed to Jon Snow, declaring that she had fulfilled the task he assigned her. However, she foresaw the dangers he would face in the flames, and thus came to offer her assistance. "You are the chosen one of the Lord of Light, and I obey his every command," she stated, turning to Sandor Clegane. A faint smile graced her beautiful face. "My lord, you should withdraw from this tournament, for your opponent is the rightful heir to the 7 kingdoms, chosen by the Lord of Light." Instantly, a chorus of boos and jeers erupted from the crowd. Cersei regarded Melisandre, whose beauty rivaled her own, with disdain. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discerned that beneath the facade of youth lay an ancient wisdom that clashed with the image of the alluring woman foretold in her ominous prophecies. Cersei merely raised her chin, disdainfully observing Melisandre's feigned composure amidst the mockery, relishing a sip of wine. It was only when Melisandre knelt at Jon Snow's feet, softly intoning a series of incantations, that the atmosphere shifted. A flicker of flame arose unbidden, emanating from the dragonbone dagger in Jon's hand, conjuring a red totem along the blade of Valyrian steel. Sandor's expression changed. Chapter 63, The Judgment, Part 5. Melisandre gazed at him impassively, gently reminding him, "I warned you." She bowed gracefully to Jon Snow, retreating behind him as the crowd fell silent. Jon looked at the flaming Valyrian steel dagger in his hand, and then cast a glance at Sandor, whose expression was decidedly grim. Cersei scoffed. Do you think some lowly sorceress can intervene in the just judgment of the Seven? She shot a derisive look at Melisandre, her eyes brimming with scorn. I don't recall this tournament's judgment being cancelled, she declared arrogantly, her gaze fixed on the two men in the arena. Meanwhile, Joffrey, with his eyes ablaze, clenched his fists and eagerly growled at Sandor. Good dog. Go bite him. Kill him. Sandor, gazing at Jon's dagger, felt a flicker of fear rise within him. The flames danced, reminiscent of the eerie hearth and house, Clegane's castle from years past. The dagger was merely a foot long. He could easily deflect it. Yet Sandor found himself unable to advance. Jon met Sandor's gaze, then, without a word, tossed the dagger to the ground and turned to the weapons rack, casually selecting another weapon. This way, it will be a fair fight, he smiled at Sandor, stepping back from the still-burning dagger. Melisandre paused. Then a satisfied smile spread across her face. In that moment, something shifted in Sandor's gaze, making the fearsome scar upon his visage seem less terrifying. He let out a soft chuckle, foolish honor, before raising his longsword. In the ensuing minutes, he suddenly realized that Jon's integrity had spared his life. His strikes were exceptionally fierce, while lacking the terrifying, explosive destructiveness of the mountain. They compensated with precise and clever force, resulting in a near stalemate between the two. Had Jon Snow employed that cursed fiery dagger, it is highly probable that the hound would have been left with half a ruined face, or perhaps even met with a brutal demise. However, that remains purely hypothetical. In reality, Jon and he were nearly matched in strength. Myrcella, somewhat anxious, clutched the lavish hem of her gown, astonished to witness Jon Snow holding his own against the hound. She had presumed him merely a dandy skilled in carnal pursuits, yet upon witnessing his agile prowess, a nameless admiration blossomed alongside her appreciation. Given the hound's disinterest in claiming his head, the combat persisted for nearly an hour, during which he scarcely inflicted any wounds upon Jon. It was only after both combatants began to tire that the hound suddenly withdrew, ceasing the conflict. With a clang, he discarded his long sword onto the ground. Expressionless, the hound raised his right hand in surrender. Cersei's gaze darkened. Joffrey, in a fit of rage, shouted, Dog! Go and fight him. You haven't given it your all. Only Tywin rose, his countenance still ashen, yet he nodded slightly to the hound before gesturing to Pycelle, who promptly understood and ascended the platform to declare, In the name of the Seven, I pronounce that Jon Snow is not guilty of the murder of Piebald Lannister. A second trial shall be held here at noon tomorrow. Before departing, the hound cast a complex glance back. In truth, his orders had been singular, to exhaust Jon Snow's strength as much as possible. Initially, having perceived Jon's commendable appearance, he had assumed him to be a mere flower with a pretty exterior. To his surprise, the youth had discarded the burning Valyrian steel dagger in favor of a common longsword, matching him blow for blow. Exhibiting such forthrightness and formidable strength that Sandor Clegane felt a twinge of ignobility in his own conduct. In fact, had he truly aimed to deplete Snow's stamina, they could have continued for hours longer, potentially leaving him unable to survive until the morrow. Yet, Sandor chose to withdraw. You should conserve your strength. I look forward to seeing you make a spectacle of your opponent on the final day. He turned and exited, indifferent to Joffrey's furious tirades. Jon, feeling somewhat fatigued, understood through the hound's reminder that this was precisely the intention behind the 4-day trial arrangement. Melisandre approached, bowing to Jon, saying, My prince, I am convinced that you will be the sole victor when the long night descends. In these times, princes were as numerous as cattle, in the blink of an eye. The bastard of the north was also deemed a prince. Cersei chuckled softly, remarking, Winning through those trivial little tricks? The flames of burning? Are we living in a fairy tale? Melisandre cast a glance back at Cersei, her eyes reflecting a wisdom born of hardship. With a charming smile, she recalled Cersei's recent assertion that the unorthodox sorcery of her kind could not interfere with the judgment of the Seven Gods. Few dared to confront Cersei Lannister, momentarily speechless. She furrowed her brow and commanded, Seize that red-robed woman. The Kingsguard quickly surrounded them. Melisandre smiled gently, taking Jon Snow's hands in hers. You, my lord, are the prophesied prince. Your song is the song of ice and fire. Jon paused in surprise, yet before he could respond, Melisandre deftly produced a small vial glowing with a fiery orange hue from her bosom, casting it to the ground. A conflagration erupted, accompanied by wisps of blue smoke that obstructed the Kingsguard's advance. Her voice emerged from the flames. Next time, I shall appear at this hour to protect you. With that, her figure vanished into the smoke. Once the haze dissipated, only Jon remained, standing as if nothing had transpired. Cersei's eyes were filled with malice. Joffrey, consumed by rage, declared, "The next time that woman appears, I shall have archers turn her into a porcupine. Then we shall see if the Lord of Light can save her." Laughter and raucous agreement filled the air. Jon observed them in silence, escorted back to the dungeons, where he continued to live under constant scrutiny. Nevertheless, their fear and wariness towards him had increased. They averted their gaze. As night fell, during the change of guard, Jon found a fleeting moment of solitude. He retrieved a green vial from his sleeve, its liquid swirling with a luminous sheen, akin to dancing flames. This was the potion that Melisandre had placed in his palm while she held his hands, reciting words once spoken by Rhaegar. After a brief moment of contemplation, he uncorked the vial and consumed its contents. A chill coursed through him, followed by a sensation as if his limbs had been ignited by warm flames. Suddenly, he felt invigorated and refreshed, the fatigue from his earlier encounter with the hound nearly vanishing. It appeared that Melisandre was indeed a valuable ally, knowing precisely when to provide the right assistance. A faint smile played on Jon's lips in the darkness. Chapter 64. The Judgment, Part 6. On the following day of the tournament, Melisandre did not make an appearance. Joffrey lounged on the throne, grinning as he looked at Jon. "Your heretical sorceress will not come to your aid today. It seems the Lord of Light cannot ensure her safety." Jon exchanged a knowing smile with Joffrey and turned to retrieve his Valyrian steel dagger from the attendant. Tywin had indeed kept his word. This dagger was under strict supervision and had not been swapped, ensuring it would be presented to him before the tournament. Barristan entered the arena, though advanced in years. The old knight still possessed remarkable skill. Drawing his ceremonial longsword, he regarded Jon with a complex expression. "The last time I beheld you, Sir Cregan was mercilessly slaughtering the villagers, and you bravely confronted him alone. Such valor is truly commendable, my child." However, Barristan paused momentarily. "Did you truly slay those two maidens? I recall that young man from the north would never take the lives of the innocent." His tone was laden with regret. Jon gazed at Barristan, pondering how Tywin truly excels in recognizing talent. A man of fearlessness would undoubtedly act with integrity and refrain from engaging in what resembled a mere brawl, unless it were to avenge the two innocent girls. This seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, one might argue that his discernment bordered on the utilitarian. Jon refrained from further words, merely raising his dagger and offering Barristan a serene smile. Reflecting that it was indeed naive of him, there was no point in prolonging the matter. A swift resolution was preferable. Barristan sighed. "A squire stepped forward, my lord. Allow me to inspect your weapon." Upon finishing his meticulous polishing of Ballistan's blade, he returned the sword. Jon remained silent, observing the squire depart, deep in thought. The visage of that man seemed vaguely familiar, with a slightly pronounced nose, bearing a hint of northern heritage. Barristan paid little heed to this minor incident. Assuming his stance as he addressed Jon, "I admire your past kindness and bravery. However, in light of the tragic demise of those two young innocents, I am compelled to fight you." With that, the long sword and dagger gleamed with a chilling brilliance under the noon sun. The sound of clashing steel sent a shiver through the hearts of all who listened. Ballistan's strikes were swift, reflecting his composed and seasoned character. Thus, Jon needed only to be agile to evade them. Jon, with his strange movements, narrowly dodged the long sword's onslaught. The audience watched in silence, for without Melisandre's flames, the contest was considerably purer. Gradually, it became apparent to all that Jon Snow did not initiate any attacks. He merely countered Ballistan's moves. He was exhausting his strength unnecessarily, for he had already depleted much of his energy in the previous day's duel with the hound. At this rate, tomorrow's match against me would be quite unfair for him. Jaime observed Jon's duel with Barristan, frowning as he remarked, "Even if he triumphs, it would be a most dishonorable victory." "Uncle, since when did you suddenly care for fairness? Honor and glory? How novel. Are you seeking to add a suffix to your name? The justifier of Kingslayer?" Joffrey mocked, casting a sidelong glance at Jaime, his eyes icy. Jaime was momentarily taken aback, responding with an indifferent smile. At that moment, Jon's Valyrian steel dagger flew through the air, barely grazing golden locks before embedding itself in Joffrey's throne. For a fleeting instant, Joffrey stood frozen, struggling to turn his head to glance at the dagger, which was mere inches away. Had it been any closer, it would have pierced his skull, nailing him to his own chair. Myrcella, frightened to the point of losing her composure, glanced at Cersei, who, in turn, directed her furious gaze towards the innocent yet relaxed Jon, the true instigator of the scene. "Are you openly attempting to assassinate the king?" gasped the crowd, and even Peter Baelish hesitated. Only Jon smiled and said, "My apologies, I slipped." Would a kind-hearted soul please return the dagger to me? His demeanor was as casual as if discussing the weather. Joffrey slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. Do not provide him with a new weapon. Ser Baelish, kill him. If you continue to coddle this traitor, I shall strip you of your white cloak. Baelish frowned, taken aback by Jon's audacity. Despite his sword being drawn near, Jon had discarded his own dagger, tossing it onto Joffrey's chair, setting aside the remarkable skill he displayed. His reckless demeanor left everyone bewildered. Child, you ought not to be so impulsive, Jon shrugged. I simply cannot abide that insufferably arrogant fool. Oh right. You probably do not understand the term fool, as it specifically describes someone like Joffrey, devoid of intellect. His words were so brazen that they rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. The trial transitioned into a one-sided affair following Jon's disarmament. Although Baelish intended to temper the proceedings, mere flesh could not withstand the sharp blade. And Jon gradually bore more wounds. He began to feel a numbing sensation throughout his body, his movements growing sluggish. With a dull thud, Baelish struck Jon's thigh with his sword, the wound deep, blood gushing forth. Jon inhaled sharply, the immediate pain intensifying the numbing sensation of blood loss. Princess Myrcella screamed and fainted. He scrutinized Baelish's sword with a chilling gaze. Ser Baelish, while I know this is not your intention, it appears I have been poisoned. He had slightly miscalculated. He had assumed that the prayers of the Red Priestess would shield him from all toxins, but that was evidently not the case. On stage, a flicker of triumph appeared on Cersei's face. Jon felt dizzy and leaned back, suddenly recalling the face of the wine steward from his summons by Robert before his demise. An uncontrollable mirth wafted through the air. Jon steadied himself and scrutinized the faces of Tywin, Cersei, and Joffrey. Perhaps he had underestimated them, ultimately falling into the trap laid by his foes. A mocking smile crept upon his face as darkness enveloped his vision, and he lost consciousness. Just before he collapsed, Baelish reached out to support Jon, observing the young man whose eyes were now shadowed with darkness. He glanced at the others on stage, reflecting on the rampant rumors circulating in King's Landing of late. A profound sense of fatigue and anger washed over him. Joffrey continued to shout, Ser Baelish, are you even inferior to Ser Meryn? Strike him. On the subject of shamelessness and moral decay, indeed, if the honor of the white robe were to fade away, my loyalty to the royal family would no longer hold significance, Bollistan declared as he removed his white robe. Unbeknownst to him, he had been poisoned during the duel. An unprecedented occurrence. How many present could grasp the truth, and how many would care for it? From this moment forth, his reputation became worthless. He had pledged his allegiance to the royal family, serving diligently from Targaryen to Baratheon, never anticipating that all the honor he had painstakingly maintained would be trampled upon by conspiracy on this day. Within the fearless one's fury lay a hint of sorrow. I concede, Bollistan Selmy stated decisively, and then, under the gaze of the multitude, he tendered his resignation and departed. Chapter 65, The Trial, Part 7. Final chapter, promised a reward of 5,000 for more updates. Given his circumstances, he should refrain from wielding a sword for the time being. The speaker's voice carried a somewhat flippant arrogance, yet retained a semblance of grace. Jon blinked weakly, absorbing the entirety of his figure. Jaime Lannister furrowed his brow, observing Maester Pycelle bustling around Jon with uncertainty in his tone. He glanced at the cramped cell, then at Jon lying on the ground, his frown deepening. This should have been a worthy adversary. After Ned Stark's demise, he thought he would not anticipate a duel in the near future, yet this youth's skill was astonishing. Regrettably, it was not just Cersei or their father Tywin. The two suddenly grew unusually reticent, leaving Jaime to feel a mix of anger and regret, prompting him to summon Pycelle to tend to Jon's injuries. In truth, the impediment was not substantial, perhaps if his willpower proved sufficiently resilient. A night or two of rest would suffice. Pycelle, evasive in his assessments, noted that, as far as Jaime was concerned, Jon's scent was no more pleasant than that of the cell itself. Jon slowly opened his eyes, revealing his pitch-black pupils, and coldly remarked, It is merely my limbs that are numb. How could Maester Pycelle possibly restore me completely? If I were to harm Ser Jaime, Tywin Lannister would be eager to see me suffer 1,000 deaths, would he not? Pycelle, startled, sprang upright, causing his bottles and jars to clatter to the floor. Why, you're awake? He gazed at Jon in disbelief. Jon propped himself up, covering his nose as he glanced at Pycelle. Of course, you would prefer I remained unconscious. You may leave. This room has become foul enough already without the addition of your stench resembling that of a dead cat. Jaime could not help but stifle a laugh. This was an intimate jest shared between him and Cersei, yet Pycelle's odd aroma was hardly a secret. Nonetheless, Jon's bluntness in voicing it rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. Pycelle's expression darkened as he looked up at Jaime, bent to retrieve his medicinal vials, muttering, "I was ordered to come here. Otherwise, who would wish to attend to you? A man destined for demise." With that, he disdainfully exited the dungeon. Jon Snow gazed at the somewhat portly, staggering figure before him and let out a cold smile. "So, is was also destined to perish? How have you cared for him?" Pycelle was taken aback, pausing for a few seconds in place before fleeing as if in panic. Jon lifted his gaze to Jaime, sitting up and remarking, "You must be quite disappointed. After all, you finally have an opponent of equal standing. Yet you were poisoned and injured at a critical moment." Jaime chuckled softly at this. "No, I am indifferent. Does the moniker of Kingslayer not permit you any sense of honor?" Jon regarded Jaime, his tone calm and unperturbed. Jaime was momentarily taken aback, observing Jon closely. The youth's eyes bore no trace of the usual mockery or disdain, but rather a hint of sorrow. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. Knowing that Jon might be the son of the late Prince Rhaegar, Jaime felt an uncanny resemblance to that once illustrious man in Jon's gentle, sorrowful gaze, which weighed heavily on his own spirit. Jaime furrowed his brow, unable to restrain his curiosity. "What are you trying to say?" Jon offered a sad smile. "Though I harbor no fondness for your family, I still hold great admiration for your actions in saving the people of King's Landing. It is much like my father, who lived a life of loyalty and valor, only to be left with the stigma of treason after his death. The common folk are often ignorant, and history is predominantly written by the victors. Right and wrong cannot be distilled into mere words. The title of Kingslayer should inherently be one of honor." Jaime felt a flicker of emotion. He had never spoken to anyone about the assassination of the Mad King. Yet this northern youth seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of it. Jon shrugged, offering a self-deprecating smile. "I know everything." Jaime remained silent, gazing at Jon as if attempting to penetrate his thoughts. After a moment, he softly uttered, "Good night, Jon Snow, the one who knows all." With that, he quietly slipped away. The next day, in the confrontation between the bastard and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister conceded, allowing Jon Snow to claim victory without a fight. Joffrey was greatly displeased, pointing an accusatory finger at Jaime's white cloak, declaring him unworthy of being a Kingsguard. Coward. Yet, Cersei appeared to be confidently resolute. On the fourth day, Jon, dragging his weakened body and bearing a pale complexion, arrived at the tournament grounds. As far as he knew, the mountain had been poisoned by Cersei, and he should have been on the brink of death. Yet, for some unknown reason, he was to fight in her stead, taking part in the trial by combat that accused Jon of plotting against the royal family. Perhaps some change had occurred, Jon pondered as he prepared himself thoroughly. In truth, he was ready. If only he could delay for a while, he could execute his plan to leave this place entirely. As the mountain loomed before Jon like a colossal giant, even with his heart steeled for the worst, Jon could not suppress his astonishment. An odor reminiscent of a long-deceased corpse emanated from him, his skin a ghastly shade of blue-purple, swollen and grotesque, his already immense form now even more so. In every aspect, he appeared to be in a state of decay. Were it not for those eyes, he would have seemed like a being thoroughly beyond the grasp of life. If the mountain had once been a monster, he had now transformed into something far more sinister. The hound cast a triumphant glance at Jon, seemingly still harboring resentment from their earlier confrontation, and feigned an air of impartiality as he declared, "In the presence of the seven, we gather here to ascertain whether Jon Snow is innocent, to witness his duel with Gregor Clegane. May justice be served, and may injustice be addressed." Jon surveyed the audience. Myrcella was absent from the stands, and the guards surrounding Joffrey had increased significantly. Moreover, the arena was now encircled by iron bars. Ensuring escape was far from easy. Indeed, a thorough preparation. He murmured softly, turning his gaze back to the mountain. "Big man, do you remember me?" Jon smiled at the mountain. "You once blinded me in one eye." The mountain remained silent, lowering his gaze upon Jon, his eyes reflecting a dullness that seemed to belong to the realm of the dead. "Today, I wish to repay that debt with an eye for an eye." Jon chuckled, drawing forth his Valyrian steel dagger, focusing intently on the mountain. The poison had not been entirely purged, but it should suffice to endure until the conclusion of this prolonged farce. It was indeed time for the curtain to fall. Amidst a swirl of red smoke, Melisandre reappeared, causing an uproar among the spectators. For an instant, fear flickered across Joffrey's features. Given the events of the previous days, the guards had grown lax. He had assumed Melisandre would not dare to risk herself again. "My prince, all mortals face death, though it need not be today." She gracefully approached Jon, humbly kneeling before him. "In the name of the Lord of Light, I shall aid you in achieving victory." But she glanced at the mountain. "In the face of death, you must still exercise caution." Jon regarded Melisandre with a steady gaze. I am aware of my actions. You may withdraw. Melisandre hesitated for a moment, then complied with his request. The mountain drew closer to Jon, his throat emitting a hoarse, raspy voice. Distorted and reminiscent of something from the abyss of hell, quite unlike his original tone. I blinded one of your eyes. I shall blind the other. Before your priestess. I will reduce you to a pulp. With that, he swung his massive sword. His physical form had grown even more terrifying, yet his soul remained unchanged. Still that of a brutal and ferocious beast. Perhaps he was indeed a creature of hell. Jon remained silent, striving to evade all of the mountain's assaults. He understood that the mountain was not to be underestimated. Having witnessed the outcome of the Red Viper's clash with the mountain, he proceeded with utmost caution. For he needed only to wait a few more moments. No, just a handful of seconds. In the audience, some noticed an unusual commotion. A distinct scent wafted through the air, and the winds shifted. Something was approaching. Even the formidable mountain paused for a moment. Despite knowing what was about to unfold, Jon felt a pang of surprise as Long Night had grown significantly. Unlike humans, dragons, though ill-suited to the northern climate, had evidently become much stronger. Long Night flapped its wings, spiraled several times, and as it dove down, it unleashed a thin stream of fire directed at Jon, who had raised his hand. The emerald flames, laced with gold, slowly enveloped Gregor Clegane's shoulder, causing the towering figure to curl up like a shrimp scorched by dragon fire. A chilling scream resonated across the tournament grounds. No one dared to advance. Upon spotting Melisandre, Joffrey's archers froze, momentarily forgetting to draw their bows at the sight of Long Night. The dragon's claws dug a deep pit into the ground as it settled beside Jon. With its wings folded, a young girl in a flowing yellow gown gracefully leaped from Long Night's back and dashed towards Jon Snow, offering him an ardent and lingering kiss. A profound silence ensued. Everyone gazed at Jon, the young man capable of commanding dragons. Bastard, why have you not returned to the north? It is dreadfully dull without you, teased Tyranny, handing Jon his bow. Her cat-like eyes warily scrutinized Melisandre. Are all priestesses of R'hllor so beautiful? Melisandre paid no heed to Tyranny's skepticism. Her gaze fervently fixed on Long Night, brimming with devotion. It was no wonder, with the dragon's emergence and the resurgence of magic, Melisandre, who thrived on magic and had together with Jon nurtured Long Night, held special significance for both. Joffrey, upon seeing Jon armed with a bow, finally regained his composure. What are you doing? Shoot. However, Jon was quicker than his command. He seized the bow and, alongside Tyranny, mounted Long Night's back. As the dragon's wings unfurled, the archers could not aim at the two ascending into the sky. Melisandre knelt, murmuring incantations, and in mere moments, flames danced like serpents from beneath her skirts, leaping over the iron bars to attack the audience. Panic ensued as everyone scattered like frightened birds. Melisandre vanished into the crimson smoke, just as mysteriously as she had arrived. Amidst the chaos, Jon looked down and shot an arrow towards the direction of Pycelle. This is for you, Island. The Grand Maester's body collapsed in response. He could not comprehend his transgression. Only, his breath began to wane. Blood gushed from his heart, and as he pressed his hand against the wound, he found the warm, viscous liquid quickly turning cold and sticky. All that remained were Jon's voice and the dragon's roar. I, the bastard of Winterfell, Jon Snow, in the name of the old and new gods, I hereby swear and acknowledge. I confess to the murder of Phobos Lannister, and to the surveillance and humiliation of my sister, Sansa Stark, by her two handmaidens. I admit to threatening and intimidating the crown-wearing Joffrey, who is unworthy of his title. I have harbored a relentless desire to end his life. He has slandered my father, Ned Stark, leading to his infamous demise. He severed my father's head and had it made into a pie delivered to Winterfell. He has bullied, humiliated, and abused my half-sister, Sansa Stark. If the Lannisters must repay their debts, then the North shall never forget. What I have done is not a crime, but a true judgment. As long as the Lannisters sit upon the Iron Throne as usurpers, Westeros shall remain in a state of winter. He rode a dragon, soaring into the skies. The dragon's wings beat in the air, thundering, as it departed from the Red Keep under the gaze of many. The judgment has concluded. Chapter 66. The rabble. When Jon returned to Winterfell, he was met with an unprecedented fervor. A procession extending from the great hall of Winterfell welcomed him in the Long Night. Robb stood at the end of the crowd, adorned with the sword ice, which once belonged to Ned, towering and dignified, embodying valor. Had it not been for the tully red of his hair, he would have borne an even closer resemblance to Ned. Upon seeing Jon, a joyful expression illuminated his face. Catelyn Tully's demeanor was more complex. She bore a polite smile, yet hesitated for a moment before revealing a graceful and warm smile upon seeing Jon. "You have finally returned. Splendid, splendid." The moment Jon's feet touched the soil of the north, Robb immediately embraced him, patting his shoulder. This embrace filled Jon with nostalgia and familiarity. In his youth, Ned was often preoccupied, sometimes even avoiding him, while Catelyn harbored her own reservations. He could understand their sentiments. He read the sorrow in Ned's eyes and the pain in Catelyn's. He comprehended it all too well, which is why he never allowed himself to stand out excessively. Only Robb, bright as a flame, warmed the hearts of the people of Winterfell. Both he and Theon grew under the warmth and radiance of that flame. Arya did not care whether he was a bastard. Robb had no notion of bastardy. He was a born leader and his eternal brother. Perfect to the point of being infuriating yet impossible to truly resent. Even though Ramsay's spirit had intertwined with his very being, and even in disdainful denial, Robb remained a significant family member to him. For this reason, he would not easily forsake the blood of Ned. "I have returned, safe and sound. What of you all?" He gently patted Robb's shoulder, offering a somewhat rigid smile. Perhaps it was the nostalgia of returning home that rendered him uncertain. He excelled at displaying a facade of mockery and provocation in front of his enemies. Yet he found himself at a loss on how to convey emotions through a smile before his kin. "Jon." Sansa approached, her countenance adorned with a newfound radiance compared to her time in King's Landing. Upon seeing Jon, her excitement was palpable, yet adhering to decorum. She maintained her ladylike demeanor and refrained from throwing herself into his embrace. She took Jon's hand, speaking earnestly and softly, "It is truly wonderful to see you return safely. Whenever I recall that day, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt for my indecision that left you alone in the Red Keep. I am so relieved you are back." Catelyn quietly added, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Thanks to you, Sansa is unharmed." Jon exchanged a brief glance with Catelyn. Perhaps the sorrow from Ned's passing had burdened her too heavily. Her eyes reflected gratitude and concern, but still bore a hint of wariness. Jon was reticent, quietly releasing Sansa's hand, acutely aware of a burning gaze from behind him, even without Catelyn's scrutiny. "It is fine. I had intended to remain in the Red Keep as well. By now, Theon should also be on his way home." In truth, Theon had been released days earlier, taking the sea route, and was sent to the Iron Islands, while Jon, though delayed, had flown on Dragonback, the difference in speed being obvious. "You saved Theon?" Robb exclaimed, astonished by the news, a smile spreading across his face. He valued his friendship with Theon just as much as he did with Jon. Jon nodded, about to speak, but was drowned out by the crowd. "The lad from the north. Well done. Truly Ned's child. We have heard of your deeds in King's Landing. You pledged to the fearless Barristan, the Kingslayer, and the Clegane brothers. Hey, come take a look. This is our northern child." Jon's dark curls were tousled by an uncle from House Stark, and he wished to clarify. After all, the disparity between rumors and reality was vast. If not for his dragons, if not for Melisandre's flames, if not for Jaime's voluntary surrender, he could very well be another pawn in the game. Yet the people preferred to believe the tales. He has dragons. He single-handedly battled the Lannisters in King's Landing. He is a true northerner. The atmosphere was vibrant, leaving no room for his rebuttal. Jon Snow was hoisted high into the air. He felt neither honor nor excitement. Instead, a sense of unease washed over him. He was accustomed to the feeling of being overlooked, to the quietude of sitting in the corner. Yet, as the jubilant northern folk repeatedly raised him aloft like a hero, for a fleeting moment, he longed to ride the long night away. Glancing around, amidst the laughter, Robb beamed with pride, while Sansa's lovely face shone with admiration and shyness. Catelyn pursed her lips slightly, still smiling, yet her mind seemed elsewhere. As the crowd began to disperse, the evening's grand feast was set to commence. He searched for that bright yellow figure in the crowd, but could not find the returning tyranny. Upon returning to his chamber, he was about to unveil his thoughts when he was interrupted by Bran and Rickon. "Jon, Mother says you should sit with us." As he entered the great hall of Winterfell, Jon experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation and confusion. Many years ago, he had longed to occupy one of those esteemed seats at the head of the table, to immerse himself in that harmonious existence. Yet, whenever he caught Catelyn's gaze upon him, he felt that such aspirations were rather extravagant. Many years later, the truth had emerged, and Catelyn had finally granted permission. But Ned was no longer present. Jon sat in a position slightly beneath Robb, with Bran beside him and Rickon on the other side, just close enough to meet the eyes of Maester Luwin. The Maester nodded at him. Perhaps Catelyn harbored similar sentiments, whether out of guilt or some other emotion. She was particularly gentle, though her demeanor bore a hint of sorrow when faced with the assembly. On this day, The great houses of the north had gathered, including emissaries from House Bolton and a multitude of villagers from across the north who had volunteered to rally, united in their quest for justice over the wrongful death of Lord Eddard Stark, vowing to march south to King's Landing and exact vengeance upon the Lannisters. Jon surveyed the throng, pursing his lips, pondering how many truly came to pledge their oaths. While not every individual would declare that chaos is a ladder, many would seize the opportunity to prosper amidst disorder. Although some had genuinely come to avenge Ned's esteemed legacy, there were also those driven by fleeting passions. Indeed, it was likely that some sought refuge from the turmoil, unarmed and defenseless, and perhaps even a few were merely curious to behold a dragon. After all, this gathering was far more populous than the last, enough to fill every nook of Winterfell. However, a rabble is ultimately ill-equipped for significant undertakings. Chapter 67. Revelry and toasts. Amidst the revelry, laughter and jests resonated throughout the hall, creating a lively atmosphere. Jon found himself disinterested in the roasted grouse or beef before him. Every morsel, without exception, carried an unpleasant odor. The only relief came from the spirits he consumed, which offered a sharp, invigorating bite that was somewhat pleasing. He exchanged a glance with Maester Luwin, reading a hint of concern in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Jon understood that the sheer number of attendees rivaled, if not surpassed, the occasion when Robert had journeyed north to recruit Ned as Hand of the King. With so many mouths to feed and shelter, Winterfell was likely to be drained of its resources. He glanced at Robb, then at Catelyn and Sansa, before turning to the still youthful Bran and Rickon, and resolved to speak up. Some truths may be unpleasant, but someone must voice them. Jon tapped his knife against his cup, producing a clear, penetrating sound. It was not loud, yet it commanded attention. Gradually, the crowd quieted, their eyes turning to him. He stood, raising his goblet, and walked to the center of the hall. I have a few words to express my gratitude to all of you who have traveled from afar. This opening belongs to the Lord of Winterfell, so I shall forego the customary pleasantries. The crowd gazed at the young man, uncertain of his intentions. Jon glanced skyward and declared, "Today, we gather to mourn the late Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell. May the seven gods bless him, and may he find eternal rest in his homeland." Reflecting on Ned's tragic fate, his voice bore a somber tone. Adhering to the traditions of his homeland, Jon poured a libation upon the ground as an offering. In that moment, his gravity and sorrow were profoundly moving. Catelyn felt her eyes moisten. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. May the seven gods bless him. As the atmosphere shifted toward one of sorrow and solemnity, Jon Snow cast aside his pewter drinking cup, revealing a sardonic smile. Yet, how many of those seated here today are truly capable of avenging Lord Stark? He surveyed the assembly with an air of indifference, lightly tapping his fingers along the backs of those present. His tone was both detached and buoyant, as if the melancholic youth had evaporated alongside the spilled spirits. While you indulge in your feasts, how many of you recall that Lord Stark was turned into meat pies and delivered to Winterfell? How many genuinely harbor a deep-seated loathing for the Lannisters? How many dream of slaying a few Lannisters? No one despises them more than I. No one yearns for vengeance more fervently. Yet, despite that, I cannot bring myself to slay that little monster, Joffrey. I ask you, how many here possess greater prowess than I? A handful of young men from the Bay of Crabs sprang to their feet. Your words are rather audacious. Youthful and brimming with vigor, they found Jon's high-handedness, particularly upon his return to Winterfell, quite irksome. His rhetoric only served to ignite their ire, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. However, a roar from the long night outside restored an eerie silence to the gathering. Jon smirked. In truth, the flames unleashed by the long night were still rather feeble, capable of bearing no more than 2 individuals. Yet, as a dragon, his mere presence was enough to instill fear. Coupled with his air of arrogance, it was sufficient to intimidate the assembly of young men. I am indeed audacious. Apart from the late Duke Stark's son, I owe allegiance to no one. Winterfell is simply the place of my upbringing. I would not bat an eye if every other land in this world were reduced to ashes by war. The atmosphere grew tense yet tranquil. Jon paced, surveying each individual. If you are truly intent on avenging the Duke, return home to train, spend a year or more preparing, and come back to Winterfell with your strongest army and a comprehensive battle plan. While momentary fervor and bloodlust may drive you into battle, irrationality will only lead to your demise. In time, no one shall remember your names, for you are but insignificant entities amidst a war fraught with countless casualties, where innumerable lives are inevitably sacrificed. Apart from your parents, who will lament your existence. A heavy silence enveloped the hall. And you? Jon approached a table where farmers sat distantly, inquiring, When have you ever laid eyes upon Lord Stark? Have you ever received his benevolence? Has his treatment been so generous that you would willingly abandon your stable lives to partake in this conflict? Grasping a trembling chubby lad, Jon's smile was laced with malice as he demanded, "Are you here merely to sponge off others? Or do you genuinely seek vengeance for Lord Stark? I now offer you a dagger. Do you dare to wield it and spill the blood of your enemies? Do you dare?" Perhaps due to Jon's sudden fervor, the boy quivered, and as Jon released his hold, he collapsed weakly into his chair. Jon's gaze swept coldly across all present. "To my knowledge, a spy of Tywin Lannister lurks among you, and should our battle plans be divulged, Tywin possesses not only an iron fist, but an unwavering resolve to secure victory at any cost. I can assure you that all will meet untimely ends. If this is the outcome you desire, it would be wiser to step outside and feed my dragons. After all, winter is approaching, and we shall inevitably face shortages of food and warmth. In such times, life will not be as bearable as it is now." Amidst the prolonged silence, sparse applause began to ripple through the air as a man rose from the corner, his tone tinged with an unspoken cunning. Although these words may be harsh, they are nonetheless the truth. The heir of Winterfell is truly remarkable. It is rare to find such foresight and vision among today's youth. A testament to the upbringing by Lord Eddard Stark himself. Jon paused, taken aback by the speaker. Lord Roose Bolton's features appeared more polished than he remembered, his expression difficult to decipher. A pang of bitterness stirred within Jon's heart. Upon their reunion, he remained the scheming lord of the Dreadfort, capable of sowing discord with mere words. Indeed, while Robb seemed unperturbed, Catelyn's discomfort was palpable. With a faint smile, Jon approached Lord Roose Bolton, stating, "I fear I must share a secret with you and all present. Some truths cannot remain concealed forever. It is better to unveil them now. Perhaps rumors have already begun to circulate, suggesting that my true father is Rhaegar Targaryen and my mother is Lyanna Stark. I, Jon Snow, now declare to you yes. It is indeed so." His voice resonated throughout Winterfell, accompanied by the whispers that underscored the prevailing silence. Chapter 68. Radiance. Jon cast a glance back at Catelyn, who managed a strained smile in response. She had likely been concerned that the revelation of his identity might jeopardize Robb's standing. However, she did not comprehend that she had no desire for that dilapidated throne. If the war could conclude swiftly, he would wish to embark on a journey across the Seven Kingdoms with the golden-haired Dornish maiden who held his affections, traversing the narrow sea and soaring through the world upon dragons. At that moment, he would dismiss the Lannisters, the Boltons, and the Targaryens. It would suffice for him and Daenerys alone. This notion startled Jon, and he momentarily regained his focus, observing that everyone in the hall appeared to be frozen in time. Even a man who held a chicken leg, with a bite mark still suspended in midair, wore a look of utter bewilderment. He offered the man a faint smile, casually lifting a cup of ale, and declared, "Yet both have long since passed. The only memory I cherish is the nurturing grace of Winterfell. Lord Eddard Stark once told me, although I do not bear his surname, I carry the blood of House Stark within me. Now, I only wish to assist my brother Robb in avenging our kin in King's Landing. I harbor no interest in the Iron Throne, nor do I covet any power. If my counsel holds weight, it is Robb Stark, raised as the rightful heir of Winterfell, who is the most fitting candidate for the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. My expertise lies solely in removing the obstacles that hinder him." He cast a glance at Roose Bolton, pausing before adding, "Including eliminating those who utter words that should remain unspoken." A fleeting glimmer of cold menace flickered in his gaze, brief, yet striking. Roose Bolton felt a tremor of unease. Astonished to be intimidated by an obscure bastard, Jon averted his gaze from him and turned to address the assembly with a commanding voice. "From this day forth, should anyone attempt to use my identity or presence to sow discord within Winterfell, I shall personally escort them to meet the old and new gods." With that, he retrieved a dagger from his cloak and plunged it into the roasted chicken on Roose Bolton's plate, lifting the entire bird and casting it outside. A flash of cold steel glimmered as the dagger returned to his waist, yet the chicken soared through the air, engulfed by a slender green flame from the long night, followed by a sound of tearing as it was consumed, bones and all. The pale dragon let out a satisfied cry and took to the skies. The assembly turned to Jon, a chill sweeping through their hearts. Although the North predominantly worshipped the old gods, families like the Manderleys from White Harbor adhered to the faith of the Seven. Thus, his reference to the old and new gods served as a proclamation to all present. However, under the current Lord of Winterfell's decree, the truly homeless may participate in farming or smithing within Winterfell. We do not harbor idleness, but we can offer assistance, including food and shelter. Jon and Roose Bolton exchanged a glance, witnessing the young man silently retrieve his drink and discard the chicken, feeling a surge of embarrassment. It was not until later, when Robb Stark ordered new dishes and drinks for him, that the awkwardness was alleviated. Jon returned to his seat, while Robb sat at the head of the table, exuding an air of formidable authority. He did not engage in whispered conversations. Rather, when no one was paying attention, he gently turned his head towards Jon and remarked, "You never cease to amaze me." Jon replied in a hushed tone, "In the past, I refrained from disclosing my identity for the sake of your safety. Now, I speak of it because it affects your authority." Robb raised his cup in salute to the newcomer, and after setting it down, softly said, "No, I am not referring to your identity, but to your words. I am grateful that my brother will always stand by me, even in the role of the villain." "Thank you, Jon." Jon was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a smile. This was the reason that Robb, despite basking in all the glory, could not be resented, for amidst his brilliance, there existed a warmth born of understanding and trust. A toast to Robb Stark, the new Lord of Winterfell. He lifted his cup. A toast to Jon Snow, the remarkable bastard. Robb returned the gesture. The two shared a smile, exchanging no further words. After the feast, Jon sent the Valyrian steel dagger to Maester Luwin, contemplating the idea of transforming it into a sewing needle to present to Arya. However, as Maester Luwin had mentioned, the art of forging Valyrian steel was exceedingly intricate and rare, with only a handful of masters across Westeros, and none to be found in Winterfell. Jon concurred. Besides, Arya was currently untraceable, and Melisandre would undoubtedly reappear. It would be prudent to inquire with her later, so he set the matter aside for now. In passing, he learned that Ramsay Bolton had a bastard named Ramsay Snow, who had always been silent and reserved, and had perished several years prior. Had he not been left unburied, the grass upon his grave would have surely grown over a foot high. Upon receiving this news, Jon felt a dull ache in his heart, an indescribable sadness and self-pity enveloping him. He had once navigated life with great caution to reach a point of vindication, only to be so easily supplanted. Was this truly the fate that awaited a mere bastard? A noble spirit had not earned him favor. Rather, it had hastened his demise. Was this the conclusion he was destined to meet? In the night, Winterfell was chilled by the biting winds, sending a shiver through his very soul. Within Jon's dark eyes lay an unresolved sorrow. He wandered alone into the Godswood, where he spotted Mira seated beneath the heart tree. At that moment, he felt a flicker of relief. Why dwell on the past? He was now Jon Snow, severed from the Bolton lineage. He had already forged his own path in life. "You are here. I did not see you at dinner," Jon gently spoke. Mira turned to him, her slender figure cloaked in thick garments against the cold northern climate, making her delicate features appear even more exquisite. However, a thin veil of anger lingered on her face, exuding an air of distance. The warm hue of yellow, the passionate shade of red, fell upon her solitary form, rendering it somewhat desolate. "Bastard, do you remember me?" Tyranny struck Jon's shoulder with a punch, gazing at him with indignation. "Is the princess of King's Landing beautiful? Do you prefer those noble princesses?" Jon couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Are you jealous?" The girl before him had tears welling in her eyes, her expression tinged with a mix of resentment and vexation as she bit down on his shoulder. "Next time, if you flirt behind my back, I shall sever your neck." When Tyranny released her grip, traces of blood stained her lips. She fixed her gaze upon Jon, her sapphire-like eyes brimming with reproach, grievance, and jealousy. Despite having drawn blood from the girl, Jon found himself devoid of anger. Rather, he perceived an undeniable charm in her demeanor. He thought to himself, he was utterly lost. Tyranny's eyes resembled an ocean, and he had plunged headlong into its depths. Chapter 69. Beneath the Heart Tree. For details on locked chapters, see this chapter's notes. Tyranny nestled against Jon Snow, burying her face in his embrace. "If you continue this nonsense, I shall return to Dorne, leaving you to your fate. I no longer wish to concern myself with you." Her voice held a hint of annoyance, leaving Jon both amused and helpless as he gently stroked her hair. After all, she was merely a girl, prone to moments of childishness. Having someone worry for him was a comforting thought. In a fleeting moment, he felt a warmth spread across his chest, only to glance down and see Tyranny's shoulder trembling slightly. An inexplicable tightening gripped his heart. His mind went blank as he listened to the girl in his arms seethe. "You would forsake your life for another? Do you know how frantic I was when I heard you were left alone in King's Landing?" Her voice was hoarse, lacking its usual sweetness, yet Jon found it more melodious than anything in the world. Perhaps there would never be another who cared for him as deeply as Tyranny did. Drawing the girl closer, he inhaled the scent of her golden hair and whispered, "We swore an oath. You are mine, and I am yours." No one in this world is worthy of taking my life except you, I promise. The two figures huddled beneath the heart tree, enveloped in a tender warmth beneath the vibrant red leaves. From the following day, many vassals from the northern territories began to resign, and Winterfell returned to its former tranquility after several days. However, a few farmers remained to assist with the planting. During a family meeting, Catelyn voiced her concerns. They came here seeking vengeance for Ned. We should not let them depart so easily. Jon smiled gently and replied, there is no rush. Soon we shall reap the benefits of their strife. Considering the timeline, Stannis and Renly should have already received the secret letter regarding Joffrey's illegitimate claim to the throne. In truth, Robert's death would have caused unrest, though many were merely without a cause. He would incite discord, allowing the Baratheons and Lannisters to engage in a fierce struggle, and when they were weakened, the North would strike swiftly, making victory much more attainable. Stannis possesses merely a fleet and the dominion of Dragonstone, without the guidance of Melisandre. It is exceedingly challenging for him to maintain his position upon the Iron Throne. On the other hand, Jon, despite not harboring disdain for male affection, is acutely aware that the prevailing times do not permit such moral transgressions. He awaits the opportune moment to assist Robb in exacting vengeance for his father. Under the guise of a righteous cause, and with his renowned prowess in battle, he would undoubtedly emerge as the most suitable candidate. Once Robb ascends the Iron Throne and consolidates power, they may enjoy a period of respite, thereby rendering the defense against the impending White Walkers significantly more manageable. The arrangements are crystal clear and quite agreeable. As for any disreputable acts within this scheme, he is not averse to taking action, firstly, out of a sense of familial duty, which he embraces willingly, and secondly, due to a certain mischievous inclination inherent in his character. He does not shy away from such endeavors. However, he has merely conducted a cursory analysis of the pros and cons of the situation, without articulating his resolve. The one who is somewhat privy to his entire plan is merely Tyranny, and even she is only aware of a fraction of it. Robb, however, is not entirely in accord with this scheme. He believes that warfare should be conducted with utmost honor, resorting to deceit only when absolutely necessary. Strategically, he contends that if one merely reaps the rewards without effort, vengeance loses its significance. Nonetheless, he has resolved to respect Jon's perspective. Meanwhile, Catelyn remains unconvinced. She contemplates the possibility of traveling to the Eyrie to seek her sister Lysa's assistance, recognizing the formidable strength of the Vale Knights. Jon furrows his brow at the thought of Lysa, who once conspired to murder her husband, Aeron. Beyond her 10-year-old son, Robin, and Littlefinger, her mind seems devoid of substance. Previously, when he sought aid against the mountain's depredations, he was met only with a cold reception. Thus, it could be said that Lysa is merely a pawn in Peter Baelish's game, likely to act only when advantageous and to refrain from actions devoid of benefit. Yet easily swayed by Littlefinger's influence, Catelyn, however, remains undeterred. She believes Lysa has always been timid and, confronted by Gregor Clegane, would naturally be frightened. Jon is momentarily at a loss for words, wondering if Catelyn harbors a misperception of her dear sister. Robb then gently interjects, "Mother, I believe Jon's concerns are not without merit. Regardless, as various factions have retreated, we should first reassess our personnel allocation. Winterfell has endured 2 significant expenditures within a year, making it difficult to sustain prolonged warfare." Catelyn takes a deep breath and nods in agreement. After the meeting adjourns, Tyranny expresses her reservations. "Bastard, your actions are reprehensible. The others may not appreciate your efforts. It seems the women of House Stark struggle to achieve anything. Your sister, though beautiful, is far too timid and lacks skill. How could she assist you? And your aunt is even more formidable. She would likely disregard your counsel, fearful that you might overshadow her son." Jon paused momentarily, feeling a twinge of envy towards Catelyn, who had always been fiercely protective. What in this world could be more selfish than a mother's love? And yet, what could be more selfless? Everything she did was solely for the sake of safeguarding her children. If one were to empathize and view the situation from her perspective, it would merely seem that her defenses were a bit excessive. With a resigned smile, Jon mused that if Ned were still alive, perhaps she would not feel so troubled. "Are you resolutely determined to shield them?" Tyranny exclaimed, her brows furrowing. "Men are always like this in the presence of beautiful women. What happened to the fierce demeanor you had before? You seem exceedingly generous and accommodating towards your cousins." Unable to suppress a quiet laugh at her earnest reprimand, Jon reflected on a distant past when he could never have dared to dream of a princess, even if she were a bastard. Yet, in the ever-changing tides of time, their fates had intertwined in unexpected harmony. Gently brushing aside her golden locks, He placed a soft kiss on her forehead and murmured, I merely cherish the warm memories from my childhood. Robb has always treated me well. I do not wish to betray Lord Ned. As for Lady Stark, she has recently lost her husband and is just getting accustomed to my true identity. It is only natural that she would wish to protect Robb's standing in the north. And what of Sansa Stark? Tyranny pressed on. You risked everything to rescue her from Winterfell. Was that merely to repay a debt? She was undeniably hostile towards Sansa, primarily due to the latter's beauty and grace, as well as the peril Jon had faced while attempting to save her, which left Tyranny feeling unsettled. Seeing Jon's silence, she continued, Bastard, if one day I were to find myself in danger, would you come to my rescue in such a manner? Jon smiled faintly, no. Chapter 70. The children of the forest noticing the fleeting disappointment and sorrow in Tyranny's eyes, Jon added, if it were you, regardless of the circumstances, I would stand by your side. Only then did Tyranny reveal a relieved smile. And what about that golden-haired princess of Lannister? She couldn't help but inquire again. Jon frowned. He felt no affection for Myrcella. Yet, she was innocent and had developed feelings for him, which made him feel morally compromised. Even having resolved to shatter all principles in the pursuit of vengeance, he found it difficult to act against the innocent. Thus, Tyranny's probing exhausted him. His dark eyes suddenly glimmered with coldness as he gazed at Tyranny and said solemnly, You know I care for you. But I do not wish for our feelings to become burdensome. Do not wear me out with your demands. Startled by the near cruelty of his intensity, Tyranny felt a wave of panic wash over her. Ultimately, she cared. If there were feelings involved, one could not help but be concerned, and if one did not care, warmth would not be felt. Tyranny chose to say no more, nodding slightly before departing. A palpable sense of estrangement lingered between the two, an insurmountable barrier that had arisen. Jon felt a twinge of nostalgia, in a world rife with the specters of life and death. The emergence of genuine emotion was often met with the merciless mockery of fate. If indeed deities existed, they might merely be a cadre of beings reveling in the manipulation of human hearts, their actions deplorable. Weary, Jon ambled along the walls of Winterfell, contemplating his future endeavors. Arya's whereabouts remained uncertain, and he deemed it more vital to locate the young girl than to march southward against the Lannisters. After all, family should remain whole. And he still owed her a sewing needle. Nymeria and the direwolf were also unaccounted for. He ventured into the tranquil Godswood, hoping to expand his vision in search of Arya. Yet, after a blinding flash of crimson, he found himself unable to perceive even a fleeting image, leaving his eyes in discomfort. Since his return to the north, his right eye had intermittently throbbed with pain, initially attributing it to fatigue. He now realized he must seek the three-eyed raven with urgency. Leaning against the heart tree, he settled down, gazing at the towering branches that pierced the heavens. The vibrant red leaves, reminiscent of maple foliage, exuded an intense autumnal essence, swaying gently toward the depths of the clouds. After a prolonged upward glance, his eyes grew weary, and he closed them for a brief respite. You have returned. Do not disturb him. It is of no consequence. He should have sensed it. He belongs here. A faint murmur of conversation ensued, seemingly in an ancient tongue, distinct from High Valyrian. Strangely, Jon found himself comprehending the words. He succumbed to a feigned slumber, continuing to listen to the ethereal voices. The cacophony resonated like a haunting melody, imbued with a profound solitude that stirred an overwhelming sorrow within him, evoking tears. Who are you? Suddenly, he felt an icy touch against his skin, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him stood figures adorned with deep chestnut skin and prominent ears, their dark complexions failing to conceal their exquisite features. They were considerably shorter than the average person, garbed not in clothing or armor, but in leaves and woven grasses, exuding an essence of nature and wildness. Upon noticing Jon's awakening, they expressed surprise but did not retreat. You have arrived here. One particularly diminutive individual regarded Jon. Appearing of age yet still slight in stature, possessing an extraordinarily ethereal voice that seemed almost otherworldly. Jon hesitated momentarily before addressing them. Are you the children of the forest? Another voice, equally ethereal yet tinged with an alluring sweetness, emerged from a similarly petite girl, not much taller than Rickon. Indeed, as the tale suggests, we know all. Yes, we are the children of the forest, once widespread across Westeros, though our numbers have dwindled. Jon remained uncertain of their origins, intentions, or destination. The other party discerned his hesitation, and just as they were about to speak, a gentle rustle of footsteps echoed from a distance. The children of the forest swiftly ascended the heart tree, vanishing into the clouds in no time. Jon turned around to see Sansa approaching gracefully. I heard you were here, she said, her face radiating the unmistakable beauty of a noblewoman, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a touch of the dignified charm characteristic of northern girls. In the past, she had been reluctant to smile at Jon, but now, upon seeing him, a smile graced her lips. Jon nodded, stating, "I came to the Heart Tree to reflect and pay homage to him." There was no need for him to elaborate. Sansa understood that the him he referred to was Ned. Ned Stark was not his father, yet Jon had never had the opportunity to call him uncle, and addressing him as Lord Stark felt inappropriate. Sansa settled at his feet. Father also enjoyed contemplating the past beneath the Heart Tree. "I am truly sorry for that night, when you came to the Red Keep to rescue me," she began. Jon, anticipating she would apologize for her cowardice delaying their return to Winterfell, gently interjected, "You need not blame yourself for that. I was prepared for the possibility that we might not return together. Besides, I am back now, safe and sound. I suspect it was Catelyn who said something to you. Her words can be quite sharp, and you need not heed them." That night, only Catelyn was aware of all his arrangements. Otherwise, how could a lady raised in Winterfell have considered such matters? "No, I'm not apologizing for that. I mean, while I do feel guilt about it, my remorse pales in comparison to what I am about to express." Sansa lowered her gaze, her voice softening. "Jon, I was born in Winterfell, and from the moment I could remember, I recall how my mother would be filled with anger and sorrow upon seeing you. She once told me that when she was pregnant with me, Father brought you back to Winterfell, insisting that you grow up here. She spent nearly an entire day in the Godswood. You may not know this, for at that time, you were but an infant." Jon was momentarily taken aback, a subtle bitterness stirring within him. Could he claim he was aware of this? From that day forth, he had borne the burden of an innocent identity, enduring the unwarranted vigilance and resentment directed at him. Despite knowing that Catelyn's animosity was misplaced, he found no means to retaliate. He could only remain quietly in the shadows, occupying a corner, striving to remain unnoticed by her. Occasionally, he would catch the glimmer of Ned's gaze, imbued with a mix of helplessness and encouragement. It was the gaze of a father, a look that had propelled him far along his journey, bestowing upon him an unprecedented warmth. For this, he was content to be an invisible shadow, neither overly conspicuous nor ostentatious, silently allowing two souls to inhabit one body, battling within and enduring solitude and suffering alone. He merely wished to provide a stable home for this man, who, though lacking the title of father, had fulfilled a father's role. After all, it was never his responsibility or burden to bear. Now that Ned was gone, there would be no one left to support and encourage him as a father would. His sole purpose was to ensure the continuation of his lineage, to see Robb ascend to the highest position in the Seven Kingdoms, and to restore Ned's honor, cleansing him of the slander of disloyalty. Love and responsibility were akin to flames, illuminating and warming him. When Ned's fierce fire was extinguished, Robb became that new flicker of flame. Though still weak and small, he vowed to protect this flame until it could illuminate the world and warm the Seven Kingdoms. It was only much later that he comprehended that love and responsibility were not merely warmth and protection. They were also shackles and constraints. Without these burdens, he would grow stronger in his pursuit of vengeance. Chapter 71. The dreamer Sansa noticed Jon's silence upon the mention of Ned, his dark eyes deepening with contemplation, which made her somewhat anxious. Consequently, her voice softened significantly. "So, as I grew up, I have always been somewhat distant towards you. Whenever I harbored resentment for your existence, I would pray in the Weirwood Grove, hoping you would not cause Mother any pain. Until that night, when you rode through the long night, like a prince favored by the gods in a fairy tale, rescuing me from the Red Keep." She paused, her voice taking on an unprecedented sweetness. "Jon, I truly apologize for how I treated you in my youth, and I am immensely grateful for your rescue." A faint blush colored her cheeks. "If you wish, I will accompany you to the Weirwood Grove each day from now on." A chill washed over Jon's heart. Deep down, Sansa still clung to those naive fantasies: princes, knights, dragons, and magic. Indeed, even after Ned's death in a past life, she had remained innocent for quite some time, dreaming of marrying into the Tyrells and becoming kin to the Knight of Flowers. It was only later that the harshness of life gradually unveiled her fate, leading her to awaken from that dream. To Sansa now, he was akin to the Knight of Flowers, Loras. It was unrelated to love, merely a manifestation of a stubborn little girl resisting the inevitability of growing up, trapped in a pink dream that refused to dissipate. Yet, given the current perilous circumstances, time was of the essence. Though he had dealt a blow to the Lannisters' pride, it was insignificant. As long as Joffrey remained on the throne, the Lannisters had not suffered a catastrophic defeat. Everything remained uncertain. This world may not permit her to remain so blissfully naive. Moreover, He had yet to fully emerge from the shadow of Ned's death, and Sansa's demeanor left him feeling disheartened. Jon stood, brushing off the dust from his clothing, gazing up at the heart tree that pierced the clouds, its peak shrouded in mystery. He said softly to Sansa, "I am your brother, no different from Robb. You need not feel guilt or gratitude, nor accompany me to the Weirwood Grove. I prefer solitude." With that, he turned and departed. Sansa remained behind, standing gracefully and gently, staring blankly at Jon, her expression somewhat rigid. As night descended upon Winterfell, a chill permeated the air. Jon found himself restless in bed, unable to find solace in sleep, plagued by an unsettling turmoil within. Since his return and the revelation of his true identity, Catelyn had allocated a modest master bedroom for him. Though it was somewhat smaller than Robb's chamber, it was undeniably more spacious and comfortable than the years he had spent living alongside Maester Luwin. At the very least, there was ample room for both him and Talia on the bed. He sensed an approaching presence, yet when he opened his eyes, nothing was visible. An indescribable cold seemed to seize his heart. Just then, Talia's arms enveloped him, pulling him back to a semblance of awareness. "Bastard, your heartbeat is quite erratic," she remarked with a sweet smile, resting her head against his chest. "I'm here, do not fear." Jon couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who was afraid? Talia chuckled softly, nuzzling against him like a cat, before drifting back into slumber. Her serene visage appeared languid, as if the earlier quarrel at dusk had never transpired. Jon smiled gently, tenderly brushing back her hair. Moments later, Maester Luwin rapped on the door and entered. Upon seeing Jon nestled with Talia, Luwin suppressed a smile. Despite everyone's youth, Jon had always been so composed and discreet. It was perplexing how he now resembled a dandy. Yet, one could hardly blame him. After all, Prince Rhaegar had once been the epitome of charm and grace. "Jon, there are two individuals outside, a man and a woman, who wish to see you." Jon rose quietly, striving not to disturb the slumbering Talia. He approached the door and lowered his voice. "I shall see them at once." Luwin's serious demeanor carried a hint of knowing. "You truly have taken a liking to this young lady." Jon paused, unable to resist defending himself. "She is a light sleeper and wakes easily." "Then why do you still hold her?" Jon had never realized the extent of Luwin's curiosity. A faint blush crept across his cheeks as he gently closed the door. In the darkness, Talia opened her eyes, revealing a clever yet satisfied smile. Jon, teased relentlessly by Maester Luwin, endured the journey to the great hall of Winterfell with great discomfort. He learned the truth of the adage that experience tempers wisdom. Luwin, usually so serious, possessed an uncanny ability to provoke discomfort with merely a knowing glance. That gaze was indeed piercing. Yet, Luwin held a fondness for Talia. Perhaps due to her inherited cleverness from the Red Viper, as she seemed to grasp various subjects with remarkable ease, aligning well with Luwin's intellect. "She is a good girl, though unlike our northern maidens. I am confident you have won her over with your charm." Bachelor Luwin accompanied Jon to the hall, finally arriving before the gathered assembly. He adjusted his collar, and the long chain he wore swayed, producing a crisp sound. Jon felt a slight stir within him and turned his attention to the newcomers before him. The flickering candlelight in the hall of Winterfell was not as warm and bright as usual. At the entrance stood a man and a woman, both with dark, curly hair and tall, athletic figures. The girl, strikingly beautiful and simply dressed, appeared somewhat older, yet at most she could not be more than 20. The boy, seemingly around 14 or 15, bore an air of maturity that belied his true age. As Jon approached, he noticed the boy possessed a rare pair of green eyes. "Are you from House Rita Vanek?" Jon asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. His initial understanding of this world stemmed solely from books and series viewed from another dimension. However, upon fully immersing himself, he discovered that this realm was far more mysterious and grand than he had perceived as an observer, and also quite complex. After spending many years poring over the tomes in the Winterfell library, he had only begun to grasp a portion of its intricacies. The boy took a step forward, gazing intently into Jon's red eyes. "It is you, the one who appeared in my dreams." His somewhat disjointed introduction was not off-putting. However, the girl quickly stepped forward. "Yes, indeed, I am Mira, and this is my brother Jojen. Our father is Howlandreed. By his command, we have come here to seek the heir of the Green Seer." "You have mistaken the person." Jon's first reaction was to think of Bran. Yet, he soon recalled that after saving Bran, he had seemingly inherited the green sight. This realization made him hesitate. "It appears you have come to that understanding." Jojen Reed spoke, his voice remarkably steady for his age. "You are the one from my dreams." Chapter 72. Before departure you, son of Lyanna. Jojen gazed at Jon, unblinking. "My father has always told me to remember that tale." He said that House Reed owes her a debt of gratitude. Jon paused slightly, understanding the reference. It must pertain to the time long ago when Lyanna had come to the aid of Howland Reed. That was a story of the previous generation, not one that concerned him greatly. Curiosity stirred within him as he pondered why Howland Reed, having witnessed his mother Lyanna entrusting him to Ned Stark at the Tower of Joy, had refrained from publicly acknowledging his true identity. This assembly of the northern houses at Winterfell had seen House Reed arrive only after everyone else had departed, with merely Mira and Jojen in attendance. This unconventional approach left Jon somewhat bewildered. However, he was indifferent to it. He did not covet this identity, nor did he intend to leverage it for personal gain. Thus he felt no need for validation. He was a bastard, carrying the bloodline of Ned Stark, and that was sufficient. Nevertheless, the arrival of Jojen brought a glimmer of joy to Jon. This young lad possessed the enigmatic green vision, and perhaps his presence here could aid Jon in unraveling the mysteries surrounding his own eyes, or even accompany him to meet the three-eyed raven. Indeed, the boy lifted his clear and bright emerald green eyes and gazed intently at Jon for a considerable time. More specifically, he fixated on Jon's blood-red right eye, scrutinizing it for an extended period. "This color does not suit you," he remarked. Mira, with a hint of mischief, added, "He speaks his mind. I hope you don't find my brother too offensive." Jon chuckled lightly. "It matters not. I am not the Lord of Winterfell, after all. I possess no such lofty expectations. Etiquette holds little significance for me." Hatred, distortion, and destruction, Jojen continued, "In the depths of your eyes, I perceive these chaotic manifestations. You are perilous and embroiled in danger. You do not belong here." His tone remained unwavering, calm as if engaged in a routine greeting. Although Jon maintained a facade of composure, a jolt of alarm surged within him. Could this boy truly know how to return him? Or was he aware that Jon had traversed from another dimension? Indeed, he truly did not belong here. Yet, soon after, another voice within him quelled these emotions into a placid state. Jon recalled that long before Ned met his end and he was resurrected by Beric Dondarrion, his soul had already begun to merge. He could sense that he was gradually becoming a part of this world. The notion of returning to that era of peace seemed but a mere fantasy. Jojen's voice interrupted Jon's reverie, his youthful tone surprisingly mature. "You belong to the North, the true North." As Jon pondered the meaning of this statement, a sharp pain pierced through his right eye, followed by a vision clouded in crimson. Blood trickled slowly from the socket, and his sight grew increasingly blurred. Maester Luwin appeared nearly horrified, hastily turning to fetch some herbs from the chamber. Mira, equipped with various first aid supplies, was about to intervene but was halted by Jojen. The young boy exhibited an extraordinary calmness, raising his hand to cover Jon's eye. "Come with us, to confront what you must face." Jojen retrieved an eye patch from within his cloak and offered it to Jon. "That person will assist you in resolving this issue." With that, he placed the eye patch over Jon's eye. "If you are prepared, we can set forth at any moment." Jon touched his unfeeling right eye, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Was he to take Bran's place and seek out the three-eyed raven? Jojen remained silent. Yet Jon had some inkling, recalling how the siblings of House Reed had sought out Bran in a similar manner. Now, it was he with this erratic vision that had drawn them to him. However, he still had far too many unresolved matters weighing upon him. Maester Luwin discerned his hesitation and addressed the two children of House Reed, suggesting that it was quite late and they might as well rest for the night in Winterfell, allowing Jon to respond to them in the morning. Jojen furrowed his brow, seemingly wishing for Jon to depart with him at that moment, but Mira tugged at his sleeve and shook her head. She then expressed her gratitude to Maester Luwin, requesting a room, and if it wasn't too much trouble, hot water would be preferred. "Of course, follow me," Maester Luwin replied, leading the two away while glancing back at Jon with a knowing look. Jon understood and made his way to the study, a place where he had spent much of his childhood. It was here that Maester Luwin had accompanied him to read during those days when he wished to escape the burdens of glory that belonged to Robb, such as riding and hunting. Even at times, Ned would come to share a few words with him. This room held precious memories for him. Despite his mature demeanor, Maester Luwin remained his confidant. Whenever he faced troubling matters, Maester Luwin would sit with him, guiding him through his thoughts. Jon idly picked up a book and began to read slowly, yet after 10 minutes, he had not turned a page. Before long, Maester Luwin entered, regarding Jon with an odd expression. "Master, have you settled them?" Jon looked up, nodding gently in acknowledgement. The scholar appeared more serious than usual, his mind preoccupied with Jojen's words spoken just before he left the room. "You should urge him to leave with us soon. That power does not belong to him. It is a heavy burden for the mission he bears." The boy's tone was devoid of alarm, delivered with a calmness as serene as water, as if he had long since come to terms with life and death. The very nature of his composure unsettled Master Lewin. "Jon, do you intend to go with them?" Jon nodded, closing the book titled The Myths of the Fishbone Tree, and placed a hand upon his eye patch, exhaling softly. "Yes, I fear I must." Long ago, he had begun to question the visions he had received and had wished to seek answers from the three-eyed raven. Yet he was tethered by many unresolved matters. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he had no valid reason to decline. However, if he left, he worried about Robb's impetuousness, fearing he might take action against King's Landing. Taking a deep breath, he stood and lit a new candle, stating solemnly, "I fear I will consume much ink and paper tonight, Master Lewin. I would appreciate it if you could deliver my writings to Robb tomorrow." Master Lewin, noting Jon's earnest demeanor, nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall come to find you at dawn. It is late, do not stay up too late." Jon offered a faint smile, meeting Master Lewin's gaze in the candlelight. "Thank you, Master Lewin." Perhaps it was the gentle, faint light that stirred a sense of melancholy within Jon, as he felt the kind visage flicker in the candlelight, evoking a poignant sense of farewell. By dawn, Bachelor Ruin entered the study, only to find Jon had vanished without a trace. The extinguished candles still held a lingering warmth, and upon the table lay several sheets of parchment, the ink on the final sheet yet to dry completely, suggesting that even the chair bore the remnants of a human presence. Ruin cast a glance at the parchment Jon had left behind, releasing a soft sigh. The early morning in Winterfell carried an air of solemn stillness. Clad in black, Jon rode northward, accompanied by the siblings of House Reed. The horizon was shrouded in a grim, pale hue, reminiscent of an unknowable fate. Chapter 73. The unfamiliar visitor of Dragonstone, due to its geographical conditions. Dragonstone is perpetually beset by rain and storms. The land here is neither fertile nor conducive to mining or agriculture, resembling a barren wasteland. In this desolate place sat a man with a somewhat sullen demeanor, appearing older than his actual years, likely in his 40s or 50s. His serious expression, coupled with a gaunt chin, suggested a somber nature, and even his followers bore faces that reflected malnutrition. This man was Stannis Baratheon, the younger brother of the late King Robert. His forthright disposition did not lend itself to the social finesse of his younger brother Renly, nor did he possess the latter's charm. Thus, he was confined to this impoverished domain. Both his elder brother and their father had always given him less than they bestowed upon others, a treatment to which he seemed accustomed. Perhaps due to this, his expression often bore the harshness typical of an uncherished child, yet this severity held a certain oppressive allure for his subordinates. At this moment, he was reading a letter with his characteristic grim countenance. The current monarch upon the Iron Throne is of illegitimate lineage. The Baratheon bloodline is robust, with all offspring of King Robert bearing dark hair, while those of the current regent are golden-haired, thus tainting the Iron Throne with illegitimate blood. By the gods above, the rightful heir must reclaim dominion over the continent of Westeros. The handwriting was somewhat hasty, yet it possessed a vigorous and resolute quality, bearing a unique style. Stannis read it twice, first silently, then aloud. As his hoarse, deep voice echoed through the hall, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Stannis remained contemplative, the implications of the letter weighing heavily upon him. It suggested that since King Robert had no legitimate heir, Stannis stood as the sole rightful claimant to the throne. Moments later, the assembly proposed an assault on King's Landing to seize the Iron Throne. After a moment of contemplation, he awakened from his reverie and posed a question to the individual beside him. "What are your thoughts, Davos?" Davos, whose full name is Davos Seaworth, hails from the squalid underbelly of King's Landing. Many years ago, he broke through the encirclement with a ship laden with smuggled onions and pickled fish, aiding Stannis' forces to withstand the siege of Storm's End, thereby earning the moniker of the Onion Knight. Despite the post-war retribution, wherein he lost the first phalanges of 5 fingers on his left hand, administered by Stannis himself due to his smuggling offenses, his admiration for Stannis only intensified. Consequently, he became one of Stannis' most loyal vassals. Illiterate though he was, the moment Stannis read the letter aloud, Davos grasped the crux of the matter. Clearing his throat with a furrowed brow, the Onion Knight remarked, "The intentions of the correspondent remain ambiguous. We cannot place our full trust in their words. It would be prudent to gather more intelligence before making any decisions." It must be said that this suggestion resonated perfectly with Stannis' own thoughts. His lack of indifference toward the Iron Throne stemmed not from disinterest, but rather from his unwillingness to conquer King's Landing only to relinquish the throne unceremoniously. I have heard that far away in Storm's End, a message has also reached the Tyrell family. After much deliberation, Maester Cresson mentioned the individual Stannis wished to avoid discussing. subtly sensing the discontent of his liege. Although he did not utter the name of Renly, Stannis's brow furrowed ever so slightly, a fleeting reaction. Renly was still but a child. Even if he were to acquire that scroll of parchment, he ought to comprehend that the elder brother serves as a father figure. With Robert gone, I am the most legitimate heir. However, one cannot expect a spoiled child to grasp the concept of gratitude. With a frown, Stannis articulated his thoughts, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his serious tone. Nevertheless, he did not forget to express his gratitude to his subordinate. Your intelligence is quite useful, Maester Crescent. The aged maester's wrinkled face brightened with a smile. Thank you for your acknowledgement, my lord. At that moment, a servant rushed into the room, visibly flustered. My lord, there is a priestess who claims to be the Queen of Light seeking an audience with you. The servant, in his 20s, tall and lean, reflected the harshness of their environment, as rounded figures were seldom seen on Dragonstone. Seriousness, thinness, and rigor were emblematic of Stannis. However, at this moment, a surge of fervent excitement diminished that seriousness, rendering him somewhat frivolous. Stannis furrowed his brow and commanded, Mind your demeanor, send that woman away. I fear I shall not await your response, my lord. Melisandre entered the hall of Dragonstone with an air of confidence, her crimson robe shimmering like flames. Her heart-shaped face, fair of skin, illuminated by her red hair and robe, appeared almost otherworldly. In this land, perpetually shrouded in darkness, such a strikingly beautiful woman was akin to a flame igniting the damp, shadowy hall of Dragonstone. Stannis gazed at Melisandre's smile, and he found himself momentarily breathless. This place is not safe, my lady. You may stay here for the night, but I do not believe it is suitable for someone of your privileged stature. Stannis's voice bore a hint of authority as he endeavored to maintain a steady pace, betraying no trace of expectation. The Onion Knight, Davos, exchanged a glance with Ser Davos, both wrinkling their brows in unison. Ordinarily, Stannis would have unceremoniously punished an intruder before expelling them. However, Melisandre's enigmatic smile possessed an inexplicable allure. In this dimly lit chamber, her crimson robe captivated every gaze. Apprehension, speculation, astonishment, animosity, and disdain. She traversed the myriad of eyes, taking a few steps toward Stannis. In the name of the Lord of Light, R'hllor, I have come with a singular purpose, to assist the one he has chosen in resisting an unprecedented calamity that threatens mankind. Stannis, skeptical of her words, offered a rare smile tinged with distrust. My lady, I have never heard of the Lord of Light, nor do I believe his radiance can illuminate my path. That is because you do not hail from the land of my origin. You have not witnessed the visions I have seen, and thus you lack the faith I possess. Melisandre remained unperturbed, instead smiling with composure as she raised her arm. My lord, your disbelief stems from your existence in a realm of injustice. After tonight, you shall come to believe that all I reveal is intended to guide you toward the truth. With a graceful turn, she exuded an air of solemn beauty. O my sole true deity, I beseech you to manifest your power, granting your followers genuine faith, and allowing them to witness the prophecies you unveil. From her robe, she retrieved a vial of black liquid and approached a nearby lamp, casting a deliberate glance at Stannis, revealing a smile shrouded in mystery as she surveyed the assembly. I understand how you may speculate upon my intentions, she spoke nonchalantly, slowly pouring the potion into the flames. Yet, I care not for your opinions, my lords. In an instant, the flames surged upward, transforming into the brightest and grandest light within the room. The fires in every corner, drawn to this conflagration, coalesced into a colossal orb of flame. The onlookers gazed in awe and silence as the fire grew more magnificent, eventually taking the form of a dragon, its flames emitting a deafening roar. It soared from the lamp, illuminating the entirety of Dragonstone Keep, spiraling into the open sky until the flames extinguished, the echoes of its cry lingering in the air. Stannis gazed intently at the confident and graceful Melisandre, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment mingled with other fleeting sentiments. Yet, in the eyes of the Onion Knight, Davos, such an expression was indeed rare for the typically disciplined Stannis. He found it rather disconcerting. Chapter 74. The Journey to the Black Castle, Part 1. The Black Castle stands solemnly at the edge of the wall, the northernmost point of the Seven Kingdoms. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly comprehend that the 1,000-mile expanse of ice is not merely a poetic embellishment. The towering walls, rising 100 feet high, appear as steadfast as granite. Their construction seems beyond the capabilities of mere mortals, imparting an extraordinary sense of grandeur. Beneath the great gate of the Black Castle, he sat astride his horse, gazing up at the wall, and after a moment, he let out a soft sigh. The chill in the air here surpassed that of Winterfell. His breath crystallized into frost. Amidst the breathtaking scenery, a fleeting illusion arose, as if he were ensconced in a romantic realm. Yet, just beyond this threshold, he vividly recalled the excruciating pain of being stabbed by each of the Night's Watch brothers. This world has always been merciless. Your breathing is somewhat erratic, Jon, whispered Chiron, regarding him with a neutral expression for a moment. Melara cast an apologetic glance at Jon. Although Jon seemed unperturbed by Chiron's somewhat aloof demeanor during their days together. As Chiron's sister, she felt that her brother's habit of being unnecessarily blunt was somewhat irksome. Fortunately, Jon's responses remained consistent, a nonchalant smile followed by an oblivious continuation of his path. He possessed a kind of open-heartedness that Melara had never witnessed before. Yet, rather than pure openness, it resembled a somber tranquility that followed profound despair. Jon Snow bore an air of melancholic mystery that intrigued her, as if she had encountered such a presence before, or perhaps it was merely an illusion. But in certain fleeting moments, she sensed an icy, perilous aura emanating from Jon, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. At this moment, all mirth faded from his eyes, replaced by a grave seriousness as he gazed intently at the Black Castle. His demeanor as somber as that of one attending a funeral, as though he was intimately familiar with this place. Soon, as the gates swung open, the three of them rode into the territory of the Black Castle. Here, amidst the antiquated simplicity, there lingered an air of strict military discipline, with a young man instructing a group of recruits in their drills. Jon recognized a few familiar faces. Pip and Gren were being playfully thrashed by a somewhat familiar youthful figure, eliciting a faint smile and a wave of nostalgia for the days spent at the Black Castle. However, his attention was drawn more to the youth directing them, who displayed a balanced approach in his methods, neither too harsh nor too lenient. Strangely, Jon felt a sense of familiarity with the young man, but he had little time to ponder this as he surveyed his surroundings, only to find that Sam was conspicuously absent. Sir Alazar's voice interrupted his reverie. It appears we have an esteemed guest among us. Lord Snow, riding is not permitted within the Black Castle. You and your two delicate companions must dismount. Alazar retained the same acerbic sharpness as Jon remembered. He looked up at Jon with a cold smile, adding, "This is not a place for a bastard like you to conduct inspections. This is the stronghold of the Night's Watch beneath the wall." Jon lowered his gaze to Alazar, his eyes narrowing slightly. If one were to suggest that Alicia had distinguished himself among the Night's Watch, it would not be unreasonable to say that he harbored a loathing for himself, tinged with jealousy. However, at this moment, he was merely an inconsequential figure embarking on a journey beyond the wall in search of poetry and distant horizons. Did a mere passerby among the Night's Watch truly warrant such a fervent response from Alicia? The Black Castle held no such prohibitive edicts against riding. Yet, Alicia likely anticipated that his ignorance of the rules would leave him vulnerable. He dismounted with grace, handing the reins to Mira behind him, and offered a slight smile, noting that the horses were also in need of water, leading them toward the stable. The hay at the Black Castle was particularly dry and crisp, much to the horses' delight. Mira nodded and guided Jujian toward the stable, following Jon's gaze. Alicia paused, observing that the young man seemed intimately familiar with everything about the Black Castle, instinctively knowing the stable's location. "Have you been here before?" Alicia inquired, suspicion and wariness creeping into his tone. Jon smiled faintly, acknowledging, "I know a little. At least I am aware that there are no riding prohibitions here. After all, this is not the Red Keep of King's Landing, and even there, some dare to approach the King's Hall on horseback." Elisha's expression turned awkward, followed by a cold smirk as he retorted, "Do you think you are Tywin Lannister? Even your deceased father, Eddard Stark, would dismount." Upon uttering these words, he and those around him sensed a sudden chill emanating from the dark-haired youth. Jon stepped closer to Alicia, his smile unwavering, and lowered his voice as he addressed him directly. "I am not Tywin Lannister. I am the one who manipulates him at will. I come and go from the Red Keep as I please, taking the lives I choose, with no one able to oppose me. Alicia, I do not know what has provoked your ire, but should you continue to speak of the late Duke Stark with such a reverence, you shall come to regret your existence. A bastard does not concern himself with reputation. And as for Lord Snow, I care not how many lives I hold in my hands, nor whether they are innocent. Do you comprehend?" As he finished speaking, he pressed his finger against Elisha's shoulder, punctuating his words over the heart, before stepping back and turning away toward the stable. Alicia felt a slight pang in his chest, but dismissed it as insignificant, watching Jon's retreating figure with a deepening sense of apprehension. For reasons unknown, from the very first glance at this young man, he had felt an inexplicable aversion. Suddenly, he recalled the source of his disdain, This newcomer had already garnered a reputation within the Black Castle, serving as a silent steward responsible for brewing a favored drink among the Night's Watch, aptly named Bastard, a recipe purportedly originating from Jon Snow himself. Alicia had tasted it once and found it lacking in the elegance he preferred, being colorless and watery, yet possessing an unexpectedly sharp and biting quality. Akin to a blade on the tongue, far inferior to the noble charm of a few cups of Dornish wine. He harbored a disdain for illegitimate offspring, and the individual who brought this wine, a man shrouded in anonymity, yet inexplicably became a frequently mentioned figure within the Black Castle. However, when confronted, he found himself utterly unable to gain the upper hand. Jon approached the stables, where Mira and Jojen were discussing their subsequent course of action, and noticed the young man who had just trained Pip and Gendry striding towards him. "Sir, we meet again," the young man said with a smile, extending his hand. "You seem to have forgotten me. I am Will." Jon furrowed his brow. "Samwell Tarly? Have you lost weight?" This young man was of average height, but lean. Exhibiting the physique of one who had undergone rigorous training, his movements remarkably agile, starkly contrasting with the somewhat bumbling Sam he recalled. For a fleeting moment, Jon felt as if he were in a fantastical realm. Sam, a recruit, training new soldiers, and transformed into a figure as lithe as a lightning bolt? Chapter 75, The Journey to Black Castle, Part 2. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then raised his eyebrows in amusement. "No, I am Will, not Sam, simply Will. Do you not remember me? It was you who interceded on my behalf before Lord Stark, allowing me to escape execution. Have you forgotten? I also asked you to send word to my family, urging them to migrate south swiftly." With this reminder, Jon recalled the face of the Night's Watchman who had encountered the White Walkers, nearly executed by Ned for being a deserter. "So it is you," Jon said, shaking Will's hand. "I had forgotten that incident. My apologies for mistaking you. I was thinking Sam could not possibly possess this physique." Will chuckled. "Sam does not train with us. He is the steward for Maester Aemon, usually busy at the tower with correspondence and reading." "You know him?" Jon nodded, internally scoffing at the realization that this Will was not the same as the Will he knew, yet he was familiar with the portly Sam. Will engaged Jon in light conversation for a few moments, but soon Jojen furrowed his brow. He glanced at the sky and said solemnly, "Jon, we have little time. We must set forth swiftly." A peculiar emotion flickered in his rare green eyes, prompting Jon to look at Jojen and nod in agreement. Perhaps he had glimpsed something ominous. Jon turned to Will and inquired, "Have any of you seen Bran Stark?" He had encountered Bran a few times in his line of sight, but was uncertain whether he was fated to meet him again. Will's expression grew serious. "He went north of the wall several months ago. By all accounts, he should have returned last month, yet there has been no word. Commander Mormont has assigned me and several brothers to search for him. We depart tomorrow morning. If you require assistance, you are welcome to join us." Jon glanced back at Jojen and shook his head. "No, we should not diverge from our path. As far as I know, Bran should still be alive. Then you must exercise caution." Accompanied by 2 children, movement was rather cumbersome for Will. He hesitated for a moment before raising his gaze towards Jon. And despite the skepticism of others, he recalled, "You believe in me, do you not?" The existence of the White Walkers had been doubted and dismissed for far too long, and even Will began to question the veracity of his memories. He struggled to remember their grotesque appearance. Yet the chilling essence of their murderous intent and despair lingered vividly in his mind, surfacing occasionally in the depths of midnight dreams. Jon gently patted Will on the shoulder, stating, "The Night's Watch has been established to confront the threats of death. I believe in you, and you must have faith in yourself as well, Will. Farewell." Before departing, Jon inquired about provisions from the Night's Watch, intending to warm himself on the journey ahead. This led him to encounter Baxter, the silent brewer. Baxter, known as the Silent One, was not of noble descent. Many in Black Castle were thieves, robbers, and criminals, and it was not uncommon for them to bully those with disabilities. However, after several had been rendered insensible by a single cup of his brew, most ceased their harassment of Baxter. Furthermore, he served as another source of income for Black Castle. In time, Baxter, who specialized in managing the ale, carved out a niche for himself among the Night's Watch. At that moment, he gazed at Jon with immense gratitude, unable to articulate his appreciation but deliberately filling an extra flask for him. Jon expressed his thanks softly, mounted his horse, and departed Black Castle with Mira and Jojen. Upon the tower, a rather imposing figure regarded Jon and his companions. Clad in black, with a distinctive sword at his waist, he observed the trio riding through the snow with a solemn expression. In a low voice, he remarked, "So, this is the boy who clashed with Ser Alliser upon his arrival, Jon Snow, is it? The one who claims to have Targaryen blood?" The speaker was Lord Commander Mormont of the Night's Watch, who regarded Jon with a furrowed brow, finding little admiration for him. He had previously heard from Benjen of this boy's exceptional talents and prowess. However, upon their first meeting, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Though their encounter was brief, he discerned only the youthful arrogance and disregard for authority, perhaps due to his surname. Beside Mormont, seated in a wheelchair, Maester Aemon did not catch sight of Snow. Yet upon hearing the long-absent surname, he could not help but tremble slightly, his vacant gaze drifting into the distance. "Sam, what did the boy look like?" "I have heard he has black hair," Maester Aemon inquired softly. Sam watched the dark figure vanish into the narrow passage beneath the wall, feeling a flicker of curiosity about this young man, though it remained merely that, curiosity. A person who confronts Ser Alliser so directly must be difficult to deal with. Indeed, Maester Aemon, he has a head of black curls. "Oh, by the way, here is a letter from the Reach." Sam produced a parchment sealed with a rose emblem. "I have yet to open it." Mormont withdrew his gaze from Jon's retreating figure and stated plainly, "You can read. Go ahead and recite it." Though Sam was somewhat portly and his movements a tad sluggish, he was characterized by his honesty. He never spread words that ought not to be spoken. Literate and capable, he was of considerable assistance to Maester Aemon, who harbored a measure of trust in the young man. However, in the presence of the stern and imposing Mormont, Sam often felt a twinge of anxiety. He nodded, unfolded the letter, cleared his throat, and nervously licked his lips. Yet, upon reading the text, his gaze became remarkably focused and clear. "In the name of House Tyrell, we have received allegations concerning the current heir to the throne, Joffrey Baratheon, regarding the impurity of his bloodline. The Iron Throne is not to be trifled with. It must be occupied by the legitimate heir, and the late king's brother, Renly Baratheon, should assume the rule of King's Landing." Halfway through, Mormont scoffed, asserting that if there were to be an heir, it should be Renly's brother, Stannis, who sits upon the Iron Throne. "Legitimate? That is merely the law of Highgarden," he interjected. Noticing that Sam had been interrupted, Mormont waved his hand, bidding him to continue reading. The Night's Watch, stationed at Castle Black, typically refrained from meddling in the affairs of the realm. Their mission was to guard the continent of Westeros. Regardless of who occupied the throne, their duty was to ensure the safety of the wall. Mormont understood that the lords from various regions were likely more aware of the situation. If they sought to embroil the Night's Watch in this turmoil, there must be ulterior motives at play. "Indeed, Commander," Sam nodded. "If Castle Black were to declare allegiance to the true king, Renly Baratheon, Highgarden would be willing to offer 10,000 golden dragons and dispatch 5,000 elite soldiers to support the Night's Watch in safeguarding the borders. By the 5,000 soldiers. "Oh, I apologize, Commander. I was taken aback." The letter concluded with the signature of Mace Tyrell. Mormont let out a derisive laugh. "Does the Night's Watch lack 5,000 mere burdens?" "Mace Tyrell's calculations are indeed astute. He wishes for us to pledge fealty to bolster his own standing, only to send more men to control us. That old man has certainly sharpened his wits." He rose, casually snatching the scroll from Sam's grasp, and departed. Sam watched Mormont leave, feeling somewhat helpless, and turned to Maester Aemon, remarking that the commander seemed a bit irate. Aemon, with a resigned smile, replied, "His anger is not directed at you, nor at House Tyrell. The Night's Watch requires men and coin. Yet what is sent from the Red Keep are naught but brigands and thieves. Not to mention that sum of 10,000 golden dragons is enough to give him pause." His ire stems from this grim reality. Sam, somewhat comprehending, nodded in agreement. That night, a raven took flight from the tower of Castle Black, heading towards Highgarden. It is worth noting that Sir Alliser Thorne suddenly suffered a heart ailment, collapsing onto his bed, and only recovered a month later. But that is a tale for another time. Chapter 76. The Cycle of Life. Highgarden, vast and fertile, was home to House Tyrell, who, benefiting from its advantageous geography, enjoyed abundant soil and unimaginable wealth. Across the expanse of Westeros, only the Lannisters of the Westerlands could rival the financial prowess of House Tyrell. However, when it comes to military strength and financial resources, although both families are equally affluent and powerful, none have ever produced a ballad akin to the famed reign of Castamere that resonates throughout the Seven Kingdoms, solely to extol the illustrious deeds of House Tyrell. No one dares to underestimate the head of House Lannister, Tywin, yet as the guardian of House Tyrell, the Duke of Highgarden, Mace Tyrell, evidently lacks the imposing aura of a true ruler. Particularly in the presence of his mother and daughter, this aura diminishes even further. "Father, there is no need for such anxiety," remarked Marjorie Tyrell, elegantly adorned and impeccably dressed. With a charming visage, she took a sip of tea, her demeanor graceful as she continued, "The letter has been delivered to the Night's Watch at the Wall, and eventually, Lord Commander Mormont will respond. He may hesitate, but both funds and manpower are urgently needed by him. I cannot envision a scenario in which he would refuse. Nevertheless, Mace Tyrell, though somewhat portly with age, still possessed a commendable voice and dignified presence. Clad in fine attire, he appeared quite respectable, save for the beads of sweat that betrayed his anxious waiting, giving him a somewhat disheveled look. Yet, everyone in Highgarden was acutely aware that he was not the true power wielder. This unspoken understanding lingered among them. An elegant elderly woman, indifferent, cast a disapproving glance at Mace. My foolish son, Marjorie is still but a child, yet she remains far more composed than you. What are you afraid of? We have already declared our support for Renly. Do you truly fear that the Lannisters will harbor additional resentment towards us? The Duke of Highgarden's shoulders slumped. Of course, mother, you speak wisely. The elderly woman, known as the Queen of Thorns, Lyanna Tyrell, appeared diminutive and aged. Yet her sharp intellect shone through. No longer focusing on her disappointing son, she had devoted her efforts to nurturing her granddaughter. With a warm nod, she acknowledged, "Your plan is indeed audacious and ingenious, my child. You have not disappointed my efforts. You were born to be the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms." Marjorie Tyrell smiled radiantly, her grace imbued with a hint of allure. "That is due to having a wonderful teacher, grandmother." Olenna's brow furrowed slightly. "I have taught you so much. Yet you have not mastered the simplest of matters, men. With your talents, Renly should be an easy conquest for you." Marjorie's expression grew slightly awkward as she gently tilted her head. "Renly, he..." Olenna waved her hand, directly commanding her son, "You may leave." Mace Tyrell did not dare contest his mother's wishes. He had always harbored a sense of trepidation towards this aged woman, and thus he retreated. Once the door closed, Olenna turned to Marjorie with increased gravity. "Is Renly truly as the rumors suggest?" Marjorie nodded. "Indeed, from my perspective, he favors Loras more than me." Her expression bore a hint of bitterness, yet she quickly masked it with self-deprecating laughter. "In truth, it wasn't so bad. I never held a particular fondness for Renly. Loras has shouldered the burden of him for me, which is rather agreeable, isn't it?" Olenna observed her granddaughter's demeanor, feeling an unexpected pang of sorrow. The Tyrell family has never played a significant role, wielding military power and possessing wealth, yet forever relegated to the status of a minor player. The Queen of Thorns approached the window, gazing at the exquisite beauty of the gardens beneath Highgarden, her words laden with meaning. "Once, I was betrothed to a Targaryen. That was the closest the Tyrells ever came to birthing a queen, yet he called off the engagement. At that time, she was merely a girl, beyond her astonishing wealth, striking beauty, and noble lineage. She was but a vulnerable woman who had suffered humiliation and was unable to retaliate. The annulment of the engagement turned what were once enviable attributes into a source of ridicule. The people of Highgarden, after all, neither forget nor forgive, and they do not believe that force surpasses diligent toil." As Lady Olenna reminisced about those days, a mysterious and enigmatic smile graced her aged features. "What is our family motto, my child?" "Growing and thriving." "Indeed, growing and thriving. There is no need for such restraint, my dear. You are the fruit of my labor, and I hold greater expectations for you than even for Loras. You have never disappointed me. I understand you are troubled, yet I trust that Renly will at least treat you with respect. Strive to win him over. Once you share his bloodline, you shall ascend the throne as the unparalleled queen." However, Olenna's gaze sharpened, cutting through any hesitation. "There can be no however. You are my protégé, and I know your capabilities well. You must set aside all doubts and secure that man. As for who wields control once you sit upon the Iron Throne, I care not. Whether it be you or Loras, that boy is not particularly difficult to manipulate." She rose, the roses of Highgarden appearing lush and vibrant, lacking the thorns that winter roses conceal. "The world perceives us as fragile, yet we alone know that the rose will endure." She grasped Marjorie's shoulder. "Do you understand, my child? You will flourish, you will thrive." After a moment's hesitation, Marjorie seemed to relinquish her resistance. "Yes, grandmother, I understand. I shall accompany Renly to Storm's End. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. What Loras can achieve, I will accomplish, and I shall do it even better." A look of satisfaction crossed Lady Olenna's face. The men of House Tyrell are rarely dependable, but Marjorie is a strong-willed and astute up-and-comer, possessing all the external advantages of her femininity, and she understands how to analyze circumstances and discern the pros and cons. She is more eager than anyone to witness the day when Marjorie becomes Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Only then will House Tyrell no longer be subject to ridicule and scorn. The Thorned Queen gazed upon the magnificent palaces of the High Court, each brick and tile, each stone and timber, radiating opulence. as she clenched her fist. Chapter 77. A blizzard rages north of the wall. A tempest of snow and wind prevailed. In contrast, King's Landing basked in a temperate climate, with Dorne warm as midsummer. Even Winterfell felt akin to late autumn. Yet the moment Jon Snow crossed the gate of the wall, a bone-chilling cold assailed him. Although he was aware of the ancient magic that protected the wall against the others and the biting wind, and had prepared himself for the icy expanse beyond the barrier, Jon found himself momentarily dazed by the frigid air. Jojen and Meera fared no better. "It is truly frigid here," Meera remarked, donning the thicker clothing she had prepared. "I cannot fathom how the others survive in such an environment." Almost in unison, Jojen and Jon spoke. "The others cannot be considered living beings." They exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. The trio ventured deeper into the snow-laden wilderness. Jon's vision ebbed and flowed, intermittently revealing fragments of the landscape, colossal fish beams, and the children of the forest. In the distance, the vast army of the others, stretching for miles. A crisis loomed, darkness encroaching, yet all remained oblivious to it, with only two companions by his side. As for the all-seeing eyes that could unveil all truths, they offered merely shattered glimpses, yielding scant information or insight. He endeavored to expand his vision, yet found no sign of Bran Stark. What he yearned to know eluded him. What he wished to see remained hidden, and thus, those he longed to save were beyond his reach. Despite this, he had no choice but to press onward. Producing a flask, he bit the cork and took a swig of the bastard's brew, consistently potent, though lacking the richness of his own brewing. Nonetheless, it sufficed to stave off the cold. "Your heart is troubled, Jon," Jojen observed, his gaze fixed on Jon. "The north of the wall is fraught with chaos. You must maintain your composure." The words jolted Jon from his reverie, and he composed himself, responding softly, "Yes." The trio continued their northern journey, and soon, the world around them faded into an expanse of white. The wind was as foreboding as the dim light, the sky cloaked in deep blue and ash gray. Meera sighed. "If only there were some sunlight here." "No, it is fortunate that there is little sunlight. Otherwise, the glare on the snow would have rendered us snowblind long ago," Jon replied, tightening his grip on the reins as a sound caught his attention. Following Jon's gaze, Meera's eyes widened. A dozen humanoid figures, as icy as the elements, approached them with an eerie gait and expressionless faces. Clearly, their target was Jon and his companions. "White Walkers," Jojen whispered, drawing his bow and taking aim at the approaching foes. With a swift, chilling release, an arrow flew, striking one of the others. Yet it fell without a mark or drop of blood upon its ice-blue form. Remarkably, it soon rose once more. Jon tossed the Valyrian steel dagger to Meera, instructing her to use it for self-defense against the White Walkers. Meera grasped Jon's arm, questioning his own fate. He withdrew his hand, explaining that the dagger was only effective in close combat, offering little utility for him. He then unsheathed his longsword, took a deep breath, and spat a mouthful of Targaryen blood onto the blade before striking it with flint. With a whoosh, flames erupted, illuminating the snowstorm with a brilliant spectacle. The White Walkers were known to fear fire, and that was the only certainty he possessed. Soon, a number of them lay defeated at his feet, though the flames on his sword began to dwindle as well. Meera exhaled softly, a slight sense of relief washing over her. Jojen had warned her that their journey north of the wall would be perilous. She had once thought her younger brother exaggerated the dangers, but now, as she listened to the frantic rhythm of her heartbeat, a wave of panic engulfed her. If the beginning was fraught with such peril, how many more dangers awaited them before they reached their destination? Would they be able to endure? "Meera, now is not the time to dawdle," Jon urged, patting her shoulder as he retrieved a few arrows shot by Jojen, suggesting they might still be usable after some sharpening. "Let us press on. There may still be wildlings ahead, and we must remain vigilant. Upon reaching Castle Casterly, we might be able to procure some supplies." He handed Meera a flask of wine, advising her to take a sip to warm her body, cautioning that it was potent. Meera nodded, taking a small sip, feeling the fiery warmth immediately fill her mouth and throat. After a brief coughing fit, she quickly realized that her limbs were beginning to warm. Initially puzzled by Jon's decision to carry so much wine, she now recognized its wisdom. In this desolate place, it served both to warm her and as a potential fuel, proving to be an essential item. The bastard was reminiscent of Jon Snow, seemingly gentle and harmless, yet upon closer acquaintance, one discovered a person marked by strong convictions, unpredictable temperament, and an air of danger and mystery. She secured the cap on the flask and smiled faintly at Jon. "This must be your first journey alone, I assent it? How do you know so much?" Jon remained stoic, furrowing his brow. Another group approaches. Before Meera could fully comprehend the situation, She noticed a disturbance in the swirling snow ahead, revealing yet another band of White Walkers, their numbers exceeding the previous lot. "How can this be?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with despair. Clearly, Jojen had foreseen such a threat. Jon seized Mira's flask and, imitating Jon's earlier actions, poured some wine onto the arrowheads, igniting them before launching them at the approaching foes. With resolute focus, Jon charged forward, courageous and skilled in combat. Yet even he felt the overwhelming weight of being outnumbered as time passed. Though the White Walkers lacked cognitive ability, they possessed the advantage of insensitivity to pain. Unencumbered by fatigue or fear, in no time, they encircled Jon, surrounding him completely. Despite Yora's archery skills being relatively precise, they posed little threat against a foe that had doubled in number. Exhausted from the relentless struggle, Jon knelt in the snow, flanked by these soulless, temperatureless husks. It seemed they had no desire to take his life. Rather, they encased him in their frigid, unyielding bodies, and Jon felt himself growing increasingly rigid. His body succumbing to the encroaching cold. His consciousness began to wane, and his vision blurred. In the distance, he perceived the sounds of galloping hooves and fierce roars. The clash of steel was accompanied by the thud of fallen bodies. Amidst the cacophony, the crackling of flames could also be discerned. Through the pallid figures, he spotted the approaching figures of Beric Dondarrion, accompanied by Thuras and the members of the Brotherhood without banners, brandishing torches as they charged forth, their flaming swords piercing the chests of the undead. "Lord Snow, though your demeanor has become somewhat peculiar and less agreeable, Thuras insists you are of utmost importance, and we must safeguard you." Dondarrion, mounted and exuding a certain grace, declared, "If you are able to fight, rise and join the fray. If not, retreat to safety." With his longsword as a prop, Jon pushed himself to his feet, drawing closer to Mira. He did not wish to appear overly proud. The prolonged engagement with the multitude of White Walkers had left his legs trembling. He had initially contemplated summoning the Long Night. Yet in the moment when he was ensnared by the White Walkers, even standing had become a formidable challenge. Strangely, those White Walkers seemed disinterested in his demise. Otherwise, he would have surely been eviscerated by now. Mira, observing Jon, instinctively reached out to support him. In that fleeting instant, Jon suddenly seized the dagger from Mira's hand, leaning heavily against her shoulder as he mustered all his strength to hurl the Valyrian steel dagger. Behind Yora, a White Walker that had stealthily approached shattered like ice, disintegrating into fragments lost to the howling winds and swirling snow.